Thousands of years ago, the spiritual energy of Blue Star revived, the whole world changed dramatically, and the land area continued to expand, as if the entire planet was awakening. Originally, ordinary beasts and plants evolved wildly under the nourishment of spiritual energy, turning into terrifying monsters that roamed the wilderness and were full of dangers. At the same time, alien races, gods, demons, and exotic monsters emerged one after another from unknown small worlds and secret realms, turning the Blue Star into a battlefield for all races to fight against each other. As humans are on the brink of extinction, a new extraordinary profession comes into being: the beast tamer. They make contracts with all beasts and become the only hope for humanity to fight against darkness. My name is Suchun. I was just an ordinary boy on Earth, but due to an accident I traveled to this dangerous world. In order to survive, I worked hard to acquire knowledge and became a recognized academic master in the whole school, just so that I could become a beast master one day. But when the awakening ceremony came, I only got the lowest level D-level talent, without even any special attributes. Laughter and sarcasm followed one after another. So what if you are a top student? You want to be a beast master when your talent is so useless? But I didn't care, because on the day of awakening, my system quietly evolved my D-level talent directly into SSS level. At this moment, in an ordinary 2-bedroom, 1-living-room commercial apartment, I threw away my school bag and collapsed on the sofa. After lying there for a while, his mind regained some consciousness, then he turned over and lay on his back, closing his eyes. On the surface, it seemed like I was resting, but in fact, I was silently communicating with the plugin that had existed in my mind for 3 years, a mysterious golden bead. This bead suddenly appeared 3 years ago, and until today, my talent has awakened and it has finally begun to release its true power. Thinking of this, I was excited. Let me see what exactly you can do. I concentrated on sensing the golden bead and finally figured out its purpose. Simply put, this thing is like an all-round auxiliary device, especially for beast masters. It is a dream come true. Its first function is detection. It can detect all living things without reservation. The most amazing thing about this function is that it can see the evolutionary path of spiritual beasts, thus achieving precise cultivation. The second function is even more explosive: evolution assistance. Even if it is a contracted beast with ordinary qualifications, with the help of the golden bead, it can evolve successfully 100. You know, in this world, whether a spiritual beast can evolve depends entirely on luck and opportunity. Some spiritual beasts are gifted and can evolve naturally due to accidental stimulation during their growth. There are also a very small number of spiritual beasts that achieve qualitative changes by encountering mysterious factors. But most beast masters will never see their spirit beasts successfully evolve once in their entire lives. And I, with this bead, can decide the direction of evolution at will and succeed with certainty. As for the other functions of the golden beads, they have not been fully unlocked yet, but these 2 points alone are enough for me to take off. What makes me even more excited is that my SSS level talent, Beast Taming Heart, is amazing. The host and the contracted spirit beast can merge without loss, and there is no limit on the number provided that these spirit beasts are all the contracted objects. Second, the contracted spirit beasts can merge and evolve with each other, complement each other's strengths, and form a powerful combination. Third, as the spirit beasts grow, their power will continue to feed back to the host and improve my physical fitness. These 3 abilities, when possessed by any beast master, would be as powerful as a god. I know very well that ordinary beast masters cannot fuse with spirit beasts, let alone fuse with spirit beasts. As for feeding back, it can only barely maintain physical fitness, and there is no significant improvement at all. Everyone knows that although a beast master is strong, his body is as fragile as a piece of paper. Once a spirit beast falls, the beast master will wait to collect the body. But I am different. With the beast taming heart, this long-standing shortcoming will be completely made up. Yes, it's worthy of being the standard golden finger for time travelers. As long as I don't commit suicide, this world will eventually belong to me. But no matter how excited he was, problems also followed. I don't have my first beast yet. I sat up and fell into deep thought. What type of beast tamer should I choose as my starting point? Although I have a solid knowledge, the theory is just theory. When it comes to choosing a spirit beast, I am still confused. After all, in the eyes of outsiders, I only have a D-level non-attribute, restoration talent. In this world, it is not easy to awaken the talent of beast taming, and it is even rarer to awaken the best talent. But my crappy recovery talent doesn't even have any attributes. Even the worst F-level talent has at least a wood or fire element. Forget it. Having no attributes is not a bad thing. At least I have no restrictions when choosing a beast to tam. I can choose any type. It's more free. Since the Beast Master will eventually go to the battlefield to fight against giant beasts, my first beast must be a strong attack type, explosive type, and high output. Fire and lightning type attack beasts are the first choice. Sister Chin Chin will take me to the beast taming mall tomorrow, and I can choose one on the spot then. Having made up my mind, I stopped hesitating and ate a meal, played a game, and waited for the first step of my new life to arrive. The next morning, I followed Sister Chin Chin to the beast taming mall. Looking at this stadium-sized building in front of me, I exclaimed, This is too big, right? Humph, country bumpkin! Bai Bingqing rolled her eyes. This is the beast taming mall, not everyone can enter. Although you haven't contracted a beast yet, you have awakened your talent, so you are qualified to come in. Don't just stand there. If you want to see, go in and see enough. After saying that, she dragged me in like a chicken. As soon as I entered the door, I felt the shock coming at me. The interior of the mall is magnificent, with a wide variety of beast eggs and spirit stone resources. I thought I had some financial resources, but when I stood here, I suddenly realized that I was still poor. It's not that I can't afford it, it's that if I buy it, I'll have to live on dirt for 3 years. Not to mention the sky-high price of the spiritual beads. Even the most common beast-taming ingredients and cultivation resources make me feel painful. Sister Chin Chin, is this beast-taming mall opened by bandits? This is not business, this is clearly robbery. I pointed at a small blue transparent ice cube in the display case and said indignantly, For this unknown little piece of glass, how dare they offer a price of 2 million? You are so ignorant. Bai Bingqing rolled her eyes. This is called cold crystal, a key resource for the growth of ice-attributed beasts. 2 million is a fair price. Do you think I'm buying glass beads at a street stall? Of course she knew that it was not that I couldn't afford the money, but my mentality was still at the level of an ordinary person and I hadn't transformed into a Beastmaster's mentality. At all. Alright, this kind of high-end stuff is still far away from you. I brought you here today to open your eyes and let you know a little bit about the world. Bai Bingqing patted my shoulder. The most important thing for you now is to get your first contracted spirit beast. Oh. I nodded obediently, and then followed her to the beast-taming spirit beads sales area. This area is not small, and the display racks are filled with a wide variety of spiritual beads, but most of them have average potential. It's easy to imagine that the beast-taming beads with real high potential have already been reserved in advance by major families, so how could they be put on display in the public area? Windtooth Beast, Wind Attribute, Bronze 3 stars, price 1 million. I pinched my chin and muttered to myself. It's barely passable, but it's a pity that it's not the fire or lightning type I need. High Burst is more suitable for me. Oh, that's very particular. Bai Bingqing heard me muttering and laughed and teased. Xiaoqunzi, I didn't expect that you have such a solid foundation of knowledge. I rolled my eyes at her and said, Sister, stop making fun of me. I know that I come from a liberal arts background. How can I rely on textbook knowledge alone? It's all about talent and background. Okay, don't be so modest. She pointed to an area on the right. If you want to find fire and lightning elements, go over there. I looked in that direction and suddenly squinted at her. Sister Chin Chin, why are you so familiar with this place? You don't come here often, do you? She snorted and raised her chin proudly. Don't you see whose daughter I am? Even though I haven't become a formal beast master yet, my father often brings me out to see the world. Who dares to stop me? Uncle is awesome. I couldn't help but give him a thumbs up and turn to walk towards the fire attribute area. Xiaoqunzi, there are quite a lot of fire-type spirit beasts, but there are very few thunder-type spirit beasts. Their rarity is frighteningly high. Bai Bingqing walked over and said, So the spirit beads you can pick now will not have very high potential. She paused. But I suggest that you don't be too obsessed with the fire and thunder attributes for your first spirit beast. Choose one with better potential and easier to train. Maybe you can find a bargain. I nodded. That makes sense. Suddenly I thought of something, and I leaned over to ask her. By the way, didn't you awaken early? Could it be that you already have a contracted spirit beast? What is your talent level? How come I don't know anything about it? Hee hee. She smiled mysteriously. Xiaochunzi, don't ask or I'll discourage you. Okay. I shrugged and made a mental note that sooner or later she would have to reveal herself. Without further ado, I began to concentrate on picking the spirit beads. Fire horse, exploding flame wolf, fiery wolf, little fire dog. Lightning mouse, lightning rabbit, lightning dog. Why do they all start with lightning? I looked depressed. Could this be the gathering of all the members of the lightning family? Bai Bingqin spread her hands. Thunder attribute ones are rare. Most of the ones you can see are eliminated. Forget it, let's go somewhere else. She took me to the elevator. The quality of the spiritual beads upstairs is much higher. Let's go over there and take a look. I subconsciously took a step back. Isn't that ridiculously expensive? I'm not going. What are you afraid of? I'm not going to ask you to pay. Without saying anything, she grabbed my collar and said, Your first spirit beast, I'll treat you. Oh, this is not good. I was a little shy. Why are you being so polite? Who are we talking to? The elevator stopped at the VIP floor with a ding. Not everyone can come to this floor. Although it is expensive, it is definitely worth the money. Bai Bingqin led me in with ease, just like it was her own home. I nodded seriously. It is indeed expensive. It makes sense. When I came to the fire spirit bead area, I took a quick look. There are rich varieties of spirit beads here, and the quality is much higher. The highest one is actually a platinum 8-star fire cloud bird. Bai Bingqin was right. Diamond spirit beads with potential above platinum could not be sold directly, and would all be sent for auction. But I am not disappointed. After all, I still have the golden bead plugin. The golden bead can not only analyze the potential of the spirit bead, but also show the future evolutionary route. With it, I can make a comeback even if my potential is low. At this moment, my eyes fell on a spirit bead. Flame, potential level, silver 4 stars. The product description only has a few words, but in my mind, the golden bead has already presented countless future evolutionary forms, huge potential, high plasticity, and completely suitable. The spiritual pro firmly. What did you say? Bai Bingqin was stunned for a moment. Flame? You want this silver 4-star one? There are so many high-star spirit beads here, why did you choose this one? She looked at me as if I were an idiot. What's wrong? I feel pretty good. I looked at Bai Bingqin innocently, and really didn't understand why she suddenly got so angry. Not bad? You really think you made a good choice? Bai Bingqin sneered, her tone full of impatience. You chose a flame spirit beast, do you know what it does? Well, isn't it just a spirit beast with fire attribute? Its potential level is silver 4 stars. I answered cautiously, feeling a little unsure. Ha! She laughed out of anger. You don't understand at all. This fire beast is a support type. Its skill is called Firehorn, which is specifically used to provide buffs to fire beasts. Beastmasters usually use it to assist the main battle beast, as a second beast. You are so good, raising it as your main combat spirit beast, it's outrageous. Now you choose it as your first spirit beast, how are you going to fight it in the future? By roaring? She rolled her eyes in anger. I immediately scratched my head in embarrassment. There is such a saying? I looked down at the evolutionary path of the tall flaming figure in my mind, and my heart was shaken. Is this really the auxiliary type? Thank you for reminding me, Sister Qin. I smiled, but my eyes were firm. But I still want to choose it. Are you deaf? I told you it's an auxiliary model, why did you choose it? Bai Bingqin was almost mad at me. Xiaochun, you can't joke about your future. Don't worry, you don't know me yet. I shook my head and smiled. With the golden finger in hand, I am naturally confident. But I also knew that if I couldn't get Bai Bingqin to agree, I wouldn't even have the chance to buy this spirit beast. So, I lowered my voice and whispered in her ear. What if I can make it evolve? Evolution? Bai Bingqin almost blurted out. You wish. Evolution is never an easy task. For a spirit beast to evolve, not only are the conditions harsh, but the resources are also expensive. If it were that simple, everyone would have a spirit beast. But she paused again. From what she knew about me, I wasn't the type to act rashly. After thinking for a moment, she sighed and looked at me. Think it through. Once it hatches, the position of your first spirit beast will be determined. I've thought it through clearly. I nodded solemnly. Finally, she nodded in agreement. I got the beast-controlling bead as I wished, and also bought a beast-controlling bracelet and some hatching materials. The Beast Tamer bracelet is a standard equipment for beast tamers. It can not only store spirit beasts, preventing high-level beast tamers from running around with a bunch of spirit beasts, but also has the function of healing and repairing. If a spirit beast is injured, it will recover much faster if it enters the bracelet to recuperate. After saying goodbye to Bai Bingqian, I rushed home, took out the beast-taming spirit bead, stamped my soul imprint on its surface, and began incubating it. In this world, spirit beasts must be hatched and contracted through the beast control beads. Once branded, the spirit beast will be in tune with the host's mind and will not betray, and will be able to fight with ease. As for those spirit beasts that have already been born, if they have not been contracted, they can only be kept as pets and have no fighting power at all. As for the origin of the beast-controlling spirit beads, I also know a little bit. After the giant beast dies, there is a chance that it will drop a crystal core, which is the essence of their life. Scientists studied these crystal cores, analyzed their structural information, and created beast-taming beads for contracts. Of course, this is just one of the ways. After all, before the existence of the beast-taming spiritual pearl, ancient beast masters were still able to contract spirit beasts, so there must be more than one way. Not long after, the spirit pearl began to emit a blazing red light, gradually dissolving in the air, and a fist-sized ball of flame emerged from the air. Is this my first contracted spirit beast? My heart beat faster and I felt the connection established between me and that little flame, and I felt excited inside. I have officially become a beast tamer. After the small flame was fully formed, it spun around me happily, as if celebrating its new life. I subconsciously reached out to touch it, and actually, I touched it? There is an entity? How is this possible? I looked at it in shock. In theory, flames can be seen but not touched, right? But I can actually touch it. Maybe it's because of the contractual relationship. I nodded. This was the only explanation. At this moment, a screen of light appeared in front of me. Race, Fire Spirit. Attribute, Fire. Potential level, Silver 4-star. Bloodline, Ordinary. Level, First Order, 1st star. Skills, Flame Bomb, Heat Flame. It's not flame. It's a fire spirit? Its skills have also changed. The firework horn is gone and it's replaced by fire bombs and hot flames. I was wondering when the golden beads in my mind flashed, and I suddenly realized, as expected, it was the one who did it. Although this mutation is not so amazing that people would call it the birth of a divine beast, but the change from auxiliary to attack is at least a development in a good direction. However, Silver 4-star is Silver 4-star. After all, its foundation is too poor, and its actual combat power may not be as good as those main combat-type bronze potential spirit beasts. It doesn't matter, if you don't have enough strength, you can use plugins. Hey, good little fire spirit, let your daddy arrange an evolution package for you. I looked at the evolution materials in my hand, and the corners of my mouth slowly rose. At this point, 3 clear evolutionary routes have emerged before my eyes. Route 1, Fire Spirit Flame Beast Flame Giant Flame Lord. Route 2, Fire Spirit Flame Elf Flame Wizard Flame Holy Spirit Flame Magician Elemental Messenger Elemental Lord Flame Disaster. Route 3, Fire Spirit Fire Fist Fire Shadow Wild Flame Warrior Extreme Flame Sword Saint Holy Flame Sword Master Flame Executioner. Currently 3 evolutionary routes for fire spirits, and these 3 are currently recognized as the best. The first one is relatively conventional. The second one is obviously biased towards spell output, which is the God of Magic route. The third one is the Normal Attack Warrior school that focuses on physical attacks. As a beast master, I belong to a remote control profession, similar to a magician, so letting Fire Spirit continue to develop in the direction of God of Magic is actually the most suitable. The only problem is that once a Beastmaster is close to the enemy, he will be killed very easily. But if the Beastmaster is a melee spirit beast, it can protect me very well. But I am not afraid of this. I have the talent of beast possession, and can merge with spirit beasts. Even if I am fragile, it doesn't matter. Being able to fight and resist is not a problem. Thinking of this, I have made up my mind. Take the second route of the God of Law, this is it. I started to prepare evolution materials for Little Flame according to the instructions of the second route. If the fire spirit chooses the God of Magic evolutionary path, then the next stage will be the flame spirit. I knew a little about the elves in my previous life. They were the darlings of nature, beautiful and spiritual. But I had never heard of the fire elves branch. I thought to myself, come on, let me see how powerful the fire spirits in this world are. I quickly arranged all the evolutionary materials and injected them one by one into the small flame floating in the air. Since the little flame is a pure condensation of fire elements and has no entity, this also saves me a lot of feeding costs. The material is not eaten, but merged with the flame little by little in the air. As the materials gradually blended, the small flame began to change dramatically. I could clearly feel the air temperature slowly rising. It was evolving. The fist-sized flame began to expand, and the flame became more solid. The most amazing thing was that its facial features gradually emerged from an illusory fireball. It gradually took on a human-like outline. Half an hour later, the evolution came to an end. The small flame is now half a meter high. The originally blurry flame arms have become solid and powerful, and the legs have also taken shape, wrapped in a layer of light pink flame gauze, like a passionate elf. The blazing flames on her body gradually subsided, and the temperature dropped. The flame fairy was born. She danced happily, whirled around me happily, and finally flew onto my shoulder and rubbed my cheek affectionately. I gently rubbed her little head. Congratulations, little one, you have evolved successfully. Although she can't speak yet, she can make cute sounds, which is a huge improvement. I quickly pulled up her latest data panel. Race, Flame Elf. Attribute, Fire. Potential level, Diamond 8 stars. Bloodline, Ordinary. Level 2 4 stars. Skills, Flame Roar, Fiery Arrow, Flame Arrow Rain, Flame Cyclone, Flame Spirit Heart. My eyes lit up immediately. Thought so fierce? An ordinary evolution directly raised the potential to Diamond 8 stars. Not only that, the skill bar was completely changed, with a total of 5 skills, single target, group attack, and amplification. This is a huge gain. In this world, the skills of spirit beasts are mostly fixed. If you want new skills, you either have to learn them through combat or spend a high price to buy combat skill spirit beads. Evolution is the only way to leapfrog, replace skills, but it is extremely rare and you are lucky enough to encounter it. I was so happy that I patted Yen Xian's head and said, "Little guy, you saved me a lot of money. You are really an expert in saving money." The fire elf made a happy cry, as if responding to me. I looked at her and suddenly felt that the name, Flame Elf, was too blunt, so I decided to give her a formal name. "How about I call you Flame Heart from now on?" "Yeah!" She nodded in agreement, her eyes curved and full of joy. I was not idle either, and immediately tested her. Possession and fusion. Effect. I thought. Fusion. Yen Xian turned lightly, turned into a ball of red light, and merged into my body. I looked down at myself. Was there no change in appearance? But I could feel the power in my body growing rapidly, and the fire elements in the air around me seemed to be responding to me. As soon as I raised my hand, a fiery red dagger about 30 centimeters long condensed in my palm. Is this a weapon transformed by Yen Xian? Holding it in my hand, the dagger is as easy to use as an arm. I have a vague feeling that as long as I further stimulate the fire element, there should be more unexpected skills to be released. Not bad, not bad. Today's wave is worth it. I let Yenshin continue to merge with me and did not choose to cancel it. Because of the SSS level talent. Beast Taming Heart. My body is the best place for the spirit beast to practice. She practices faster in my body, and the feedback effect can further improve my physique. At this moment, I even have an illusion that I can knock down a cow with one punch. At this time, the phone rang. "Hello? Sister Chin, what's up? You'll know when you come down. Bai Bingqin hung up the phone without looking back. So mysterious. What can't be told over the phone? I muttered and went downstairs. Sure enough, Bai Bingqin was already waiting for me downstairs. Your little flame has evolved? She could see it at a glance. I didn't say anything, just nodded slightly. As for the evolution of spiritual beasts, it's better not to make it public if possible. Have you ever tested it? Bai Bingqin stared at me and asked. Test? Not yet. I shook my head. My house is too small to test it. She curled her lips, revealing an expression of, as expected. I knew it. Come on, follow me, I'll take you to a place with plenty of space. Jiahai City Beast Taming Martial Arts Hall. Looking at this strange and futuristic building in front of me, I kept wondering. I have lived in Jiahai City for so many years, but I didn't even know there was such a place. It seems that I need to go out more and gain more experience. Bai Bingqin took me to the front desk, showed my ID card and handed me a black card. Get a bigger room. Okay, sir, please wait a moment. The receptionist's voice was extremely respectful. When I heard the word, check in a room, I was stunned and my eyes widened. Hey, isn't this inappropriate? We are not even adults yet. Isn't she too direct? Just show your ID card and you can get it? If your husband knew about this, he would probably punch me into the ground. I have seen her father, he has thick eyebrows and big eyes. And he is serious, and looks like he wants to beat anyone he sees. What's in your head? You're so young and yet you're still a naughty boy. Bai Bingqin was so angry that she was shaking, and she raised her hand and gave me a slap. Oh, it hurts. Sister Chin, I was wrong. I won't dare to think about it anymore next time. I covered my head and shouted with tears in my eyes. If I didn't have a good physique, that blow would have probably cut my head open. I secretly sighed that she was too strong. While we were flirting, the receptionist had already finished the formalities. Dear guests, the room is ready for you. Here is the room card. Let's go! She took the room card with a queen-like look on her face. This is the Beast Tamer Martial Arts Hall. It is similar to the Beast Tamer Mall in that it is only open to beast tamers. This place was built so that beast tamers who don't have a private training ground can have a place to test and train. She walked and talked, and I nodded. It was indeed quite reasonable. Otherwise, it would not be unreasonable for her to bring me here immediately after I said that I couldn't do it at home. Arriving at the door of the practice room, she swiped her card and the door opened automatically with a beep. Come in, I've booked it for 2 hours, which is enough for you to complete a round of tests, she said, pointing to the fighting arena inside. I walked in and looked around, and couldn't help but sigh. This room is really big, and the decoration is quite exquisite. How much does it cost for 1 hour? 20,000 for 2 hours. She spoke calmly as if she was talking about $2. What? 10,000 an hour? Isn't this robbery? My jaw almost dropped. You're not the one paying, so why are you yelling? She glanced at me. If you really want to be a beastmaster, would you feel bad about spending this little? You'll have a lot of money to burn in the future. My heart twitched. I know you paid for it, but you can't be so generous. The debt of favor is the hardest to repay. Then don't waste time and test it quickly. She was the first to step onto the stage. I hurried to catch up. Let your beast out and let me see it, Bai Bingqin said. I was stunned. It wasn't that I didn't want to do it, but the little flame was not in the beast's bracelet at all. It was now living in my body. However, I hesitated only for a moment before releasing it from my body. Huh! Didn't this little guy come out of your bracelet? She immediately noticed the difference. I smiled and nodded. Sister Chin is very observant. She didn't ask any more questions, but just said calmly, It's up to you. I won't ask about this kind of thing. I felt relieved. This woman is really smart. The little flame is the evolved form of flame, I introduced, pointing at the half-meter-tall little guy. It was also looking at Bai Bingqin curiously. This was the second strange human being it had seen. After evolution, the potential has been raised from silver 4 stars to diamond 8 stars. Diamond 8 stars? Bai Bingqin opened her eyes wide in shock. She was not shocked by the high potential, but this was just the result of one evolution. The potential levels of beast taming are from black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, purple gold, diamond, starlight, crystal, star, holy light, and above are super quality, she said slowly. And your little flame has jumped 4 levels in one evolution. She was halfway through her words when she looked at me with a subtle look. Ha ha ha! It was an accident, purely an accident. I didn't expect it to be so powerful. I laughed dryly. What are you afraid of? I'm not going to eat you. She smiled and put her arm around my shoulders. My spirit beast needs to evolve in the future, so you have to help. Of course, if Sister Chin Chin asks me to do so, how dare I disobey her? She patted my shoulder with satisfaction. On the way. Okay, let's get back to the point. Let's see how powerful your little flame is after it evolves. It now has 5 skills, both offensive and defensive. I immediately switched back to serious mode. 5? She was stunned again. Her contracted spirit beast only has 3 skills, and I only have 5 skills with diamond potential? An inexplicable sense of frustration arises spontaneously. Sister Chin Chin, why are you suddenly unhappy? I asked puzzledly. This woman's expression changed too quickly. It's okay. Bai Bingqin waved her hand. You should go test your spirit beast's combat capability first. This fighting arena is not only for sparring, but also has a powerful testing function. As I pressed the switch, several ally targets slowly rose in the center of the arena. Wow, the equipment is quite advanced. I rubbed my hands together. Then I won't be polite. Little flame, flaming arrow. Ah! A small flame half a meter high was suspended in the air. With a wave of the little hand, the surrounding fire elements gathered together crazily. The next second, a 2-meter-long energy arrow burning with red flames suddenly took shape and flew towards the target in front. Boom! With a loud bang, the alloy target was directly blasted red, billowing black smoke rose, and parts of it had even begun to melt. Fuck, the little flame is so strong? It can even explode! My heart tightened, and I was glad that I didn't try it at home. With this power, the house can be blown through. Aya! The little flame called out proudly twice, with confidence revealed in his baby voice. Yes, it's that strong. Awesome! It's like a small RPG missile. Who can withstand it? I was so excited that I almost jumped up. Bai Bingqin on the side didn't say anything, but a trace of surprise flashed across her eyes. Just one skill showed the explosive power close to that of a 3rd-level peak spirit beast. This was too unreasonable. Her own beast control attack has reached the 4th level, while the little flame is only diamond quality, but there is only 1 level difference. The quality is 3 or 4 levels different, but the combat power is almost the same. One more shot! Rain of flaming arrows! Ah! This time, Xiao Huimiao raised his hands high, and dozens of red flame arrows condensed out of thin air, like a group of meteorites smashing towards the shooting range. Boom, boom, boom! The continuous explosions were deafening, and the 5 allied targets were blown beyond recognition. One of the targets was even half melted, and molten iron dripped down. Well, not bad. I'm very satisfied with the effect. I looked at the mess on the ground with shining eyes. 4th level attack strength. Bai Bingqin commented softly. Sister Chin Chin, does little flame have something? I blinked proudly. What level is it now? She asked. Level 2 for stars. I responded. Bai Bingqin nodded slightly, thinking. Level 2 for stars can deal 4th level damage. Little flame has 5 skills, and only 2 are used now. What are the other 3? I smiled and thought she was really studying hard. Indeed, Xiao Huimiao has 5 moves, and the main attack moves have just been used. The remaining 3 skills, 1 is a boost type, and 2 are control. For example, Flame Roar can force the opponent to be stunned, and the duration depends on the enemy's strength. Flame Tornado creates a fire tornado on the field, causing burning and field control. Heart of the Flame Spirit is an amplification skill that can not only improve the little flame itself, but also strengthen teammates with fire attributes. You are really lucky, Bai Bingqin said seriously. You have already completed the evolution of your first beast. It has comprehensive skills, strong damage, and sufficient control. Except for its low level, it has almost no shortcomings. Haha, really? I scratched my head and laughed foolishly, but I was actually very happy in my heart. By the way, Sister Chin Chin, what is your beast? She no longer hid it, and with a flip of her hand, a beam of light leaped out. Holy Light Beast, a light attribute spirit beast, potential level Holy Light 9 stars, for skills, Holy Light Impact, Holy Light Cross Slash, Holy Light Blessing, Holy Light Shield. And my talent is S-level Holy Radiance, the ultimate light attribute, which can double the attack, defense, and recovery capabilities of light and holy attribute spirit beasts. My eyes widened. Fuck, so strong. Although mine is SSS level Beast Tamer's heart, her amplification effect doesn't seem to be bad at all. What's even more outrageous is that her contracted spirit beast actually has the potential to be at the holy light level, which is almost close to being a super quality one. Sister Chin Chin, you are so awesome. I couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. She sighed softly. It's not me who is awesome, it's my dad who is awesome. He helped me get this spirit beast. Spirit beasts with holy potential are extremely rare. As long as they are trained properly, they will become overlords in the future. So, please keep it a secret for me. Don't worry, my mouth is tighter than a zipper. I made a zipper gesture. Pfft. She laughed. Actually, you can't hide it for too long. Once there are too many battles, people who know the business will be able to see it at a glance. I just hope you don't spread the word. I see. I nodded, and understood it in my heart. The holy glory cannot be hidden at all, it is destined to be seen just like the sun. By the way, Xiaochen, the same goes for you. Bai Bingqin looked at me and softened her tone. Although your little flame has diamond potential, its combat power is comparable to that of my holy light beast. You have no background now, so keep a low profile and hide if you can. I nodded seriously, but I felt a little bitter. With this golden finger, it's hard to keep a low profile unless I lie down, but I'm destined not to do that. Can your little flame evolve further? Bai Bingqin suddenly asked on the way back. It is possible, but not in a short period of time. I shook my head. It needs to continue to grow. When it accumulates to a certain level, it will naturally evolve. That's already amazing, right? Bai Bingqin's tone was full of envy. Others dream of finding an opportunity to evolve, but you can transform and upgrade naturally as soon as the time comes. I wonder if you are the biological son of the goddess of luck. That's not the case. I smiled. If he was really her biological son, I would have been very successful. Why would I still be arguing with you? Come on. Bai Bingqin rolled her eyes. Be content with what you have, understand? She suddenly remembered something and her eyes lit up. By the way, does your evolution ability only work on Little Flame, or can it work on all spirit beasts? It should be all spirit beasts. I recalled the scene on the ring before. When you released the Holy Light Beast, several evolutionary routes for it popped into my mind. Is this true? I wondered. Holy Light Beast is already at Holy Light level. If it evolves further, it will become super grade. But from the route I saw, it seems it can continue to evolve? Is there a higher level after super grade? Sister Chin Chin, do you know if there are more detailed divisions after the spiritual beast's potential level reaches super grade? I couldn't help but ask her. No. She shrugged. Super quality is originally a vague concept. Anything above the holy glory level is considered super quality. Even if there is a gap, there is no further subdivision. Why do you suddenly care about this? She glanced at me suspiciously. Just asking. I smiled awkwardly. The weekend has passed in a flash, and it's back to school again. I was walking to school alone. As soon as I stepped into the classroom, I felt several eyes focused on me. After taking a look around, I roughly understood what was going on. There were more than 50 people in the class, and only about a dozen of them, including me, had truly awakened their beast-taming talents, so I naturally became the focus. Those who had not yet awakened looked at us, awakened, with a bit of envy, jealousy, and even a little resentment. Su Chun is so lucky that he actually awakened his talent. It's a pity that he worked so hard for so many years, but in the end he didn't awaken anything. Tisk, it's just a D-level talent. I have a C-level, violent talent that can increase the attack power of spirit beasts. Wow, C-level violent talent! Someone immediately praised. Then what spirit beast did you contract with? I am not talented, but I have contracted a bronze 3-star wind baboon. The speaker was the deputy monitor Lu Hao. He came from a well-off family, and after awakening, he went directly to the beast-taming mall and paid for the selection of a spirit beast out of his own pocket, without relying on any distribution from the school. This guy usually likes to show off, and now that he's become a beast tamer, he's almost getting cocky. I didn't want to pay attention to him and walked straight to my seat and sat down. Hey, you've awakened too, right? What spirit beast have you contracted? You haven't made a contract yet, right? Lu Hao came up to him again in a sarcastic tone. I sighed. It was like a dogskin plaster that couldn't be shaken off. Lu Hao had long disliked me. Not only was my academic performance lower than his, but I also had a very good relationship with Bai Bingqin. Bai Bingqin is recognized as a goddess in the whole school. Who wouldn't want to hook up with her? Lu Hao is even more coveting her, but it's a pity that she ignores him and always hangs around me. How could he swallow this? So he wanted to regain some dignity by contracting a spirit beast. I glanced at him, too lazy to pay attention to him, so I just closed my eyes and pretended to be asleep, thinking out of sight, out of mind. Seeing that I didn't say anything, Lu Hao thought I was guilty and became even more arrogant, and was about to come up and show off. Just then, our head teacher Yang Ming pushed the door open and temporarily rescued me. I sneered in my heart. You are such a troublesome kid, Lu Hao. If you really make me angry one day, I will let you see what an RPG headshot is. Why don't you confront him? Bai Bingqin asked me in a low voice. It's meaningless, it's just dog biting dog. There's no need to take his tricks seriously. I smiled and said calmly, if he really knew the quality of my little flame, he would probably explode on the spot. It's enough to know that you are better than him. There's no need to waste your breath. Well said. Bai Bingqin nodded vigorously. People like Lu Hao think they are invincible as long as they have a little success. They are so childish. On the podium, Yang Ming glanced around and said solemnly, Students, after last week's test, our class has awakened 17 beast tamers in total. This is something worth celebrating. When Lu Hao heard this, he straightened his back, with an attitude of, I am the best in the world. The college entrance examination is only 2 months away. Yang Ming continued, Students who have not awakened don't need to be discouraged. As long as you study hard, you can still get into a good university and pave the way for the future. As for you who have awakened, the future will not be easy either. Although you don't have to take the literary exam, the martial arts exam will be more difficult. I hope you will work harder and live up to this talent. The bell rang. Bai Bingqin sat next to me and asked with a smile, Xiao Chenzi, there are still 2 months before the martial arts exam. Which Beastmaster Academy do you plan to apply to? I was about to speak when I heard a cold snort from the side. Tis, campus bell Bai, stop kidding me. Him? He doesn't even have a tame beast, and he still wants to apply to the Beast Taming Academy? Dream on! Lu Hao's face was full of sarcasm, and his eyes almost spit fire. Bai Bingqin's expression turned cold. She glanced at Lu Hao and said in a cold voice, You should worry about yourself and pray that you don't die too ugly in the trial. Her tone was light, but every word pierced his heart. Lu Hao's face instantly turned red, and he felt as if he had swallowed a fly. He said angrily, Just wait for me. Then he turned around and left. I was stunned. Will the martial arts exam kill people? Are you kidding? Aren't we the hope of the country's future? Are we gone just like that? Of course. Bai Bingqin nodded, her face calm. There is a death quota in the martial arts exam every year. Many talented beastmasters turn to the liberal arts exam because they are afraid of death. The country is doing this for our own good. Those who don't even dare to take the trial will only be a drag on the battlefield. The world of beastmasters never needs cowards. She said it so lightly that it sent a chill down my spine. But you don't have to worry too much. She changed her tone and said, The entire trial process will be monitored, and if you encounter danger, you will be rescued immediately. It's just... She paused, her voice lowered. Many times, death only takes a moment. In that situation, even God can't save you. I swallowed, my voice trembling. Oh, so that's it. What? Are you scared? She suddenly grinned. Of course I'm afraid. I answered honestly. It's not shameful to be afraid. Haha, don't be afraid. She suddenly patted my shoulder, her face serious. If you dare to give up the exam, do you believe I will beat you up? No, I'm just expressing my feelings, really. She didn't ask any more questions, but just rolled her eyes at me. By the way, you haven't told me yet, which Beast Control Academy are you going to apply to? What do you recommend, Sister Chin? Yes. Her eyes lit up. Holy Spirit Beast Taming Academy is known as a holy place in the hearts of students. If you have the chance, you would be sorry if you don't fight hard. I was stunned. Your tone, can it be? That's right, I'm going to report to the Holy Spirit, she said firmly. So don't think too much, just follow me and report. I really didn't want to refuse. A soldier who doesn't want to be a general is not a good soldier. Okay. I'll go wherever you go. Sister Chin, I'll listen to you. I patted my chest confidently. She nodded with satisfaction. Rosie is teachable. Speaking of which, this Holy Spirit College sounds awesome, but is its entrance fee high? Of course it's high. But I'll tell you good news, if you pass the exam, the tuition will be waived. My eyes lit up. What about the bad news? The competition is extremely fierce, and the elimination rate is touching. She paused and added, Holy Spirit College adheres to the law of survival of the fittest. The admission criteria are, first of all, your martial arts exam results in 2 months. Secondly, your potential and that of your beast taming. Your little flame has diamond potential, so you will have no problem passing the first level. But the Holy Spirit Academy also values the potential of the Beastmaster himself. Beastmaster also has potential levels? I asked with a puzzled look on my face. Of course, she explained patiently. As he was speaking, class teacher Yang Ming walked up to the podium and cleared his throat. Students, please pay attention. The following message is for those students who have awakened their talents and plan to apply for the Beast Taming Academy. Please ignore it if you are the others. The school has just announced that starting today, students who have awakened their talents no longer need to come to school. The classroom was immediately in an uproar. Fuck, this is so cool. No need to take exams or come to school. I'm so envious. I also want to sleep in every day. Don't be jealous. If others choose to tame beasts, we should study hard and get into key universities, and we can also succeed. Come on. Everyone knows that the beast tamer is the real boss. Can you compare with him? Haha, the guy who said we all have a bright future should really be invited to do crosstalk. I ignored the noise, but my heart was getting excited. 2 months of free time. But no, I can't give up. I'm going to get into Holy Spirit College. How can I just lie down? I shook my head, clearing away all those idle thoughts. It's decided. Starting from tomorrow, I will do 200 push-ups and 200 sit-ups to improve my physical fitness first. During the trial, at least I can run, no sprint faster. When the KPI is high, who dares to say that I can't get into the Holy Spirit College? As I thought about it, a smug smile appeared on the corner of my mouth. Bai Bingqin, who was standing by, couldn't help but frown when she saw this. Chapter 10 Troll Forest. I went home and threw my school bag away. Woohoo, it's holiday time! Relax your body and put your whole body into the sofa. Oh, I'm graduating now, but I still feel reluctant to leave. Su Chen felt a little emotional for a moment. Yeah. The little flame sensed Su Chen's emotions and crawled out of Su Chen's body. This fusion skill is not mandatory. It is an equal relationship. So usually, Su Chen acts as a beast control bracelet, and Xiaohua Miao stays in it, and can come out anytime and anywhere, which is very convenient. I rubbed Little Flame's little head, causing the little guy to babble in comfort. Hey, in 2 months, is there any way to quickly improve your strength? Looking at the small flame in front of him, Su Chen began to worry. With Xiaohua Miao's current strength, he can defeat most of the contracted beasts of Beastmasters of the same age. But Su Chen is a Beastmaster. The Beastmaster's duty is to fight against giant beasts and protect his home. When you fight against a behemoth, it will not play fair with you. It will bully the weak and will attack you. Therefore, Su Chen never became complacent, knowing that he was just a rookie on the battlefield. Therefore, Suchin was eager to improve his strength and increase his trump cards. Ding, novice mission released. Mission 1, kill 10 giant beasts, no level limit. Reward, double the damage of the contracted beast. Note, this reward will be attached to the host when it is issued, and all the beasts contracted by the host will enjoy this buff. Mission 2, kill 100 giant beasts, regardless of level. Reward, the attack speed of the contracted beast is doubled. Note, this reward will be attached to the host when it is issued, and all the beasts contracted by the host will enjoy this buff. Mission 3, kill 1000 giant beasts, regardless of level. Reward, the spiritual power consumption of the contracted beast is halved. Note, this reward will be attached to the host when it is issued, and all the beasts contracted by the host will enjoy this buff. Mission 4, kill a 4th order elite beast, regardless of race. Reward, a copy of the mysterious technique. Note, all tasks must be completed independently, otherwise they will not be counted and their rewards will not be issued. Shit, here comes the mission. Was it Jinju who did it? Suchin was worrying about how to strengthen his little flame, but then a pop-up window popped up to announce the novice task. After groping for a while, Suchin was 100% sure that this should be the function of the golden bead. Fuck, this gold bead of mine is a magical tool. Not only can it enhance my talent, it can also issue system tasks. It's awesome! After being shocked, Suchin decided not to waste any more time and began to read the task carefully. There are 4 tasks. The first 3 are just a waste of time and can be completed if you are careful. But the last one is a 4th order elite beast. It is more or less a small boss in the game. Can I complete it alone? Forget it. Since there is no mandatory mission, I'll just complete each one as soon as I can. I'll finish the first 3 missions first and strengthen Little Flame. By then, I should be able to deal with a 4th order elite beast. After making up his mind, Suchin took out his mobile phone, booked a ticket out of the city, and planned to leave tomorrow. After booking the tickets, Suchin immediately got up from the sofa and started buying supplies he would need in the wild. The next day, Suchin took the ticket and boarded the train out of the city. Jiahai City is quite large and it takes 3 hours to get there by train from the city. Outside Jiahai City is an endless wilderness. Since the spiritual energy of Blue Star revived thousands of years ago, and the secret realm appeared, its area has been expanding step by step, and the speed of expansion is very fast. No one can tell exactly how big the area of the blue planet is now. The increase in area did not lead to a rapid increase in population, and at some point it even shrank. The reason was simple: the revived Blue Star welcomed powerful beasts, mysterious gods and demons, and alien races. So today's Blue Star can be said to be a hodgepodge. The human race's situation is not as good as imagined. Instead, it is full of dangers. If we are not careful, we will be wiped out, and our entire race will be wiped out. However, thanks to the efforts and contributions of our ancestors, human beings have now gained a firm foothold in this new era. Even if we cannot fight back, we at least have the ability to fight back. The 3-hour drive passed quickly. When Suchin got off the car, he could see the border blockade line of Jiahai City from a distance. There were various forces stationed there, including the army, adventurers guild, chamber of commerce, etc. The expansion of the blue planet and the revival of its spiritual energy have brought crises to mankind, but they have also brought opportunities. Becoming a beast master is one thing, gaining extraordinary abilities and a long lifespan, the other is endless resources. Although the wilderness is full of dangers, it is also full of opportunities. It is precisely because of this that some beast tamers spontaneously formed adventure teams to conduct wild explorations, on the one hand to hone their own strength, and on the other hand to collect precious resources in order to sell them at a good price. Although the profession of beast tamer is noble, it does cost a lot of money. Although Bai Bingqin has contracted a spiritual beast with the potential level of holy light, if it is trained properly, it can grow into a dominant spiritual beast in the future. But there is a prerequisite, which is that you have to be willing to invest massive resources. Each overlord-level beast tamer is not only a pillar of human combat power, but also a bottomless pit that burns a lot of money. There are many seniors of the human race who are very talented, and the spirit beasts they contracted have great potential, but because they do not have enough resources to train them, they are unable to be promoted. When they arrived at the checkpoint and passed it, Suchin showed his identity as a Beastmaster, and the soldier in charge of guarding let him pass. "You're taking risks at such a young age, little one. I hope you can live longer." The soldier looked at Suchin's back and sighed. Suchin headed out of the city towards the south, which is the south of Jiahai City. To the south of Jiahai City is an endless primeval forest known as the Troll Forest. Legend has it that a tribe of trolls live deep in the forest. But no one has seen it for so many years. Even if there were any, they would have been destroyed long ago. As a species of magical beast, trolls are very powerful. Their brute force and strong skin have been the nightmare of many beastmasters. After walking for a while, Suchin had completely entered the troll forest. The war base in the rear has been blocked by dense trees. From this moment on, Suchin would have to put his head on his belt. Even the outskirts of the troll forest are full of hidden dangers. You never know when a strange beast will suddenly jump out from a corner and bite off your head while you are terrified. Chapter 11 Aoki Wolves. I don't know if I can encounter giant beasts or alien species with fire attributes in this troll forest. If so, you will be in for a treat, little flame, Suchin said to the small flame flying in the air on alert. Yeah. The little flame is an elemental spirit beast that does not need additional food. The free fire element in the air is its best nourishment. However, if you encounter a giant beast with fire attribute and kill it, there is a chance that you can obtain a fire attribute crystal core, which the small flame can directly absorb to increase your strength. But it is highly unlikely that you will encounter it in this forest. After all, if there was a giant fire beast in this forest, the forest would have been burned down long ago. Roar! A beast roared. Then a black panther-like beast with a pitch-black body appeared. The black shadow leopard doesn't look very strong. And the black shadow leopard is a solitary creature. Suchin looked at the creature in front of him and immediately remembered the knowledge he had learned in class. Little flame, flaming arrow. Yeah! A fiery rocket suddenly condensed in the air, and then shot towards the black shadow leopard as fast as an arrow. The black shadow panther excels at speed, but the fiery arrow is even faster than it, and the black shadow panther has no time to dodge. Boom! There was a loud bang, and as the black smoke dissipated, only a charred corpse was left on the ground. Oh Amitba, good, good! Suchin looked at the shapeless body of the black shadow leopard and felt guilty. Then he took out a dagger from the beast-taming bracelet and searched the corpse. Hey, I'm lucky. A dark attribute crystal core. The strength of this black shadow leopard is about level 1. This crystal core can be sold for 10,000 yuan. Hey, the Beastmaster is really good. He makes money quickly. He flipped his hand, collected the crystal core and continued moving forward. Hey, we've been walking for so long, and we haven't seen a single giant beast. Suchin was a little depressed. Apart from the black leopard he saw when he just entered the forest, he didn't even see any fur of it now. Isn't it said that adventurers make a lot of money? After going to the wild, they can easily make tens of millions. Damn, it turns out they are all scams. Suchin's resentment is now extremely deep. Yeah! At this moment, the little flame suddenly cried out, and then flew quickly towards a place. Little flame, have you discovered a monster? Suchin didn't understand why, so he had to follow. Sure enough, after crossing a small hill, at the foot of the hill, dozens of giant horned bulls were leisurely eating grass. Giant horned barbarians are herd animals. Among them, there will be a strongest barbaric bull that acts as a leader to protect the tribe. The following big guys are basically at the 2nd level of strength. I wonder if the leader is at the 3rd level? Suchin took out a telescope and observed carefully, then looked at the surrounding situation. Very good, they are all 2nd level cubs, there is no danger around. Little flame! Suchin looked at the giant horned bull in front of him excitedly. Give them a bath of hot water to perm their heads. Yeah! In an instant, the fire element in the air became violent, and dozens of flaming arrows were condensed. With a wave of the little flame's hand, these flaming arrows, with tails of flames, rushed towards the giant horned bull that was leisurely grazing. Moo! The violent fire element swept over, and even if these bulls were slow to react, they understood that danger was coming, and they immediately spread out their arms and tried to escape. Boom! 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 A series of explosions sounded, and under the wide coverage of dozens of flaming arrows, no one could escape the fate of being burned. Fuck, it smells good! Suchin was drooling as he touched the corpse. Suchin had good luck, or maybe it was because of the instant kill, but from the 17 dead giant horned bulls, Suchin took out the crystal core of each one. 17 wood crystal cores, each can be sold for 5,000, which is another income after the completion. Not bad, Suchin said happily. Ding, Mission 1, hunting down 10 giant beasts, regardless of race, has been completed, and the reward is double the attack power. Oh, Mission 1 is accomplished. The attack power is doubled. The attack power of the little flame is already strong, and doubling it, isn't this a perfect mobile turret? It's time to complete the second mission now. Don't rush. Take it step by step and try to complete all 4 missions safely. Having made up his mind, Suchin continued to go deeper into the troll forest. Once you reach the depths of the troll forest, the danger is incomparable to that outside. The number of giant beasts suddenly increased, and these beasts were all social animals. This means that the risk factor for Suchin when hunting giant beasts is greatly increased. Use fiery arrows and fire arrow rain alternately. Fire meteors streaked across the air. On the ground, the green figures of the greenwood wolves were blown to pieces, with blood and flesh flying everywhere. Do you think this was a one-sided massacre? Wrong, it is Suchin who should run. Oh my God! I have disturbed the wolves' den! Suchin fled in the forest in a panic, and dozens of green figures behind him were moving through the forest as fast as lightning. No matter how fast Suchin can run, he can never outrun those with 4 legs. A greenwood wolf with extremely fast speed was about to pounce on Suchin. Suchin turned the dagger in his hand and held it in his hand. When the opportunity came, he turned around and stabbed back. Phew! The dagger is still very powerful. At the same time, because of the talent of beast taming heart, the stronger the little flame is, the stronger Suchin's physical fitness will be. In addition, these greenwood wolves are numerous, but generally they are around the first level. So the dagger successfully pierced through the greenwood wolf's fur, reached the flesh, cut the blood vessels, and blood gushed out. However, because Ching Malong was so fast and the impact was so great, although the dagger stabbed Ching Malong, Suchin was also knocked to the ground by the huge forward force. Puff! Puff! Grass! Although he was knocked to the ground, Suchin did not panic. He stabbed Ching Malong 2 more times and then kicked him out. Ching Malong's body fell to the side, his eyes wide open, but he was no longer breathing. This was the first greenwood wolf killed by Suchin with his bare hands, the rest were all killed by Little Flame. Because he was knocked down by the Qingmu wolf, the distance between Suchin and the Qingmu wolf pack was rapidly shortened, and it was probably too late to run away. Suchin had no choice but to fight a desperate battle. Xiao Huimiao was responsible for the main attack, while Suchin himself relied on his strong physical fitness to kill any fish that had escaped the net. The wolves have arrived, and without much hesitation, they rushed directly towards the enemy Suchin in front of them. Buzz! A wall of fire rose up, and the wolves that were standing densely were immediately roasted to a crisp on the outside and tender on the inside, losing their vitality. This is the Flame Tornado skill of Little Flame, and its original function is to control additional damage. However, with the effect of the double attack buff and the amplifying skill Heart of the Flame Spirit, the lethality of this flaming tornado has increased exponentially. How can we stop these first-level greenwood wolves? With 20 of their own kind killed at once, the remaining greenwood wolves did not dare to move forward rashly for a moment. They surrounded Suchin, staring at him hungrily and howling non-stop. Chapter 12 Mysterious Cave. Suchin looked at the remaining greenwood wolves. He appeared calm on the surface, but he was actually very panicked inside. Damn it, if you don't care about life and death, just do it. I can't do that. Will God really take me, the son of luck? He aimed at Qing Mu Lang, who was closest to him, and rushed forward, with the shining dagger pointing directly at Qing Mu Lang's eyes. Ouch! Seeing Su Chen attacking, the Qingmu wolves could no longer sit still and rushed up howling angrily. However, the Qingmu wolves had learned their lesson and stood in more dispersed positions, making it impossible for Xiaohua Miao to find an opportunity to kill them all in one go. The dagger pierced Qing Mulang's eyes accurately, reaching deep into his brain. He twisted the dagger with his right hand, then quickly pulled it out, bringing out a piece of red and white. After a successful attack, Su Chen did not linger in the fight, but quickly dodged and moved away, trying his best to avoid being besieged by multiple greenwood wolves. On the periphery, Xiaohua Miao was still sparing no effort in releasing skills to clear out the Qingmu wolf. A second-level little flame can easily defeat a first-level greenwood wolf. Basically, one skill will kill the greenwood wolf. However, there were too many greenwood wolves, and little flame couldn't come back to help Su Chen in a short time. Now it depends on whether Su Chen is strong enough to survive before the small flame is cleared. Phew! Another greenwood wolf was killed by Su Chen. Including this one, Su Chen has killed 4 greenwood wolves. But Su Chen was not feeling well at this moment either. His clothes were torn, his body was covered with scratches and blood. Su Chen has a strong physique, but he also gets tired sometimes. The only good news now is that the little flame mobile turret has not been extinguished. After using so many skills, the spiritual power in his body has not been exhausted. Su Chen is a little lucky for himself. Fortunately, his first contracted spirit beast has an elemental body and is naturally affinity with elements. It does not consume much spiritual power to use up skills, and mainly borrows the power of heaven and earth. Finally, after the last greenwood wolf had its body blasted to pieces by a flaming arrow fired by Little Flame, Su Chen was finally out of danger. Su Chen, who was lying on the ground gasping for breath, had only one thought in his mind: how good it is to be alive. Torn clothes were thrown aside beside a clear river, and there was a faint smell of blood in the water. Su Chen, who had changed his clothes, was hiding under a big tree that was as thick as a man's embrace, leaning against a bullfrog. "Well, this mutated bullfrog tastes really good, and it has a lot of meat." As Su Chen chewed the delicious bullfrog meat in big mouthfuls, a look of satisfaction appeared on his face. Su Chen, who survived the disaster, now has no other thoughts and just wants to reward himself. "I was just chased by dozens of greenwood wolves. Although it was dangerous, I managed to get through it safely in the end. As the saying goes, danger always brings opportunity." Su Chen thought there was nothing wrong with what he said. Just now, after Su Chen killed several mutant bullfrogs, Task 2 was completed. More than 60 greenwood wolves plus other giant beasts, if put together, 100 of them can be easily dealt with. The rewards have also been distributed. The attack speed of the Little Flame has doubled. Now all that's left is to hunt down 900 more behemoths to complete Mission 3. After completing all 3 tasks, you can move on to the final task 4. Mysterious technique, I don't know what it is. Is there such a thing as technique in this world of beast taming? If there is, am I in the world of beast taming or the world of cultivating immortals? Su Chen raised a soul-searching question, but unfortunately no one could answer it. Maybe I can only figure this out after I go to Holy Spirit College. With my current physical condition and the spiritual power contained in my body, I should be able to contract 2 more beasts effortlessly. After completing these tasks, I should consider my second beast. Su Chen currently has some ideas about his second beast. This is a world where spiritual energy is reviving, so the Beast Master can naturally strengthen himself by absorbing spiritual energy. But unlike the world of cultivating immortals, it's not that awesome. After successfully awakening the talent, one can instinctively absorb the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. The function of Reiki is to improve physical fitness and enhance mental strength. Mental power is very important for a Beast Master. After all, if you have contracted so many spirit beasts, how can you control the beasts to fight without strong mental power? Similarly, as physical fitness improves, the body can accommodate more spiritual power. This is a virtuous cycle. It just so happens that because of Su Chen's talent of taming beasts, the stronger the contracted spirit beast is, the stronger his own physical fitness will be. Therefore, his body can accommodate more spiritual power than people of the same level, and his mental strength will naturally grow faster. With Su Chen's current mental strength, it would be no problem for him to contract 2 more spirit beasts. But now is not the time to think about this issue. The top priority is to complete the task first. Su-chin said it was still very stressful to fight an elite 4th level behemoth with only a small flame. After wandering around in the troll forest for many days, Su-chin encountered many dangers. There were several times when he felt that he might not survive. But how could such a lucky man die here? These dangers are but little trials. You will suffer a little first, and then a great opportunity will come and you will take off. For example, now, Su-chin is standing in front of a cave entrance, and outside the cave entrance, in front of Su-chin, is the black blood vine that has been burned to ashes. Su-chin also came across this black blood vine by accident. Black blood vine is a plant, but it is more ferocious than animals. After catching its prey, it will suck blood crazily, and finally turn into a dried corpse and be absorbed by the roots of the black blood vine. There is really nothing left. This damn black blood vine took advantage of Su-chin's ignorance, and directly wrapped its dark vines around Su-chin's neck when he passed by. Fortunately, Little Flame is a fire-attributed spirit beast, and fire overcomes wood, otherwise Su-chin would be in danger. Looking at the black blood vine that was burned into powder, Su-chin stared blankly at the dark cave. Fuck, I didn't expect there was a cave behind the black blood vine. If I hadn't burned this black blood vine into black ash, I might not have discovered this place. There was surprise in Su-chin's eyes. To go in, or not to go in? This is a problem. After half a day of observation, Su-chin discovered that this was not the lair of some giant beast, but was man-made. But who would dig a hole in the troll forest? It could only be that the adventurer had obtained some valuable treasure but could not take it out for the time being, so he had to hide it on the spot. There might be some traps in this cave. Going in would be risky, and it might be a total loss. But I'd be unwilling not to go in. But a man cannot become rich without unexpected wealth, and a horse cannot grow fat without night grass. The worst that can happen is that you just need to be careful. After saying that, Su-chin rushed in without looking back. Chapter 13, The Appearance of Giant Beasts. Ouch! What is that? Su-chin entered the cave and groped around carefully. Suddenly my head hurt, as if I had hit a wall. Where is the wall here? Su-chin touched it curiously. It's hard. This must be a ban. There was a protective barrier across the middle of the cave road, emitting a faint blue light, isolating Su-chin outside. What the hell is this? I took off my pants and you show me this. How do you get this restriction? Su-chin collapsed. The soles of his shoes were torn, but he didn't realize that although the cave was not dangerous, he couldn't get in. What was the point? How about I leave? Su-chin's face was full of reluctance. You can't leave. Seeing that there might be a tremendous opportunity here, I really don't want to leave just like that. The little flame floated in the air, babbling non-stop. Obviously, the little flame felt Su-chin's mood and felt very unwilling. Suddenly, when the little flame's figure passed by a stone wall, a blue rune was suddenly activated, and then emitted a dazzling light. Su-chin looked at the blue runes on the stone wall and the disappeared restrictions, and his heart was ecstatic. Oh my god, this restriction actually has a mechanism. I've learned something new. Little flame, well done. Su-chin gave Xiaohua Miao a thumbs up, then hugged Xiaohua Miao in his arms and kissed him madly. The little flame was also very happy. Come on, Dad will take you on an adventure and see what fun things we can get. This cave is not dangerous, there are no traps. The most valuable thing about the whole cave is the restriction. But the restriction was accidentally broken by the small flame. So now this cave is available for you to pick what you want. At the end of the cave is a stone door. Although it was closed, it was very easy for Su-chin to open it because the stone door was not locked, and he just had to push it open. He placed his hands on the stone door and put strength into his palms, and the stone door slowly opened. The moment he opened the stone door, Su-chin seemed to see golden light. Oh my god! It must be the treasure trove of Alibaba and the 40 thieves! Su-chin stood in front of the stone gate in a daze, looking at the room full of treasures for a long time without being able to come back to his senses. The story of Alibaba and the 40 thieves does not exist. This is the world of beast taming, who would hide gold coins in the treasure house. There are no gold coins, but there are a lot of treasures. The stone chamber is not large, only about 80 square meters, but it is indeed filled with all kinds of materials and treasures. Is this a fire attribute crystal core? So many? There must be at least 10,000 of them. And they are high-level crystal cores. This is of wood attribute, and there are also earth attribute, dark attribute, and light attribute. What is this? Damn! Fire source stones, this stuff, 2 large boxes, this is probably worth more than $1 billion. Haha, I'm rich, I'm rich! Suchin finally understood what it felt like to become rich overnight. This was exactly what it felt like to become rich overnight. The small flame was no longer floating in the air. Instead, it plunged into the pile of fire attribute crystal cores, absorbing energy in large gulps. Suchin didn't care. I, the landlord, am happy today. All the expenses will be paid by me, the eldest son of Su. Suchin then spent 2 hours counting all the materials and treasures in the cave. Fire, earth, wood, darkness, light, and water attribute crystal cores are the most numerous, with a total of nearly 100,000. 2 large boxes of fire source stones, roughly estimated to be worth 1.5 billion. 2 piles of spirit crystals, roughly estimated to be 2 billion. 50 kilograms of Wujia alloy, worth 50 million. 2 large boxes of Lingguang stone, worth 2 billion. A piece of purple mica is worth 300 million. A piece of black jadeite, value unknown. There were also various flowers and plants, but Suchin didn't know what they were used for, so he simply threw them all into the beast-taming bracelet. Among these treasures, Suchin was most interested in those pieces of equipment that looked full of high technology. An alloy armor. I don't know what material it is made of, but it's quite sturdy. A psionic hand cannon, a psionic armor-piercing gun, 3 boxes of bullets, a box of grenades, several alloy swords, shields, etc. Suchin looked at the high-tech psychic hand cannon, psychic armor-piercing gun and grenade, and fell into deep thought for a moment. So, I have come to a world of magic and technology. Although I can't understand these things, it seems that the owner of these things is a very thoughtful person and even left an instruction manual. After fumbling around for a while, Suchin finally understood how to use it. After looting everything, Suchin replaced the bullets in the psychic hand cannon. When they came outside, they fired a few shots at the cave. You know what, this little thing may not look big, but it's quite powerful. After just a few shots, the original cave collapsed completely and disappeared. After blowing a breath, Suchin looked at his masterpiece with satisfaction and thought to himself, Senior, you are really a kind person. I have completed the first 3 tasks. The little flame has absorbed so many fire crystal cores and has grown to the second level 8 stars. As expected. The growth of the beast is inseparable from the burning of money. So many fire crystal cores have been used to pile you up to the second level 8 stars. This is tens of millions of resources. Your father, can hardly afford to support you. How wasteful it would be if you could grow to the 3rd level. Suchin's face was full of pain. Nearly 10,000 fire crystal cores were all eaten by the little flame, not a single drop was left. If Suchin wants the little flame to continue growing, at this stage all he can do is let the little flame absorb the fire source stone. Although the fire source stone is a material, it also contains rich fire elements, so it can be used as food. However, this food is a bit expensive, so expensive that even Suchin, a nouveau riche, feels the pain. However, what makes Suchin happy is that after the little flame devoured a large number of fire crystal cores, the current growth progress bar is about to be full. This means that as long as the materials are gathered, the little flame can evolve again, and its strength will become stronger. Mission 4 is to kill a 4th-order elite beast. I don't know if we can find it in this forest. Suchin looked at the lush green forest and felt a little unsure. After all, behemoths are easy to see, but behemoths with high grades are still hard to come by. Of course, if you encounter one, you will die. The strength of a giant beast with a grade is generally far beyond that of a beast master of the same level. As he walked, Suchin suddenly discovered that the land in front of him had been crushed, and the weeds on both sides were bent to one side. Is this the trace of a snake moving? Suchin looked at the trace that was nearly 2 meters wide and stretched as far as the eye could see and swallowed. If this is a snake, how big would it be? Chapter 14 Dangerous Big Snake. I don't know how strong this snake is, but I can't miss this giant beast that might be a 4th level elite. It just so happens that I got the armor in the cave. With the armor, I think escaping and saving my life won't be a problem. Suchen took out the armor and put it on his chest. The armor automatically spread along Suchen's body and soon wrapped Suchen tightly. What? It feels a bit like nano armor, Suchen said with satisfaction as he looked at the silver-white armor on his body. Then he took out the psionic hand cannon and psionic armor-piercing gun and loaded them with bullets. With the bullet loaded, Suchen suddenly felt a little more secure. Sure enough, I also have a fear of insufficient firepower. Suchen teased himself with a smile, and then walked forward along the trail. After walking for about an hour, Suchen followed the trail and came to a pond. The pool of water was pitch black in color and had a fishy smell. This should be the place where the monster settled. Its traces disappeared by the pond. I think it must have hidden in the water. I can't go down. If that thing is really a 4th level elite giant snake, then the water is its main battlefield. Then we have no choice but to let it come up. When he arrived at the pond, Suchen had a red thing in his hand. Psychic explosive bombs are extremely powerful and extremely effective against low-level behemoths. Press the button and the psychic explosive bomb will be activated immediately, with red light flashing. Thump! The psychic explosive bomb was thrown into the pool. Suchen quickly returned to the woods to avoid a surprise attack from the big guy in the pond. Boom! A huge column of water shot up into the sky, then turned into countless water droplets and splashed back into the pool, splashing countless water again. Suchen stared at the pool of water intently. He could react at any time if there was any movement. After a while, the pool became calm, but that was all. There were no large creatures in the pool. Strange, is it because the equivalent is not enough? Cautiously approaching the edge of the pond, Suchen took out another psychic blasting bomb. Before he threw it out, a huge snake head came into view. What the hell? Suchen only had time to utter a curse word before he was knocked away by the huge snake head. The psychic blasting bomb was thrown aside. Boom! Mud splashed. Fortunately, they were far away, otherwise Suchen would have suffered secondary injuries. Fuck! You can't afford this sneak attack, you little piece of shit. Suchen covered his chest and felt a burning pain in his chest. This was when he was wearing armor. If it weren't for the protection of the armor, Suchen would probably have died on the spot. Little Flame took action when Suchen was attacked. Raise your hand and shoot a few flaming arrows, plus flaming tornado and flaming arrow rain. But the effect is not great, there is smoke but no harm. The huge snake head just shook slightly and then it was fine, then it quickly rushed towards Suchen. When shooting a person, shoot the horse first. When capturing a thief, capture the leader first. It is obvious that this giant snake knows the art of war. Crap, come back! Suchen was scared, as if he had hit a wall. He quickly got up and pounced to the side like a hungry dog. Bang! The huge crash blew up a large amount of dirt and fallen leaves. There was now a large pit in the shape of a snake's head where Suchen had originally been. The attack missed, but the snake was not in a hurry. It raised its head, its cold eyes without a trace of emotion. The bright red tongue kept coming out and back in. Suchen's scalp was numb. Several more flaming arrows hit the giant snake, but they obviously could not break its defense. This time it was closer, and Suchen could see it clearly. The flaming arrow exploded before it was still a little distance away from the snake's body. Damn! This big snake not only knows military tactics, it also knows martial arts. This golden belt cover and iron pants are more uncomfortable than beating a turtle. Suchen secretly groaned in his heart. A curtain of light appeared in front of Suchen. Race, Black Water Snake Elite. Attribute, Water. Bloodline, Ordinary. Level, Level 5. Skills, Mysterious Water Arrow, Icy Breath. Fuck, it's a 5th level black water snake, and it's an elite one. No wonder after Little Flame was strengthened, its skills still felt like scraping. How can we defeat it? Suchen was so angry that his mind was racing. The black water snake raised its head and glanced at the little flame that was attacking anxiously. Suchin didn't know why, but he seemed to see anger in the eyes of the black water snake, which had not changed for thousands of years. The tail swung and suddenly lashed towards the small flame floating in the air. The speed was so fast that the air made a booming sound. Little flame! The speed was too fast and there was no time to dodge, so Suchin could only put the small flame into his body. When the snake's tail, like a whip, was about to hit the small flame turned into a red light and hid in Suchin's body. The attack failed, and the black water snake was puzzled for a moment, then turned its head and stared at Suchin with its pair of vertical pupils. Run! This was the only thought in Suchin's mind. He waved his hand and threw out a pre-activated psychic explosive bomb, then turned and ran. When the black water snake saw the red ball flying towards it, it swept with its huge tail, and the moment it touched the red ball, a ball of fire exploded. Hiss! The black water snake was really angry. Cunning human? The huge snake body leaped up and instantly approached the fleeing Suchin. The 20-meter-long body does not feel bulky at all, but is incredibly fast. Anyway, Suchin couldn't understand it. It was not scientific. Suchin ran towards the woods. There are many trees and stones in the woods. The giant snake is huge, so its speed will inevitably decrease when moving through it. What Suchin is competing for now is speed. On flat ground, he had no chance of winning. Snap! When the sound of breaking was heard, Suchin's heart skipped a beat. He glanced back and was immediately frightened to death. The imagined scene where the black water snake would be blocked by the dense vegetation in the forest, and its speed would be affected did not appear. Instead, a huge tree as thick as a man's embrace was directly cut in half by the snake's body. Oh my God, is your strength that great? Brother, have you taken hormones? Not only can you run fast, but you are also running so fast. How will those athletes see you? Suchin was really about to cry. Seeing the giant snake rampaging in the woods, all obstacles in its way were shattered into pieces. When it was about to catch up with Suchin and crush it into bloody foam, Suchin stepped on empty air and disappeared. Having lost its target, the huge body of the black water snake also stopped, and it kept spitting out its bright red tongue, trying to search for Suchin's trace. His huge eyes were full of confusion. How could such a big creature disappear out of thin air? After searching for a long time and making sure that Suchin was completely gone, the black water snakes left one after another. It's just that it has memorized Suchin's scent, and if he appears again, it will devour him completely. Chapter 15 Skeleton Warrior. In a pitch-black cave. Suchin just lay there motionless on the ground. If it weren't for the rise and fall of his chest, one would have thought he was dead. After an unknown amount of time, Suchin slowly woke up. Ouch, it hurts so much, what's going on? Have you gone to hell? It's so dark. Suchin opened his eyes and all he saw was pitch black. While his consciousness was still on the moment, when he was being chased by the black water snake, Suchin thought he had been killed. But the pain in my body was real. I stumbled and fell, and it was uncomfortable no matter how I moved. Oh my God, I'm still alive! His consciousness awakened, his soul returned to its place, and Suchin suddenly realized that he was still alive. He flipped over and sat up from the ground. Where is this place? How did I end up here? Suchin looked around. Apart from a large coffin in the middle, there was no other place resembling an exit. There is no exit, how did I get in? Suchin scratched his head, the CPU was a little overheated. Go, little flame, check if there are any traps around here. Maybe with luck you can trigger one, and I can get out. But the little flame jumped up and down for a long time without triggering any mechanism. It seems that my luck is not always so good. Suchin was a little helpless, and then he had to turn his gaze to the coffin in the center of the cave. Why is there a coffin in the middle of this? After walking around the coffin twice, Suchin felt something was wrong. It's understandable to put treasures in a treasure cave, but it's unreasonable to put a coffin in it. It's impossible that I fell into a big tomb. Maybe there is a big dumpling, jumping out from somewhere. The more he thought about it, the creepier he felt, and Suchin couldn't help but shiver. I can't think about it anymore. The more I think about it, the scarier it gets. Suchin shook his head to dispel those thoughts. Well, it's no use just holding it in like this. Since there's only one coffin here, we'll have to open it and take a look. Although the coffin looks very heavy, when it is actually opened, it is not as heavy as imagined. Suchin is not afraid of any gods or ghosts, but this world is not simple. So a coffin cannot be treated as just a simple coffin. Suchin also mustered up great courage to open it. The imagined big rice dumpling did not appear, but an underground passage appeared before my eyes. Instead of putting the body in the coffin, put it in the basement. Is it so weird? Suchin really couldn't understand what the designer of this cave was thinking. A coffin without a body is like an urn without ashes or a noodle bucket without noodles. The basement was a little dark, so Suchin could only use a small flame as a torch. Walk down the stairs step by step. Very good. There is no trap on the stairs. Suchin, who had successfully reached the basement, looked at the stairs behind him and silently gave a thumbs up to the staircase designer. Then Suchin turned his gaze towards the basement. Well, there are two passages. Which one should I go? Suchin was troubled as he looked at the two dark caves in front of him. It would be best if both caves lead to exits, but what if one leads to life and the other to death? The little rooster calls the names, whoever he calls I will choose. Very good, right. There was no other way, Suchin could only rely on his luck. Entering the right passage, there are many oil lamps placed on the walls on both sides of the passage. The lights were off when no one was around, but when Suchin walked in, the oil lamps in the entire passage automatically lit up. Suddenly, light appeared in the dark passage. The passage was very long, and Suchin walked carefully for 2 hours before reaching the end. The end of the passage leads to another cave. There were also coffins placed in the center of the cave, but there were a lot of them, dozens of them. Here, why is there another coffin? There can't be another passage underneath the coffin. How many passages are there here? Bang! 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 There was a dense sound of banging, and the source of the sound was the dozens of coffins in front of them. What's going on? Is the corpse going to rise? Suchin was feeling uneasy, so he quickly ran to the entrance and looked at the coffins carefully. Bang! There was a loud noise. The lid of a coffin was blown off. A bony hand without any flesh and blood stretched out from the coffin and then slowly sat up. Suchin saw it very clearly. It was not a big dumpling, but a skeleton. There was a strange blue fire coming out of the skeleton's empty eye sockets. This can't be a fucking undead! Suchin looked at the blue fire in the skeleton's eyes and immediately had a guess in his mind. Suchin was not wrong in his guess, these were indeed undead, and this tunnel was the undead's lair. Didn't let Suchin observe more. The lids of other coffins also flew off one after another, and figures crawled out from them, some of them holding large bone swords in their hands. Suchin, who was deeply addicted to online games, immediately understood what the skeleton in front of him was. This is a fucking skeleton warrior. Fuck, they are just a bunch of little skeleton cannon fodder, but they are so arrogant. I thought I met a boss. Little flame, come on! After a few flaming arrows, the roaring skeleton warriors that crawled out of the coffins were instantly blown into pieces and scattered all over the ground. However, what is strange is that although the skeleton warriors were blown away, the soul fire did not disappear. Instead, it was absorbed by the small flame. Little flame? Are you okay? Suchin was shocked, fearing that the soul fire would have a bad influence on the small flame. But the little flame said that nothing was wrong and showed a comfortable expression. How amazing! Can the soul fire of the undead race nourish the little flame? With this thought in mind, Suchin's eyes changed when he looked at the group of skeleton warriors again. Looking at Suchin's cannibalistic eyes, these skeleton warriors without thoughts and life shuddered unconsciously, which was really strange. Although these skeleton warriors were numerous, they were slow and far inferior to the greenwood wolf. After all, two-legged ones could not outrun four-legged ones. In addition, Suchin relied on the advantage of the narrow passage and was not afraid at all. The small flame has completely turned into a mobile turret, and whoever comes will die. Plus, these skeleton warriors are reckless and have no ideas. They just rush forward all at once, making them extremely difficult to deal with. They are simply moving targets. After a while, all these skeleton warriors turned into experienced babies, and the level of Little Flame reached the second stage 9 stars. He was only 1 step away from 10 stars, and then he would be able to advance. Ha! How wonderful! After killing all the skeleton warriors, a portal automatically opened at the back of the cave, and a passage came into view. Chapter 16 by Bingqing's Concerns. This time the passage is not very long, only about 200 meters. With Su Chen's leg strength, he can complete the journey in 1 minute. At the end of the passage is another cave, also filled with coffins. The number has not changed, 60 coffins, neatly arranged. After Su Chen arrived, it was as if some kind of mechanism was triggered. The coffin lids flew off and skeleton soldiers crawled out one after another. But there were a few skeleton soldiers that were different, as they were holding bows and arrows in their hands. Wow, there's actually a long-range attack. Little Flame, hurry up and kill the back row first. The Little Flame obviously understood the threat posed by the skeleton archer, and shot a few flaming arrows, sending the skeleton archer back home. Without the ranged threat, it's time to happily gain experience. As he continued to go deeper, Su Chen felt more and more like he was playing an online game. This mysterious cave is like a copy in an online game. First, a few cannon fodders come up to give you some experience, and give yourself a boost, and then as the difficulty of pushing forward increases, a boss will appear at the end. After defeating the boss, the dungeon is completed. But Su Chen was very clear-headed. He was not in a dungeon. He couldn't get out, so he had no choice but to go deeper. Su Chen swore that if God gave him another chance, he would never throw a bomb into that black water pool. But it's too late to say anything now. The best situation at the moment is to continue the stalemate. Su Chen himself will not be in any danger, and at the same time he can kill monsters to upgrade the Little Flame. The worst-case scenario is that I will have to travel through time again. Alas, what a pity. Just as Su Chen was painfully yet happily killing monsters and leveling up in this underground cave, someone outside was already furious. Dad, is there still no news about Su Chen? Bai Bingqing looked at her father with hope. Bai Tianlong looked at his daughter's appearance, and could only shake his head helplessly. The troll forest is very dangerous. If Su Chen goes in alone, I'm afraid. Bai Tianlong didn't say anything else, but those who understood that Su Chen was probably in great danger after disappearing for more than a month. Bai Bingqing's face turned pale. Although she wanted to say it was impossible, she had indeed not been able to contact Su Chen for a month. Even if you went to the troll forest for training, if things were impossible, you would definitely quit early. Why would you stay there for a month? Spend a month in the wild, either on a mission or just stay there. Bai's mother Su Qingyan felt sorry for her daughter, and walked over to her and hugged Bai Bingqing's shoulders. Don't worry, I know a little bit about Su Chen. He is not such a reckless person. Something must have delayed him. Believe him, he will come out before the exam. Although Bai Bingqing knew that these were her mother's words to comfort her, she still firmly believed them. Why? Bai Tianlong looked at his daughter and sighed. Your mother is right, that kid has good luck. Don't worry, I have arranged a large number of people to patrol around the troll forest. As long as the kid comes out, I will know it at the first time. Yeah. Thank you, Dad. Bai Bingqing nodded like a kitten. In fact, Bai Bingqing found that she could no longer contact Su Chen the day after he left home. At first I didn't care, thinking that Su Chen had something to do and didn't answer the call. But he didn't answer the phone for 3 consecutive days, which is intriguing. Bai Bingqing knew Su Chen well, and Su Chen dared not refuse to answer her call without any special reason. I haven't answered the phone for 3 days. Either he's itching or something happened. So he immediately ran to Su Chen's house and found the doors and windows closed. She also had a key to Su Chen's house. She opened it immediately and found that the house was empty. She immediately realized that Su Chen was missing. Fortunately, at this time, his father Bai Tianlong was free in the military and happened to come back to take a look, so he asked his father to search for it. It would not have mattered if we had not searched, but once we searched, we found that this guy had entered the troll forest alone, without even a group. When Bai Bingqing found out, she immediately became anxious and wanted to go to the troll forest to look for it, but was stopped by Bai Tianlong. In Bai Tianlong's words, the troll forest is so big, do you know where Su Qin is? Do you dare to look for him? Although he stopped his daughter, Bai Tianlong also ordered his men to lead a team of people to search the outskirts of the troll forest. If she's alive, he must be found. If she's dead, he must be found dead. Unfortunately, a month passed and no news about Su Qin was heard. Su Qin would never have thought that his sudden departure without saying goodbye would cause such a big trouble. If he had known, he would definitely have given notice in advance, even if it was just leaving a letter. It was all because the mission appeared too suddenly. Su Qin got so excited that all he could think about was how to complete the mission. He completely forgot how worried the school would be and how anxious Bai Bingqin would be if he went missing. Ouch, ouch! Little flame, sit down and rest. You can't walk anymore. Su Qin sat down on the ground. He really didn't want to move. He felt that this cave was endless. After killing more, there were more. After killing more, there was no telling when it would end. The skeleton soldiers have gradually evolved from the first-level skeleton warriors to the fourth-level skeleton mages. Although the small flame could kill instantly, Su Qin was mentally fatigued and couldn't move. Su Qin was so sick of killing monsters. But the results are still encouraging. This soul fire is a really good thing. After killing so many monsters, each monster can explode a piece of soul fire. The small flame is like a bottomless pit, accepting everything and absorbing it all. Now, with the accumulation of a large amount of soul fire, it has successfully broken through to the third level. Now the strength is level 3, 1 star. At the third level, more energy is needed. Soul fire is good, but it is a bit of a drop in the bucket for a small flame at the third level. Unless there is a huge amount of soul fire, you have to think of other ways to upgrade. I really don't know what this soul fire is made of. Although it has little effect now, it can still allow the small flame to grow steadily. The fire attribute crystal core is not good. It can only be used at the second level. It is basically useless at the third level. It can only be used as a ration to improve the food. Su Qin took out a fire attribute crystal core and tossed it around out of boredom. There were only a few of the thousands of fire attribute crystal cores left. After thousands of crystal cores, he only raised a few small realms in the second stage. As for the soul fire, as long as there is enough of it, it can allow the small flame to break through the current major level. It can also be seen from here that the effect of soul fire is many times better than that of fire attribute crystal core. Chapter 17, The Difficult Skeleton Mage. Standing up, Su Qin embarked on his monster-killing journey again. However, when Su Qin stepped into the cave again, a lot of elite skeleton warriors jumped out of the coffins. Looking at the huge bone sword, it is much more majestic than the one held by an ordinary skeleton warrior. Fortunately, the level is not high, and it is not as abnormal as the black water snake, otherwise Su Qin would have to say goodbye to this world. Although elite-level skeleton soldiers are powerful and difficult to kill, the soul fire they provide is considerable. Su Qin could intuitively feel that the purity of the soul fire contributed by elite-level skeleton soldiers was higher than that of ordinary soldiers. Perhaps it is because of this that Su Qin can understand why elite-level behemoths, monsters, and alien species are more powerful than ordinary ones. As the level of elite monsters increased, Su Qin found that even a third-level small flame could not kill the monster instantly. It would take at least 2 or 3 flaming arrows to kill it. After careful observation, Su Qin found that this elite monster was very similar to the black water snake outside. It seemed to be wrapped in a layer of something, which made it impossible for the fiery arrow to directly attack the main body. Instead, it had to break the invisible protective shell on the outside first before the next attack could hit the main body. It's a Tier 3 elite monster now. There wasn't one when it was Tier 2. In other words, it has to be at least Tier 3, and Tier 2 has to be elite. Su Qin made his judgment based on his own observations. At the same time, I became more and more anxious. Although the third-level elite monster is elite, Xiao Huimiao is also at the third level at this time, and he has been upgraded by the rewards for completing the task before, so it is not difficult to deal with it. I'm afraid that after I solve the problems here, 4th-level elite skeleton soldiers will pop out on the next level. You should know that your last mission is to kill a 4th-order elite beast, and the reward is a mysterious martial arts book. It can be seen that a fourth-order elite beast is not some small fry. Just when Suchin was nervous, the last skeleton soldier in the cave was also killed by the small flame. Suchin looked nervously at the passage leading to the next cave. Alas, it's a blessing, not a curse. If it's a curse, you can't avoid it. If there's only one, we can still fight. If there's more than one, then it's up to fate. At this time, Suchin had a psychic hand cannon loaded with ammunition in his hand. Before this, Suchin had never tried to use weapons to deal with these skeleton soldiers, because there was no need to do so. The ability of the little flame was enough to deal with them. But now it's different. Suchin has no idea what to do with the 4th level elite beast. With the hand cannon loaded, the armor fully donned, and a sword slung over his back, Suchin walked towards the next cave after being fully armed. There are still 60 skeleton soldiers. The number has not changed, but the quality has changed. A 4th level elite skeleton mage suddenly appeared in the queue, while the other skeleton soldiers all had the aura of 5th level. A psychic explosive bomb was thrown over and exploded in the air. The blast wave swept across, but caused no damage to the skeleton soldiers below. These 5th level skeleton soldiers are also covered with an invisible protective shell. Suchin didn't care when he saw that the psychic explosive bomb didn't work. He originally planned to test the opponent. If it worked, everyone would be happy. If not, then he would fight to the death. Little Flame, Fire War Song on! Aya! Flame War Song is an amplification skill that can greatly increase the attack power of the small flame. As soon as the skill was activated, the flames on the little flame suddenly rose a lot higher, and the body emitted a blazing red light. Immediately afterwards, flaming tornadoes, flaming arrows and flaming rain of arrows were thrown into the skeleton soldiers as if they were free. Suchin naturally would not just sit there and watch. He kept firing the psychic hand cannon in his hand to share the pressure on the small flame. Although the 5th level soldier is of a high level, Suchin doesn't care about it at all. What Suchin cares about is the 4th level elite skeleton mage. The mage can attack from a distance, and the damage is quite high. If the elite monster on the opposite side was a melee type, Suchin could still breathe a sigh of relief, but it happened to be a long-range attack type. If Suchin didn't find a way to kill it first, he would be the only one to suffer. Instead of staying in the passage, Suchin boldly walked into the cave, then kept moving, and when he found the right opportunity he fired at the elite skeleton mage. If he happens to be surrounded by other skeleton soldiers, Suchin will first deal with these small fry, and then wait for an opportunity to attack the skeleton mage. The skeleton mage's original target was Little Flame, and he cast all kinds of death spells and skills at Little Flame, forcing Little Flame to move at all times to avoid attacks. As a result, the efficiency of killing monsters is greatly reduced. However, Suchin occasionally provided fire support, which annoyed the skeleton mage, and he changed his target to Suchin. He commanded the skeleton squad to besiege Suchin, and released skills to attack Suchin during the attack. Fortunately, Suchin has good physical fitness and is flexible in movement. He is also wearing armor of unknown level, so it doesn't matter if he gets hit occasionally. Now that the hatred value has been transferred, Little Flame feels relieved and can concentrate on dealing with those skeleton soldiers. Although the 5th level skeleton soldiers have a protective shell and are not easy to kill, they are no match for the Little Flame's many skills and strong firepower. You are a cuckold who can't stand being beaten all the time. As time went by, the 5th level skeleton soldiers were basically all killed, and now only 2 skeleton warriors with giant swords were left protecting the skeleton mage. I have to say that this skeleton mage is indeed difficult to deal with. Not only does it have a protective shell, it also has a defensive skill, the Undead Barrier. Most of Suchin's attacks were blocked. Occasionally, when he hit the skeleton mage, he would just take a few steps back and then continue to attack. It's really fucking hard. It's really fucking hard to hit. With the last 2 skeleton soldiers being eliminated, the only ones left were Suchin and the skeleton mage. Imperial City PK. It depends on who will win. Suchin replaced the hand cannon with a psychic armor-piercing gun. Suchin felt that this thing weighed about 20 kilograms. Suchin thought it was too heavy and never used it. Now that the hand cannon can't break the defense, I have no choice but to try this sniper rifle. The Little Flame held the skeleton mage back, preventing him from having the chance to attack Suchin. After a long period of consumption, the skeleton mage was a little exhausted, and his magic robe was torn to pieces. This was what Suchin had blasted with his hands before. To be honest, the skeleton mage's attack power is not as good as that of the little flame. Whether it is a single attack or a group attack. If it weren't for his body protection skills and that unknown protective shell, he would have been killed long ago. Suchin lowered the muzzle of the gun, aimed it at the skeleton mage, and suddenly pulled the trigger. Bang! A loud bang exploded in Suchin's ears, and his head was buzzing. The whole cave seemed to tremble. Chapter 18 Underground Palace. The psychic armor-piercing gun lives up to its name. It is specially designed for armor piercing. The skeleton mage used defensive skills immediately. A black and purple barrier appeared in front of it, trying to block the attack. But the flying psychic bullets seemed to ignore that layer of defense. The black and purple barrier was like a thin layer of paper and was torn into pieces directly. Then the psychic bullet continued to fly forward with undiminished power. It easily pierced through the invisible layer of defense on the skeleton mage's body and then hit the skeleton mage's body. Boom! The psychic bullet hit the wall of the cave at the rear, splashing up a large amount of dirt and rocks, leaving a deep hole with a diameter of 10 centimeters on the wall. Looking at the skeleton mage again, the soul fire in his eyes had dissipated and was absorbed by the small flame, and half of his body skeleton had been blown to pieces and fell to the ground. Without the energy of the soul fire and the shattered body, the skeleton mage's body lost support and could no longer stand. He fell down and turned into broken bones on the ground. Phew! Great! Suchin looked at the dead skeleton mage and felt relieved. Fortunately, I killed so many skeleton warriors before, which allowed Little Flame to be upgraded to level 3. Otherwise, even with the powerful weapon, the psychic armor-piercing gun, it might not be effective. This battle exhausted Suchin's energy, and the Little Flame also consumed a lot of energy. In other words, Little Flame is the biological son of the fire element, and he can use his skills for free. If you had replaced him with another one, his support and protection would have died long ago. Even so, the spiritual power in the Little Flame is almost running out. Ha! The 4th level elite skeleton mage has appeared. What will appear on the next level? Suchin, lying on the ground, came back to his senses from the joy of killing the skeleton mage, and was immediately filled with deep sorrow. This underground cave feels like it's endless. The monsters get stronger as we go further. Now they are level 4 elites. Will they become level 5 elites after a few more levels? If you encounter a 5th level elite, you can only run away. But what can I do if I don't continue going down? I'm already trapped here. If I want to get out, I can only continue going down. There is no other choice. In a short period of time, Suchin did not go to the next floor, but lay down and fell asleep. The mental drain is too great, and I can't bear it. Small flames also need to be restored. Sharpening the knife saves the effort of chopping wood. Only when you get enough sleep can you have the strength to kill monsters. There is no day or night in the underground cave, and Suchin didn't know how long he had slept. Just looking at the time, it was already afternoon outside. After getting up, packing up and eating some dry food, Suchin turned his gaze to the next level of the cave. Holding the psychic armor-piercing gun in his hand, he moved forward cautiously. It took Suchin 5 minutes to walk the distance of 200 meters. Although he knew that even if there was an exit, it could only be at the back of the cave, but when he thought of the increasingly powerful skeleton warriors, Suchin wanted to escape. People who have died once know what it feels like to die, and Suchin really doesn't want to experience it again. Even if Suchin wanted to go slower and slower, he still had to finish the 200-meter distance. At the end of the passage, there was the same cave, but the difference was that the 60 coffins were gone. Instead, there was a skeleton knight riding on a horse, wearing heavy armor, holding a halberd in his hand, carrying a broadsword on his back, and nearly 3 meters tall. Hiss! Suchin took a breath of cold air. The moment he saw the skeleton knight, a light curtain popped up in front of Suchin's eyes. Race, Skeleton Knight Boss. Attribute, Undead. Bloodline, Ordinary. Level, Level 5. Skills: Knight's Heavy Attack, Knight's Triple Attack, Death Charge, Knight's Guard, Knight's Spin, Undead Fireball. What the hell, it's a boss! 6 skills! Level 5! It's even more powerful than the Black Water Snake. It's killing me! Suchin felt like he was in trouble. This 5th level boss has 6 skills, one more than Little Flame. It's impossible to defeat it. One encounter, and you will meet the King of Hell. Suchin was in despair here, but strangely, the Skeleton Knight had no intention of attacking. The two sides just stared at each other and wasted time. Suchin was also happy about this. At least this way he could die later and live a little longer. At this moment, the Skeleton Knight moved. Suchin was startled and tightened his grip on the gun, ready to run away at any time. Fortunately, the Skeleton Knight had no intention of taking action. He turned around on his horse, looked back at Suchin, and waved his left hand, signaling Suchin to follow. Then, without caring that Suchin didn't understand what it meant, he just walked back. At the back of the cave, the hidden door opened automatically and the Skeleton Knight walked in. What is this for? Not attacking me? Suchin was confused by the Skeleton Knight's move and had no idea what it meant. Is this a plan to use courtesy before force? First show me your kindness, let me let down my guard, then trick me into coming in and kill me? The more Suchin thought about it, the more it made sense. But no matter how reasonable it was, Suchin had to go in. After all, the exit might be just behind. Nima! Even a brainless skeleton can resort to overt conspiracy. Suchin complained bitterly, but finally he encouraged himself, took a step forward, walked into the door and followed the Skeleton Knight. Although he had already prepared various scenarios in his mind, he wondered how the Skeleton Knight would kill him. But along the way, the Skeleton Knight did not show any intention of turning back to kill Suchin, he just walked on his own. Suchin, on the other hand, hung behind anxiously, either getting too close nor moving too far away. Tap, tap. The entire passage was eerily quiet, with only the sound of Suchin's breathing and the kick of the ghost warhorse's hooves under the Skeleton Knight's crotch. After walking for about 10 minutes, Suchin followed the Skeleton Knight to an underground palace. Looking at this magnificent underground palace, Suchin's mouth twitched. I thought there would be another cave behind the passage, but who would have thought that there was an underground palace in this remote place? The Skeleton Knight still had no intention of stopping and continued to move towards the palace. When they arrived at the gate, the palace door opened automatically. It was pitch black inside, with only a few blue lights that looked like ghost lights emitting light. It's hard to see clearly inside from the outside, and I don't know if there are any traps or something like that. But there shouldn't be. If he really wants to kill me, why would he need a trap? Just look at the Skeleton Knight in front of me. 100 of me are not enough to fill his teeth. With this mood, Suchin followed the Skeleton Knight into the palace. The moment Suchin entered the palace, the ghostly blue lamp suddenly turned into a bright yellow light, illuminating the entire hall. Only then did Suchin truly observe the true appearance of the palace. Chapter 19: Spiritual Barrier. The empty hall was deserted except for a throne at the end. There was only a skinny skeleton on the throne. Anyway, Suchin felt that he was much inferior to the Skeleton Knight. The Skeleton Knight rode his ghostly warhorse and stood respectfully beside the throne. As if sensing Suchin's breath, 2 ghost lights flashed in the motionless skeleton's eye sockets, which startled Suchin. "Haha, kid, are you having fun?" The first words the skeleton on the throne said after waking up were to ask if he had fun. For a moment, Suchin didn't know how to answer. Since I can't answer it, I might as well ask it back. Is this your territory? Well, this question was obviously a bit redundant. Suchin regretted it after asking it. The skeleton on the throne was obviously stunned, but there was no flesh on his face, and he could not make any expression, so Suchin could not tell what the skeleton was thinking. "Boy, aren't you curious about why you came here?" the skeleton asked again. Suchin suddenly had an idea. "You got me down? Why?" "Haha, little guy, you reacted pretty quickly. It was indeed me who pulled you down. The reason is very simple. You are very special. At least in the eyes of the humans I have seen, you are more special than them. Especially your contracted spirit beast. Although it is very weak, it gives me a very inexplicable feeling. I believe in my intuition, so I pulled you down." This skeleton seemed to be very talkative, saying so many words in one breath. "If that's the case, then what are the reasons for so many skeleton soldiers in front?" Suchin didn't understand. "Since you are interested in me, why don't you just bring me to you? Why do you have so many endless skeleton soldiers? It makes me scared." "Oh ha! What's wrong? You're still angry? Then why were you so happy when your friend was leveled up?" The skeleton on the throne heard Suchin's complaint and burst into laughter. This? Suchin scratched his head embarrassedly. Indeed, when the little flame absorbed the soul fire to increase its strength, he was really happy. After all, he saved himself a lot of money. Without the supply of these soul fires, I don't know how much money it will cost to upgrade the little flame to the 3rd level. "Don't worry, you've seen it, I have no intention of harming you. Those skeleton warriors in front of you are both a small test for you and a small benefit for you. Of course, whether you can catch it or not is a matter of personal ability. Obviously, you have that ability. Soul fire is a good thing, but not everyone is lucky enough to enjoy it. Your friend is beyond my expectation. He is not an undead creature, and his attributes are not compatible. He can actually absorb soul fire without limit. It is really magical." Although the throne skeleton was talking about personal opportunities, his words revealed his admiration for Suchin and Little Flame. This was something Suchin had not expected. At this time, Suchin felt that this skeleton king, let's call him the skeleton king for now, was very easy to talk to, so he took the opportunity to ask about the doubts in his heart. "Semir, I have something I want to consult you about." Suchin spoke respectfully. "If someone respects me 1 foot, I will respect him 10 feet, even though the person in front of me is just a skeleton. What can possibly stump you?" Skeleton King's words were mostly meant as a joke. "Boy, I just want to know, in the last few levels, although the attacks launched by my spirit beasts could easily hit those skeleton soldiers, it often seemed that the first attack did not directly hit their bodies, but was blocked by an invisible and intangible protective layer, thus reducing the power of my attack. Including the black water snake I met outside, it also has an invisible protective layer on its body, which makes it immune to all my damage." "So, what exactly is that?" Suchin was really curious. "If you don't get this matter clear, you will be very passive when facing the enemy in the future." "Oh, you're talking about this. That's right, your strength isn't there yet, no wonder you don't know. In fact, this matter is not as weird as you think. Even if I don't tell you, you will know it when the time comes. Your guess is correct. My skeleton elites and the little snake outside do have a protective layer on their bodies. That protective layer is called the spiritual energy barrier. Of course, you can also understand it as spiritual energy protection, spiritual energy shield, etc. Generally speaking, when a creature reaches the 4th stage, its body will automatically condense an aura barrier to protect the whole body. Of course, there are special cases. If it is an elite level, then the 3rd stage will form an aura barrier. Your friend has great potential and can be considered elite. He has just broken through to the 3rd level not long ago, so he has not yet condensed the spiritual energy barrier. After a period of time, when his strength increases, he will naturally have it," Skeleton King said, pointing at the small flame floating in the air. "Can contracted spirit beasts also condense?" Suchin was a little surprised. He thought that this skill was only possessed by monsters. "Of course, not only your contracted spirit beast, but also you." "Me too?" Suchin was even more surprised. "Of course, any creature with enough spiritual energy will naturally understand this little trick, but some are stronger and some are weaker. You can't understand it now because you are too weak," Skeleton King said affirmatively. "Although the spiritual barrier can strengthen one's own defense, its effect is not that great at all, but also not that great at all." The words of the Skeleton King were somewhat intriguing. Why? Suchin didn't understand. This spiritual barrier was obviously very powerful. Look at that skeleton mage. If I hadn't given it a fierce blow at the end, I don't know how long the stalemate would have lasted. It's very simple. The Skeleton King looked at Suchin and explained. It's so effective because if you want to kill the enemy, you have to break that layer of spiritual energy barrier. Otherwise, your attack will either be ineffective or greatly weakened. But no matter how powerful the spiritual barrier is, it is not as powerful as a defensive skill. If your attack can break even the opponent's strongest defensive skill, how can you not break the opponent's spiritual barrier? So this is why I said it has little effect. Is that so? After listening to the Skeleton King's explanation, Su Chen understood a little. So this skill is useless. It's a pity to throw it away if it's tasteless? But no matter what, this useless skill is still very useful. At least it has caused me a lot of trouble at this stage. Chapter 20, The Art of Strength. Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore. The Skeleton King is right. I am indeed too weak at this stage. Su Chen shook his head and drove away these thoughts. But soon I won't be so weak anymore. I almost forgot that the Skeleton Mage is a 4th level elite, and I just completed Task 4. The reward has been distributed, but I forgot to check because I had too many things to do. I wonder what kind of skills he will give me. Oh, by the way, the Skeleton King is still watching me. I hope he won't notice me while I'm daydreaming here. Let me take a look. The Skeleton King sat at the top of the stage, looking at Su Chen's expression, which was constantly changing like Sichuan opera face changing. He was also muttering in his heart. What's wrong with this kid? I don't know how to talk, and I said something too harsh, which must have hit him. But I shouldn't be wrong in judging people. This guy doesn't seem like someone who would be easily discouraged. Hey, that's not right. I wonder if the kid in the audience has come to his senses by now. If he sees me daydreaming, will it damage my image? Let me take a look and see. On and off the stage, 2 races, one old and one young, holding the same idea but different mentalities, they stared at each other with their eyes wide open, their hearts skipping a beat. I hope the other party will figure it out. Cough, cough. After all, the Skeleton King had more experience, so he quickly came to his senses and coughed to cover up his embarrassment. Su Chen is also a donkey who takes advantage of the situation. He looks at his nose with his eyes and his heart with his nose. He is like a little monk chanting sutras without thinking. Well, since I'm the one who brought you here, it's not just because I'm curious about you and your friends. I brought you here because I have something to give you. Skeleton King waved his hand and several items appeared out of thin air. Damn, this is a real dungeon. Killing monsters not only gives you experience points, but also equipment. Su Chen felt that his trip was truly worth it. But I did put in a lot of effort in the previous levels that gave me experience points, so it can be considered as hard work pays off. Now I've reached the boss level, and I didn't put in any effort, didn't even fight the boss, but the equipment was just given away? Hey, is this old guy up to something bad? Su Chen's heart was beating fast. Senior, are you giving this equipment away for free? Su Chen asked. It's better to ask, otherwise Su Chen will feel uneasy. Haha, you are quite cunning, kid. Of course I'm giving it away for free. I'm already dead, so there's no point in keeping these things. I created this little cave just to wait for the destined person to come to me so that I can pass on my will. The Skeleton King pointed at Su Chen, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. You are dead? But you... Su Chen pointed at the Skeleton King in surprise. Don't doubt it. This skeleton contains only a trace of my consciousness. Your entry means that this trace of my consciousness is not far from dissipating. Necromancers can die too. In Su Chen's impression, shouldn't the necromancer be immortal? Necromancer? What necromancer? I am not a necromancer. Why can't I understand what you are saying, kid? The Skeleton King was a little confused about what a necromancer was. Well, if we don't know about necromancers, then this place is probably not some Western fantasy magic world. Su Chen was extremely confident. If you are not a necromancer, then why can you control these skeletons? Su Chen asked, pointing at the skeleton knight. Does the person who controls the skeleton have to be a necromancer? Now it was Skeleton King's turn to ask back. Well, not necessarily. A Taoist priest can also do it. Su Chen said uncertainly. Humph, I won't waste my time on you. It's getting weirder and weirder. Anyway, I'm not a necromancer. The Skeleton King is also a little arrogant. So what was your occupation when you were alive? Su Chen was determined to get to the bottom of it. Profession? If you must put it that way, I'm a weapon refiner, the Skeleton King said after thinking for a while. An alien weapon refiner? I didn't expect that there are weapon refiners in this world. It seems that this is still a fantasy world. Suchin had read quite a few novels in his previous life. Whenever they involved weapon refiners, the first thing that came to his mind was that they were rich, then had a high status, and then were awesome. Equipment refiner is the most popular profession in the fantasy world, and is known as the three major money-making giants in the world of immortal cultivation along with alchemists and formation masters. After thinking this through, Suchin no longer worried about those things that were not available. Why not take the free equipment? Look at the objects floating in the air. A pitch-black egg, a parchment scroll, a fiery red staff and a wizard's hat. Damn, the standard equipment for mages, such as a staff and a mage's hat, have all appeared. You bastard, you still say you are not a necromancer. Haha, these 4 items are not the best compared to my lifelong collection, but for you at this stage, they should be the most suitable. The best one? Yes, except for the egg, the other 3 are the most suitable for you, you can see for yourself. The Skeleton King waved his hand, and the 4 items flew in front of Suchin. Suchin first took the parchment scroll in his hand and looked at it carefully. It was full of scribbles and he couldn't understand it. But at this time, the Skeleton King started to explain to him. This sheepskin scroll is useless to you, but it is very useful for your beast control. This sheepskin scroll contains a complete set of combat skills called Strength Abyss Technique, which is suitable for the practice of beast control with strength attributes. If your spirit beast can cultivate the Power Abyss Technique to the highest level, splitting mountains and breaking seas will be a piece of cake. Combat skills! Suchin's pupils shrank. He still knows something about beast taming skills. Combat skills are even rarer than skills. Why are the beasts in the wilderness generally so powerful? Because only the fittest survive and the strong prey on the weak. Only the strong are qualified to survive. Those battle-hardened behemoths always learn some fighting skills over the long years, and then pass them down from generation to generation. Their fighting skills became more and more perfect, and their power became stronger and stronger. In the end, they formed the fighting techniques that best suited their own race, that is, combat skills. Humans have been exposed to supernatural powers for too short a time, only 1,000 years or so, and their foundation is too weak. How can they compare with the behemoths and alien races that have been passed down for hundreds of thousands, millions, tens of millions of years, or even longer? It would be good enough if you could max out your Beastmaster's skills. How could you even think about comprehending combat skills suitable for beast mastering? But the power of the fighting skills is unquestionable. Good beast taming skills only increase the attacking means of the beasts under your command, while combat skills are like the martial arts practiced by early humans. They can transform all your strength into powerful combat capability, and the improvement of your strength is all round. It can be said that at the same level, a beast tamer that has mastered combat skills can beat any beast tamer that has not mastered combat skills. This shows how valuable combat skills are. Chapter 21 Skeleton King's Final Explanation. And now, I have obtained such a precious fighting skill so easily. It feels like a dream no matter how I look at it. Haha, kid, I can feel that you are very excited now. Even though the Skeleton King is not as powerful now, he was once a powerful man and still has the ability to see into people's hearts. Besides, Suchin did not hide his joy at all, even a dog could see it. I am a little excited. Hee senior, you are really generous. Suchin gave a thumbs up. Generous? The Skeleton King was stunned, then he laughed. Ha ha ha, I'm not generous. This fighting skill is indeed a good thing, but the premise is that it can be used. Not to mention that I'm dead now. Even when I was alive, I didn't use this fighting skill, so I'll just treat it as garbage and give it to you. If it really is a good thing, I'll take it to my coffin even if I can't use it. Well, Suchin didn't know how to evaluate the Skeleton King. Should he say that he was too honest? You can't use the combat skills yet, but you can use the other 2 treasures now. Now? Suchin looked at the other 2 items, a staff and a wizard's hat. Suchin's mouth twitched. So this world is really an online game world. But I can't use this thing. I'm not a mage. This staff is no more useful than a fire stick. Why, you don't like it? The Skeleton King asked curiously when he saw Su Chen's expression. Senior, it's not that I don't like it, but I can't use it. I can't use this thing, Su Chen said sincerely. TSK, who said it's for you? It's for the little guy next to you. Skeleton King pointed at Little Flame and said. Ah, can the Beastmaster still use this thing? Su Chen said in surprise. Humph, you are surprised by what you have never seen. You humans are just too low level. Of course, the contracted spirit beast can use these treasures. The Skeleton King mocked mercilessly, and the key point was that Su Chen really couldn't refute it. Human beings' foundation is indeed too low, and this world still has many unknown mysteries for humans. This staff and wizard hat are great things for your Beastmaster. In human terms, this is a great opportunity that can make you ascend to heaven in one step. Yeah? Su Chen was skeptical. He picked up the staff and hat, and suddenly a curtain of light appeared in front of him. Name, Vulcan Staff. Level, Adaptive Equipment, increases with the user's level. Effect, Psionic Energy Reduction. Spellcasting mana consumption is reduced by half. Effect 2, double the attack. The power of the release skill is tripled. Effect 3, Burning. When the enemy is attacked, it will be subjected to continuous flame burning attack. Skills, Continuous Strikes, double attack speed, Sea of Flame. Name, Vulcan Hat. Level, Adaptive Equipment, increases with the user's level. Effect, Shield. Summons a fire shield around you that can be dispelled by yourself. Effect 2, double the movement speed. Effect 3, Space Shuttle, Teleport. Function, built-in storage space, which expands as the user's level increases, with an initial space of 1,000 cubic meters. Oh my god, a divine weapon! This was the only thought that popped into Su Chen's mind. Haha, young man, it's obvious that you don't know much about these two treasures. Don't worry, let me tell you in detail. This staff is my most proud work. I used it for a long time. Later, when my strength improved, I put it aside. In addition to a powerful attack skill, the main function of this staff is to provide assistance. It's the continuous attack and double attack speed. The former allows you to release skills multiple times when you release them, while the latter allows you to release skills more times in a shorter period of time. Don't underestimate the role of these two auxiliary skills. On the battlefield, with these two auxiliary skills, your attack power and ability to kill enemies can be instantly improved by several levels. Moreover, these two skills do not conflict with each other, and can be used in combination with each other. Powerful! Su Chen nodded, agreeing with what the Skeleton King said. On the surface, the skill of continuous attack allows you to release a skill multiple times at the same time to increase the attack power. In fact, this skill improves the quality of skill attack. For example, if one of your group's skills is Fire Arrow Rain, after releasing it you can summon 100 arrows to attack. Then after continuous attacks, if you still release this skill, you can summon 200 or even 300 arrows. In the same area, as the attack density increases, the attack quality will naturally improve to a higher level. As for the doubled attack speed, Su Chen had obtained this reward while completing a mission and had a deep understanding of it. Originally, Little Flame's skill release speed was very fast, with basically no back and forth sway. Now that the attack speed has been increased, don't release the skills too quickly. You can release 2 flaming arrows just by raising your hand, and now it can be doubled, so you can release 3 in just by raising your hand. In addition, without any back and forth movement, the small flame looked like a human Gatling gun, which was really terrifying. And that hat is a functional piece of equipment. It mainly provides auxiliary functions and increases survivability on the battlefield. It also has a storage function, which is very convenient. Su Chen already knew the properties of the hat. What the Skeleton King said was right. It was really awesome. Then Su Chen looked at the black egg. After noticing Su Chen's look, the Skeleton King said, "As for this black egg, I actually don't know where it came from. After so many years of research, I know nothing except that this black egg was obtained. Since you are the destined one, I will give it to you. Perhaps this black egg will have unexpected changes in your hands. But if you can't do anything about it, then you can just give it to the destined one like I did." When the Skeleton King talked about the black egg, his empty eyes seemed to be reminiscing about something. Suchin could feel that mood, but he couldn't guess what the Skeleton King was thinking. Child, I have given you the important things. If you like other things, you can take them away. My time is almost up, and my consciousness will disappear. This place will also completely disappear from the world from now on. You can leave then, the Skeleton King said with a tired look. Although I am dead and only a trace of consciousness remains here, the quality of the soul fire generated by my consciousness is still very good. It is excellent whether it is directly absorbed or used as material. After I die, you can take it away, the Skeleton King said, pointing at the flickering blue skull fire in his eye sockets. Chapter 22, Fooling the Devil. For some reason, Suchin suddenly felt his nose sore. It was clear that I had never met this Skeleton King before and only met him today. They had only met for a few hours, but Suchin felt a sadness lingering in his heart. My child! Don't be sad. Birth, aging, sickness and death are inevitable, even though I was once a strong man. Separation and death are also inevitable. I am gone today, but it doesn't mean you won't see me in the future. Huh? What do you mean? How can I see you when you have lost even this trace of consciousness? You old man, you are not fooling me, are you? Suchin looked at the Skeleton King with strange eyes. Humph, even a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. I don't just have this one strand of consciousness left. When I was reborn, my consciousness turned into tens of thousands of strands. I am just a tiny drop of rain among them. As he spoke, the Skeleton King's eyes were filled with pride. Damn it, I'm so sad for nothing. This old man is so evil. Suchin immediately put away his sad mood and looked disgusted. Haha, kid, you changed your face pretty quickly, I like it. Well, let's be happy today. Before I leave, I'll give you a chance. I'll help your friend upgrade and give it an evolution. How about it, are you happy? Are you surprised? The Skeleton King was like a naughty old boy at this time, and Suchin didn't know what to say. Well, please don't worry about evolution. Suchin politely declined. What a joke. The evolutionary route that I chose is invincible. Who knows if this old man will deviate from the original evolutionary route after evolving his little flame and ruin the little flame's bright future. Oh, you are interesting. If ordinary people knew there was a way to make their beast evolve, they would have agreed without thinking twice. I didn't expect you to refuse without even thinking about it. Then there are only 2 possibilities. Either you don't believe me, but that's impossible. The other is that you also have a way to make spirit beasts evolve, boy, am I right? The Skeleton King said with interest. Indeed, boy, I do have a way, and I have already determined the evolutionary route. Suchin told the truth. There was no need for him to hide anything here. Because this old guy had lived for so many years and was smarter than a monkey, the best way was to tell a half-truth. Anyway, just don't reveal your real secret. No wonder? If that's the case, I really want to see what you can evolve your little friend into. I have a little bit of every material here, see if there's anything you need, and then evolve at once and show me. As he spoke, the Skeleton King waved his hand, and suddenly a lot of materials appeared in the hall. There are many varieties, but the quantity of each portion is not much. Suchin did not refuse. It would be great if he could get it for free and save some money. So he walked forward and searched through the materials according to the formula in his mind. Fire heart fruit, flame flower grass, red crystal stone, fire demon core, blazing sun crimson marrow, white earth mother. After searching for a while, Suchin's hands suddenly stopped. All the materials were found except for the last one, which the Skeleton King did not have. What is the Wizard Atlas? Suchin was dumbfounded. Is this material? It doesn't look like it at all. And it seems that this thing doesn't exist in this world? Suchin raised his head and looked at the Skeleton King, whose eyes also revealed anxiety. What's wrong? Now that you have all the materials, hurry up! Let me see what you can do, little kid! No, I haven't found them all. There's one last thing missing. Do you know the Wizard Atlas? If you don't understand, just ask. If Skeleton King doesn't know, it is possible that there is no such thing in this world. Maybe it is possible, but I haven't even seen the Skeleton King, so where can I find it? Without the Wizard's Atlas, Little Flame cannot evolve. Doesn't that mean that Little Flame's evolutionary journey will come to an end? The Skeleton King thought for a long time, and finally shook his head. I don't know, there is no such thing in my memory. The Wizard Atlas is as weird as the necromancer and Taoist priest you mentioned. Ah! Suchin cried out in frustration. Then he immediately used the golden bead in his mind to ask about the Wizard Atlas. Fortunately, the golden beads responded this time. After hearing this, Suchin ran out of the palace, shouting as he ran. Wait for me, I'll be back soon. This kid is so impulsive. The Skeleton King shook his head and said unhappily. Suchin ran all the way and came to the cave where he killed the skeleton mage. After arriving, Suchin immediately showed a skeleton. It turns out that there is no such profession as wizard in this world, at least there is no such thing as wizard. Therefore, there is no such material as Wizard Atlas in this world. And the golden beads can't possibly give me an evolutionary route that I can't complete. Otherwise, what's the fun in that? So the golden beads will use another method to bring these materials to this world, and killing monsters is one of the ways. I told you! The power of this golden bead is too mysterious. This world is outrageous, and the golden bead is even more outrageous. He searched while mumbling. After a while, Suchin found a gray scroll full of ancient atmosphere in a pile of ashes. When he spread it out, he saw that it was covered with magic diagrams and magic words that Suchin could not understand. But Suchin didn't care about these things, as long as it could be used. After getting the scroll, Suchin quickly walked towards the palace, while sighing at his good luck. The items dropped by killing monsters are exactly the evolution materials you need. If I hadn't fallen into this underground cave, I wouldn't have encountered the skeleton mage, and if I hadn't encountered the skeleton mage, there would be no need to talk about killing him and getting his items. Without the Wizard Atlas, I didn't know when I would be able to evolve Little Flame. Alas, things are unpredictable. The big intestine is surrounded by the small intestine. One link is linked to another. No link can be missing. This is life. Humming a little tune all the way, Suchin returned to the palace hall. Found it? Found it. It's in the hands of your subordinate. Suchin raised the scroll in his hand. The skeleton mage remained silent. What's going on? All my subordinates were created by me. How can my subordinates have something that I don't have? Are you kidding me? If Suchin knew what the Skeleton King was thinking, he might actually say something. That's right, it's just a ghost. It has no flesh and blood, only an empty shell left. It can still speak and move freely. If it's not a ghost, what else can it be? Chapter 23: The Magical Magic Platform. Can you show me your Wizard Atlas? Skeleton King requested. After hearing this, Suchin nodded without hesitation to show his agreement. Suchin felt that the Skeleton King would not covet his Wizard Atlas. After all, he could only look at it but could not use it. Indeed, only Suchin can use this Wizard Atlas. If anyone else gets it, it can only be used as a decoration. The Skeleton King took the Wizard Atlas and exclaimed in admiration as he read it. Suchin was a little curious. The Skeleton King was just a shell, so how could he make that clicking sound with his mouth? It's amazing! I didn't expect there are such wonderful things in this world. I have lived for countless epochs and have never seen such a thing. Boy, it seems that you have a great opportunity. The Skeleton King looked at Suchin, who was in a nonchalant manner, with his eyes full of inexplicable meaning. Who is the Skeleton King? He is a powerful being who has lived for countless epochs. He will not believe the lies Suchin tells him. However, the Skeleton King looked at this volume of Wizard Atlas carefully, and realized that it was indeed taken out from the ashes of his own men. But how could my men have something that even I haven't seen before? So there is only one possibility, that the kid in front of me has a secret that even I can't see through. However, the Skeleton King just sighed and did not delve into it further. After all, I am a dying man. Is it necessary to figure out everything? Okay, I'll return this Wizard Atlas to you. The Skeleton King waved his hand, and the Wizard Atlas returned to Suchin's hands. This thing is indeed magical, at least I can't see through it. So now I really want to see how you use this atlas to evolve your little friend. The Skeleton King's eyes were full of anticipation. Hee, no problem. Not only are you looking forward to it, I can't wait either. Suchin was indeed very anxious. If you can evolve the little flame sooner, your strength will be greatly improved. And every time you evolve, you have the visual sensation of opening a treasure chest. That feeling of anticipation and longing for gold is indescribable. Get all the ingredients ready. This time, more evolution materials are needed, unlike the last time when the little flame was evolved, which only required 5 materials in total to complete the evolution. It is not expensive, at least Suchin can afford it. But this time, the materials needed to evolve from a fire elf into a fire wizard are much more, almost several times more. Some materials are very precious. If it weren't for the Skeleton King having stocks, Suchin might not be able to afford the evolution. So Suchin was also worried about the future. He was afraid that he could not afford the evolution of Little Flame. I have to work hard to make money, otherwise I won't be able to seize the opportunities in front of me. Suchin felt a little like a working dog. For this evolution, the wizard map is the main material, and the other materials are auxiliary materials. They will all run around the magic array text on the wizard map to evolve the little flame. According to the evolutionary steps in his mind, Suchin mobilized his own spiritual power to activate the wizard atlas. After the wizard atlas was infused with Suchin's spiritual power, a ray of light suddenly appeared on the originally gray scroll, and then gradually became stronger. A mysterious magic array suddenly appeared from the wizard's atlas, and then floated into the air. As the magic array emerged, the wizard map seemed to be catalyzed and the entire map dissolved into the air. Then a magic platform half a person's height and 2 meters in diameter appeared in front of Suchin. From this point on, Suchin's mission has been completed, and the subsequent evolution process will be completely completed by this magic platform. Suchin and the Skeleton King were both very curious about the magic platform in front of them, especially the Skeleton King, whose eyes were full of wonder, and he kept saying, "Magical, really magical," and "Wonderful, really wonderful." Suchin looked at the magic platform that appeared in front of him, and curiosity appeared in his eyes. I have only seen this thing in movies and TV shows in my previous life, but it is purely fictional. I didn't expect that the things in my brain are so powerful that they can transform non-existent things into things that exist in reality. It's awesome, really awesome. Suchin's mind had already started to shout. 666! The magic platform took shape, and the scattered evolutionary materials around it seemed to be pulled towards the magic platform, running on the magic platform in a mysterious flight trajectory. Anyway, Suchin had absolutely no idea how the magic table operated. He looked at the small flame in the air and pointed. "Go! This is your chance. When you come out, you will undergo earth-shaking changes." In fact, the little flame could no longer be suppressed. From the moment the magic platform appeared, Xiao Huamiao instinctively felt a desire in his heart, but Suchin did not agree, so Xiao Huamiao suppressed this feeling. Now that his master had nodded in agreement, the little flame naturally would not refuse and flew to the center of the magic platform in a flash. The appearance of the small flame was like a switch. Suddenly, dazzling magic circles appeared on the magic table. Under the action of the magic circles, the materials were decomposed and melted one by one, turning into the purest energy. Then, under the traction of the magic table, the body of the small flame slowly shrank from its original half-meter height to 40 centimeters, 30 centimeters, 20 centimeters, and finally into a round spherical object with a diameter of only 10 centimeters. Suchin stared at the movement on the magic stage nervously. As the master of the little flame, after so many days of fighting side by side, a bit of affection has already developed between them. Suchin's mood is now very complicated. He is happy for the evolution of Little Flame, but also worried about the accidents that may occur during the evolution of Little Flame. He is just like those expectant fathers in a hospital who are waiting outside the delivery room for their wives to give birth. Fortunately, Little Flame's evolution went smoothly. It just took a little longer, everything else was fine and there were no accidents. After the small flame turned into an elemental ball with a diameter of 10 centimeters, the pure energy previously transformed from the materials automatically flowed towards the small flame. With the injection of energy, Suchin could clearly feel that the elemental ball was slowly growing bigger, and its aura was gradually becoming stronger. The Skeleton King, as the second person in the audience who still had thoughts, was also watching the evolution ceremony silently without making a sound to interrupt. Although this was only a small evolution, it benefited the Skeleton King a lot and also made him realize the magic of this world. Even someone as strong as him, an old monster who had lived for countless epochs, was as small as an ant in front of this world. Chapter 24 Successful Evolution, Fire Wizard. I don't know how much time passed. As a dazzling light flashed, the magic platform gradually disintegrated and shattered, then turned into starlight and merged into the elemental fireball. At this time, the elemental fireball transformed from the small flame had expanded to a diameter of 1/2 meter. You know, when it was still a fire elf, the little flame was only 1/2 meter tall. As the starlight transformed from the magic platform merged into the little flame's body, the aura of the elemental fireball expanded more and more. Afterwards, as if the energy had reached its peak, the aura of the elemental fireball stopped rising and gradually stabilized. Suddenly, flames rose and the elemental fireball emitted a blazing light. In this blazing light, the elemental fireball gradually changed its shape and transformed into a human form. After the light faded, a figure nearly 1.5 meters tall, wearing a fiery red wizard robe, with long flowing fiery red hair and a small flame adorned with a golden gem on his forehead, appeared in the air. Is this the fire wizard? Suchin took away his hand that he had placed on his eyes to block the strong light, and a look of joy appeared on his face. After evolving from a fire elf into a fire wizard, Suchin could clearly feel a pressure from him, which was a crushing force of strength. Suchin took out the Vulcan staff and the Vulcan wizard hat, and equipped them on Little Flame. After Little Flame was equipped with the Vulcan staff and the Vulcan wizard hat, the image of the great wizard became more prominent. At this time, a light curtain appeared, and the details of the small flame appeared in front of Suchin. Race: Fire Wizard, Flame Heart, Little Flame. Attribute: Fire. Potential level: Holy Glory 9 stars. Bloodline: Ordinary. Level 3, 6 stars. Skills: Soul Blast, Fiery War Song, Exploding Arrow, Exploding Missile, Fiery Rain, Fire Dragon Blast Small, Red Sun Ray, Wizard's Eye. Equipment: Vulcan Staff, Mage Hat. How should I put it? This attribute is very strong. The potential level has been directly upgraded from Diamond 8 stars to Holy Glory 9 stars. It is just one step away from super potential. It can be called an epic enhancement. The strength level didn't increase as much as Suchin imagined. It just went from level 3, 1 star, to level 3, 6 stars, an increase of 5 small realms. Although the strength has not increased much, the skills are really numerous, which can be called a complete set. There are 8 skills in total, including control and output, especially the last one, Wizard's Eye, which can be called a life skill. Wizard's Eye: summon a flaming pupil made of a magic circle. The soul of the enemy staring at it will be burned and the enemy will have the illusion that their body is burned. Wizard's Eye can be cancelled at any time, and can be released continuously. If the opponent has no means to block Wizard's Eye, then the soul will be burned to ashes, and the body will die when the soul dies. Note: Wizard's Eye requires a high level of mental strength. At this stage, it can burn the souls of 3 enemies at the same time. If the opponent's mental strength is strong, the burning effect will be weakened accordingly. This ability: is this the Wizard's Eye? This is simply a life-threatening skill. The Fire Wizard is so powerful. I wonder how abnormal the Little Flame will become in the future. Suchen's heart was full of longing. Is this the state after evolution? The Skeleton King was also looking at the Little Flame after evolution. My incarnation staff and Vulcan wizard hat really suit this little guy. The Skeleton King nodded with a satisfied smile on his face. Boy, judging from your appearance, your friends should have gained a lot of benefits, right? Suchin looked at the Skeleton King. Yes, the evolved Little Flame is much stronger than before. You are right. If your Little Flame encounters that black water snake again now, it will probably be able to deal with it quickly. Skeleton King nodded. Really? Suchin was stunned. The black water snake is a 5th level elite beast, and Suchin was always unsure about it. But since the Skeleton King said so, Suchin felt that it was not impossible. After all, the Little Flame, which has undergone epic enhancement, and is equipped with the Vulcan staff and the Vulcan wizard hat, has no reason not to be able to defeat the black water snake. Thinking of this, Suchin had an urge to rush out and fight the snake immediately. The Skeleton King saw through Suchin's thoughts, laughed, and sighed in his heart. It's good to be young. Youth is full of vigor, youth is full of vigor. The soul fire in the Skeleton King's eyes flickered. Apparently, the time has come and Skeleton King's consciousness is slowly fading away. Boy, it's almost time. Thank you so much for letting me open my eyes before you left. Thank you so much. After saying this, the Skeleton King's body could no longer support itself and fell onto the throne. The Skeleton Knight who had been standing under the throne guarding the Skeleton King turned into a pile of dry bones and fell to the ground. The soul fire floated out, and in midair, the soul fire of the Skeleton Knight and the soul fire of the Skeleton King merged together. Then a white hexagonal crystal appeared out of thin air, wrapped the soul fire inside and fell into Suchin's hands. Suchin looked at the crystal in his hand, and the sadness in his heart surged again. It happened so suddenly. The Skeleton King, who was apparently full of energy before, suddenly lost consciousness and turned into nothingness, leaving only the soul fire still burning. After putting away the soul fire, Suchin stopped feeling sad and walked towards the passage with the small flame. Just after the death of the Skeleton King, this small cave triggered some kind of restriction, and the passage to the outside world automatically emerged. Suchin came to the ground from the passage. The moment Suchin stepped out of the passage, the underground cave completely disappeared and returned to nothingness with the departure of the Skeleton King. Seeing the sun again, Suchin did not feel very happy. Although he had spent a short time with the Skeleton King, Suchin truly regarded him as a friend in his heart. How can you feel good when a friend passes away? Hey, when did I become so sentimental? Didn't the Skeleton King say that after his death, his soul would be divided into millions? Who knows, maybe I will meet him again someday. Thinking of this, Suchin's mood gradually brightened. It's great to see the sun. After walking through the woods for a while, Suchin returned to the black water pool again. There was no need for Suchin to throw psychic explosive bombs to lure the black water snake out. Suchin's breath had already been firmly remembered by the big snake, so as soon as he appeared, the black water snake could not wait to crawl out of the black water pool. As if afraid that Suchin would use strange means to disappear again, the black water snake came up and shot a black water arrow. Fast, accurate, and ruthless. What we want is to kill with one blow. When Suchin saw this mysterious water arrow, his scalp exploded instantly. Fuck, this big snake has no moral principles and is trying to sneak attack. Who the hell is going to use a big move right away? Chapter 25 Leaving the Troll Forest. Although the black water snake went there with the idea of killing with one blow, it did not succeed. The little flame that evolved into a fire wizard is no longer the same. The original flaming arrow turned into an explosive arrow, doubling its power, and directly destroyed the black water arrow shot out by the black water snake. Suchin was not polite either. He took out his psychic armor-piercing gun and pulled the trigger instantly when the black water snake paused for a moment, while launching its skill. Boom! The gunshots shook the earth. The birds in the forest were shocked and flapped their wings and fled in all directions. Although Suchin had fired a shot before in the underground cave, he was still dazed by the powerful impact of the shot. Even though Suchin was wearing armor, his shoulder was still hit by the recoil when he fired the gun, and it hurt. But the effect is also excellent. A hole was instantly blasted in the spiritual barrier on the black water snake's body, and its scales flew off, with blood flowing everywhere. Hiss! The black water snake felt pain and let out an agonizing hiss. Damn, if I had known this gun could break through defense, I wouldn't have been chased so badly before. Suchin looked at the effect of this shot and regretted why he was so busy escaping and didn't fire another shot at it. As the saying goes, attack while you are sick. The black water snake has a huge body, and although there is a cut on its body, the impact is not big, but at least its defense is broken. Little Flame raised his hand and shot a few explosive arrows at the black water snake. With the attack speed increase and the Vulcan staff's skill continuous strikes, Little Flame's casting speed is extremely fast. In an instant, the black water snake was attacked by several explosive arrows. The Little Flame's attack had not stopped yet. With a wave of the staff in his hand, 4 or 5 explosive missiles flew towards the black water snake. The black water snake was stunned by the fierce blow, and its brain was unable to react for a while. However, with the fierce bombardment of the explosive missile, a large piece of flesh and blood was blown off its body. The black water snake finally became angry, opened its big mouth, and spewed out a stream of icy cold air from its mouth. This is the ultimate move of the black water snake, icy breath. The surrounding woods were covered with ice in an instant. The ground beneath his feet was also constantly freezing, and Suchin, who was wearing armor, also felt the cold at this moment. The armor was freezing, and his movements were hindered. Seeing Suchin was frozen, the black water snake immediately rushed towards Suchin. "It's going to happen!" Looking at the giant snake rushing towards him like a train, Suchin, whose movements were restricted, was too late to run away. Boom! 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 Several explosive missiles and explosive arrows hit the snake's head, pushing the black water snake back. Then the little flame waved his staff, and the temperature around it suddenly rose sharply. The ice quickly melted into water and quickly evaporated. The surrounding environment turned red and it started raining from the sky, red rain of fire. The dry trees suddenly burst into flames, which soon turned into a raging fire. This place has become a world of fire. Little flames group skill fiery rain of fire. It is more powerful and has a larger range than the previous rain of fire arrows, and there is basically no possibility of escape. The black water snake's skin was drenched by the scorching fire rain, and immediately it made a sizzling sound. Hiss! 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 The black water snake howled mournfully. Its entire body was corroded by the rain of fire. There was not a single piece of good flesh left on its body. It rolled over in pain, trying to escape back to the black water pool. Unfortunately, the little flame will not give it a chance. The golden gem in the middle of the forehead was shining brightly. Pyridine. A red-gold ray of light shot out, and in the blink of an eye it caught up with the black water snake that was trying to escape, and pierced through the black water snake's head. The black water snake with a pierced head twisted its body frantically, but this was just its dying struggle. After a while, the black water snake became motionless and lay quietly on the edge of the black water pool. Suchin was in the sea of fire and was completely useless. He just stared blankly at his own little flame. "It was over in a second. That's too brutal." Suchin shook his head. Walking to the side of the black water snake, Suchin looked at it carefully. "All I can say is that it is beyond recognition. In the battle just now, the scales and skin of the black water snake were all corroded in the sea of fire, and now the only remaining snake flesh was emitting green smoke." Looking at the head again, a blood hole as big as a bowl appeared in the middle of the snake's head. One could see the other side from the blood hole at a glance. It was obvious that the wound had been pierced. This was obviously the location where Xiao Huimiya had just used the skill Red Flame Ray to instantly kill the giant snake. The black water snake is dead, and Suchin can't waste it. With a wave of his hand, the small flame flew to Suchin and transformed into a fiery red sword. The blade is slender and sharp. Suchin also discovered it recently. In fact, after the small flame merges into your body, it can not only turn into a dagger, but also into anything else. It mainly depends on how you use it. Suchin split the snake in half with force and searched along the snake's body, and finally found a crystal core in the snake's abdomen. This water-attributed crystal core comes from a 5th-order elite black water snake. It can be bought for at least 10 million. This is the most valuable giant beast Suchin has ever killed since he became a beast master. Suchin nodded with satisfaction. Then Suchin searched the snake's body again and took out the snake's gallbladder. It's done. The most valuable part of a snake is its gallbladder. The gallbladder of a 5th-level black water snake must be very valuable. Now that the mission is accomplished, it's time to go home. Suchin felt a little emotional. It was the first time he was away from home for such a long time. 5 days later, Suchin finally arrived at the outskirts of the troll forest. Suchin exclaimed that it was not easy. It was really not easy. The main reason was that when Suchin was being chased by the Qingmu wolf pack, he panicked and just found a random path and went into the woods. Later, After following the trail of the black water snake and falling into an underground cave, Suchin successfully got lost in the troll forest. It was purely God's will that we could find a way out and leave the troll forest. In other words, Suchin is the son of destiny, the biological son of God. If it were anyone else, he would have gone deep into the forest and was eventually killed by a high-level beast. Just when Suchin was excited, a group of soldiers suddenly surrounded Suchin. Suchin was startled and thought he was in danger again. He almost wanted to let Xiao Huamiao have a barbecue family bucket. The leading soldier walked towards Suchin, saluted first, then took out a photo to compare, and finally asked, "Your name is Suchin?" "Yeah, my name is Suchin." Suchin was a little confused. "What's going on? Am I wanted?" Suchin thought secretly in his heart. When the leading soldier heard Suchin's admission, his eyes changed when he looked at Suchin. "So you just came out of the troll forest?" "What else?" Suchin curled his lips. "I'm not bragging to you. If I hadn't been lost, I would have come out a few days ago. Why would I wait until now?" Chapter 26 by Tianlong's Shock. The leading soldier twitched his mouth and thought to himself that this was a really ruthless person. He had just awakened and had the guts to go into the wilderness, and stayed there for more than a month. If he wasn't a ruthless person, what was he? He was Langmi. "Hello, Mr. Su, let me introduce myself. My name is Zhang Jun, and I am a subordinate of the military commander Bai Tianlong. I have been ordered to come to the troll forest to search for you. Now that you are fine, come back with us. Commander Bai is very anxious," Zhang Jun said. "Bai Tianlong? Uncle Bai?" Suchin's eyes lit up. He didn't expect that Uncle Bai held such a high position. He was actually a commander in the military. He was simply a high-ranking official. At the same time, Bai Tianlong also received the news that Suchin had been found. He was relieved to learn that Suchin was still alive. This kid is really lucky. After leaving the troll forest, Suchin once again saw the majestic border and exclaimed in his heart, "Great!" Suchin's appearance also attracted the attention of many surrounding teams who wanted to adventure into the troll forest. There is no other reason, Suchin is just too eye-catching. In the forest, in order not to expose his gains, Suchin put away his armor early and walked on foot in his own clothes. He slept in the open air all the way, which made Suchin look no different from a beggar, with a few leaves on his head. It would be fine if it were this way, it wouldn't attract so much attention. The main reason was that Zhang Jun and others next to them were too eye-catching. Those adventure teams were all guessing what Suchin's mission was and why he was escorted by a tactical team. This was why Suchin attracted so much attention. Suddenly, there was an exclamation from the crowd. "Look, that's the commander's traveling team. Why is the commander here? I wonder which commander in the military he is." Suchin's heart was moved when he heard the bustling voices around him. "The commander is here? Could it be Uncle Bai?" Suchin was right. After Bai Tianlong got the news, he immediately took Bai Bingqin to the border. The convoy in the distance came closer and gradually stopped. Zhang Jun hurried to the front of the car to report. "Go down!" Bai Tianlong waved his hand. He is not the protagonist today, Suchin is the protagonist. The car door opened and an extremely beautiful girl walked out and walked towards Suchin. When Suchin saw clearly that it was Bai Bingqin, his heart suddenly became excited, and he was so excited that he wanted to run away on the spot. I saw Bai Bingqin holding a 40-meter-long mace, with murderous and ferocious eyes. No matter how you look at her, she doesn't look like she is here to pick me up. Instead, she looks like she is here to send me off, to send me to hell. "Catch him for me!" Seeing that Suchin was about to run, Bai Bingqin gave the order on the spot. These soldiers are Bai Tianlong's confidants, so they naturally would not disobey Bai Bingqin's words. Suchin was held in the hands of the soldiers like a chicken and could not move. Seeing that there was no hope of escape, Suchin could only force a bitter face and look at Bai Bingqin pitifully. "Sister Qin, good morning! I'm so glad to see you again. If God can give me another chance, I swear, I will send you a message before entering the forest. If I have to add a deadline to this message, I hope it is. I'm going to kill you, you big head ghost. It's afternoon now, prepare to die." After saying that, Bai Bingqin picked up the 40-meter-long mace and swung it towards Suchen. Oops. That afternoon, the sound of pigs being slaughtered could be heard throughout the border of Jiahai City. The sound was so ups and downs that it made those who heard it sad and those who listened to it shed tears. At night, by family compound, Jiahai City, Su Chen, with bandages wrapped around his body, sat at the dining table and concentrated on eating. Bai's mother Su Qingyan was picking up food for Su Chen while scolding Bai Bingqin. That's outrageous. Look at how you beat Xiaochen. If Xiaochen wasn't in good health, he would have been beaten to death by you. How can you be so violent? How can you get married in the future? Well, he deserves it. Bai Bingqin snorted and glared at Su Chen. Even though Su Chen didn't look up, he could still feel the murderous gaze and his body shivered unconsciously. How dare you say such harsh words? Look how scared Xiaochen is. Xiaochen, don't be afraid. Today I have your support, and no one can touch you. Come, eat another chicken leg, and then drink all this turtle soup. I put a lot of precious Chinese medicine in it. It's very tonic. You must have suffered in the forest this month, you've become so thin. As she spoke, Su Qingyan pushed a big bowl of turtle soup to Su Chen's hand. Cough, cough, cough. Su Chen coughed violently a few times. Although Aunt Su, your action is very touching, but are you sure that such a big pot of soup will not make me die? Bai Tianlong's mouth twitched. What a miserable child! This big pot of Chinese medicinal turtle soup was so big that even someone as strong as Su Chen wouldn't dare to drink so much. I drank too much and got really irritated. After 3 rounds of wine, the dishes have 5 flavors. Su Chen leaned back in the chair, holding her big belly, feeling hopeless. This is not about eating too much, this is about eating too much. Aunt Su was a little too enthusiastic, and he couldn't handle it. It was a waste of his life. Ahem, Xiaochen! Why are you heading to the troll forest alone? Bai Tianlong asked. Well, I'm doing this to train myself. According to Sister Qingqing's introduction, Holy Spirit Academy is full of geniuses and evildoers. With my small arms and thin legs, I'm afraid I won't be admitted if I don't work hard and train hard. Even so, you can't risk going in alone, right? Why didn't you tell me before you went in? Bai Bingqin roared. What an accident. I was so focused on improving myself that I forgot to say hello to you. But I promise, I will next time. Su Chen raised his finger and swore. If you dare to do it again next time, I will beat you to death today, and I will save you from having to eat dinner at my house for free. Bai Bingqin was getting angry. Qin, what are you talking about? How can you treat Xiaochen like this? I haven't settled the score with you for what you did today. Su Qingyan scolded. That's right. Bai Bingqin crossed her arms, looking unconvinced. Oh, I see. That's great. You are ambitious and adventurous. Not bad. Bai Tianlong gave a fair evaluation. Xiaochen, how was your experience this time? Bai Tianlong continued to ask. It's okay. I took over an unmanned treasure house and made some money. I also got this. As he spoke, Su Chen took out the water-attributed crystal core and snake gall left behind by the black water snake. This is the crystal core of a 5th-order elite-level behemoth. You killed it? Bai Tianlong said in shock. What? Bai Bingqin was also surprised. A 5th-order beast. An elite one at that. If I were to encounter one, I would surely die. It's a fluke. If we hadn't taken the treasure house, we might not have been able to win. As he said that, Su Chen took out the psychic armor-piercing gun. Chapter 27 Bai's Mother's Approval. Psychic armor-piercing gun. Bai Tianlong is from the military, so he is very familiar with this thing and recognized it at a glance. The psychic armor-piercing gun has great penetrating power, and it is indeed no problem to deal with the 5th-level monster. Bai Tianlong nodded, and then changed the subject and continued to ask. But how can you use it? I can't use it. There's an instruction manual. I read it and operated it a few times and it was working. It's just loading and safety. It's not difficult. Su Chen didn't understand. Yes, that's right. But that's not what I want to talk about. Since you've used the psychic armor-breaking gun, you should know how powerful it is. To tell you the truth, Even an average elite beast master can't withstand a single shot from this thing. One shot would leave them lying down for 3 days. You've only been awakened for no more than 2 months, and you think your physical fitness is better than an elite beast master? What if I wear armor? Suchin said as he took out the armor. Oh, it's actually the K5 armor. You're really lucky. The market value of this armor is 20 billion. It's in short supply and most people can't get it. I didn't expect you to get a bargain. If that's the case, then it's understandable. Bai Tianlong returned the armor to Suchin and said, Wow, 200 billion! Suchin didn't expect that this piece of armor was so valuable. It was even more valuable than all the treasures in the cave combined. But having said that, although the psychic armor-piercing gun is extremely powerful, you still can't kill that 5th-level elite beast with your strength. Seeing that you have a snake gallbladder in your hand, it should be a snake beast. I think the body of this snake beast can't be small, at least more than 20 meters. So it must have been killed by your beast master. Yes. Suchin did not deny it. At the same time, he was shocked by Bai Tianlong's guess. It was so damn accurate. It's really scary that he was able to guess almost exactly what the answer was just based on the snake gall in his hand. I heard Qin talk about your beast before. It's called Little Flame, right? What level is it now? Su Tianlong asked after taking a sip of tea. Level 3, 6 stars. How many? Bai Tianlong opened his eyes and asked. Level 3, 6 stars. Suchin replied calmly. Bai Tianlong glanced at his daughter dimly. Bai Bingqin was also stunned at this time. Suchin, is Little Flame really a level 3, 6 star? Yes, I wouldn't lie to you. The treasure house I destroyed contained a lot of high-level fire crystal cores and fire source stones. Little Flame is an elemental body and can directly absorb the fire energy inside, so his level is rising like a rocket. Oh, by the way, there are a lot of light attribute crystal cores in that cave. Sister Qin, do you want them? If you want, I'll give them all to you. Suchin asked. No, I won't use it. Bai Bingqin lay on the table with a look of despair. This is too abominable. How come this stinky pig has upgraded so quickly after just over a month of not seeing him? Bai Bingqin roared inwardly. Okay, if you don't want it, I'll keep it for you. Just ask me for it when you need it. Bai Bingqin waved her hand to indicate that she understood. Xiaoqin, do you know what it means that your Little Flame is at level 3, 6 stars? Bai Tianlong asked. Not sure, very weak? Suchin shook his head. No, not weak at all. Not only not weak, but very strong. Suchin, even in the world's top beast taming academy like Holy Spirit Academy, as long as one beast tamed reaches the 5th level in the senior year, the academy can graduate successfully. If 2 beasts reach the 5th level, they are outstanding graduates. And if 3 beasts reach the 5th level, they are genius graduates. You are now fully prepared. You haven't even graduated from high school, and you have only been contracting a beast tamer for more than a month, but your Little Flame has already reached the 3rd level. This is no longer a genius. Do you understand? Bai Tianlong said slowly. Oh my god, am I that awesome? After listening to Bai Tianlong's explanation, Suchin suddenly understood. It turned out that it was not that he was too weak, but that he was too strong, so strong that he had no friends. At night, at the strong request of Bai's mother, Suchin did not return to his own house, but stayed overnight at Bai's house. To be honest, Suchin had spent the night at the Bai family before, but the number of times was very few. Unless necessary, Suchin would never spend the night at someone else's house. Suchin had already washed his body when he came back, so he didn't need to take another bath that night. Besides, he was wrapped up like a mummy and couldn't be washed. Hiss, this Bai Bingqin is too violent, this is really going to kill me. As soon as Suchin lay down, he felt a burning pain all over his body. With a click, the door opened and Bai Bingqin walked in with a cold face. You deserved it. I let you run to the troll forest without saying a word. I was too kind and didn't beat you to a cripple. Ahem, I'm just kidding. Sister Qin is simply the most gentle girl in the world. How could she kill me? Sit down, please sit down, Suchin said with a smile. Outside in the living room, Bai Tianlong saw his daughter wearing pajamas and walked into Suchin's room. He didn't dare to think about being alone with a woman in the late night, and was about to go up immediately, but was stopped by Bai's mother. Qingyan, why are you holding me? Look at your daughter, she is too unrestrained. It's late at night, a man and a woman are alone. I'm afraid that Su Qin is too bold. Forget it. Su Qingyan rolled her eyes at Su Tianlong and pulled him to sit on the sofa. Instead of worrying about your daughter, I think you should worry about Xiaochen. With your daughter's personality, she will definitely eat Xiaochen. Well, that's right. No, isn't it the same? Oh, Qingyan, you've confused me, Bai Tianlong said as he made a move to stand up. Su Qingyan grabbed him and said, Okay, children and grandchildren have their own blessings. Trust them, they won't do anything rash. And Xiaochen has a good personality. Even if it's a done deal, I, as his mother-in-law, will accept it. You! Bai Tianlong was speechless. What are you talking about? But after sitting down and thinking about it carefully, Bai Tianlong felt that it made sense. Although Su Qin appears to be weak in character, the fact that he dares to enter the troll forest alone shows that he is not a coward. At least he is more courageous than most men. Moreover, the fact that he was able to kill a 5th-order elite black water snake alone in the troll forest showed that he had great talent. At least Bai Tianlong can never do that at his age. Hey, Qingyan! Actually, you know what? Su Chen's breaking into the troll forest alone is not worthy of my praise. What really impressed me was his luck and his opportunity. There are so many evildoers, but how many of them can survive? A genius who can grow up is called a genius, and a genius who dies is nothing. Bai Tianlong sighed. Chapter 28 Beast Taming Divine Armor. In the guest room, Su Chen looked at Bai Bingqin with a hesitant expression. What's wrong? You look so shy. That's not like you at all. Just tell me if you have something to say. Bai Bingqin saw through Su Chen's thoughts at a glance. It turns out that Sister Qin understands me. Su Chen flattered her and then asked. I just want to ask you, did you see the battle armor today? This is for Beastmasters. Do Beastmasters have any equipment? Of course. Bai Bingqin looked at Su Chen with a strange expression. Yes? Su Chen's voice suddenly rose. Su Chen asked Bai Bingqin if she had any equipment for Beastmasters because he wanted to find out if human Beastmasters also had magical equipment like the Vulcan Staff and the Vulcan Mage Hat. Or was he just lucky in an isolated case? Because Su Chen had never heard before he met the Skeleton King that Beastmasters could also equip themselves with equipment like in online games. Why are you so loud? Bai Bingqin hit Su Chen on the forehead with a big slap. Oh, sorry, I'm too excited. Sister Qin, can you tell me in detail? Su Chen said apologetically. What? Just like humans, Beastmasters can also be equipped with equipment. Nowadays, psychic technology is very advanced. Human bodies are fragile, so protective gear such as armor was invented. The same is true for beast taming. Although some beast tames can do considerable damage, their defense is very weak, so human engineers invented armor for beast taming. Of course, Beastmasters use more than just armor, such as psychic technology equipment such as heavy artillery. Although heavy artillery is powerful and lethal, it is too heavy for humans to carry and use. At this time, if you have a powerful Beastmaster, such as the exploding ape or the heavy riding mammoth, they are very powerful. Installing heavy artillery on them will not only make them more maneuverable, but also give the Beastmaster additional powerful firepower. It is a good deal to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Although she is just a high school student who has not yet graduated, her father Bai Tianlong is the commander of the military and can obviously learn some secret information. Is that so? Su Chen was a little disappointed. Although I know that beast tamers can be equipped with equipment, it is obviously different from what I thought. The additional equipment that Bai Bingqin mentioned is equivalent to adding a weapon to the hands of an unarmed human. Although the fighting power is improved, it is still relying on external forces. It's completely different from Little Flame being equipped with the Vulcan Staff. Is there no other special equipment for beast taming? Su Chen still didn't give up, but it was not easy to tell him directly about the Little Flame. What's wrong with you today? You seem weird. Bai Bingqin frowned, very curious about Su Chen's abnormal behavior today. I wondered if I had hurt Su Chen, but I didn't hit him on the head. Facing Bai Bingqin's gaze, Su Qin shrank his head in fear and smiled awkwardly. Nothing, just pure curiosity. Bai Bingqin's eyes rolled around, and suddenly they lit up. She looked at Su Qin mysteriously. If you say so, I remember it now. Really? Tell me about it soon. Su Qin's eyes lit up and he looked expectant. That's right. You should know that this world doesn't just have us humans. There are also other giant beasts, gods, demons, and alien races. I know this. Su Qin nodded repeatedly. Well, the reason why we humans were able to stand firm in the face of these alien invasions is because we have the profession of Beastmaster. But other alien races and giant beasts don't have Beastmasters. The behemoths are powerful because they are powerful, extraordinary creatures. That's why they are powerful. What about those alien races? I heard from my father that the ancestors of mankind once attacked other alien races and learned some information about them. Some alien races were just like us humans in the early days. They were very weak and had no special means. Later, due to coincidence, extraordinary powers were born in the tribe. Just like we humans have Beastmasters. But they don't have Beastmasters, because they cultivate themselves to become extraordinary, just like those giant beasts. So they don't need the profession of Beastmaster at all. Later, those weak alien races cultivated themselves to become extraordinary, and then passed on their excellent genes from generation to generation. Gradually, they became stronger and stronger, their attack methods became more and more diverse, and their civilization also changed, giving rise to many complex extraordinary professions. Among them are weapon refiners, who are similar to our engineers. They can refine numerous weapons and items with magical powers. With these weapons and items, the aliens' combat power is also improved. Not only are their attack methods diverse, but they are also extremely powerful. The improvement these magical weapons and items bring to the aliens is far beyond the reach of our current human methods. Many of our predecessors and warriors have captured some weapons in the fight against alien races, but most of them are simply unusable and humans are unable to unleash their power. But there are still some weapons and items that we humans can use, but we have to pay a certain price, but the improvement is huge. Now we humans call those magical weapons and items beast-controlling divine armor, and they are worshipped as treasures by humans. Even though my father is in a high position and has great power, he still doesn't have a beast-controlling divine armor. Bai Bingqin said a lot, and although there was a lot of useless information, it was detailed enough. At the same time, Su Qin also understood that he was not an exception. Humans do have equipment similar to the Vulcan staff, but they are very rare and cost a price to use. But even so, they are still extremely rare. It can be seen how powerful the Vulcan staff and Vulcan wizard hat on the little flame are. Similarly, if I reveal such incredible equipment, without any background or connections, and without sufficient strength now, can I keep these two artifacts? Su Qin was secretly glad for himself that he asked out of curiosity today. Bai Bingqin was also fortunate to know the news. Otherwise, if I were to brazenly expose this heaven-defying artifact to the outside world, and if it were to be plotted against by someone with ulterior motives, I really couldn't imagine what would happen to me. If it was just for money, it would be fine, but I'm afraid those people would destroy the body to avoid gossip, and then my death would be very regretful. The Vulcan staff and the Vulcan wizard hat must not be exposed, and even the little flame should not be exposed. It seems that I have to contract the second and third beasts as soon as possible, because time is running out. Su Qin made a decision in an instant. Chapter 29. Golden Body Hegemony Technique. Hey, what are you thinking about? Why are you in a daze? Don't tell me, you also have a beast-controlling outfit, right? Bai Bingqin suddenly asked. Su Qin was shocked. Was the expression on his face so obvious? How could that be, Sister Qin Qin? You've already told me how rare the beast-taming armor is, and how it's treated like a treasure. Even your father doesn't have it, so how could I have it? Su Qin quickly fooled. That's not necessarily true. At least when my father was young, he didn't dare to go deep into the wilderness alone, and he was lucky enough to find a treasure cave. Bai Bingqin hinted. Fuck it! Su Qin cursed in his heart. Bai Bingqin is good in every way. She is a good student and good-looking. The only bad thing is that she is too familiar with me and I can't hide my little thoughts from her. Really? I was just thinking about my second beast. Really? If so, your thinking is quite far-fetched. You were asking me about the equipment for the beast before, and now you are talking to me about the second beast. Are you lying? Bai Bingqin's eyes were as sharp as knives and her fists were clenched tightly. If Suqin dared to lie to her, she would let Suqin know why the flowers are so red. Really, I swear! Suqin put 3 fingers together and swore to the sky. Bai Bingqin stared at Suqin's eyes for a long time. Okay. I believe you. Phew, that was a close call. Luckily I was thinking about contracting a spirit beast at the time, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to fool her. This girl is getting harder and harder to fool. I have to keep my distance from her from now on. Suqin thought with fear in his heart. Okay, Sister Qin, I'm going to sleep, you go back. Suqin yawned. It was indeed getting late. During the past month in the troll forest, Suqin was worried every day and couldn't sleep well. After killing the skeleton mage in the underground cave, he had a good sleep. Now that he has arrived in a safe area, his tense mood has relaxed, and fatigue has come with it. Suqin doesn't want to think about anything now, he just wants to sleep for 3 days and 3 nights. It's okay, I won't leave. I'll sleep over there and won't disturb you. However, Bai Bingqin had no intention of leaving at all, and it seemed that she was going to stay the night at Suqin's place. Sister, stop it. Uncle Bai and Aunt Su are still here. You're asking me to put pressure on them. Suqin was numb. How could Bai Bingqin be so careless? Didn't she know that men and women should not touch each other? Is it appropriate for a single man and a single woman to be in the same room? It's because they are here that I dare to sleep here. Otherwise, you will be so happy. After saying that, Bai Bingqin placed her white feet on Suqin's face, and with force she kicked Suqin, who was sitting on the bed, backwards. Okay, go to sleep and stop thinking about it. As he spoke, the room went dark. Bai Bingqin turned off the lights in the room. Suqin, lying on the bed, was still thinking about the kick Bai Bingqin had just given him. Sure enough, the ancients were not lying to me. Beautiful girls do have fragrant feet. Oh, it would be great if my feet were fragrant too. Then I wouldn't have to wash my feet, it would be a lot easier. After turning off the lights, Suqin, who was already exhausted, quickly fell asleep. It was noon and Suqin was lying on the big bed and sleeping soundly in an ungraceful manner. Last night, 3 out of the 4 people in the Bai family mansion suffered from insomnia. Although Bai Bingqin appeared to be nonchalant, she felt a burning sensation on her face when she was in the same room with another man. She was so distracted by all the thoughts that she couldn't sleep all night. Bai Tianlong saw that his little Xiao Baikai had gone into the wild boar's den and didn't come back all night, so he cursed and didn't sleep all night. Su Qingyan was accompanying her husband, so she didn't sleep either. But unlike Bai Tianlong, she had a smile on her face. Only Suqin is the most heartless one. He closes his eyes and as long as he is not disturbed, the end of the world has nothing to do with him. Uncle, Aunt, good morning! Suqin greeted him while yawning sleepily. Bai Tianlong glanced at the sun outside the window and the corners of his mouth twitched. Good morning, it's almost afternoon. You are a pig. You can sleep so much. Come here quickly. Wash your hands and have dinner. Bai Bingqin looked unfriendly. Obviously, she was in a bad mood because she didn't sleep last night. After breakfast, Suqin said goodbye to Bai Bingqin and her family and went home. Hey, I finally have time to relax. I should also plan my future career as a beast master. I can now contract 2 more beasts. This matter needs to be done as soon as possible. There are only a few days left before the graduation martial arts exam. Oh, and there is also the technique. Suqin slapped his head and almost forgot the martial arts technique he received as a reward for completing the mission. Mysterious technique. Suqin is looking forward to it. After returning home, Suqin locked the doors and windows, drew the curtains, and then looked at the rewarded skills. The skills cannot be materialized. After receiving them, they will be directly engraved in the mind. Suqin thought this was a good idea as there would be no possibility of leakage. After receiving it, a set of martial arts techniques suddenly appeared in Suqin's mind. The art of the golden body. Suqin recited every word. Skill. Golden body tyrant body skill. Introduction. A top-level cultivation technique from a mysterious high-level fantasy world. After practicing this technique, the strength of the body will be greatly enhanced, the blood will surge, and the power will be infinite. When practiced to the top level, the body can tear the void and shatter the galaxy with fists. Note, this technique comes with the martial arts, floating mountain. Good stuff, worthy of being called the mysterious technique. Fortunately, I chose not to do the mission, otherwise I would have lost a lot. Su Qin was deeply grateful. This world is too dangerous. If I don't have some means to protect my life, I won't even know how I died. As long as Su Qin mastered the golden body and tyrant body art, now, he would be invincible among his peers, and he would not be invincible even if he crossed levels. Afterwards, Su Qin calmed his mind, embraced Yuan Shui and began to practice golden body dominant body art. This golden body and tyrant body art is indeed a product of the higher fantasy plane. It is still too difficult for Su Qin to practice it. If this mysterious golden soul bead had not been tailor-made for Su Qin might not even be able to practice. In this way, Su Qin practiced without eating or drinking from the afternoon to the evening, and then from the evening to the day. As the sun rose, a hazy golden light appeared on Su Qin's body, which was a sign of a breakthrough. Puff! With a slight sound, Su Qin seemed to have broken through some shackles and successfully achieved a breakthrough. Opening his eyes, Su Qin felt his body. Very good, full of power. According to the technique, I should have broken through to the first small realm, the first level of body forging. After strengthening the body, it is time to quench the blood, build the meridians, train the organs, and shape the bones. Once all of these are completed, it can be considered as the beginning of the golden body hegemony art. Alas, the road of cultivation is long and arduous. Chapter 30 Exhibition. Not only Bai Bingqi knew that Su Qin had been missing for more than a month, but the school also knew about it. So when the news of Su Qin's safe return came, Su Qin's class teacher called him immediately. After exchanging a few polite words, Su Qin hung up the phone and then began to browse information about beast taming on the internet seriously. If you want to know about beast taming, you don't necessarily have to go to the beast taming mall. After becoming a beast tamer, you can log into the beast tamer's home website online, which contains all kinds of information about beast tamers. Of course, this is limited to information that can be known to the public. The beast taming house has no authority to know some confidential information. But this is enough. Su Qin doesn't want to spy on information from the upper level. He just wants to use this website to learn more about the beast taming world and the news about contracted spirit beasts. The knowledge in textbooks is still very limited, which can be well reflected from the website of Beast Tamer's home. Some of the information about spiritual beasts in it cannot be learned from textbooks. Su Qin carefully looked through the information of every beast that might meet the requirements. But after a morning, Su Qin did not see the beast he wanted. As for the abilities of the second contracted spirit beast, Su Qin mainly planned to use it to gather information, and it should also have certain attack and defense capabilities. Purely functional beast tamers are not bad, and they are indeed very useful in the early stages when beast tamers are generally still weak. However, if the beast tamer itself has no combat power, then in the later stages of the beast tamer's growth, a special beast tamer will have to be separated to protect it, and a combat power will be lost in vain, which is not worth it. Su Qin would never do such a thing as picking up sesame seeds and losing watermelons. You may not be professional, but you must at least understand something. This is Su Qin's requirement for beast taming. Precisely because his requirements were too high, Su Qin has not seen anything satisfactory yet. As the saying goes, you can't have your cake and eat it too. Su Qin understood this truth, but people are greedy, and Su Qin is no exception. All I can say is I want them all. As for why Su Qin needed a beast with strong reconnaissance capabilities, that was purely due to interference from his previous life. When I read novels in my previous life, any protagonist in the novels would always encounter some stupid rich second generations who would cause trouble for him on his way to success, and then they would become enemies. Some rich second generations are brainless, and do things straightforwardly, and the protagonist can easily deal with such people. But I am afraid that there are some rich second generations who are not only crazy but also smart, and they are intelligent villains. Although the protagonist will be able to escape danger in the end when facing such villains, the process is not so beautiful. Suchin didn't know whether he was the protagonist or not, but he was prepared. This is the world of beast taming. When you go out on a mission, you can carry a beast tamed with you that can provide reconnaissance capabilities. If you encounter someone causing trouble, even if you cannot deal with it, at least you can take precautions in advance and respond early. There was no result, and Suchin did not insist on it. He just browsed around the official website of Beast Tamer's house casually. Seeing the column on the history of giant beasts, Suchin became interested and clicked on it to take a closer look. Oh, so the giant beasts also have a history, and it is very long, much earlier than the history of humans. Some of the giant beasts in the secret realms have a history of billions of years. Is this true? Suchin expressed doubt. After all, the planet he came from in his previous life was only 40 years old, and the biological development there was only a few billion years ago. Now the historical origin of the giant beasts in this world is actually earlier than the origin of a planet. Isn't this outrageous? Expert, how did you test it? You didn't test it by carbon decay, did you? However, although Suchin was skeptical, he was indeed very powerful. Although those ancient beasts have become extinct today. However, after detailed testing by scientists, it was discovered that the strength of those ancient beasts was also extremely powerful, far beyond the reach of today's beasts. Because the living environment of giant beasts in ancient times was relatively harsh, natural selection and survival of the fittest. Those who survive are not necessarily the strongest, but they are definitely the bravest. It is definitely not comparable to the vase in the greenhouse. Suchin thought about it, and felt that it made sense. Look at the dinosaurs in the ancient times of the Earth in the past. They were huge. How can the beasts of later generations compare to them? Oh, what a pity! Those ancient beasts have all become fossils. Even if they were very powerful when they were alive, there should be nothing left after they die. I guess their genes can't be extracted. Otherwise, if they could be extracted, the ancient beasts could be resurrected, and maybe I would have a chance to contract an ancient beast. Suchin said regretfully. At this moment, a subtitle suddenly appeared in front of Suchin. If you come across a complete skeleton of an ancient giant beast, you can obtain complete information through scanning and generate a contracted spirit beast. Suchin was stunned. What the hell, the soul gold bead has this function. Suchin has always known that the origin of the golden soul bead is very mysterious and possesses all kinds of incredible abilities. But now this ability to resurrect behemoths is too ridiculous. That's not right. This soul gold orb can issue tasks just like the system. By comparison, it seems that reviving an ancient beast is not that outrageous. Who cares? For me, the more functions the soul gold orb has, the better it is for me. Since the soul golden bead has this function, Suchin also changed his target to the ancient behemoth. I hope to find the beast I like in the ancient beast column, and then go to the Paleontological Museum to try my luck. Jiahai City Gu Nanchang Paleontological Museum. Suchin checked his ticket at the door and entered the inner hall. Suchin came here not because there were specimens he liked, but because an exhibition would be held here this afternoon, where he could see many specimens of ancient giant beasts that were not normally seen. The poster on the promotional leaflet was very exquisitely drawn, and Suchin found it quite interesting. Suchin first walked around the venue, and when the time came, Suchin entered the exhibition hall on time. This exhibition venue was newly opened, so the exhibits inside were much more glamorous and beautiful than those outside. The decoration is very exquisite. How to say it, Suchin felt a strong sense of time, as if he had returned to ancient times. This ancient beast is indeed extraordinary. It is a beast that survives the test of time. It is not comparable to the beasts of today. Suchin observed and admired it. However, to Suchin's disappointment, the abilities of these giant beast fossils when they were alive were all oriented towards combat and defense, and Suchin has not seen any with reconnaissance capabilities yet. Hey, are my requirements a bit too high? I feel like this money is wasted. Suchin felt a little self-doubtful. Chapter 31 Titan Bloodline Trail. As he walked around, Suchin found himself in an unfamiliar area. I looked at the sign above my head. Ancient Insect Exhibition Area. Suchin's eyes lit up. Other ancient beasts don't have reconnaissance capabilities, so what about bugs? Thinking of this, Suchin rushed towards the specimen in a hurry. Because he was too anxious, Suchin accidentally knocked down a pedestrian. Sorry! After realizing his mistake, Suchin apologized and quickly pulled up the pedestrian he had knocked down. The person who was knocked down was a girl, and her appearance was no less than by Bingqin's. She was tall and curvy, with a slender waist, big breasts, round buttocks and long legs. She had golden hair draped behind her head and a faint fragrance on her body. After the girl stood up, Suchin inexplicably felt a kind of pressure from her. A kind of pressure from a superior. It must be an illusion. Suchin was a little surprised. How could a girl have such an aura? Sorry about that. I was too anxious. Are you not hurt? Suchin asked worriedly. Fine. The pretty girl spoke without any expression, and she didn't look like she was knocked down at all. So cold. This was Suchin's evaluation of the girl. Well, I'm glad you're okay. If there's anything, you must tell me in time. It would be bad if you delay. Suchin said sincerely. Really? You broke my leg, will you compensate me? The beautiful girl looked at Suchin with a smile. Pay for it. Suchin looked at the beautiful girl's straight legs and the corners of his mouth twitched. That's quite interesting. Hello, my name is Long Yuyen. What's your name? Long Yuyen introduced herself. Long Yuyen, is there anyone in this world whose surname is Long? Can you suppress such a domineering surname? Suchin looked at Long Yuyen curiously. It's a pity that Suchin doesn't know how to read faces, otherwise he would be able to figure out the ups and downs. Long Yuyen has never seen such a shameless person. She knows that she is beautiful, but there is no need to stare at her like this. Have you seen enough? I've seen enough. No, I mean your name is really domineering. Suchin came to his senses and realized that he had been rude. You haven't responded to my question yet? Also, you came to this exhibition. Are you also interested in these ancient creatures? Hello, my name is Suchin. I'm a little interested in paleontology. Suchin nodded. Oh, you're a beast master? Long Yuyen asked. Yes. Suchin nodded. No wonder. Long Yuyen nodded, as if confirming something. Suchin was in a hurry to see the specimens, so he exchanged a few words and left. Long Yuyen looked at Suchin's departing back, her eyes gradually filled with curiosity. At such a young age, his aura is so strong. It seems that the first beast in the contract has an extraordinary background. Coming to the exhibition area, Suchin looked through the glass display case at the insect fossil specimens displayed inside. Compared with the display specimens of ancient behemoths, these insect specimens are relatively damaged. Come to think of it, insects are not big in size, and their strength is probably not as strong as those huge ancient beasts. After death, their bodies are eroded by time, and only the shells are left. Suchin looked at them one by one, his eyes suddenly focused, and he quickly walked to a specimen. This is an ant-like specimen. The name on the introduction sign in front of the specimen is army ant. That's right, it's army ants, but they are not the army ants on Earth, they just have the same name. The date is 100 million years ago, and its capabilities are unknown. Obviously, because it is so old, scientists cannot figure out what capabilities these army ants have. Scientists don't know, but Suchin knows. At this moment, a light curtain flashed in Suchin's eyes, and the detailed abilities of the army ants were clearly visible. Species, army ant. Abilities, information gathering, acid spray, stone crushing. Among the three abilities, the one Suchin values most is the ability to collect information. This is an extremely perverted reconnaissance type skill. The light screen detailed that in ancient times, the climate was bad and food was scarce. As creatures at the bottom of the food chain, the army ants had no choice but to be eaten. It is in this situation that army ants have evolved a special ability releasing pheromones. There is nothing special about this. Most insects have poor eyesight, so they have evolved the skill of releasing pheromones to guide their way. But army ants are different. In order to avoid the danger of extinction, this race has evolved the skill of releasing pheromones to the extreme. The pheromones released by army ants are extremely special. It is colorless and odorless, not affected by wind, and has a very large diffusion range, with the drifting distance reaching a radius of 150 kilometers. Do you think it's over once the spread is wide? But it didn't. These diffuse pheromones act like sonars spread everywhere, becoming another form of eyes for the army ants. Within this 150-kilometer radius, any disturbance will not escape the detection of the army ants. Army ants can determine whether it is prey or natural enemy by analyzing these pheromones. The most important thing is that this pheromone is so special that the army ants can analyze anything passing through the area, no matter if you are camouflaged or invisible. Even if the enemy knows the skill of the army ants, there is no way to prevent it. This is awesome. With this reconnaissance skill, no one can attack me silently. My survival rate in the wild is greatly increased. It also has a certain offensive capability, which is pretty good. That's it. As Suchin looked at it, the complete information of the army ant specimen was reproduced. At that time, as long as Suchin wanted, he could reorganize this information through the golden soul bead with just a thought, resurrect a complete army ant, and contract it. The mission was completed perfectly, and Suchin, satisfied, planned to go home. To be honest, if it weren't for the animal taming, no dog would come to this crappy exhibition. After going downstairs, Suchin walked around the corner and was about to leave. Suddenly, the golden soul bead in his mind vibrated, and then a subtitle appeared in Suchin's eyes. Behind the subtitle, a red silk thread flew out. One end was connected to Suchin, and the other end was connected to a stone. When Suchin saw the subtitles clearly, his heart skipped a beat. Discover the Titan bloodline. Titans? Haven't all Titans become extinct? And how come Titan bloodline appears in this place? Suchin was puzzled. But the golden soul bead would not lie to him, so Suchin chose to believe it. Following the red thread, Suchin's sight fell on the stone containing the blood of the Titan. The stone is not big, about the size of 2 adult fists, and is placed next to a rockery. The problem is that the rockery is surrounded by a fence and there are staff nearby, so it is difficult for tourists to approach it. This is a problem. Chapter 32, The Difficult Long Yen. Go steal! This idea popped up in Suchin's mind, but he rejected it a second later. It is impossible to steal. Even if he could deceive everyone, he couldn't deceive the camera above his head. There are countless cameras overhead, providing all-round surveillance without blind spots. There's no way to avoid it. He is about to graduate from high school and will have the opportunity to become a member of Holy Spirit Academy. If I were blacklisted by the Holy Spirit College because of the bad label of thief, I would have no place to cry. Don't joke about your future. But what else can I do if I don't steal? Although that stone is not an exhibit, it is just an ordinary stone used as a scenery to increase the beauty. I can't just take it directly, right? Well, it's not impossible. Just explain the situation to the staff and give them a little tip. Maybe it will work out. Suchin felt more and more that this was a good idea. Hey, what are you doing there? Acting like a human sculpture, performance art? Suchin turned his head and saw that it was Long Yen. Strange, why do I run into this girl again? Is the museum here too small? Suchin teased. Nothing. Suchin replied politely. At this time, Long Yen had already come closer. Nothing, then why are you standing here? Long Yen smiled and looked at Suchin. No, I'm tired. I'll stand for a while and then walk away. Suchin said bluffly. There's a rest area right next to you, why don't you go there if you're tired? Long Yen pointed forward. Really? Suchin looked at the rest area next to him awkwardly. It's so embarrassing to be caught lying in front of you. Tell me. From your expression I can tell that something must be troubling you. Tell me, maybe I can help you. Okay, I want that stone, can you help me? Suchin said, defeated, pointing at the landscape stone over there. That's it. Isn't this just a piece of broken stone? Long Yen asked curiously. That's it. I think the shape of that stone is good. Can you help me? Suchin nodded. Of course, let alone the stone, even if it's an exhibit, I can get it for you if you want. Long Yen's tone was full of confidence. The curator is your father? Suchin said in surprise. What are you thinking about? This is a society of personal connections. I can handle such a small matter with just a phone call. As she spoke, Long Yuyen took out her phone, gave a few instructions to the person on the other end of the line, and then hung up. After a while, the staff inside the tube came over. Su Qin communicated with them for a few words and successfully got the stone containing the blood of the Titan. Su Qin stared at the stone with fiery eyes, as if he wanted to eat the stone. But before it could even warm up, the stone was taken away by a slender, snow-white hand. "Hey, my rock!" Su Qin shouted as he looked at the stone that was taken away. "It's just an ordinary stone. I can't see anything special about it." Long Yuyen looked at the stone carefully. But no matter how she looked at it, there was nothing special about this stone. But Long Yuyen didn't believe that this stone was just an ordinary stone. After a brief understanding, Long Yuyen believed that Su Qin was not a bored person who would collect stones. "You said Su Qin couldn't be a collector of strange stones? He just likes to collect some strange stones. Come on, have you ever seen a teenage collector of rare stones?" Miss Long, my stone." Long Yuyen glanced at Su Qin and asked, "Is there something wrong with this stone?" No problem." Su Qin's heart tightened. Could it be that Long Yuyen saw something? "It doesn't look like it." Long Yuyen narrowed her eyes and said, "No problem, you would want such an ordinary piece of broken stone." "Well, personal preference, personal preference." Su Qin laughed. "Well, what if I like it too? I want to collect this stone too," Long Yuyen said with a wicked smile. "Well..." Su Qin was speechless. He finally understood that Long Yuyen didn't see the problem with the stone at all. But his actions aroused Long Yuyen's curiosity. "If I don't tell the truth, I'm afraid I won't be able to get the stone back. But if I tell the truth, I will never get this stone. Titan bloodline. Who wouldn't be jealous? If Miss Long likes it, you can take it." After saying that, Su Qin turned and left. Su Qin had no choice. If I get it, I'm lucky. If I lose it, it's my fate. Even if I don't want this stone, I can't tell you the secret inside it. I'm not that kind. For you! Just as Su Qin turned around, Long Yuyen threw a stone at him. Su Qin was quick to catch it. "Oh my God!" I was so scared. Luckily I caught it quickly, otherwise it would have fallen to the ground. I don't know if it would have affected the Titan blood inside. Su Qin felt relieved in his heart. "Thank you very much. I owe you one." Su Qin thanked him. Although this stone was what he had set his eyes on originally, he got it through Long Yuyen. Given the background that Long Yuyen had shown, there was nothing Su Qin could do if she didn't give it to him. Moreover, Long Yuyen must have known from her expression that there was something strange about the stone, but she just didn't know the specific details. Under such circumstances, Long Yuyen still gave the stone to him, so he owed her a big favor. Although she might not like it. My favor is not that easy to repay. Are you sure you want to accept this favor?" Long Yuyen looked at Su Qin. "Sure," Su Qin said seriously. Hearing this, Long Yuyen walked up to Su Qin and whispered, "You can't hide it from me. I don't believe you are a stone collector. You are too young to do this. There is definitely something strange about that stone. But I can't tell. I won't pry into your secrets. You owe me a favor, don't you? When you are ready, you can repay me with the secret of this stone, okay?" Su Qin thought for a long time and said, "Okay. Good." Long Yuyen smiled happily and then left the museum. After returning home, Su Qin finally breathed a sigh of relief. This guy Long Yuyen is too difficult to deal with. To be honest, until now, Su Qin is still a little afraid to face Long Yuyen. Long Yuyen seemed to have the ability to see through people's minds, and he couldn't hide any secrets in front of her. It is also possible that I am still too young and lack social experience. Anyone can notice this. For example, Bai Bingqin. He couldn't hide the truth in front of Bai Bingqin. Hey, it seems that I need to work on my mentality more. Otherwise, anyone can see through my mind. This feeling of having no secrets in front of others is really too insecure. Chapter 33 Big Pliers. Brother Juzi, are you there? How do I use this stone that contains the blood of the Titans? Su Qin was silently communicating with the golden soul bead in his heart. The soul golden pearl did not respond, but took practical action. The Titan stone in Su Chen's hand, which was as big as 2 fists, was wrapped in white light. At the same time, the army and information that Su Chen had previously extracted was also being reorganized. In just a short while, a little guy and a big guy appeared in front of Su Chen. Species, Army Ant. Attributes, Earth, Poison, Water. Potential level, Star 6. Bloodline, Ancient. Level 1, 9 stars. Skills, Information Gathering, Acid Splash, Stone Breaking. Evolutionary Route, Army Ant King Big Horned Ant King Giant Heavy Armored Ant Mountain Stone King Ant Saturn Ant King Star Eating Ant Sky Covering Ant. Race, Stone Monster. Attribute, Earth. Potential level, Super. Bloodline, Titan, Ancient. Level 2, 2 stars. Skills, Double Fist, Stone Missile, Brute Force, Stone Barrier. Evolution Path, Small Stone Monster Rock Beast Rock Giant Mountain Ancient God Titan Power King Titan Ancient God Titan. I can only say that the flow of blood is so terrifying. This heaven-defying evolutionary path simply blinded Su Chen's eyes. Su Chen was delighted. Of course, the stronger your beast is, the better. These two beasts, one with ancient blood and the other with Titan blood, had initial levels much higher than the little flame, saving Su Chen a lot of expenses. Now, the martial arts exam is a sure thing. Little Flame's level is too high and he has to hide. Army ants have special reconnaissance abilities, which also need to be hidden, so the only candidate for the battle is Little Stone Monster. Although the Little Stone Monster has the blood of the Titan, I don't think just anyone can tell that, right? Thinking of Long Yuan's appearance today, Su Chen became more certain of his thoughts. Then it settled. When the time comes, just let the Little Stone Monster fight during the martial arts exam. The others shouldn't come out. The better to hide as many as possible. Let's buy the evolution materials first and enhance it. Thinking of this, Su Chen immediately went out, hailed a taxi outside the door, and headed straight to the beast taming mall. The materials consumed for the first evolution of the contracted spirit beast are not that expensive and rare, which is very friendly to Su Chen. In less than an hour, Su Chen purchased 2 sets of evolution materials. After returning home, Su Chen couldn't wait to give it to the 2 little ones. The upgrade process is much slower than when Little Flame was upgraded for the first time. After all, one is ancient bloodline and the other is Titan bloodline, and their initial levels are both very high. It takes a longer time for evolution, which Su Chen can understand. Finally, after a long wait of a day and a night, Su Chen finally waited for the evolution of the 2 guys to be completed. Open the light curtain and check the properties. Race, Army Ant King. Attributes, Earth, Poison, Water. Potential level, Super. Bloodline, Ancient. Level 2 4 stars. Skills, Information Gathering, Venom Missiles, Poison Mist, Ant King Cutting, Gravity Change. Race, Rock Beast. Attribute, Earth. Potential level, Super. Bloodline, Titan, Ancient. Level 2 8 stars. Skills, Brute Force, Gravity Suppression, Rock Sandstorm, Stone Armor, Rock Shield, Ground Shock. After reading the detailed introduction of the 2 guys, Su Chen was shocked. I didn't expect that just one evolution would bring about all-round evolution. After the army ants evolved into army ant kings, their body length grew directly to 70 centimeters, which could directly cover Su Chen's upper body. What does a 70 centimeters ant mean? Anyway, Su Chen was frightened when he looked at the big ant. In his previous life, Su Chen had read an article that said it was fortunate that ants were small. Otherwise, if ants were the same size as humans, there would be no chance for tigers and lions. Su Chen didn't take it seriously before, but now after seeing it firsthand, he understands that it's not an exaggeration. When an army ant becomes an army ant king, not only does its body become larger, its lethality also increases dramatically. Not only has the original attack power been enhanced, but there is also an enhanced poison attack method. As for the stone beast, there is no need to mention it. When it was a little stone monster, it was quite large in stature, about the same height as an adult wolf. Now, after its evolution, its height has jumped to 2 meters. Su Chen now needs to look up when looking at the stone beast. The rock beast is different from the little stone monster. The little stone monster has no limbs, but after evolving into the rock beast, it has 4 more sturdy limbs. Its body part is like the body of a mammal, and it is covered with thick rock armor. Its limbs are strong and powerful. The tail is like a giant stone hammer, waving with great force. The head is shaped like an inverted triangle, but not an oval face. The stone monster is not a plastic surgery freak. It just looked like an inverted triangle. As for what animal it looked like, Suchin really couldn't say, as there was no reference object on Earth in his previous life. The khaki appearance looks full of the breath of the Earth. After evolution, not only are the skills enhanced, but 2 more skills are added. As expected of a Titan, he is the son of the Earth. He has almost no weaknesses in control, defense, and attack. The only weakness is that the level is too low. But it doesn't matter. When Suchin destroys a few more treasure troves, how slow can the upgrade be? The body of the stone beast was so huge that when it appeared, it occupied the entire living room. There was no choice but for Suchin to put it into his body. Then Suchin looked at the marching ant king and wanted to try the fusion function. Now I have 3 contracted spirit beasts, and I can merge with the 3 contracted spirit beasts unconditionally. As he raised his hand, the marching ant king made a squeak sound and then merged into Suchin's body. Then Suchin's mind moved, and his body suddenly changed. Suchin's entire right arm was suddenly surrounded by a black metallic shell, as if he was wearing a layer of armored arm guard. The black and gold shell extends all the way to the wrist. Do you think that's the end? Not really. Suchin's right hand disappeared, replaced by a huge black pliers. The shape of the pincers is very similar to the biting jaws of army ants. This pair of pliers is half a meter long and looks very domineering and powerful. Its destructive power should not be underestimated. Suchin looked at his right hand and swallowed hard. To be honest, he never expected this change. My left hand is now in normal condition, and my right hand is a pair of large pliers. How would you describe your own image? Suchin could only think of the villain in an animated film he had watched in his previous life. The name of the cartoon was Gao Midi, and the name of the villain was Destruction. The most famous feature of this character is the claw in its right hand, a big purple claw that is very eye-catching. Chapter 34. The martial arts exam is coming. The marching ant king merged into Suchin's body. Not only could it transform one arm into a large pair of pincers, but it could also transform into other shapes. In fact, as long as Suchin wants, his whole body can change. But because it is the first fusion, all changes will be returned to the original form. Suchin's right hand turned into a big pincer, which was the initial form of the marching ant king's first fusion. With a thought, Suchin merged the small flame into the big pliers. Suddenly, the originally glowing black claws were surrounded by small flames. The black claws turned fiery red, and the surface was covered with a layer of gorgeous fiery red patterns. The red light emitted from under the shell had a faint sense of flow. Fire tongs Lu Ming? Suchin didn't know how he came up with this idea. Although I forgot the meaning of this joke, I still wrote down the name. With the big pliers and the small flame, Suchin felt an explosive force in his body, as if he could beat 10 people alone. But Suchin's feeling was not wrong. At the same level, Suchin can indeed beat 10 people alone. After all, the fusion skill is too abnormal. It is not a simple matter of 1 + 1 + 1 = 3. The fusion of the little flame and the marching ant king, plus Suchin, realizes 1 + 1 + 1 greater than 3. There was still one stone beast left, and Suchin let it join in. A family should be in good order. The addition of the stone beast brought about a qualitative change in the hardness of the big pincers, and Suchin's physical strength also increased dramatically. He felt that he could destroy a building with one pincer. After satisfying his desire, Suchin ended the fusion state. Looking at his right hand that had returned to its original state, he said, "This is what power feels like. Power is really intoxicating." Suchin fell in love with this feeling a little bit, and a sense of intoxication appeared in his eyes. Power is a double-edged sword. It can protect others, but it can also drag people into the abyss. Fortunately, there was a golden soul bead in Suchin's mind. After noticing Suchin's abnormality, it immediately emitted a gentle wave, pulling Suchin back from that state and preventing Suchin from sinking. Suchin woke up with a layer of cold sweat on his back. What's wrong with me? Suchin recalled his out-of-control behavior just now and felt scared. Fortunately, I came to my senses in time, otherwise the consequences would be unpredictable. Suchin calmed himself down and thought to himself that he would not be able to use this fusion skill again in the short term. In other words, it can be used, but it cannot be integrated all at once. At least, it cannot be used before one's mind has grown to the point where one can resist the temptation of this power. Strength from external things is ultimately only brought about by external things. Only when one is strong within oneself can one be truly strong. I should pursue my own strength, and should not indulge in illusory power. Suchin's eyes were full of determination. He then practiced the golden body tyrant technique to calm his previous mood. For Suchin, golden body dominant body art is the foundation. Time passed quickly, and the 2-month school vacation passed quietly. Those students who are not taking the martial arts exam have already completed the college entrance examination and are on vacation, while students like Suchin who need to take the martial arts exam are about to return to school. Hey, I'm back to school! I haven't been here for 2 months, and I feel a little strange here. Suchin held his hands behind his head and walked leisurely on the school avenue. When I walked into the classroom, Bai Bingqin had already arrived, as had Lu Hao and others. Suchin ignored Lu Hao's gaze and walked straight to his seat. Oh, here I come. You always come on time. Bai Bingqin joked. Hey, you overslept. Suchin smiled. The students are on vacation, so there are few people in the classroom. We were supposed to gather in the classroom at 8 o'clock and go to the playground at 8:10. It was already 8:05 and Suchin was the last one to arrive. Teacher Yang Ming stood on the podium. At that time, there were 17 awakened people in the class. 2 people thought they had little chance of passing the exam, so they gave up and chose to take the written test. So the number of people who should be present now is 15. Seeing that everyone was present, Yang Ming led them to the playground. The martial arts exam is not held in the school, nor even in Jianghai City. The location for the military examination this time was set in Shanghai Province. Jianghai City belongs to Shanghai Province. There are 5 major cities under Zhonghai Province, namely Jianghai City, Huahai City, Lehai City, Jiangqing and the last Linqing. Therefore, this time, you need to take a train to Zhonghai Province for the martial arts exam. The cities are not connected. As mentioned before, outside Jianghai City is the wilderness area, and the troll forest is part of the wilderness area. Human cities are scattered all over the wilderness area, watching over each other. The reason for not building all cities together is to not put all eggs in one basket. If a giant beast attacks a city and builds cities together, once the defense line is breached, all the cities in the rear will be in danger. There will be no such problem if the city is built in a dispersed manner. Some people may say, if the cities are scattered, won't they be destroyed one by the giant beasts? Actually, it won't. Once a city is attacked, neighboring cities will immediately provide support upon receiving the news. By then, the giant beast will be attacked from both sides and will collapse without any attack. If you want to change this result, there is only one way, that is, all cities attack together. However, because the cities are scattered, if the behemoth wants to capture all the cities at the same time, it will have to divide its forces. Once the troops are divided, the manpower will be insufficient, making it even more difficult to attack. Unless a large number of giant beasts attack at the same time. However, this situation is rare, and humans have only encountered it a few times in more than 1,000 years. If this time really comes, it will be a matter of life and death for humanity, and people will definitely fight to the death. Even if the behemoth wins, it will be a Pyrrhic victory, and the loss will outweigh the gain. What's more, the behemoths are not actually very interested in capturing human cities. The Earth's area today is unknown, and the wild resources are innumerable. The resources in the wild alone are enough for the giant beast to eat, drink, defecate, and urinate for a lifetime. The giant beast would have to be crazy to attack human gatherings. On the contrary, it is humans who covet the fertile resources in the wilderness, and often send troops into the wilderness for adventure. Moreover, mankind's enemies from the beginning to the end have not been giant beasts, but those intelligent races that are not native to the country. That's the tough guy. After arriving at the playground and counting the number of people, each class boarded the bus and headed to the train station. The city's road traffic is very convenient. The fastest mode of transportation is the subway, which can quickly take you to any place in the city. But if you want to leave the city, you have to take a special high-speed train. Of course, if you have money, you can also take a plane. The state allocates a special fund for the annual military examination, which is used exclusively for this purpose. So Suchin and his friends could take the high-speed train out of the city for free. As for the plane, forget it, the country is not that extravagant. Chapter 35, Excited by Bingqin. High-speed rail station. Suchin came here once. Before, I took the high-speed rail to go to the troll forest. There is a small train station at the border of every city. Every train leaving the city will stop at the border railway station. Once you leave the city, the train will not stop at the station again, and will only stop at the next city. Suchin happened to be going to the border that time, so he did not take the subway but chose to take the faster high-speed rail. Since the train for the martial arts exam is a special train, Suchin and his friends can get on the train directly after passing the security check. Unlike Suchin's last time, he still needed to buy a ticket and wait for the bus, which was very troublesome. Suchin's seat happened to be next to the window, and he was very happy. It takes a day and a night for the high-speed train to go to Zhonghai province. Looking at the scenery outside the window, it is so comfortable. After putting his luggage away, Suchin sat down, with Bai Bingqin sitting next to him. Everyone was already used to this scene and didn't take it seriously. Only Lu Hao gritted his teeth in hatred. It was a pity that Bai Bingqin never gave him any chance and never gave him any chance at all, so he had no other choice. Just wait. After this martial arts exam, you will know who is the genius and who is the loser. Lu Hao spoke harshly to Suchin while looking at Bai Bingqin. Suchin looked up at Lu Hao, smiled and said nothing. Bai Bingqin didn't even raise her eyes. It seemed that a waste like Lu Hao was not worth her even a second glance. Lu Hao felt like he had punched cotton. Not only did he not get rid of his anger, but the fire in his heart burned even more fiercely. Snort! With a cold snort, Lu Hao found a seat and sat down. This time, the martial arts examination was held in a secret place. All candidates will enter the secret realm for assessment. There are many giant beasts in the secret realm, and candidates need to kill these beasts to gain points. The higher the score, the greater the chance of being admitted to a good beast taming university. The secret realm is fully monitored. If you perform well in the secret realm and are noticed by the invigilating instructor, you can be specially admitted even if your score is low. Of course, this situation rarely happens. Because generally speaking, scores represent strength. If your scores are not even high, why should people look up to you? You can form a team in the secret realm. Lu Hao had already asked his father to bribe several strong candidates through financial connections. When they enter the secret realm and form a team, Lu Hao will be the captain, and their task is to help Lu Hao kill the behemoth and get points. Lu Hao felt that he was bound to win this time. When the results come out, Bai Bingqin will definitely look at me with new eyes and humiliate Suchin severely. Thinking of this, Lu Hao squealed like a pig in his heart, and a smile appeared on his face unconsciously. Hey, we can form teams for this martial arts exam. How about the two of us forming a team and joining forces? Bai Bingqin came over and suggested. Sure. I have no objection. Suchin nodded in agreement. I heard from my dad that the admission standards at Holy Spirit Academy have been raised a lot this time. I think those who can enter Holy Spirit Academy this time are either geniuses or monsters. Bai Bingqin's face was full of anticipation, and her eyes were full of fighting spirit. Sister Qin, you seem very excited. Suchin looked at Bai Bingqin, who was inexplicably excited with a confused look on his face. What's going on? With more days, won't the competition be more intense? Shouldn't you be sad? Why are you so excited? Nonsense, how can I not be excited? There are so many geniuses, and I can have a good fight now. I've been so exhausted in the past 2 months that I've broken so many alloy targets. But alloy targets are just dead objects after all. A real enemy won't stand there and act as a living target. Bai Bingqin clenched her fists and muttered to herself. I didn't realize that Sister Chin is still a martial arts fanatic. Suchin curled the corner of his mouth. What's the good of fighting and killing? In the troll forest, Suchin was so sick of fighting. Life is not about fighting and killing. Suchin feels it is more comfortable to lie down. It's a pity that those good days are gone forever. Suchin felt melancholy. What kind of martial arts fanatic is this? I have ideals and aspirations, and I have a burning desire to become a strong man. What strong heart? All I want now is stir-fried pig heart, shrimp and pig heart soup. Suchin was completely unmoved by Bai Bingqin's inspirational words. Suchin. Bai Bingqin was very angry at Suchin for his poor performance, and took action directly. Ah, it hurts! Suchin screamed, covering his waist. Suchin's shout immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the car. Bai Bingqin quickly covered Suchin's mouth and held him down. Suchin couldn't breathe and was moaning, but unfortunately no sound came out. Seeing that Suchin was about to roll his eyes, Bai Bingqin finally reacted and quickly let go of his hand. Hoo! Suchin breathed heavily. Oh my God! I almost ascended to heaven! Suchin covered his chest and said with fear after surviving the disaster. Sister Chin, you are too cruel! Suchin complained. Shut up, it's all your fault. Bai Bingqin glared at Suchin. Why are you blaming me? It was obviously you who did it. Shut up! Bai Bingqin pinched her knuckles, making a crackling sound. Suchin had no choice but to shut his mouth awkwardly. Even if he can't afford to provoke him, Suchin can still hide from him. After a long while, Bai Bingqin lifted her hair and asked, By the way, have you contracted a second spirit beast? Having 2 spirit beasts will make the martial arts exam easier. Contracted. Suchin nodded. How is it? What spirit beast did you contract? I can give you some advice. Bai Bingqin immediately became interested. Contracted, a stone. A playful smile appeared on Suchin's lips. Didn't the stone beast jump out of the stone? Maybe 500 years ago, the stone rock beast and the eldest senior brother were a family. Don't lie to me, contract stone, do you think I'm stupid? Bai Bingqin hit Suchin. I'm not lying to you. You'll know when the time comes. Humph, you're still keeping me in suspense. All right. Then I'll see how powerful your stone is. Bai Bingqin curled her lips. What about you, Sister Chin? Have you contracted a second spirit beast? Suchin asked back. Of course. I am such an excellent girl, how could I not contract a second spirit beast? Bai Bingqin became arrogant. Oh, really? At this time, Suchin also became interested in Bai Bingqin's beast taming. Suchin already knew Bai Bingqin's first beast, the Holy Light Beast, which was very powerful. The first one is so strong, what about the second one? Humph, don't think about it, you'll know when the time comes. Bai Bingqin seemed to know what Suchin was thinking and refused decisively. Suchin had no choice but to give up the idea in disappointment. Chapter 36 Long Yian arrives. During the 1-day and 1-night drive, there were no unexpected incidents on the road. Arrived in Zhonghai Province on time the next day. Temporary armed base in Zhonghai Province. The address for the military examination was chosen here. After getting off the high-speed train, the bus sped all the way and arrived at the destination an hour later. The boss Yang Ming got off the car first and gathered the students. Suchin and Bai Bingqin got off the car one after another and looked at the unfamiliar Zhonghai Province. Although the Zhonghai Province temporary armed base is only temporary, it is quite large in scale. It can accommodate hundreds of thousands of people at a time. It was filled with all kinds of psychic weapons and equipment. Looking at these ferocious steel beasts, the male students all showed a trace of longing on their faces. Suchin is no exception. After all, mecha is a man's romance. Okay, follow me after the assembly. Hold your student ID cards in your hands. You need to swipe your student ID card to enter. Yang Ming held a sign high in his hand and walked towards the gate of the base first. The base guards let them in after verifying the information. At the same time, this scene not only occurred here in Yangming, but also many high school students from other cities arrived at the base at the same time. The team is also gathering to enter the venue. There are a total of 5 municipalities under Zhonghai Province, plus some other provinces and regions, nearly 1,000 high schools, and nearly 100,000 candidates taking the military examination. The scene is very grand. The higher-ups attach great importance to every martial arts examination, so they are all held according to the highest standards. After all, who knows which of these students will become the backbone of the human race in the future? After checking identity and entering the base has been divided into countless areas, and each corresponding school goes to the area that has been divided in advance. Su Chun and his classmates at Jiahai City No. 1 High School were assigned to Area 56, which is considered to be relatively forward. After putting their luggage away and solving their personal problems, Su Chun and the others gathered again and headed to the central square. The central square is a large building similar to a gymnasium with a huge construction area. It can accommodate 100,000 people at the same time without appearing crowded, so it is more than enough to accommodate all the candidates. When the candidates entered the venue, a group of big men were already in place on the podium, whispering to each other and looking for outstanding students below. The students' information is no secret at all to these big guys. They know exactly which places have awakened this year, and what good seedlings have emerged. Moreover, these big guys also have descendants and offspring. When their descendants come to take the martial arts exam, they will of course come to show their support and meet old acquaintances and chat with them. Bai Tianlong was also among them. Next to Bai Tianlong there was a white-haired old man who looked energetic, had sharp eyes and was holding a cup in his hand. Xiaolong, I heard that your daughter has awakened an S-level talent this year. That's great. Another human prodigy. By the way, your father also had an S-level talent back then. It's true that a good father will have a good daughter. The white-haired old man praised with a smile. Hey, old chief, please stop talking bad about me. A good father will have a good daughter. It's all personal fate. Although Bai Tianlong speaks modestly, he is very proud in his heart. S-level talent. The entire human race awakens every year, but not many people can awaken S-level talent. It can be said that once one awakens an S-level talent, as long as he does not die halfway, he will definitely become a big boss in the future. Bai Tianlong is a living example. In the military, his position is already very high, and he can be said to be like a provincial governor. There are not many people sitting in higher positions than him, and the white-haired old man in front of him is one of them. The white-haired old man is named He Lianshan, and he used to be Bai Tianlong's former boss. It can be said that Bai Tianlong's ability to reach his current position step by step is inseparable from He Lianshan's support and help. Now He Lianshan has retired from the military, and no longer holds a position in the military. But don't think that you can look down on this old man just because you have lost your position. Didn't you see that Bai Tianlong was as obedient as a chicken in front of him? This year is a time of great competition. Many geniuses have emerged, and many of them are as talented as your daughter, and some are even stronger than your daughter. I heard that this year, Lu Shan, the grandson of old monster Lu, awakened a double S-level talent, which seems to be called Thunder Dragon's Fury. On the day of awakening, he was extremely powerful. I wonder if that kid is in this examination room. He Lianshan spoke to himself. Mr. He, I have heard of him many times, but he is not in this examination room. Bai Tianlong said respectfully. Well, it seems your daughter is quite lucky. She has one less strong competitor. I wonder if I can get first place in this martial arts exam, He Lianshan said with a smile. Mr. He, you are embarrassing me. Although Lu Shan is not here, there are still many geniuses in this examination room who are as talented as Qiner. Qiner can get a good ranking, but it is difficult to get the first place. Luck and strength are both indispensable. Bai Tianlong frowned, obviously not so confident about this first place. Yeah, that makes sense. He Lianshan groaned for a moment, then stopped talking and quietly watched the scene outside the field. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the crowd, and He Lianshan and Bai Tianlong both looked up. Who is this person who could make these people lose their composure? He Lianshan asked curiously. Bai Tianlong was also confused. But when they saw who was coming, Bai Tianlong and He Lianshan knew why. The person who came was a young girl. She wore a simple white t-shirt on the upper body and a pair of tight blue jeans on the lower body, which made her beautiful legs look particularly slender. Her golden hair was draped behind her head, and her light golden eyes were shining. A confident smile on his face. Although she was just one person, just a woman, she did not show any sign of stage fright when facing so many big shots present, as if she was always so calm and composed. The person who came was Long Yuyen, whom Su-chun met in the museum that day. However, Su-chun would never have thought that Long Yuyen would actually come here, and not in the name of a student, but came to this base in the name of a big boss. Facing the greetings from many big guys, Long Yuyen responded calmly with a smile on her face. Seeing this, He Lianshan nodded in praise. At such a young age, he can handle interpersonal relationships so calmly, and yet still know his limits. It's truly amazing, worthy of where he came from. After a while, Long Yuyen came to He Lianshan's side. Grandpa He, I didn't expect that after all these years, you are still so energetic. Long Yuyen greeted. Haha, you are getting old now. You are not as good as you used to be. You are getting more and more beautiful, little girl Long. You are becoming more and more beautiful. He Lianshan smiled and joked. Chapter 37 Examination Rules. Haha, Grandpa He still loves to play jokes on people. Long Yuyen also chuckled. Seeing Bai Tianlong behind He Lianshan, Long Yuyen greeted him politely. Greetings, Commander Bai. Hello, Miss Long. Bai Tianlong also nodded slightly. He Lianshan narrowed his eyes and said, Girl from the Long family, how come you have time to come here now? Haha, Grandpa He, you are joking. Can I come here if I don't have time? Long Yuyen looked down and scanned the seats below, as if looking for something. Of course I can. Seeing that he couldn't get any more information out of him, He Lianshan had no choice but to give up. As candidates from various schools arrived, the martial arts examination officially began. I saw a man walking up from the high platform in the central square, a middle-aged man with a solemn and murderous aura. Quiet! Although he didn't carry a microphone, his powerful and domineering voice still reached everyone's ears. The noisy sounds at the scene suddenly quieted down. Seeing this scene, the middle-aged man nodded with satisfaction, and then continued. Hello everyone, I am your examiner. Yan Zhonghua, the governor of Zhonghai province. Su Chen's eyes narrowed. I didn't expect the examiner to be the governor of Zhonghai province. Garrison envoy, as the name suggests, is an envoy who guards a place. Although the rank of the garrison commander is not as impressive as that of Bai Bingqin's father's military commander, anyone who can become a garrison commander and guard a place alone must be very powerful. At least, he is someone that Su Chen and his gang need to look up to at this stage. Next, let me tell you about the rules of the exam. As soon as he finished speaking, a huge projection screen suddenly appeared behind Yang Zhonghua, with the rules of this martial arts exam written on it. The venue for your exam this time is the secret trial realm called Zero. This trial's secret realm is not of high level, and we have already eliminated the powerful beasts in it in advance. But a low level of secret realm does not mean it is safe. Although we will monitor the entire secret realm during the exam, and we have also stationed a large number of security officers scattered throughout the secret realm. If any of you encounter fatal danger, the security officers will rescue you in time. But even so, over the years there have been some unfortunate little guys who lost their lives in the secret realm and became food for the giant beasts. Some others, although they received timely rescue, also suffered lifelong disabilities. So, the martial arts exam is not a formality or a game of house. It will result in death and bloodshed. So, it's not too late to quit now. Yang Zhonghua's eyes swept across the people present. There is a small box to the left of your seat, and inside it is a small watch. Take it out, log into your messages, and it will pop up two options. Option 1, take part in this martial arts exam. Option 2, quit. Click to exit, put your watch back in place, and then leave this venue. The bus is ready outside and can take you back at any time. We won't laugh at you. There's nothing shameful in being afraid of death. It's better to be afraid of death now than on the battlefield later. Now that you are afraid of death, you still have the opportunity to withdraw at any time. Once you are on the battlefield, you will not have such an opportunity. At that time, we will only give two choices to soldiers who are afraid of death. Either you overcome your fear and rush to the battlefield, and perhaps you will have a chance of survival. Otherwise, you will be subject to military law and executed immediately. Yang Zhonghua's voice was free of any emotion, as if death was a very common thing. It was precisely because Yang Zhonghua's voice was devoid of any emotion that his words made some timid candidates feel creepy and made them want to quit. Now you have 15 minutes to make your choice. Let's get started. Yang Zhonghua stepped back after saying this. The countdown was displayed on the platform in the central square. The login information was very simple and Su Chen finished it in a few minutes. He then decisively clicked to participate in the assessment. What a joke! Now that I'm here, how can I just give up without even going through the motions? Bai Bingqin standing by has also logged in. All 15 people in Su Chen's class took part in this assessment, and no one gave up. In fact, it has come to this point, it would be too worthless to give up. Everyone present here are candidates for the military examination who have given up on taking the literary examination. If you give up even the martial arts exam, then you will have no chance at all. Some candidates who were born in poor families finally awakened their talents, and were waiting to soar to the sky after this martial arts exam. How could they give up if they wanted their family members to be proud of them? As for those candidates who come from wealthy families and will not starve in the future even if they do not go to college, it is a bit difficult to say. Sure enough, 15 minutes later, the number of people who logged in was shown on the big screen as 91,453, but there was also a statistic next to it, showing the number of people who gave up on the test. A full 2,000 people gave up. There were also many empty seats on the stands, and people were constantly leaving the seats at the gate. When Su Chen saw this number, his brows jumped. Did so many people give up? Even if the secret realm is dangerous and may endanger one's life, this is too scary. Coward! Bai Bingqin looked at the data on the stage and snorted, obviously looking down on these cowardly people. Sister Qin Qin, everyone has their own aspirations. Not being able to go to college doesn't mean they have no future. After all, they have awakened their talents and signed beast-taming contracts. Even if they don't go to college, they can still join major chambers of commerce, adventure teams, mercenary forces, and unions. Su Chen said. Forget it. With their cowardly personalities, what can they achieve even if they join these forces? They will either be kicked out of the team or die in the wilderness. Bai Bingqin disagreed. If she looked down on someone, she looked down on him. Yang Zhonghua came up to the podium again, but the expression on his face was not very good. He did not expect that there would be so many cowards this year. It was really embarrassing. But everyone has their own aspirations, and it was he who said he wanted to quit, so he couldn't say anything. Just tell those cowards to get out of here as soon as possible so they won't be an eyesore. Okay, since you all choose to stay, you will be teleported into the secret trial realm later. I solemnly emphasize that killing is prohibited in the secret realm. Once discovered, you will be disqualified immediately and dealt with according to the law. 1 life for 1 life, no mercy. Second, you can get points by killing the behemoth. The watches on your hands can help you record the points. You can form a team in the secret realm, but only the person who kills the behemoth in the end can get points. The rest of you will not get any points. The details of how to get points are all in your watches. You can check them out yourself when the time comes. Third, the watch has a SOS function. You can ask for help if you are in danger. However, if you press the SOS button, you will automatically lose the qualification to continue the exam and will be teleported out. Chapter 38 Trial Secret Realm. Then the exam will officially begin now. After explaining the rules, Yang Zhonghua flew up from the spot, and a stream of energy flew out from his hand and was injected into the platform under his feet. It was not until now that Su Chen noticed that the platform where Yang Zhonghua had been standing had already been engraved with array patterns in advance, and now it only needed to be activated by injecting energy. Is it psychic technology? Or magical technology? Su Chen was a little confused. After the array pattern on the platform was injected with energy, it immediately emitted strong energy fluctuations. The spreading energy fluctuations formed ripples like water waves. As the energy ripples on the platform became more and more dense, a portal like a blue light curtain slowly emerged. The portal was very huge. Su Chen estimated that its height was at least 50 meters and its width was about 60 meters. Such a large portal can teleport many candidates into the secret realm at one time. Following the staff's instructions, the candidates left the audience seats in an orderly manner according to the area divisions, lined up to walk onto the platform, and then entered the portal and disappeared. Soon it was Su Chun and his group's turn. Walk down from the stand and line up to enter the portal. Lu Hao had a very proud look on his face at this moment. He was about to enter the secret realm, and he would soon become a serf and sing a song of emancipation. Su Chen, just wait. You'd better pray that you don't meet me in the secret realm, otherwise I will make you live a life worse than death. Su Chen didn't care about Lu Hao's hostile expression and continued chatting with Bai Bingqin. Su Chen, once we get into the secret realm, we will be forced to disperse throughout the secret realm by the power of the rules inside. You must come to find me, understand? Bai Bingqin warned. Don't worry, Sister Qin Qin. Su Chen made a reassuring gesture. As the team continued to advance, it was soon Su Chen and his team's turn. Looking at Bai Bingqin in front of him, whose whole body was immersed in the portal emitting blue light, Su Chen took a deep breath and then stepped in. After a dizzying moment, the white light in front of my eyes faded away, and what came into view was an endless green prairie. Is this the secret place? Su Chen was inevitably curious since it was his first time here. The assessment will take a week, so there is plenty of time. The most urgent thing now is to find Sister Qin Qin first. Su Chen looked at the location on his watch, and saw 2 green dots flashing on it. One is Su Chen's and the other is Bai Bingqin's. Outside, the two of them had already added each other as friends, so they could see each other's location in the secret realm. If the light spot disappears, there are only 2 possibilities. Either they were teleported out early when the exam was over, or they died during the exam. I'm lucky. It's only 100 kilometers away. With my current physical condition, I can get there in an hour if I run at full speed. But since we're in the wilderness, my speed will be reduced. Plus, I have to conserve my energy to deal with crises that may arise at any time, so it should be no problem for me to get there in about 2 hours. After making the decision, Su Chen called up the detailed map, and after identifying the direction, Su Chen rushed towards Bai Bingqin's location. Because there are still candidates who have not entered the secret realm, the assessment has not officially started. The test will not really begin until all candidates have entered the secret realm. The restrictions are lifted, giant beasts appear, and during this week of test time, candidates will face danger at any time. As for now, candidates are relatively safe. Even if you have the leisure time to enjoy the scenery, no one will care about you. At the same time, as the candidates entered, all the surveillance in the secret realm was turned on. The original image on the projection screen in the square has disappeared, replaced by the image inside the trial's secret realm. The screen is divided into countless pieces, and there is a candidate in each small screen. As mentioned before, points are very important for whether you can get into a good university. The higher the ranking, the more natural selection there is. But if you are lucky and have a skill that is noticed by a big shot, it doesn't matter if your scores are low. With the help of the big shot, getting into a good university is just a matter of words. Yes, isn't the opportunity here now? All the big guys are staring at the big screen intently, hoping to see some good seedlings. Bai Bingqin's figure appeared on a screen again, and Bai Tianlong was watching her nervously. Haha, Xiaolong! Relax. It's either you or Qiner who's taking the exam. Why do you seem to be more nervous than Qiner? He Lianshan said with a smile. Well. When his name was called, Bai Tianlong found that he was indeed a little too nervous. But I can't not be nervous. There are too many geniuses this time, and Bai Tianlong is afraid that his daughter will suffer. The exam has begun. That must be Wu Wuji, the grandson of old man Hua. I didn't expect that he would kill a giant beast right at the beginning of the exam. Yes, it is Hu Wuji. He has awakened his S-level talent, blazing flames that burn the sky. Old man Hua was extremely happy. Even his old bones could not sit still, so he personally contracted a crystal-level beast, the Red Fire Eagle, for his grandson. There was obviously someone in the crowd who knew what he was talking about, and he immediately revealed Hu Wuji's background. Old man Hua, congratulations. Yes. Congratulations. Judging from Hu Wuji's momentum, I think he can get a top 3 position. In the crowd, Old Man who waved his hands with a flushed face. Hey, no, no! What are you saying? There are so many geniuses in the human race this time. I don't expect to be in the top 3. It will be good enough to be in the top 10. Although Old Man who spoke modestly, his eyes clearly showed that he coveted the first place. Old Man who had also made preparations long ago, with money paving the way. Many family members were involved in this secret trial. They were all foils, and their purpose was to form a team to help their eldest grandson. The scoring rules are very clear. Kill a first-level behemoth to get 1 point. Killing a second-level behemoth will earn you 10 points. 100 points for a level 3 behemoth. 1000 points for the 4th level behemoth. As for the 5th level behemoth, the points are even higher, but whether you can get it is another matter. The points can be multiplied tenfold, as long as you have the ability, no matter what means you use, as long as it does not violate any rules, the points are yours. Although this scoring rule has certain loopholes, it can quickly discover talents. What is a first-level beast? If you can kill it, I can kill it too. So if you want to widen the gap, you can only hunt high-level beasts. At this stage, most of the candidates have just awakened for a month or 2, and the beasts they contracted are not very good. It is difficult to kill a first-level ferocious beast, let alone a second-level or third-level ferocious beast. If you encounter a high-level ferocious beast, it is hard to say whether you can escape. Only those geniuses have the chance to hunt high-level beasts alone, obtain high points, and quickly widen the gap with ordinary people. Chapter 39, About to Meet. We can also see from here the gap between those with background and those without background, and the gap between geniuses and ordinary people. Although the martial arts exam will guarantee fairness. But the general environment is like this. Absolute fairness is impossible. We can only give you relative fairness. As long as you have the ability, no matter how unfair it is, you can still make a name for yourself. Huowuji is indeed a genius. Although the potential level of the contracted red fire eagle is higher than that of Bai Bingqin's holy light beast, it is still beyond the reach of ordinary people. Coupled with his own talent, he can kill indiscriminately. Anyone who encounters a first-level behemoth will die. It is not difficult to kill a second-level behemoth, but the answer is that it is difficult to kill a third-level behemoth. The attack power of the red fire eagle is sufficient, but the intelligence of a third-level behemoth is not low, and it is not an immobile target, so its skills often fail. At this moment, Huowuji had not encountered his teammates yet, but was targeted by a third-level split-claw lizard. As the name suggests, the split-claw lizard has extremely high attack power and extremely fast speed with its 4 claws, but its own defense is not very strong. But it also depends on who you compare with. No matter how rubbish the cleft-claw lizard is, it is still a third-level behemoth. The red fire eagle is only at the 2nd level now. Even though Huowuji's talent, burning heaven with blazing flames, can greatly increase the temperature of the red fire eagle's flames, it is still unrealistic to take down the cleft-claw lizard in a short time. If it weren't for Huowuji's red fire eagle relying on its air advantage, it would probably have had to flee in panic by now. Damn it, red fire eagle, red fire spray! Chirp! The red fire eagle let out a loud cry, then spit out a ray of fire from its mouth, hitting the split-claw lizard on the ground. But the split-claw lizard was obviously not afraid. It dodged the attack with a flash of its body, and then rushed towards Huowuji, who was directing the battle on the ground. The split-claw lizard is extremely fast, and no matter how talented Huowuji is, he cannot compete with it in speed. At this time, the red fire eagle in the air has just used a skill and is in the cooling period, so it cannot provide support in a short time. At this critical moment, the beast-taming bracelet on Huowuji's hand flashed with light, and a fiery red turtle appeared in front of him. Flame War Turtle, Flame Defense! Oh! The Fire War Turtle howled, and then a defensive wall of fire suddenly appeared, blocking Huowuji behind him. The split-claw lizard was moving too fast and had no time to brake, so it crashed straight into the wall of high-temperature flames. Hiss! The split-clawed lizard obviously couldn't withstand the high temperature. The scales on its front paws turned charred black, and a smell of barbecue filled the air. The split-clawed lizard was injured and in pain, and the vertical pupils in its eyes were filled with cruelty. Hiss! Another roar. The Split Claw Lizard released its skill, Split Claw Cyclone. Oh no! Flame War Turtle Defense. Huwuji was filled with fear. He wasn't sure if he could withstand the skill attack from the 3rd level behemoth. The Fire War Turtle stomped its feet on the ground, and immediately dirt and rocks splashed. The flying dirt and the air gathered together under the control of the Fire War Turtle, and condensed into a high-temperature lava shield that blocked the front. His 2 skills, both of which are mainly defensive. Could this Flame War Turtle also be a top-notch one? The big guys watching outside were all surprised. I guess so. That Scarlet Fire Eagle is already incredible. Add to that the Flame War Turtle that is good at defense, and it is invincible among its peers. Old Manhwa was also very proud at this time. Others only knew that his grandson had contracted a remarkable Red Fire Eagle, but little did they know that he not only got his grandson the Red Fire Eagle, a top-grade spiritual beast with fire attributes, but also got him the Flame War Turtle, which was good at defense. The Flame War Turtle, combined with the talent of his grandson, has greatly enhanced its defensive capabilities. It is no exaggeration to say that it is invincible among its peers. Ha! Thinking of this, Old Manhwa could no longer suppress his inner joy and laughed out loud. Lianshan, who was standing aside, also nodded repeatedly as he watched. This Huwuji does have some abilities. He is a little genius. Given time, he may surpass me and become a strong man of the human race. Mr. He, you are exaggerating. How is it possible for me to surpass you? Bai Tianlong knew how terrifying He Lao was. With 2 Overlord-level beasts in his hands, he was definitely a high-ranking human being and the patron saint of the human race. Yes, Bai Tianlong also acknowledged Huwuji's talent. But he also understood how difficult it was to train his beast to the Overlord level. If it were so easy to train dominant beasts, humans would have been kings long ago. Hey Xiaolong! Everything is possible. What's wrong with me? Am I just a mountain that is so insurmountable? In the human race, I am nothing. There are many people who are stronger than me. There are even some who are stronger than me and younger than me. At that time, did anyone ever think that those younger people would surpass me? Even if it's you, you may surpass me in time. Lianshan patted Bai Tianlong on the shoulder. This? Bai Tianlong was speechless. Indeed, anything is possible. Bai Tianlong thought of Suchen. Who would have thought that such an inconspicuous young man, who had not even graduated from high school, could deal with a 5th-order elite beast alone and successfully kill it? This kind of achievement is something that Bai Tianlong could never achieve. Thinking about it this way, this Suchen is even more evil than those evildoers. I really don't know how this kid Suchen cultivated. Hey, my girl really has good taste. Why didn't I think Suchen was a piece of shining gold before? Thinking of this, Bai Tianlong suddenly came to his senses. This is weird. It's been an hour since the exam started, but why haven't I seen Suchen yet? If he can kill a 5th-level elite beast, there's no reason he can't deal with these small beasts in the secret realm. Why hasn't his points made it onto the list yet? What the hell is going on? There are a total of 200 places on the points list. In other words, as long as your points ranking is in the top 200, it will be displayed on the big screen. An hour had passed since the exam and Suchen's score was still 0. Although he knew that Suchen was not in a hurry to complete the assessment, he planned to find Bai Bingqin first and then work together to complete the trial. But an hour has passed, and the score of 0 means that Suchen has not killed a single giant beast. I don't know whether Suchen is lucky or unlucky. Fortunately, Suchen didn't encounter any giant beast while on the road. Unfortunately, Suchen didn't encounter any giant beast at all. Ha! Looking at his watch, Suchen, who had been traveling non-stop for 2 hours, finally breathed a sigh of relief. According to the coordinates, Bai Bingqin was not far from his location, probably about a few hundred meters away. Chapter 40 Suchen arrives. Suchen was not far from Bai Bingqin, but at this time Bai Bingqin was in great trouble. Bai Bingqin is being attacked by a group of bamboo snakes at this moment. Although the bamboo snake is a giant beast, its habits are like those of snakes, and it prefers cool places. When Suchen entered the secret realm, he landed on a prairie, while when Bai Bingqin entered the secret realm, he landed on a jungle. But it's okay, it didn't fall deep into the jungle, but on the edge of the jungle. After 2 hours of moving, we were only a few hundred meters away from exiting the forest. But something suddenly went wrong within these few hundred meters. Bai Bingqi noticed a snake suddenly attacking from above her head. Without thinking, she summoned the holy light beast and killed it instantly. But the problem is that the poisonous snake that was killed was called bamboo snake. There are no special skills. The skill is that you can instantly increase the speed. But bamboo snakes are social animals. Once they die, they will release a special smell to attract nearby bamboo snakes. Bai Bingqi was surrounded by countless bamboo snakes. The bamboo snake's attack power is not strong, but if there are too many of them, the spiritual beast will get tired and the spiritual energy in its body will be exhausted. Bai Bingqi was trying her best to conserve her energy at this moment, otherwise she would have run out of energy and been surrounded. At this time, the holy light beast is on the periphery, and once a large number of bamboo snakes gather, it will use a wave of skills. Bai Bingqi herself has another contracted spirit beast, the earth dragon, guarding her. I have to say that Bai Tianlong is really good to his precious daughter. The first beast to be controlled is a holy light beast of the holy light level, which is extremely suitable for Bai Bingqi's talent. Although the second beast, the earth dragon, is not as good as the holy light beast, it is also a sub-dragon species with a trace of sub-dragon blood, and its strength is also good. Especially in terms of defensive capabilities, even Huawuji's fire war turtle is probably slightly inferior to it. However, no matter how strong they are, after fighting for such a long time, the spiritual energy in the bodies of the two beasts is almost exhausted. If they still cannot break through, Bai Bingqi will be in danger. What you fear will come to you. Because of its main attack, the holy light beast consumed much more energy than the earth dragon. At this time, it was exhausted and had many wounds on its body. It wasn't so deep that the bones could be seen, but the bamboo snake was a poisonous beast, so even a little skin breakage would be painful, especially with so many injuries. If we continue fighting, something bad might happen. Bai Bingqi had to take back the holy light beast. This assessment is very important. If the contracted spirit beast is injured too early, it will affect the subsequent results, because it takes time for the spirit beast to recover from the injury. In order to ensure fairness and justice in this assessment, no auxiliary items are allowed to be brought in, and everyone is on the same starting line. This also gives an opportunity to students with average talents and average family backgrounds. Therefore, it is unknown how long it will take for the beast master to recover on his own. It would be even more troublesome if the contracted spirit beast was seriously injured or even died. The assessment could be announced in advance as being over. Bai Bingqi has his father's help, so even if his test scores are average, his future will not be bad. But that's Bai Bingqi's personality. She is born strong-willed. Why should she rely on her family when she can rely on herself? Without the holy light beast to kill the enemy head-on, Bai Bingqi's situation suddenly became difficult. Outside, Bai Tianlong also saw the image of his daughter, and his hands clenched unconsciously. Hey, Xiaolong! Your daughter doesn't seem to have good luck. She actually encountered a difficult creature like a bamboo snake right at the beginning. If she can't get out of trouble quickly, with her unyielding and tough personality, her life might be in danger. He Lianshan also frowned. I have notified the security guard to rush over. I hope he can make it in time. Bai Tianlong said silently. She was eliminated after only half a day of assessment. Bai Tianlong knew that his daughter would probably not be able to bear this blow. But there was no other way, he only had this one precious daughter, and there couldn't be any mistakes. So what if her grades are not good? With Bai Tianlong's status, his daughter would be a guest of honor wherever she goes. Bai Bingqi had just signed a contract with the Earth Dragon. Although her strength was also at the second level, the Earth Dragon was mainly focused on defense, and its attack power was not that strong. Moreover, after continuously releasing the thick rock armor to protect Bai Bingqi, and releasing several Earth Dragon roars and earth and rock impacts to repel the invading bamboo snakes, the spiritual power in her body was almost exhausted, and the thick rock armor was about to dissipate due to the exhaustion of spiritual power. Once the thick rock armor disappears, Bai Bingqi can only rely on herself to protect herself. Boom! The thick rock armor that had been protecting Bai Bingqi from the bamboo snakes finally ran out of spiritual power and collapsed under the continuous attacks of the bamboo snakes. Oh no! Bai Bingqin cried out inwardly. A bamboo snake suddenly pounced on Bai Bingqin while she was distracted. Qiner! Bai Tianlong's eyes were red as he stared at the screen, secretly hating the security guard in his heart. Why hasn't the security guard arrived yet? Is he a fool? Rock shield! A voice sounded. A thick rock barrier suddenly rose up around Bai Bingqin, protecting her firmly inside. The bamboo snake that pounced on Bai Bingqin was no longer able to retract its attack and crashed straight into the rock barrier. Roar! A powerful beast's roar sounded, stirring up waves of sound. Then the ground beneath their feet began to shake violently as if a dragon had turned over, and swept forward like a raging wave. The earth was surging, leaving devastation wherever it passed. The shock wave of the earth, like a raging wave, instantly buried a large number of bamboo snakes as well as the soil, rocks, flowers, plants and trees along the way underground. The earth was in a mess, as if it had been plowed. This is exactly the ability of the stone beast's ground frequency vibration. The rock beast has the blood of the titans. The earth is its main battlefield and the source of its power. Although it is still weak now, it can still turn over the earth and loosen the soil. The rock shield was removed, revealing Bai Bingqin, who was still looking terrified. Sister Qin, are you okay? Su Chen ran over and asked worriedly. Looking at the familiar face that suddenly appeared from the sky at the critical moment, Bai Bingqin was so excited that she almost cried. Fortunately, I managed to hold back in the end. How could I lose my composure in front of Su Chen? But my eyes were red. It's okay, Xiao Chen, thank you. If it weren't for you, I would probably have been eliminated, Bai Bingqin said gratefully. I'm glad you're okay. Come, Sister Qin, let me help you. It's a bit chaotic now, and the road is hard to walk on. I'll help you, don't fall. Bai Bingqin looked at the unrecognizable land in front of her with a dull look in her eyes. Did you do all this? Hey, the first time I used it, I didn't use enough force. I won't do it again next time. Su Chen smiled innocently. Help Bai Bingqin to the open space and let the stone beast guard Bai Bingqin. Su Chen took out the dagger that turned into a small flame and began his joyful journey. No, to dig out the crystal core. Chapter 41. Careful Su Chen. Su Chen? Bai Tianlong outside was looking at Su Chen on the screen, who was happily touching the corpse, with some surprise. Is this his beast tamer? What a powerful skill! He Lianshan had a very sharp vision, and he could tell at a glance that the stone beast was extraordinary. Although one can use skill beads to add skills to the beast, anyone with a little knowledge and family background will not choose this path. Because the skill spirit bead has a drawback. That is, the skills are too common and ordinary. Even if a high-level skill bead can grant a beast tamer powerful skills, it is not your own and will ultimately not be suitable. Ordinary people don't care whether their skills are mediocre or not. It's good enough to have the skills to use. How can they be picky? But for geniuses with extraordinary talents and beast masters with high potential and quality, this is an act of picking up sesame seeds and losing watermelons. Therefore, He Lianshan, who had been in a high position for a long time, could clearly see that the skills of the stone rock beast did not come from the skill beads, but were innate skills. Similarly, Su Chen's display of prowess was not only noticed by He Lianshan and by Tianlong, but other bigwigs also cast their gazes over him, with inexplicable meanings flashing in their eyes. Where did this kid come from? He actually possesses such a powerful beast. Yes. Judging from its power, this little guy is another little genius. Little genius? How is it possible? If he is a genius, how could we not know about it in advance? Yes, why don't we have this person's information? A crowd of people talked about it at once. At this moment, Long Yuyan was standing quietly aside, watching Su Chen's demeanor, with a gleam in her eyes. Su Chen! You are really not simple. You have a lot of secrets. Even I can't see through you. Could this little guy next to you be related to the stone in the museum that day? Long Yuyan is so smart. The stone rock beast only made a slight move, and Long Yuyan guessed most of it. However, Long Yuyan would never have guessed that the stone beast was hatched from that stone, and that stone contained the complete Titan bloodline. Oh, how poor! Half of it doesn't even have a crystal core. How unlucky! Su Chen put the crystal core he took out into the beast-taming bracelet while cursing, and then walked towards Bai Bingqin, who had recovered. Sister Qin, are you feeling better? Su Chen looked at Bai Bingqin with a sunny face. Yeah, I feel better now, but my two beasts have consumed too much energy, and I'm afraid they won't be able to recover in a short time. Bai Bingqin nodded to indicate that she was fine. It's okay, Sister Qin, I'll help you, don't worry. I'll be responsible for crippling those monsters, and you can just finish them off. Su Chen had originally intended to help Bai Bingqin, and now he decided to be a good guy and help her out. After skinning and removing the tendons of the collected snake meat, Su Chen made a pot of snake meat stew with his hands. In his previous life, Su Chen had been craving for this, but unfortunately he never had the chance to eat it. I didn't expect that my dream would come true in this life. Su Chen had already made a strategy before coming here. Although the giant beasts in the wild are extremely ferocious, most of them have delicious meat that will leave you with an unforgettable aftertaste. Although there is not much bamboo snake meat, it tastes very delicious and is good for beautifying the skin. Before Su Chen came, he was thinking about whether he could have a bite. Hey, lucky me, it actually worked. Sister Qin, try it, it's delicious. Su Chen served Bai Bingqin a bowl, and then began to eat it ravenously. Bai Bingqin's eyes were a little complicated. You brought pots and pans with you when you go out? Hey, the sky is big, the earth is big, but eating is the biggest. Man is iron, and food is steel. Sharpening the knife does not delay the chopping of wood. Take care of your internal organs first, so that the murderous beast will have more strength when it comes. Su Chen wiped his mouth, then scooped up another bowl and wolfed it down. While eating, he urged Bai Bingqin incoherently. Eat. It's delicious. You'll have more energy after you're full. Bai Bingqin was not a pretentious person, so she picked up the bowl and started eating. After taking a bite, Bai Bingqin found it extremely delicious, and then followed Su Chen's footsteps and became a member of the Gonfen family. Haha, Xiaolong! This kid has quite a personality. In such a serious occasion as an exam, others are afraid that they will not have enough time and are working hard to kill giant beasts to get points. But this kid is so good that he actually started eating leisurely. Well, he is a good eater and knows where the snake meat tastes best. Very good, I like it. He Lianshan was not stingy with his praise and was very appreciative of Su Chen's performance. Bai Tianlong's mouth twitched again and again, and his face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He was thinking in his heart that he would skin this guy alive when he got out. Not only did he not study hard himself, but he also led his precious daughter astray. Brother, we are taking an exam now. Can you be more serious and respect us, the organizers? Su Chen ate the snake meat stew so thoroughly that he swallowed it all without leaving any soup. The meal was so clean that there was no need to wash the dishes. Compared to Su Chen's eating manners, Bai Bingqin is much more refined. I didn't eat enough, I just ate a lot, mainly because I was afraid that being full would affect my mobility. She was not as bold as Su Chen, who forgot everything after entering the secret realm and forgot why she came here. Su Chen, we should act immediately. We have already wasted too much time. If we don't hurry up, the gap between us and the top 200 will only get bigger and bigger. Bai Bingqin looked at the ranking points on her watch and said anxiously. Bai Bingqin and Su Chen are now ranked almost at the bottom, let alone on the list. If they hadn't killed a lot of bamboo snakes, they might have been ranked last. Don't worry, I know a place with a lot of giant beasts. If we kill them in one wave, we won't have to worry about not having any points. Su Chen cleaned the things and put them into the bracelet, saying slowly. Oh, really? Then let's go quickly. Bai Bingqin is a practical person. Once she has a goal and the conditions, she will not procrastinate, and will take action immediately. Su Chen understood this, so without any delay, he took Bai Bingqin and ran towards the destination. Isn't it strange that Su Chen didn't encounter any giant beasts along the way? How did he know where the giant beasts gathered? Indeed, Su Chen didn't know, but don't forget that the stone beast was not Su Chen's second beast, but his third beast. Su Chen's second beast was the marching ant king. The talent of the marching ant king is to release pheromones, collect pheromones, and analyze pheromones to know the slightest movement around him. So it doesn't matter if Su Chen doesn't know, as long as the marching ant king knows. The marching ant king knew it, and Suchin knew it too. So it's not surprising that Suchin knows where the giant beasts roam. Chapter 42 Born in Rome. After a while, Suchin led Bai Bingqi to a plain. Looking ahead, there were two groups of giant beasts huddled together in the distance, leisurely eating grass. Heavy armored bull, golden horn plate armored rhinoceros, Bai Bingqi said in surprise. How's it going? Not bad, right? Most of these are level 2, there are at least 200 of them. Kill them all, and you'll get at least 2,000 points. Let me see who is the highest ranked now. Tseng Yuanming, with 5,500 points. Hey, this guy is really good at accumulating points. It's only been a short time, but he has more than 5,000 points. Let's open it. Suchin's face suddenly turned ugly. But it's okay, let's get rid of this wave and then go somewhere else, Suchin said confidently. Are you stupid? Bai Bingqi looked at Suchin's confident expression and slapped him on the head. There are more than 200 giant beasts. Although they are only level 2, how can we kill them? If we make any noise, they will target us. Then they will rush over us and we won't be able to escape. Well, Suchin thought about it and agreed. More than 200 giant beasts were indeed too risky. But if we killed them one by one, when would it end? How could we catch up? He looked back at the stone beast behind him. This little guy has Titan blood, so it should be possible. If not, we can only expose the existence of Little Flame. It's okay, Sister Chin Chin. The brave ones will die of overeating, while the timid ones will die of starvation. I'll go first. They're just level 2 monsters, and they're all strength type. If I can't beat them, I can run away. Having said that, Suchin rushed out without waiting for Bai Bingqi to speak. Suchin! Bai Bingqi was so angry about Suchin's risky behavior that she jumped to her feet. This kid, is he looking for death? Outside, Bai Tianlong was paying close attention to the situation. When he saw Suchin rushing up alone to face the herd of beasts, his blood boiled. Hey, he is still a young boy, full of blood and vigor. He Lianshan sat down on a chair beside him holding the thermos cup. He Lianshan also understood Suchin's adventurous behavior. They didn't get the upper hand from the start, which led to them lagging behind in the points ranking. If they don't work harder, they will not be able to catch up. Looking at Tseng Yuanming, who is ranked first, he has nearly 6,000 points. For those of them who are at the bottom of the points list, it is indeed a huge mountain that is difficult to overcome in a short period of time. Suchin was not far from the herd of beasts, and with Suchin's full sprint, the time was up in 1 minute. No nonsense, just use skills as soon as you come up. Gravity suppression. As the skill was released, an invisible gravity suddenly appeared, instantly pressing the heavily armored bulls and golden horn plate armored rhinos that were grazing to their knees. Sensing the enemy invasion, these terrifying beasts suddenly roared and struggled to stand up, to see who had ambushed them and then tear them to pieces. But it was all in vain. Although the stone beast is not of high level, it has the blood of the Titan, and its strength cannot be estimated by common sense. On Earth, it can be said that it is invincible. The gravity suppression instantly pinned more than 200 powerful beasts in place, making them unable to move. Some of the weaker ones, the first-level heavy-armored bulls and golden horn plate-armored rhinos, were already making creaking sounds under the heavy weight. This is because their bones are not strong enough and can no longer bear the terrifying weight of their own body. There was a constant sound of clicking. This is the sound of bones breaking. They finally couldn't bear the weight, and their bones broke. The broken bones pierced his internal organs, and large amounts of blood foam gushed out of his mouth. Suchin saw that the situation was almost resolved, so he raised his hand and a circular stone wall rose from the ground, wrapping the injured beast inside. Sister Chin Chin, it's done! Suchin made a gesture. Bai Bingqi stared at Suchin's performance from a distance, unable to conceal the shock in her eyes. What she saw. Suchin suppressed a whole herd of beasts by himself with just one skill. Who would believe it if he told others about this? This is just the spirit beast that Suchin contracted later. If the spirit beasts that were contracted later are so powerful, how powerful should the little flame be? Bai Bingqi still doesn't know that Xiao Huimiao has completed his second evolution, from a fire elf to a fire wizard, and has also obtained what the human race calls the beast-taming armor. His strength is no longer what it used to be. If Suchin took out the little flame, then this exam would be no different from cheating. With a few AoE damages, it can be said to be a ruthless monster-killing machine. Who can compare to it? However, precisely because the little flame was so powerful, Suchin still didn't dare to take it out. Although the title of genius is good, Suchin still understands the truth that the tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Nowadays, when we are weak, the less attention we can get, the less trouble we will have. With the help of Suchin, Bai Bingqin took less than 10 minutes to eliminate all the giant beasts, leaving no one behind. Obtained 2,119 points. 210 second-level behemoths and 19 first-level behemoths. Adding the bamboo snake killed in the jungle before, the attack totals 2,303 points. Very good result. Suchin did not get any points because he did not kill the giant beast. He only killed some bamboo snakes when he rescued Bai Bingqin, so his total score was 319 points. After killing the giant beast, Suchin quickly took out all the crystal cores and immediately rushed to the next place. More than 2,000 points is an astronomical figure for most ordinary candidates at this stage. Because it takes a lot of time for them to kill a first-level behemoth, and they may not be able to kill it, so they need to form a team. But for top talents, 2,000 points are nothing. For example, Sang Yuanming and He Wuji. As well as Zhao Shuangxue, Lin Tian, Yi Haonan, who are ranked at the top of the list. They are powerful in themselves, and they come from large families. The family has naturally arranged people in the secret realm to converge in their direction, and then form a team to hunt the giant beasts and obtain higher points and rankings. For ordinary people, being able to go to a good university is something they are thankful for. But for these gifted people, going to university is a foregone conclusion, and they don't need to worry about it. All they need to do is to keep improving their rankings and win face for their family and themselves. The gap is quite big. All roads lead to Rome, but some people are born in Rome. In fact, Bai Bingqin could also enjoy this treatment, but she chose not to do so. She wanted to see how far she could go on her own. But the start was not very good. If Suchin had not arrived in time, the assessment might have been terminated. This was a big blow to Bai Bingqin. Chapter 43 Tsang Yuanming's Doubts. Following the same method, Suchin and Bai Bingqin transformed into ruthless scoring machines. Although the giant beasts that were killed were not very powerful and could give only a few points, their numbers were too large. Each monster gives 10 points. Killing 1 or 2 monsters is not much, but if you kill hundreds or thousands of them, it will be terrifying. Quantitative change leads to qualitative change. Bai Bingqin's points were soaring up rapidly. This operation made all the big guys outside numb. Xiaolong, do you know the origins of this kid Suchin? He Lianshan looked at Suchin's operation, and curiosity appeared in his eyes. A person who dares to face the beast can be said to be brave. But being able to deal with a group of beasts is not just about being brave. As far as He Lianshan knows. Among the young ones of this generation, no matter how talented they are, they cannot deal with a herd of beasts alone. The reason is simple. It's not that we can't win, it's that we simply can't afford the resources. The spiritual energy stored in the contracted spirit beast is limited, so small skills can be released intermittently, and there is no need to worry about consumption in a short period of time. However, some powerful skills consume a lot of spiritual energy. The spiritual energy in your body may be exhausted after releasing 1 or 2. Once the spiritual energy in the body is exhausted, the only option is hand-to-hand combat. One-on-one, hand-to-hand combat is still fairly dangerous. But if a person faces a group of beasts, hand-to-hand combat would mean suicide. But Suchin, who appeared out of nowhere, broke this rule. He used skills one after another, and was not afraid of the consumption of spiritual energy at all. So this is also the reason why He Lianshan is curious. Yes, Suchin is an orphan. He has been sitting next to Qiner since childhood, from elementary school to high school. In the past, he has not done anything outstanding. Even when his talent was awakened, he only awakened a D-level talent, which is recovery, and can slightly enhance the recovery ability of the beast. Bai Tianlong told Suchin's entire life story, including the time when Suchin ventured into the troll forest alone before the martial arts exam. Is that so? He Lianshan nodded and rubbed the thermos in his hand. Long Yuyan, who was standing by, was also amazed after hearing this. She didn't know that Suchin had this experience. In fact, as long as Long Yuyan wanted to know, she would be able to find out information about Suchin. But Long Yuyan didn't do that. In a euphemistic way, I like this sense of mystery. Now that I know that Suchin went into the troll forest alone, the sense of mystery in my heart becomes even stronger. Okay, Xiaochen, take a break! Bai Bingqin stopped the enthusiastic Suchin. What's wrong, Sister Qin? Aren't you going to continue? No, I'm dying of exhaustion. What about your points? Enough. Bai Bingqin rolled her eyes. As he spoke, he turned on his watch and called up the points ranking. At this time, Bai Bingqin ranked first in the points ranking with an incredible 18,258 points. The second-placed Zheng Yuanming only had over 15,000 points, more than 3,000 points behind Bai Bingqin. Bai Bingqin's points were like a rocket, soaring up rapidly and unstoppable. No one can surpass this score in a short time, so don't worry. And don't you have me? Even if I surpass you, I can catch up. But your score has basically not moved at all. It was okay in the early stage, and you could still catch up with me based on your strength, but it will be harder to catch up as the score progresses. Bai Bingqin was a little worried about Suchen's grades. It's okay. There's still plenty of time. Don't we have a week left for the exam? There's still enough time, Suchen said indifferently. If that doesn't work, just keep the flame small. Suchen knew that there were several places where the number of giant beasts was particularly dense. If he fired the earth-shattering star, they would kill them indiscriminately. If Suchen didn't want to expose Little Flame's strength, he would have gone there to gain experience long ago. Let's put it this way, Xiaochen. My points have already caught up, so you don't have to worry about me. You should save up your own points first. And I also want to see how far I can go with my own strength. I don't want to be a vase. My holy light beast is very strong. Bai Bingqin touched the holy light beast lying beside her. Good. Suchen did not refuse. He also knew that Bai Bingqin had a stubborn spirit, and was unwilling to fall behind anyone. After eating something and recovering some strength, Suchen began his journey to rank up. In order to take care of Bai Bingqin and allow Bai Bingqin to deliver the final blow, Suchen had to hold back his strength. Now that he no longer has to worry about Bai Bingqin, Suchen can finally let go. The stone beast also fully revealed the domineering nature of a titan. With one skill, it could kill a tier 3 beast instantly, and its experience bar kept rising. This scene really made Bai Bingqin envious. Although his holy light beast is strong, it also has obvious shortcomings. It lacks large-scale group attack skills. Suchen's strength lies in the fact that all of his beasts basically have large-scale group attack skills, and the difference lies only in the strength of the skills. Bai Bingqin was thinking in her heart whether she should find an opportunity to ask Suchen to help her holy light beast evolve. Inside the secret realm, Zheng Yuanming and his team members had just killed a third-level giant beast, and were now resting to allow the beast to recover its strength. I turned on my watch and looked at the standings. In Zheng Yuanming's imagination, with his own strength, plus the assistance of his team, he killed so many behemoths, including several third-level behemoths. At this time, he must be the first on the list. But when he opened it, Zheng Yuanming was dumbfounded. He saw that Suchen's name was high on the list, and Bai Bingqin was in second place. And he, Zheng Yuanming, ranked third on the list. And although he was third, he was still more than 3,000 points behind the second place, and the gap with the top place was even bigger, with more than 8,000 points behind him. Zheng Yuanming couldn't believe it. Impossible, this is impossible. I know Bai Bingqin, the apple of the eye of Commander Bai of the military. Her awakened talent is S-level divine light. The holy light beasts under her command have extraordinary potential. They are one level away from becoming super quality. But who the hell is this Suchen? Where did he come from? There is no information at all, but he has reached the top of the list so quietly. Did he cheat? Master, it shouldn't be possible. There are so many big guys watching outside. Who would dare to cheat so blatantly? A guard-like man standing by expressed his guess. Sang Yuanming's face was gloomy at this moment. There is no possibility of cheating, which means the results are real. With such a terrifying score, his talent must be extraordinary, but why haven't I heard of it before? Sang Yuanming was puzzled. Chapter 44 New Mission. Sang Yuanming was not the only one who was puzzled. Hu Wuji, Zhao Shuangxue, Ling Tian, Yi Haonan and other geniuses began to doubt their lives. What the hell is this Suchen? Why are his points increasing so fast? Hu Wuji clenched his teeth at this time. I almost lost the battle against the third-level split-claw lizard before and was killed by it. Fortunately, my teammates arrived at the critical moment and rescued me. He also killed the lizard and got 100 points. From then on, Hu Wuji, who had tasted the benefits of the third-level behemoth, set his target at the third level. Once the team is assembled, they will specifically capture the third-order behemoths and kill them. However, third-level behemoths are not so easy to kill. Some behemoths with extraordinary talents have caused great losses to even the geniuses who acted in teams. Moreover, killing a third-level behemoth consumes a great deal of one's own spiritual energy for taming the beast. Every time after killing a third-level behemoth, you have to stop and rest for a long time before hunting again. Therefore the efficiency is very low. If killing a high-level behemoth could not give a considerable amount of points, I am afraid no one would choose to kill a high-level behemoth. The Huawuji team worked so hard but had only killed 10 level 3 beasts, and earned 1,000 points. Although the points were considerable, the cost was also staggering, and many members of the team were injured. Some members' beasts were seriously injured and there was no hope of recovery in the short term, so their combat effectiveness was completely destroyed. As for these people, Huawuji's approach is to eliminate them directly. After all, they have no fighting power, and staying here would be a burden and would slow down the efficiency of the entire team. Instead of this, it is better to eliminate them directly. Those who were eliminated did not show any reluctance. On the contrary, they were very happy. They were paid to do the job. Now that he's been eliminated, he could get a lot of benefits by going out. Only a fool would not be happy about that. Huawuji looked at his watch with a gloomy expression. Everyone, set out now and find me a third-level behemoth. Young master, the team members haven't had enough rest yet. If we attack rashly like this, something might go wrong, someone suggested. Stop talking nonsense, you bunch of losers. I am the boss here, and my words are the imperial decree. What's the point of having you? I've been busy for a long time, but I'm not the first. You even have the nerve to slack off here. Huawuji was anxious. He didn't want to think about anything else now. He just wanted to get first place. It would be even better if he could meet Suchen. He would let him know what cruelty is. Although the secret realm stipulates that candidates are not allowed to kill each other, there is no rule that prohibits physical violence. I won't kill him, just cripple him. Moreover, during the martial arts exam, the top leaders encourage fighting. As long as you can eliminate one candidate, you can get half of the points of that eliminated candidate. Huawuji now not only wants to teach Suchen a lesson, but is also covering the high points in Suchen's hands. As long as Suchen is eliminated, his points ranking will immediately reach the first place. It can be said that Suchen is a hot commodity now, and everyone wants to take a bite. But Suchen had no idea about this matter. Even if I knew, I wouldn't care. If you want to bite off a piece of meat from me, you have to have the ability to do so. As time went by, 2 days had passed before the exam. Many candidates were eliminated in these 2 days. Those who were eliminated were considered lucky. According to statistics, so far, 20 candidates have died in the secret realm due to untimely rescue. Some of the bodies of those dead candidates were brought back, but for others, no trace was left. Yan Zhonghua could only shake his head. If you choose to be a beastmaster, you must always be prepared for death. The trial secret realm number 0 is just the simplest secret realm. There is no special danger in it, and there are many security guards to protect you throughout the whole process. If you can't even pass such a small test, then how can you talk about defending your country? Suchen's points at this time were as high as 108521, nearly 110,000 points. I don't know how many giant beasts Suchin slaughtered to achieve such a high result. Bai Bingqin's grades are not bad either. Without asking Suchin for help, he still earned 70,000 points relying on his own strength. He is not as good as Suchin, and even not as good as Huowuji, Sang Yuanming, Zhao Xuanxue, and other geniuses. But you have to understand that Bai Bingqin is alone, while geniuses like Sang Yuanming are not fighting alone, but are working in teams to hunt giant beasts. Naturally, his points are higher than Bai Bingqin's. If they fight alone, they may not be able to defeat Bai Bingqin. From this we can see that Bai Bingqin's strength is also very strong, and she is also a leader among the geniuses. But compared with a pervert like Suchin, it pales in comparison. With his points reaching 100,000, Suchin was no longer in a hurry. Anyway, as long as I keep this advantage, I can easily get the admission letter from Holy Spirit College. At this time, Suchin had finished dinner and was leaning on a big rock looking at the stars and the moon. There are stars and moons in the secret realm, which is really rare, Suchin said magically. It's fake. There can't be stars and moons in this low-level secret realm. These stars and moons are just projections. Bai Bingqin obviously knew everything about the secret realm. Oh, I see. Suchin nodded. Got it. Got it. Hey, Xiaoqinzi, where did your rock beast come from? It's so strong. Also, how strong are you now? I feel like I can't see through you anymore. Didn't you just awaken a D-level talent? Why do you feel stronger than me who has an S-level talent? Bai Bingqin asked curiously. Haha, it's because my beast tamer is strong. What does it have to do with me? It's all because they are too competitive. As a breeder, I am also helpless. Suchin spread his hands. Puchi! Just keep pretending. Bai Bingqin glared at Suchin in annoyance. Ding, mission notification. Mission 1, kill 1,000 third-level beasts. No race restrictions. Time, before the end of the martial arts exam. Reward, the damage of the contracted beast is doubled. Note, this reward will be attached to the host when it is issued, and all the beasts contracted by the host will enjoy this buff. Mission 2, kill 100 4th-level beasts. No limit on race. Time, before the end of the martial arts exam. Reward, reduce the spiritual power consumption of the contracted beast by 50%. Note, this reward will be attached to the host when it is issued, and all the beasts contracted by the host will enjoy this buff in the future. Mission 3, kill 1,000 4th-level beasts. No limit on race. Time, before the end of the martial arts exam. Reward, body building pill multiplied by 100. Mission 4, kill 10 level 5 beasts. No matter the race. Time, before the end of the martial arts exam. Reward, low-grade spiritual stone multiplied by 10. Mission 5, kill 100 level 5 beasts. No matter the race. Time, before the end of the martial arts exam. Reward, heart of the earth. Chapter 45, Hunting the Woolly Mammoth. Suchin looked at the new task with a startled expression and quickly sat up, which scared Bai Bingqin next to him. Xiaochen, what's wrong with you? It's okay, I just suddenly remembered something. Suchin waved his hand. Oh. Bai Bingqin nodded and stopped talking. Suchin lay down again and checked the task carefully. There are 5 missions this time. The first 2 missions are to kill giant beasts to increase your strength. One will double your attack power, and the other will reduce your spiritual power consumption by 50%. I have already increased the attack power once before, so it is doubled. Now if I double the basic attack power of Little Flame, it will be tripled. If I keep refreshing this kind of attack power increase task in the future, then to what extent will the attack power of my beasts increase in the future? I think a normal attack and a nuclear explosion is no longer a dream. Suchin was delighted. As for the 50% reduction in spiritual power consumption, it has already been reduced by 50% before, and now it will be reduced by 75%. From now on, the little flames will only consume 25% of spiritual power when releasing skills. It's very economical. I'm so happy. The reduction in spiritual power consumption really touched Suchin's heart. The rewards for the next 3 tasks are not stacking buffs, but items. What are these earth vein heart, body refining pills, and low-grade spirit stones? Are they what I think they are? Suchin clicked on the introduction. Bodybuilding pill, an auxiliary cultivation item, suitable for use in the bodybuilding realm. After taking it and combining it with the exercises, it can greatly increase the strength of the body. Low-grade spirit stone, an item to assist cultivation, it contains rich spiritual energy and can greatly increase the progress of cultivation. Heart of the earth veins, an auxiliary evolution item, used for the next stage of evolution of the stone beast. It's exactly what I thought. Suchin felt happy after reading the introduction. Although Suchin now has the heaven-defying martial arts technique, golden body dominant body art, it is very slow to practice it. Apart from breaking through the first level of body forging when he first started practicing, many days have passed now and he is still at the first level of body forging, infinitely close to the second level of body forging, and he still cannot break through. At first, Suchin thought it was his own fault, that he lacked talent and that was why his practice was so slow. But later I found out that it was because of this world. This golden body dominant body art is something from the higher fantasy plane world, and the threshold itself is high. In addition, the higher fantasy plane is rich in materials and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is abundant, so it can be practiced successfully. The world that Suchin is in now is far from being that advanced. Strictly speaking, this is just a world of high martial arts, and it is still quite a distance away from the fantasy world. The world is not suitable, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is not abundant, so it is naturally very difficult to practice the peerless magic skill. Golden body tyrant body art. Suchin was also troubled by this for a long time. I have extraordinary skills, but it's useless if I can't practice them. Now, it seems that there is always a way out. It turns out that the golden soul bead has been arranged long ago. There must be God's will in everything. This earth vein heart is actually a necessary item for the next stage of evolution of the stone beast. It seems to be similar to the wizard atlas that little flame needs to evolve from a flame elf to a flame wizard. After figuring it out, Suchin now thinks about how to complete the task. The rewards for the tasks released this time are all essential. Whether it is the low-grade spirit stone, bodybuilding pill, or the heart of the earth vein, these are what Suchin needs at this stage. Suchin didn't know whether he would have the chance to obtain these things in the future if he failed to complete this mission. No matter what, I must go all out this time. Originally, I just wanted to get through this martial arts exam peacefully. But now that the mission has been announced, I can't be lazy anymore. With the ability of the rock beast, it's easy to kill the 3rd and 4th level beasts as long as they are not surrounded. But the 5th level beast is a bit difficult. The 5th level beast is no weaker than the 4th level elite beast in some ways. Suchin remembered the skeleton mage in the underground cave last time. That battle was really tiring. If it weren't for the long endurance of the little flame, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to hold on. Oh, never mind. At worst I'll just expose the little flame. Anyway, I have to complete the mission. After figuring this out, Suchin looked at Bai Bingqin. Why are you looking at me like that? Bai Bingqin felt a little strange when she saw Suchin looking at her. Sister Qin, are you interested in hunting 4th and 5th level beasts tomorrow? You are crazy! Bai Bingqin screamed. Do you know the strength of the 4th level and 5th level behemoths? Those 4th level and 5th level behemoths are not alone. They must be surrounded by many low-level behemoths. Once they are surrounded, it will be dangerous. Of course I know, but Sister Qin, I have reasons why I must kill him. And Sister Qin, don't forget that I killed the 5th level elite black water snake in the troll forest. Suchin said confidently. Bai Bingqin was silent. Suchin was right, he did have that ability. On the contrary, I might be a drag on Suchin. Suchin seemed to understand Bai Bingqin's thoughts, and took Bai Bingqin's fair little hand. It's okay, Sister Qin, your strength is not weak. With your joining, it will be easier for me to hunt. Bai Bingqin nodded. No words were spoken that night. Suchin and Bai Bingqin got up early. Suchin had already located the positions of some giant beasts through the marching ant kings last night, so he didn't have to spend any more time looking for them, which greatly saved efficiency. As usual, Suchin planned to complete the first 2 tasks first to increase his strength so that he would be more calm when facing the 4th level and 5th level beasts. Third-level behemoths rarely live in large groups. Hunting down 1,000 level 3 beasts is a difficult task and not a small undertaking. Without the help of the marching ant king, it would be hard to say whether we could complete the hunt within the specified time, let alone find them all. On a grassland, a group of huge beasts, like behemoths, were walking on the grass. This is the territory of the third-level giant beast, the woolly mammoth. The woolly mammoth is a rare giant beast with third-level strength that lives in groups. Suchin had already located this place yesterday. Now that he had arrived and seen this, Suchin was delighted. The number of woolly mammoths in this group is quite impressive. Looking around, there should be more than 100 of them, and there are also some 4th-level woolly mammoths among them. Killing them all will easily complete 1/10 of the progress of the first task. By the way, it can also increase the progress of task 2. Suchen, are you sure? Bai Bingqin asked as she looked at the mighty woolly mammoths. Okay, Sister Qin, you have to follow closely later, Suchen reminded. Okay. Bai Bingqin's eyes also showed fighting spirit. Chapter 46 Killer God Bai Bingqin. Seeing that Bai Bingqin was ready, Suchen did not delay any longer. He seized the opportunity and rushed forward with the stone beast. Stone rock thick armor. Roar! As soon as the skill was released, the entire body of the stone rock beast grew taller again, and a thick layer of rock armor appeared on its body. This stone thick armor is an amplification skill. After using it, it can greatly increase one's own defense. It is very useful. The health bar of the stone beast is already very thick, and now with a layer of armor, it is hard to say whether the woolly mammoths in front of it can break through its defense. Bai Bingqin was not to be outdone. Let the earth dragon also give himself a layer of defense. The woolly mammoth is a third-level behemoth after all, so it's always better to be cautious. A woolly mammoth discovered Suchen running towards them and let out an angry roar, alarming the entire herd. They all roared in anger. Damn, these third-level beasts are really hard to deal with. They are really alert. The ordinary first-level beasts haven't reacted even when a flying dragon hits their faces. Suchen cursed. Don't be fooled by the docile appearance of the woolly mammoths that were leisurely grazing on the grassland. In fact, they have very violent personalities, especially towards their enemies. They will show no mercy. After discovering Suchen, they immediately turned around and rushed towards Suchen together. When a group of big guys with an average height of over 8 meters charge in groups, the scene is quite shocking, especially when they are charging towards you. This is when your courage and bravery are tested. An ordinary person would have wilted if faced with such a situation. Suchen is different. He is not afraid at all. The first-hand skill gravity suppression creates a crowd control effect. After receiving the order, the stone beast pounded the ground with its front legs and let out a loud roar. An invisible wave spread out in all directions with the stone beast as its center. The invisible wave spread extremely quickly, and in an instant it reached the charging woolly mammoth. Anang! A hissing sound was heard. The woolly mammoth in the front row was the first to be swept away by the terrifying gravity, and his body became unstable and fell directly to the ground. The woolly mammoth that was charging behind was unable to dodge, and was tripped to the ground by the mammoth that fell in front of it. Just like a major car accident, a series of rear-end collisions, a crowd stampede, or a mountain avalanche, once it starts, it is difficult to stop. Just a moment of gravity suppression caught the opponent off guard. Except for a few mammoths at the back who escaped the fate of being knocked down, the rest were wiped out. Hurry, Sister Qin. Suchen called out to the back. Opportunity is fleeting. This time we just seized the opportunity, but it will be hard to be so lucky next time. While these big guys fell to the ground and were unable to get up for a while, Suchen rushed into the flock of sheep like a tiger, and slashed them with his sword. Bai Bingqin was not willing to be outdone. The Terra Dragon was in the front row and took the damage, while the Holy Light Beast at the back activated its invincibility and entered the harvesting mode. Bai Bingqin exuded a pure and sacred white glow all over her body. This is Bai Bingqin's innate skill, Holy Glory, which can greatly enhance the holy light attribute of the beast. For beasts without holy light attributes, such as the Earth Dragon, the holy light will also be amplified by a certain amount. Holy Light // Bai Bingqin shouted loudly. The holy light beast, which was running forward rapidly, suddenly leaped up. Its two front paws glowed with a fiery yellow light. Suddenly, the two claws crossed and swung forward, and a huge cross slashed towards a woolly mammoth in front that was about to stand up. This woolly mammoth is very powerful. After all, it is at the 4th level of infinite power, but the holy light beast is even stronger. Under the amplification of Bai Bingqin's sacred light, its attack power increases dramatically. The cross slash was like an indestructible divine weapon. It swept across the body of the woolly mammoth in an instant with unparalleled power, and continued to move forward, hitting another woolly mammoth behind it, leaving a huge cross slash on its body. The mammoth fell to the ground with blood gushing out. The woolly mammoth that was hit by the cross first had bloodshot eyes, but could not utter a single cry. With an unwilling look in its eyes, its body broke into pieces and fell headfirst onto the grass. There was a pool of blood beneath its body, and the bright red blood dyed the green grass red. With one cross slash, he killed 2 level 3 beasts in a row. It was so terrifying. A group of old guys outside the secret realm saw this scene and nodded in praise. Bai Tianlong looked at his daughter's performance with a look of pride in his eyes. "Well done, this is my daughter, Bai Tianlong." Su Chen's heart skipped a beat when he saw Bai Bingqin showing off her power. Looking at the woolly mammoth that had died so violently, he felt that she was too cruel and didn't even leave a complete corpse. This was just the beginning. After gradually getting used to killing, Bai Bingqin transformed into a Valkyrie of killing, commanding the holy light beasts to kill gods and Buddhas. The holy light beast is indeed powerful, worthy of being a holy light quality beast. In other words, the physical strength of the holy light beast is not as good as Su Chen's stone rock beast. Su Chen has attack buff, CD reduction buff, and mana saving buff, plus he has the blood of the Titan and is the son of the earth. His recovery ability is amazing, so his endurance is very strong. In addition, it has a group damage skill, so when it comes to killing monsters, even the holy light beast can't catch up. With a brute force collision, the last woolly mammoth fell at the feet of the rock beast. From then on, a tribe of woolly mammoths was completely wiped out. After the battle, Bai Bingqin collapsed on the ground and gasped for breath. It was obvious that Bai Bingqin had consumed a lot of energy in this battle. There had been a divine glow on his body, but now the spiritual energy in his body had been exhausted. After Su Chen finished cleaning the battlefield, he handed over a bottle of water. "Here, drink some water to moisten your throat." Taking the water cup, Bai Bingqin drank it in big gulps without any image. After drinking half of it, Bai Bingqin handed the water cup to Su Chen. "You also fought a big battle, drink some water to recover." "I don't need it, you drink it." Su Chen didn't take it. Bai Bingqin rolled her eyes. "What a pervert, are you a robot? You don't feel tired at all." Su Chen smiled and didn't respond. He really doesn't feel tired. How far is this? Ordinary people might find this group of woolly mammoths difficult to deal with, but for Su Chen, it was no problem at all. He could just rush past them. With the abilities of the stone beasts, they could be killed instantly, so there was no question of whether he would consume them or not. In this battle, Su Chen killed nearly 70 3rd-level woolly mammoths and 4 4th-level woolly mammoths. The remaining 30 or so were dealt with by Bai Bingqin. There were still more than 900 to complete Task 1. Try your best, work harder. Task 1 is just an appetizer, it is not difficult to complete with some effort. The really difficult ones are the next few tasks, and Su Chen doesn't have much time left. Chapter 47 Black-Striped Ghost-Faced Spider. After dealing with the woolly mammoth, Su Chen took Bai Bingqin to other places to hunt 3rd-level behemoths. It is a bit tiring, but the results are very gratifying. With Su Chen and Bai Bingqin's current points, no one can shake their top position on the list. When others saw Su Chen and Bai Bingqin's results, they were stunned. Is this a result that a human can achieve? In a dense jungle, Su Chen and Bai Bingqin walked in the jungle with vigilance on their faces. The forest was unusually quiet, as if the mute button had been pressed. The only sound was the leaves on the ground rustling because they were being stepped on. Something's wrong. This forest is too quiet. Bai Bingqin looked around with a vigilant look on her face. Not surprising. There must be a big creature in this forest, and the surrounding areas are its territory. The pheromones of the army and king have detected abnormalities, but they are not sure what they are. Su Chen estimated that it was most likely a giant beast with considerable strength. The dagger in his right hand is ready to counterattack at any time. Suddenly, Su Chen sniffed and sensed something was wrong. No, the air is poisonous. Su Chen quickly took out 2 gas masks from the beast-taming bracelet, put one on himself and gave the other to Bai Bingqin. I didn't expect you to be so well prepared. Bai Bingqin put on a gas mask and said with admiration, I have done all my homework. Ever since I knew that I was going to be tested on the secret manual, I have made every possible preparation. I don't expect to be able to use all of it, but just be able to save my life at the critical moment. Wearing a gas mask, Su Chen was thinking about whether to leave the dense forest. After all, it was a matter of his own life and property, so he couldn't take it lightly. Just when Su Chen hadn't made up his mind yet, something strange happened around him. Thick fog suddenly rose in the lush forest. The fog spread extremely quickly. In just a few breaths, the fog gradually changed from thin to thick. In this thick white fog, the vision is severely obstructed. I can only see clearly within a distance of 5 meters around me. Beyond 5 meters, everything is foggy. Fortunately, Bai Bingqin has been following Su Chen, otherwise it would be troublesome if they got lost in the fog. Hold on to me, this fog is obviously created by some giant beast. It contains neurotoxins. You must not take off your gas mask. Su Chen instructed nervously. No! Bai Bingqin was obviously not stupid, and she knew it was abnormal for the thick fog to spread so quickly. She just didn't expect that the thick fog was mixed with neurotoxins. If Su Chen hadn't been fully prepared, and she had been walking here alone, she would probably have been infected long ago. Careful! Su Chen felt something was wrong. His ears moved slightly, and he heard a slight sound of breaking air in the distance. Then his eyelids jumped. He hugged Bai Bingqin, exerted force with his legs, and leaped to the side. Puff! Just as Su Chen and Bai Bingqin were moving to the side, a thin white thread brushed past Bai Bingqin's shoulder and shot backwards, hitting a big tree. The huge force directly pierced through the tree, which was as thick as a man's embrace. Su Chen looked back and felt a little scared, but luckily he dodged quickly. If Bai Bingqin had not practiced the Golden Body Tyrant technique, and had a keen intuition about danger, she would probably be in great danger. Sister Qin Qin, be careful, this is the method of the black-striped ghost-faced spider. When Su Chen saw the spider silk that could penetrate the tree, he instantly understood that among the giant beasts, the only one that could have such a method was the black-striped ghost spider. The black-striped ghost spider has extremely strange abilities. Not only can it release powerful neurotoxins, but it can also shoot out spider silk. There are 2 types of spider silk produced by the black-striped ghost spider. One is normal spider silk, which is mainly used for hunting. The silk contains a highly toxic substance. Once the prey is caught in the web, it depends on luck if it wants to escape. The other is like now, the spider silk is shot out through a special organ on the mouth at an extremely fast speed, with power comparable to that of a bullet, and it is silent when fired. Coupled with this thick fog, it can be said that everyone who comes will die. The black-striped ghost-faced spider has appeared, so it is obvious that the mist-spitting flower is also nearby. The mist flower is a giant flower that lives in humid jungles and can spit out large amounts of thick white mist. The fog itself contains some toxins, but they are not lethal. But if the black-striped ghost spider is added, the situation will be different. The neurotoxins of the black-striped ghost spider can be integrated into the thick fog, doubling the threat level of the thick fog. Moreover, the black-striped ghost spider is not a lone ranger, it is a social creature. God knows how many small black-striped ghost spiders are dragging behind a black-striped ghost spider. Generally speaking, where there are mist flowers, there are things like the black-striped ghost spider. They both benefit each other. The mist flower releases thick fog to confuse the enemy, and the black-striped ghost spider is responsible for hunting. After a successful hunt, the black-striped ghost spider will share half of the prey with the mist flower. Few prey can escape from such a combination. Because the black-striped ghost spider always attacks in the thick fog, the prey will be killed before it even notices the enemy. Therefore, the black-striped ghost spider is also called the fog killer. Through the detection of the marching ant king, Su Chen roughly locked the location of the black-striped ghost spider, but the mist-breathing flower was still not found. It may be because the mist flower is considered a plant and is difficult to identify, so it has not been discovered for a long time. Here it comes! Suchin turned around and looked at the thick fog ahead. In the thick fog ahead, there was a shadow moving quickly. Although the thick fog blocked his vision, with the help of the marching ant king, Suchin's eyes were firmly fixed on the fast-moving shadow. I saw the shadow moving quickly on the ground first, but the next second, the black-striped ghost spider quickly climbed up the tree, relying on its visual advantage, looking down from a high vantage point, and spit out a spider silk from its mouth. Boom! Phew! A rock shield appeared in front of Suchin, and the spider silk of the black-striped ghost spider shot onto the rock shield. Feeling the power of the spider silk, Suchin didn't know what to say, nor did he know whether to say it was lucky or unfortunate. Fortunately, the black-striped ghost-faced spider's strength is at the 4th level. Unfortunately, the black-striped ghost-faced spider is at the 4th level elite level. It's a 4th-order elite black-striped ghost-faced spider. I think the strength of the mist-spitting flower is not weak either. Sister Chin, stay close to me and be careful of sneak attacks. Suchin pulled Bai Bingqin to his side. When Bai Bingqin heard that it was an elite-level black-striped ghost spider, her brows unconsciously frowned. I didn't expect that I would be ambushed by an elite beast. Fortunately, this is an assessment. If you are unable to defeat the enemy, you can seek help. If you are in the wild, you can only wait for death. Are you sure? Bai Bingqin asked. Of course. But I haven't found where the mist flower is yet. Besides, black-striped ghost spiders are social animals. If a big one comes, there will definitely be countless small ones following behind it. Be careful. Suchin looked solemn. Chapter 48. Instant kill of the black-striped ghost-faced spider. Squeak, squeak, squeak! Seeing that his 2 attacks were blocked by the little ghost in front of him, the black-striped ghost-faced spider became angry. This roar is its way of calling its younger brothers. In the thick fog, there were densely packed small black-striped ghost spiders on the ground. The smallest one here is as big as an adult's head, and the largest one is as big as a small car. The strength also ranges from level 1 to level 4. After successfully summoning its subordinates, the black-striped ghost spider changed its location again and launched a sneak attack. Strands of spider silk shot towards Suchin, but since Suchin already knew the exact location of the black-striped ghost spider, all of the black-striped ghost spider's sneak attacks were blocked by Suchin. Watch your step. While Suchin was trying his best to resist the attack of the black-striped ghost spider, he also did not let his guard down and carefully observed the situation around him. When Suchin discovered a large number of black-striped ghost spiders on the ground, he decisively warned Bai Bingqin. I see. Bai Bingqin was also on high alert at this moment. Obviously, they knew they had run into a tough opponent this time. He can launch sneak attacks, use dirty tricks, is very powerful, and can even summon his minions. An ordinary person would have died if they encountered such a situation. But only a pervert like Suchin can do nothing. A cross of holy light slashed, cutting all the black-striped ghost spiders in the fan-shaped position in front into pieces. Be careful, don't let these black-striped ghost spiders get close to you. They contain a highly toxic substance, and if it splashes onto your skin, you'll be poisoned immediately. At this time, Suchin had already built a small circular earth wall around him. The earth wall is not high, only about 30 centimeters. A small earth wall of this height cannot protect against the black-striped ghost spider. But Suchin didn't want to completely guard against the black-striped ghost spider. This high earth wall can block the incoming black-striped ghost spiders to a certain extent, and on the other hand it also facilitates their attack. Otherwise, if the route is blocked and they lose their vision, they would be digging their own graves. Suchin now has to protect Bai Bingqin, so he can't leave Bai Bingqin easily. So for a while, Suchin can only passively defend and cannot take the initiative to attack. Now Suchin was waiting for the black-striped ghost spider to lose its temper and attack personally. As long as the black-striped ghost spider dares to show up in person, Suchin is 100% sure that he can kill it instantly, and then the rest will be easy. Without the black-striped ghost spider, the mist flower will be equivalent to losing a major helper, and it will not be difficult to find it and solve it at that time. Sure enough, after his subordinates attacked for a long time without success, the black-striped ghost-faced spider decided to take action himself. As a fourth-order elite beast, the black-striped ghost spider still has considerable intelligence. Knowing that they have been releasing their skills for such a long time, the spiritual energy in their bodies may not be able to hold on any longer. Now is a good time for me to take action. So the black-striped ghost spider attacked decisively, its figure shuttling between tree after tree. The black-striped ghost spider had no intention of coming down. Why would it choose ground combat when it has such a good air advantage? Su Chen's expression was also very solemn. This black-striped ghost spider is more difficult to deal with than I thought. Stay and walk on the tree, this is to ambush from the air. There is only one chance, I must hit the target in one shot, otherwise it will be difficult to find another opportunity next time. Su Chen thought to himself. Sister Qin Qin, be careful, the black-striped ghost-faced spider is moving, come closer to me. Upon hearing this, Bai Bingqin moved closer to Su Chen. Now Su Chen and Bai Bingqin are almost back to back. In the blink of an eye, the black-striped ghost spider had come close to Su Chen. This black-striped ghost-faced spider was covered in an ugly black carapace, with a white pattern on its back that resembled a ghost's head. Its 8 legs were sharp and slender, and were coated with deadly poison. On the huge head, the mouth was hideous, and drops of smelly and disgusting saliva were dripping from the mouth full of terrifying fangs. They fell to the ground, quickly corroding the grass and even burning a big hole in the ground. How poisonous is this? Su Chen looked at the power of the saliva and was afraid that it was no less powerful than sulfuric acid. It could even burn a big hole in the ground. If it got on the skin, one could imagine what the consequences would be. An ordinary 4th-level black-striped ghost spider is not so poisonous. However, as an elite-level behemoth, it is strengthened in all aspects, and naturally the toxins it carries in its body are also more toxic. The black-striped ghost spider could no longer suppress its greed. It jumped up and headed straight for Su Chen's head. There is also a strange, squeaking sound coming from the mouthparts. The huge body of the black-striped ghost spider leaped up, and immediately formed a shadow on the ground, covering Su Chen and Bai Bingqin below. Looking at the dark sky, Su Chen had already seen the black-striped ghost spider. We can't let it fall on our heads. Stone beast, gravity suppression. The stone beast roared, and suddenly a terrifying gravity wave swept in all directions. The cannon fodder little black-striped ghost spiders were affected by this gravity wave and were crushed into pieces on the spot, exploding all over the ground. The black-striped ghost spider in the air was also affected. Its huge body was out of control and was dragged straight to the ground by a terrifying gravity. No matter how it struggled, it was in vain in the air where it had nowhere to gain support. At the same time, when the stone beast launched an attack, a red gold gem appeared in the middle of Su Chen's forehead, as if he had opened his third eye. At this moment, a dangerous light was flashing in the gem. Before the black-striped ghost spider landed on the ground, a red gold light suddenly came at it with such a fast speed that it caught it off guard. Pwire. A series of laser sounds rang out, and the temperature of the surroundings also rose due to the emission of this hot ray. The moment the scorching ray was emitted, Bai Bingqin's hair stood on end. She felt a threat of death. Although the ray was not aimed at her, she was still frightened by its power. The ray disappeared, and the red gold diamond-shaped gem in the middle of Su Chen's forehead also retracted into his body. Boom! There was a loud noise, as if something heavy had fallen to the ground. The huge black-striped ghost spider had been cut in half, lifeless, and fell quietly on the grass in front. The cut part was already charred and emitting a foul odor. This is caused by the toxins in the black-striped ghost spider's body being burned by high temperature. Bai Bingqin stared blankly at the corpse of the black-striped ghost-faced spider, which was as big as a bus and had been broken into 2 halves. What was that just now? Little Flame's killer move, remember to keep it a secret. Su Chen shrugged and smiled. Then a ground frequency shock and a rocky sandstorm destroyed all the small black-striped ghost spiders that surrounded them. Without a backbone, wouldn't these little things be at the mercy of Su Chen? A small flame? But it was clearly you who started it just now. Bai Bingqin looked at Su Chen, who was busy over there with complicated eyes. Chapter 49 Big Boy Su Chen. After some searching, Su Chen finally found the mist-breathing flower hiding in the dark. When it was found, the mist flower was still emitting thick mist. What Suchin didn't expect was that this mist-breathing flower was actually a 4th-order elite-level plant behemoth. Its body is extremely hard and can produce vines for attacking and protecting the body. The huge flower is its head, and the stamen in the middle of the head is its mouth. When Suchin was about to get rid of it, the huge flower actually wanted to bite off Suchin's head. Could Suchin tolerate this? "You want my head, I want your life." The huge flower was torn off by the rock beast, thrown on the ground and crushed to pieces. As soon as the mist flower died, the concentration of the surrounding mist suddenly decreased a little. But it is also limited. Because the wind in the jungle is not very strong and the thick fog is not just a little bit, it will take a long time for it to completely dissipate. But fortunately, the threats nearby have been eliminated. This black-striped ghost-faced spider is the biggest overlord in this area. After it is eliminated, there will be no danger nearby for the time being. Therefore, Suchin and Bai Bingqi no longer need to worry about a black-striped ghost-faced spider suddenly jumping out of the thick fog, and they can directly cross the thick fog. After walking for about 10 minutes, they walked out of the blockade area caused by thick fog. Looking back at the gradually dissipating fog, Suchin shook his head, didn't care anymore, and headed straight for the next destination. Bai Bingqi followed Suchin obediently, never leaving his side. His eyes were always on Suchin. Suchin, who was walking in front, felt something. He looked back at Bai Bingqi, smiled, and then continued moving forward. Bai Bingqi was a little overwhelmed by Suchin's smile, and for a moment she didn't know whether to continue watching or not. Suchin didn't intend to say too much about his own secrets. The red sun ray in the thick fog just now was emitted by a small flame. The little flame has been staying in Suchin's body, but that doesn't mean it can't use its skills. By integrating the beast into his own body, Suchin now has the ability to tame the beast. So you can release the skill directly without releasing the small flame. The army ant king is a good example. The army ant king has been staying in Suchin's body since it hatched, but it does not affect the release of the information collection skill. As for why he didn't release the little flame just now to unleash his skills, this way he wouldn't reveal his secrets. Suchin had his considerations. I was just in a thick fog area, and the line of sight was only 5 meters away. I couldn't see anything beyond 5 meters, so the thick fog played a good role in blocking my vision. Even if his area was under surveillance, all he would see outside would probably be a thick white fog, and no one would be able to see him, and Bai Bingqi. Another thing is that it was a critical moment, and there could not be any mistakes. It takes a certain amount of time to release the little flame, and it also takes a certain amount of time to aim and attack. If you fail and let the black-striped ghost spider escape, who knows how long it will take. So he simply didn't release the little flame, and instead used Suchin's body to launch a fatal attack directly inside his body. Now it seems that Suchin's decision was correct. Apart from letting Bai Bingqi know a few little secrets, everything else was within Suchin's calculations. The black-striped ghost spider died, and on the outside screen, the split screen belonging to Suchin and Bai Bingqi was foggy, and the situation inside could not be seen clearly. Bai Tianlong was also very anxious at this time. Bai Tianlong was knowledgeable and naturally knew that this was the thick fog released by the mist-spitting flower. And where there are mist flowers, there must be black-striped ghost spiders. Bai Tianlong knew very well how difficult the black-striped ghost spider was. When he was young, he suffered a loss at the hands of the black-striped ghost spider. Bai Tianlong didn't feel relieved until the thick fog dissipated and Suchin and Bai Bingqi appeared on the screen again. While I breathed a sigh of relief, I was also wondering how these two little guys managed to get rid of the black-striped ghost spider. It was not just Bai Tianlong who had this doubt. He Lianshan and even Long Yuan were all confused as well. In terms of hard power, there are naturally stronger beings than the black-striped ghost spider. However, the power of the black-striped ghost spider does not lie in its own strength, but in its difficult methods. Combined with the mist flower, the black-striped ghost spider is a veritable fog killer. Lurking in the thick fog, waiting for an opportunity to strike, it will either not strike at all, or strike fiercely and swiftly. Anyone who is stronger than it will not be able to escape harm once they enter its territory and get trapped in the fog. They might even become a meal for the black-striped ghost spider. After dealing with the black-striped ghost spider, Su Chen and Bai Bingqin were engaged in another round of fighting. At this point, Task 1 has been completed. It is indeed not so easy to kill 1000 level 3 behemoths. Most of the time was wasted on running. Task 2 has also been completed. With the ability of the rock beast, a 4th level beast can be killed instantly. Mission 3, to kill 1000 4th order behemoths, is still a long way to go. This is just a low-level secret realm. A 4th level behemoth is already considered a small overlord. They all act alone, so it is not that easy to kill them. As for the 5th level behemoth, Su Chen hasn't even found its shadow yet. But since the mission has been issued, it means that there must be a considerable number of 5th level behemoths in this secret realm. Su Chen had already figured out the nature of the Soul Golden Pearl and would not issue a task that could not be completed. But considering that no 5th level beast had been found, Su Chen felt that it was probably because he was unlucky. Or maybe the 5th level beast was hiding too deep and he was too far away from its territory to find it. So Su Chen planned to go deeper into the secret realm and head towards the center of the secret realm. Maybe if he was lucky, he would encounter a 5th level behemoth. After completing Task 1 and Task 2, the rewards have been issued. The doubling of attack power and the reduction of consumption by half is still a significant increase for the beasts under Su Chen. At night, Su Chen set up the tent and let Bai Bingqin go in first. After cooking the food, I followed him in. Sister Qin, you've been tired all day, eat some meat to replenish yourself. Su Chen brought over a bowl of broth. Bai Bingqin took it and tasted it in small sips. This Winqin deer tastes good. It's quite delicious. Bai Bingqin's eyes lit up. That's right. This secret realm is simply a huge treasure trove. It contains all kinds of good things. In the past few days, I have collected a lot of natural treasures. If we sell them outside, I think we can make a small profit. There was a gleam of money in Su Chen's eyes. Bai Bingqin nodded without saying anything. Looking at the big boy in front of her, Bai Bingqin felt that Su Chen had changed, yet seemed to have not changed. What has changed is that Su Chen has become more mysterious, and she can hardly see through him. What hasn't changed is Su Chen is still the same Su Chen, and still the big boy that Bai Bingqin knows. Chapter 50, Desperate Zhao Shuangxue. The exam has been over for 4 days, and there are still 3 days left. I wonder if those little brats can still surprise us old guys. He Lianshan said casually. Yes. The situation becomes more urgent as time goes on. Some people have hidden their strength. If we don't take action now, it will be too late. Bai Tianlong expressed his guess. Well, that makes sense. He Lianshan nodded. Then tell me, has Su Chen hidden his strength? He Lianshan looked at Bai Tianlong with deep eyes. This? Bai Tianlong didn't know how to answer. Okay, I almost understand. He Lianshan smiled and didn't go into it any further. This kid is really amazing. He was able to kill a 4th order beast alone, and he hasn't even used his full strength. That's right, he has only released 1 beast until now. It doesn't make sense for him to be such a genius and only contract 1 beast. He must have been hiding it. I really don't know where your limit is. He Lianshan muttered to himself. Long Yuyan was also splendid at this moment. The surprise Su Chen brought her was bigger than she had imagined. With 3 days left, Su Chen felt a sense of urgency. It is only a matter of time before Task 3 is completed. It can be completed as long as we work harder. The difficult ones are Tasks 4 and 5. Su Chen has not found any trace of a 5th level behemoth so far. How can you talk about killing if you haven't even seen the shadow, and how can you talk about completing the mission if you don't kill the enemy? Su Chen's sense of urgency gradually affected Bai Bingqin beside him. Bai Bingqin is a girl with a delicate mind, so it is not difficult for her to notice Su Chen's anxiety. Although she didn't understand why, Bai Bingqin was smart enough not to ask. Just do your own thing and cooperate with Su Chen's actions. Su Chen and Bai Bingqin had already reached the deepest part of the jungle. Deep in the jungle, the trees are denser and taller than outside. The dense leaves on the trees blocked the sunlight, so that it was extremely dark here even in broad daylight. If it weren't for his good eyesight, Su Chen would have taken a detour. As he went deeper, Su Chen's ears moved slightly, and there seemed to be a sound of fighting coming from a distance. "Sister Qin Qin, did you hear that?" "I heard it." Bai Bingqi nodded. Although the sounds of fighting were intermittent, they could still be heard if one listened carefully in this quiet jungle. "Damn it, we've gone so deep into the jungle, and there are actually people who can go deeper than us." Su Qin was a little bit unbelievable. "I have the courage to go deep into the jungle because I am skilled and brave. Did I underestimate the people in the world?" "You can tell that this is the sound of people fighting, not the sound of giant beasts fighting." Bai Bingqi didn't hear it clearly. She only knew that there was a fight not far ahead, but she couldn't tell whether it was a fight between giant beasts or people hunting giant beasts, or being chased by giant beasts. "Well, let's go up and take a look." Su Qin nodded, then rushed towards the direction where the fighting sounds came from, and Bai Bingqi followed closely. In the dense forest in the distance, a group of people were fleeing in panic. The leader was a beautiful woman, who was none other than Zhao Shuangxue, one of the geniuses in this exam. But he was in a very embarrassing situation at this moment. "Damn it, I didn't expect to meet a 4th-level magic tiger here." Zhao Shuangxue felt a little desperate as she looked at the magic tiger killing everyone behind her. After entering the secret realm, Zhao Shuangxue quickly assembled the team members assigned by the family through the positioning of the watch, and then began hunting. Zhao Shuangxue was a genius. She had 2 beasts under her command, an ice butterfly and a water beast, both of which were 2nd level. In addition, the members of her family team were also strong. With close cooperation, she quickly climbed into the top 10 of the points ranking list. However, in order to complete the task, Su Qin led Bai Bingqi to hunt giant beasts frantically, and the points increased very quickly. It didn't take long for them to dominate the points ranking list. This created a sense of urgency in the hearts of the geniuses. So they no longer held back and gave it their all, just to surpass Su Qin's points and become the first place. However, Su Qin's points increased more and more terrifyingly, which made the geniuses on the leaderboard feel despair, and they gave up the idea of competing for the first place. But only a few people were defeated. Most people did not give up and continued to work hard, even taking risks. Zhao Shuangxue is one of them. Although Su Qin's points ranking was terrifying, Zhao Shuangxue did not give up. Instead, she was inspired to fight. When Zhao Shuangxue found that killing a large number of low-level behemoths in an attempt to crush quality with quantity was not feasible, he decisively gave up and turned his attention to the high-level behemoths. Since we can't compete in quantity, we can only compete in quality. A 1st-level behemoth gives 1 point, a 2nd level gives 10, and a 3rd level gives 100. Then I will kill a large number of 3rd-level beasts. I don't believe that I cannot surpass Su Qin. So under the leadership of Zhao Shuangxue, the team continued to go deeper into the jungle. Relying on the tacit cooperation of the team members, they indeed killed a lot of 3rd-level behemoths, which greatly increased Zhao Shuangxue's points. After tasting the sweetness again, Zhao Shuangxue got a little too excited and went deeper without paying any attention to the danger ahead. As a result, he accidentally entered the territory of the 4th-level giant beast, the magic pattern tiger, and ended up being chased by the magic pattern tiger, as in the beginning. The 4th-level behemoth is different from the 3rd-level behemoth. The 4th-level behemoth has abundant spiritual energy in its body, and there must be a layer of spiritual energy barrier attached to its body. If the attack cannot break through this invisible spiritual barrier, then don't even think about killing the 4th-level behemoth. Zhao Shuangxue's team is indeed strong, but not strong enough to compete with the 4th-level magic pattern tiger. The demonic tiger is extremely fast. With the strength of Zhao Shuangxue's team, it is only a matter of time before they are wiped out. Listening to the screams and roars of the magic tiger that could be heard from time to time, Zhao Shuangxue, the daughter of a genius, felt fear in her heart. The ice butterfly and the water beast followed Zhao Shuangxue, continuously releasing their skills backwards. They did not seek to kill the magic pattern tiger, but would consider it a success as long as they could slow down its speed. The rest of the team did the same. At this moment, life is the most important thing. There is no point in talking about saving. He commanded his beasts to release their skills crazily behind them as if they were free. The demonic tiger is 8 meters tall, and its body length, not counting its tail, is over 10 meters. Although it was huge in size, it was very agile in movement. It could cover a distance of dozens of meters between jumps. All the skills released by Zhao Xuanxue and others were dodged by the agile magic pattern tiger. Chapter 51: The Murderous Devil Tiger. The demonic tiger was extremely powerful. It seemed to know that the humans in front of it were no match for it, and posed no threat to it, so it became playful and was not in a hurry to kill them all. Instead, it started playing a game of cat and mouse. The demonic tiger was in a playful mood. Although it was somewhat insulting to Zhao Xuanxue and the others, it also greatly increased their chances of escape. Zhao Xuanxue and the others also noticed this. Although they felt humiliated, they couldn't help but feel relieved. They quickened their pace. Since the magic tiger wanted to play, they wanted to see if its brain was as smart as theirs. Unfortunately, this idea is doomed to be futile. In the face of absolute strength, any conspiracy or trickery is futile. The magic pattern tiger might not be as intelligent as them, but it had been fighting in the forest for years, so in terms of practical experience, Zhao Xuanxue and the others could not even catch up. Coupled with its powerful strength, it didn't take long for the original team of more than 10 people to be killed by the magic pattern tiger. Damn it! Zhao Xuanxue cursed in her heart when she heard the tiger roar getting closer and closer behind her. She knew that today was probably going to be a very bad day. Unless the security guard can arrive in time. However, they had gone too deep into the deep mountains and forests. Even if someone outside discovered something was wrong, it would be too late to call for safety personnel. They had to rely on themselves for everything. Zhao Xuanxue is not someone who will sit and wait for death. Although she is a woman, she claims to be no worse than any man. Since there is no way to escape, he must bite off a piece of flesh from the magic tiger before he dies. He looked back out of the corner of his eye. The magic tiger was about 50 meters away from him. In front of the demonic tiger, 2 people fell behind because they were exhausted and could not keep up with the main group. Looking at the demonic tiger so close at hand, both of them felt despair in their hearts. I'm going to die anyway, so I might as well give it a try. He stopped and turned to face the huge magic tiger. The demonic tiger saw that the 2 humans did not run away and actually had the courage to face him. He became interested and a humanistic light flashed in his huge eyes. Wind wolf, wind blade cutting. Earth burrowing beast, sharp claws slash. The 2 attacks, one after the other, were like a magic tiger. The wind blade is in front and the claw shadow is behind. Feeling the power of the 2 attacks, the demonic tiger showed a hint of disdain, and with a wave of his hand, it annihilated the wind blade, and then knocked off the claw shadow's attack. The 2 men's full-strength attacks were actually easily broken by the other side. Their hearts sank to the bottom. It was over, there was no escape. Ice butterfly, crystal thorn. Shia beast, continuous water bullets. Seeing the demonic tiger letting down its guard, Zhao Xuanxue thought this was a good opportunity, so she decisively launched an attack. The 2 attacks were extremely fast and reached the demonic tiger in an instant. The demonic tiger was still feeling proud inside and didn't notice Zhao Xuanxue's attack at all. He had no time to dodge and was hit directly. Bang! The attack landed on the magic tiger, splashing a large amount of ice crystal mist, and the surrounding plants were instantly frozen into ice due to the horrible low temperature. What are you 2 still standing there for? Why don't you run? Zhao Xuanxue roared. Ow! The 2 people who reacted immediately came to their senses, ignored the magic tiger in front of them, turned around and ran forward with all their might. Roar! The demonic tiger was furious. It was actually successfully ambushed by a little girl. This was intolerable. The magic tiger decided not to play anymore. It wanted to kill and eat all the ants in front of it as quickly as possible. Take a step forward and 1 leap will cover a distance of dozens of meters. The 2 men who had just run a few steps were caught up by the magic tiger in an instant. Raising its claws, the demonic tiger attacked angrily. Phew! Phew! 2 cutting sounds were heard one after another. The 2 people who were running away looked at each other's bodies in horror. In their eyes, each other's bodies were cut in half, and the upper half was slowly sliding down. No! Before he could finish his words, everything went dark before his eyes and he completely lost his life. Licking its paws, the magic tiger showed an expression of enjoyment. The blood of the beast master is delicious, unlike the dirty and smelly blood of other wild beasts in the mountains. However, there were still a few ants that had not been killed. The demonic tiger gave up its plan to have a full meal now and planned to leave everyone here and then come back to slowly enjoy the delicious flesh and blood of these beast masters. Especially the girl who was leading the group, she had some strength, so her flesh and blood should be even more delicious. Thinking of this, a greedy look appeared in the eyes of the demonic tiger, and saliva unconsciously flowed from the corners of his mouth. Sticking out its smelly tongue and licking the saliva at the corner of its mouth, the magic tiger pounced forward. Damn it, it can't break the defense at all. My attack is just like tickling the magic tiger. Zhao Shuangxue gritted her teeth, despair revealed in her eyes. Now Zhao Shuangxue puts her hope on the safety officer, hoping that he can arrive quickly, otherwise it will be all over. Roar! Just when Zhao Shuangxue was daydreaming, the demonic tiger had already arrived. A roar contained tremendous power, which shocked Zhao Shuangxue and the others so much that their blood boiled. Several people who were in weak physical condition were knocked to the ground by the powerful tiger roar. Snap! Snap! The demonic tiger was very fast and kicked them one by one, sending them to meet the king of hell. Then he looked at Zhao Shuangxue, who was still struggling to escape in front. That's it! A two-legged beast cannot compete with a four-legged beast, not to mention that the magic tiger is huge and can cover dozens of meters with one step. The distance between it and Zhao Shuangxue was less than 50 meters. In just 2 flashes, the demonic tiger had arrived behind Zhao Shuangxue. Open your bloody and smelly mouth. A strong fishy smell drifted into Zhao Shuangxue's nose. Zhao Shuangxue endured the stench and realized that the demonic tiger was right behind her. His eyes were full of determination. He suppressed his inner fear and turned around. Ice butterfly, ice crystal storm. Shuya beast, water howling arrow. The 2 beasts that received the order were fearless and quickly launched their attacks. The attack of the Shuya beast condensed into shape first, and a huge water arrow shot into the open mouth of the demonic tiger. The ice crystal storm of the ice butterfly followed closely behind. The huge ice blue wings behind it emitted a beautiful glow in the sun. As the ice butterfly flapped its wings, a large amount of cold air dissipated from its wings, condensing into an extremely cold airflow in front of its body and sending it into the mouth of the demonic tiger. 2 big moves have been used. The ice butterfly and the water beast were also at the end of their strength at this time. If these 2 methods still don't work, they will have no choice but to die together with their master Zhao Shuangxue. This desperate attack actually had an effect. The magic pattern tiger was careless and opened its mouth, which was its weak spot. It was hit by 2 skills and blood immediately flowed from its mouth. But before it could flow out, it was frozen into ice crystals by the extremely cold temperature. The demonic tiger felt pain and wanted to scream but couldn't for a while. Having suffered such a great loss, the demonic tiger looked towards Zhao Shuangxue, its eyes revealing a bloodthirsty, murderous intent. Chapter 52 Rock Sandstorm. Zhao Shuangxue felt cold all over when she looked at the demonic tiger. She had completely angered the demonic tiger. Roar! The mouth broke free from its restraints, and a dangerous light flashed in the mouth of the magic tiger. A ball of pitch-black light was brewing in the mouth of the magic tiger, and the terrifying aura was firmly locked on Zhao Shuangxue. Zhao Shuangxue now has nowhere to hide even if she wants to. Just when the black light ball in the mouth of the magic tiger was about to reach its limit, a stone wall suddenly wrapped Zhao Shuangxue inside. Roar! A ball of light came out, mixed with a breath of destruction, and slammed heavily into the stone wall. The terrifying force caused the stone walls to tremble. A strange light flashed in Su Chen's eyes. He didn't expect that this magic tiger was so powerful. Although it was only at the 4th level, its destructive power was almost catching up with the 5th level. In other words, his stone rock beast had mutated and the stone wall it summoned was indestructible. Otherwise, if it were someone else, the defense would have been broken by the magic pattern tiger by now. The demonic tiger also felt something was wrong at this time. Where did this stone wall come from? Hey, big tiger, look at this! Su Chen shouted arrogantly. Roar! Looking at Su Chen, who suddenly appeared, the demonic tiger was in a bad mood at this time. He roared, and a dark ball of light brewed from his mouth again, but this time the target was Suchun. I didn't expect that this demonic pattern tiger would actually hide its weakness. The attack power of the furious demonic pattern tiger actually increased by another 10%. Suchun was shocked when he saw the breath of destruction coming out of the magic tiger's mouth. Humph, follow my lead, stone beast, and I'll give it 2 big hooves. Upon hearing this, the stone beast grabbed the ground with its claws and immediately caught 2 huge stones in its hands. He threw them out one after another, one on the left and one on the right. The stone beast was extremely strong, so the 2 stones flew out at an extremely fast speed. The demonic tiger, who was preparing a killing move, had no time to dodge and was hit directly in the face by 2 huge rocks. The 2 huge rocks were so powerful that they directly shattered the spiritual barrier on the demonic pattern tiger's body, hitting its face directly and causing blood to flow. The sudden blow directly interrupted the attack of the magic tiger. But before the demonic tiger could come to its senses, 2 more huge rocks flew over and hit its body directly. A huge force swept through the whole body, and the huge body of the demonic tiger was smashed back and fell on a rock. Suchun hurried forward and rescued Zhao Shuangxue, who was protected by the stone wall. After seeing the light of day again, Zhao Shuangxue felt dazed. I thought I was going to die, but I was lucky enough to be rescued. Are you a security guard? Thank you for saving me. In Zhao Shuangxue's opinion, only a security guard could save people from the demonic tiger, and the trainees did not have this ability. I'm not a security officer. Suchun shook his head and then ignored Zhao Shuangxue. Instead, he handed Zhao Shuangxue to Bai Bingqin's care. He still had to deal with this big tiger. Roar! This roar contained tremendous anger. The demonic tiger had never suffered such a great humiliation since its birth. It was actually attacked by such a little guy twice in a row. Now it no longer cares about Zhao Shuangxue. It just wants to tear Suchun in front of it to pieces. Hey, little tiger, it seems you still have a bad temper. But it doesn't matter, you will lose your temper soon. Rock sandstorm. Suchun's words fell. A burst of ochre-colored light suddenly appeared on the body of the stone beast, and then the earth surged, soil and rocks splashed, and the violent air waves carried the soil and rocks together madly. Suddenly, huge rocks gathered around. After these huge rocks were formed, they were swept up by the sandstorm and began to rotate rapidly. In just a moment, these huge rocks gained powerful kinetic energy, were wrapped in the yellow sand and rotated at such a fast speed and with such great power that they made sounds of breaking through the air. It's a long story, but in fact, the formation of a rock sandstorm only takes a moment. As the rock sandstorm was completely formed, the rock beast locked onto the magic tiger in front of it. The demonic tiger was already frightened by the terrifying aura emanating from the stone beast. How could there be such a powerful guy? Unfortunately, its question remains unanswered. The strong wind mixed with soil and yellow sand, and the sandstorm carried huge rocks, sweeping towards the magic tiger with unstoppable force. The strong wind passed, and when everything calmed down, the magic tiger had fallen in a pool of blood. The dead body was full of holes and looked unrecognizable. This is the power of a rocky sandstorm. If it cannot be blocked, it will be torn into pieces by the violent air waves and high-speed moving rocks, soil, and sand. It's pretty powerful. It was the first time that Suchun used this skill, and the effect was quite good. At least this 4th-level magic tiger had no power to resist at all. Don't be fooled by his overwhelming momentum just now. Even now, Suchun hasn't used his full strength. If I use all my strength, I'm afraid this forest will be lost. Loving the environment is everyone's responsibility. I, Suchun, am not an environmental killer, so I will not destroy these saplings. Afterwards, Suchun happily stepped forward to take out the crystal core. Another 4th-level behemoth has arrived, bringing us one step closer to completing the mission. Zhao Shuangxue stared at the scene blankly from behind. Is this really not a security guard? After touching the corpse, Suchun returned to Bai Bingqin and looked at Zhao Shuangxue. Zhao Shuangxue also looked at the two of them. Bai Bingqin was the first to break the atmosphere. Hello, my name is Bai Bingqin, his name is Suchun, what's your name? Ah, you are Suchun? Bai Bingqin looked at Suchin in disbelief. I didn't expect that this incredibly strong boy in front of me was not actually a security guard, but a candidate this time, and he was ranked first in the points ranking. It's me, what's wrong? You don't have to be so surprised to see me. Suchin was puzzled. He was not a star, so was it really that serious? How can I not be surprised? I didn't understand why your points ranking was so high before, but now I understand. If I had your ability, I could do it too. She had previously questioned Suchin's ability to obtain this point, suspecting that Suchin had cheated. Now that I have seen it, I understand why he would cheat if he has such ability. He has won all of them with his own strength, and yet he still calls himself a genius. Bai Bingqin saw that Zhao Shuangxue had a strange expression on her face and hurried to comfort her. Well, you don't have to compare yourself to this pervert. He is simply not a normal person. Zhao Shuangxue, I know you. You are the young genius of the Zhao family. There are few people of the same age who are better than you. Haha! What kind of genius am I? Zhao Shuangxue laughed at herself. Now that the magic tiger has been killed, what are you going to do? And your companions, it seems. Bai Bingqin felt a little sorry for those who died. This? Zhao Shuangxue was not a heartless and cold-hearted girl. She also felt very sad about the sacrifice of these family members. What I feel more is guilt. If I hadn't insisted on having my own way, the outcome wouldn't be like this. Chapter 53. Little Flame Appears. Roar! Before Zhao Shuangxue could feel sad, another tiger roar was heard from afar. And its power is even stronger than the magic tiger that Suchin killed before. Suchin's eyelids twitched. Level 5! What? A 5th level behemoth! Both women were frightened. Especially Zhao Shuangxue. Before, just a 4th level magic tiger made her irresistible. If Suchin had not taken action at the end, she would have died and almost been wiped out. As a result, another 5th level one has arrived. God knows how terrifying a 5th level behemoth is. Can Suchin withstand it? What a joke, how could Suchin not be able to resist? Previously in the Troll Forest, I had killed a 5th level elite black water snake in seconds. Now that I am even stronger, a mere 5th level behemoth can be easily captured by me. Suchin looked delighted. I have been searching for the 5th level behemoth for so many days but haven't found any trace of it. How could today be a good day? It just came to my doorstep. After a while, a huge magic tiger appeared in the sight of Suchin and others. Zhao Shuangxue and Bai Bingqin's pupils shrank. The magic tiger that came was more than 10 meters tall and nearly 20 meters long. The most important thing was that this magic tiger had 4 eyes and 2 tails, and at the end of each tail there was a long barb like a scorpion's tail. The barb emits a jet black glow, and looks like it's not easy to mess with. Suchin's eyes narrowed. Looking at his aura, he must be at the 5th level. But why has his appearance changed so much? Has he mutated? The demonic pattern tiger didn't waste any words. It looked at the corpse of the 4th level demonic pattern tiger next to it, and stared at Suchin fiercely with its 2 pairs of tiger eyes. Oh no, the younger one has been beaten, now here comes the older one. Come on, I want to see how strong you are. Suchin got into position and waved his right hand at Bai Bingqin and the other person behind him, signaling them to stay away, as it would be bad if they were accidentally hurt. Bai Bingqin understood what Suchin meant and pulled Zhao Shuangxue to hide aside. The demonic tiger ignored Bai Bingqin and the other person who were retreating, and just stared at Suchin. That look seemed as if he wanted to eat Suchin alive. Without waiting too long, the magic tiger suddenly raised 2 tails with sharp barbs. Whoosh! 2 pitch-black rays shot out from the hook and headed straight towards Suchin. Boom! A stone shield condensed in the air to block the 2 rays of attack, and 2 large holes were blasted on the surface of the stone shield by the 2 dark rays of light. Is it really mutated? Although its aura has not reached the elite level, its attack power is fully there. It is not much inferior to that black water snake. I guess there is no way to deal with it with the rock beast alone. Suchin gave his evaluation in his heart. Seeing that his attack was easily blocked, the mutant magic tiger became angry, raised its tail, and shot out 2 more rays of light. This time the light was even more powerful than the last time. The stone shield couldn't withstand it, and exploded directly. Stone Rock Beast, Stone Rock Thick Armor. As the amplification skill was activated, the stone beast's body suddenly grew taller, and a thick layer of rock armor covered its body. It then withstood an attack from a pitch-black light. Fortunately, the power of the dark light had been weakened by the stone shield before, and now the stone beast had an extra layer of armor on its body, so it easily blocked the attack. It is impolite not to reciprocate. Suchin directly ordered the stone rock beast to give the demonic tiger an earth-shaking attack. As the ground frequency vibration began, the ground in front was like a dragon turning over, and the trees along the way were directly washed to the ground by the rolling soil. The mutant magic tiger was also unsteady on its feet and jumped away on the spot, trying to find a safe place to land. However, the ground frequency shock has a wide range, and there is no safe place to stay nearby. Helplessly, the mutant magic tiger had to withstand the ground frequency shock, while spewing dark light from its mouth. When Suchin saw this situation, he immediately understood that this mutated magic tiger was about to use its ultimate move. Immediately, several stone walls were summoned in front. Each stone wall is an astonishing 1 meter thick. With this thickness, ordinary artillery would be defeated. But the mutant magic tiger's attack power is terrifyingly high. Suchin had just built the stone wall when the attack of the mutant magic tiger came roaring towards him. Bang! 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 The stone walls were like paper, and the dark breath penetrated 7 stone walls until it was wiped out in front of the last stone wall. Suchen's eyelids twitched. The attack power of this mutated magic tiger was a bit too powerful. Although his stone beast was only at the 2nd level, after being strengthened by the buff and with the Titan bloodline, he was still unable to control this mutated magic tiger. Suchin didn't want to delay any longer. Who knew what special tricks this mutated magic tiger had? He immediately released a gravity suppression to control the magic tiger first, and then released the small flame. The moment the small flame appeared, the temperature around it suddenly rose. A hint of fear also appeared in the eyes of the mutant magic tiger in the distance. Apparently the little flame felt very dangerous to the mutant magic tiger. Bai Bingqin watched Suchen's every move from afar. When the little flame came out, Bai Bingqin found that it was a face she didn't recognize. Sure enough, has it evolved again? Bai Bingqin pondered. What? Listening to Bai Bingqin's muttering, Zhao Shuangxue didn't quite understand what she was saying. Nothing. Bai Bingqin waved her hand. But I clearly heard it. Zhao Shuangxue asked curiously. Why is Bai Bingqin so mysterious? Is it related to the fiery red beast? Zhao Shuangxue is indeed a little genius. He found the key to the problem in one go. However, because she didn't hear clearly what it was, Zhao Shuangxue would never have thought that the little flame had successfully evolved twice. If she knew, her jaw would have dropped to the ground in surprise. But this is Suchen's secret. Bai Bingqin will never tell it out loud. After all, she still needs Suchen's help in the future. Due to the ground frequency vibration and gravity suppression, the body of the mutant magic tiger was firmly stuck in the ground, but it didn't matter. The mutated magic tiger is very powerful and has terrifying strength. Not to mention half of his body was buried in the ground. Even if his entire body was buried in the ground, he could still jump out of the ground directly with his terrifying physical fitness. Sure enough, the next moment, the mutant magic tiger used its limbs to lift up all the mud covering its body, then it used its hind legs to exert force and jumped out of the pit. Then his eyes turned to Suchin. The 2 tails were raised high, and a new black breath was brewing from the mouth. The mutated magic tiger planned to kill Suchin first. In this way, no matter how powerful the little flame was, it would be useless without a host. Suchin immediately understood the mutant magic tiger's thoughts. The small flame directly triggered the soul shock, and invisible soul waves surged out, invading the brain of the mutant magic tiger in just a moment. The impact on the soul directly affected the body, and the attack was interrupted. Chapter 54 Suchin Walks Alone. Soul shock is a really useful skill. As long as your mental strength is not as high as that of Little Flame, you can basically hit the target every time you launch it. This mutated magic tiger is indeed powerful. Even the stone beast with Titan blood can't deal with it. However, a simple soul shock from Xiao Hunyao directly put the mutated magic tiger into a dizzy state. Kill it while it's sick. Su Qin is not the kind of person who would procrastinate. Little Flame raised his hand and shot out 6 explosive arrows, fast, accurate, and fierce. The mutant magic tiger, which was in a daze, was blown away. His body was covered in blood. One of the explosive arrows was fired at a tricky angle and hit the softer belly of the mutant magic tiger directly, breaking through the defense and exploding the belly, causing blood to flow out and the intestines to be exposed. Ouch! The mutant magic tiger felt pain and immediately came back to its senses from dizziness. Knowing that the Little Flame was not easy to mess with, a hint of fear flashed in his eyes. Su Qin had no mercy, at least not towards the mutant magic tiger. He fired 2 more explosive arrows, directly sending away the mutant magic tiger that wanted to escape. Hey, rock beast! You still need to be strengthened! After retracting the small flame into his body, Su Qin looked at the stone beast. The rock beast also howled in response. Su Qin shook his head. What was he thinking? The rock beast had only been hatched for a few days, and it was already good enough to have this much strength, so what else did he need? Once all the tasks are completed and the heart of the earth is obtained, are you still worried that the stone beast will not become stronger? After digging out the crystal core of the mutant magic tiger, Su Qin looked at Bai Bingqin and the other person who were walking over. Sister Qin, it's done. Su Qin took out the crystal core and said with a smile. Solved? That's a 5th level monster. Zhao Shuangxue was a little confused. How strong must you be to have defeated a 5th level behemoth so easily? It's solved, it's okay, but it wasted a lot of time. Su Qin shook his head, expressing dissatisfaction. After wasting so much time, I wonder if the mission will be delayed. Zhao Shuangxue looked at Su Qin with resentment. I suspect you are being hypocritical with me, but I have no evidence. It's so annoying. Sister Qin, the next journey is a bit dangerous. Do you still want to follow? Su Qin's expression was a little complicated. The appearance of a 5th level mutant magic tiger means that there must be a considerable number of 5th level beasts ahead. I am not afraid of dealing with a 5th level behemoth, but I am not sure about Sister Qin. Su Qin had to deal with the 5th level behemoth while also paying attention to protecting Bai Bingqin. Anything could happen on the battlefield. It would be terrible if I wasn't careful and let Sister Qin get hurt. I understand, take me out. Bai Bingqin is a sensible person and does not act unreasonable. He knew that if he stayed, he would only be a burden to Su Qin. Bai Bingqin doesn't want to be a burden. Okay. Su Qin's face lit up. He thought he still had to explain, but he didn't expect Sister Qin to be so sensible. Bai Bingqin agreed, and Su Qin did not waste any time and immediately sent Bai Bingqin and Zhao Shuangxue back the same way. When they got outside, while Zhao Shuangxue wasn't paying attention, Su Qin whispered in Bai Bingqin's ear. Be careful, Zhao Shuangxue. Why, is there something wrong with her? Bai Bingqin immediately became cautious. Su Qin shook his head. No, she is just a stranger to us. We should not have the intention to harm her, but we should also be on guard against her. Zhao Shuangxue is a genius after all. She and we just met by chance. Now you are ranked 2nd on the list, and you are a real hot commodity. Who knows if she will have bad intentions towards you? Don't worry. I'm not stupid, Qinzi. Bai Bingqin rolled her eyes at Su Qin. Okay, I'm glad you know. Su Qin nodded. Su Qin knew a little about Bai Bingqin. She was not an arrogant person and could listen to what he said. Since Bai Bingqin had already become alert, Su Qin stopped talking and plunged into the jungle. I can't believe this guy cares about you so much, your boyfriend. Zhao Shuangxue came over and asked. Not yet. Bai Bingqin looked at Zhao Shuangxue with a smile. Not yet, but I will in the future. You are quite good at catching keywords. Bai Bingqin was in a very calm mood. I just didn't expect that Commander Bai's daughter already has a lover. Zhao Shuangxue said with a smile. What about you? Does the little princess of the Zhao family have a lover? Bai Bingqin asked back. How could I have a lover? They are all playboys, how could I possibly like them? Zhao Shuangxue looked disdainful, as if she looked down on those suitors. Now there are only 2 of us left, what are you going to do? Zhao Shuangxue didn't dwell too much on the affairs of the dandy boy, and asked while looking at the vast prairie. The 2 of us work together to hunt the beast, and we split the points equally. Bai Bingqin gave a reasonable suggestion. I've been waiting for you to say this. Obviously Zhao Shuangxue thought so too. After resting for a while, the 2 women began their journey to hunt the giant beast. However, having learned from the previous experience, Zhao Shuangxue no longer dared to take the risk of hunting high-level beasts. Who knows if he would kill the small one and then catch the old one? Bai Bingqin obviously agreed. Besides, my points are so high now that I am not afraid of falling out of the leaderboard, so I just need to play it safe and there is no need to be reckless. On the other side, Su Qin had already gone deep into the jungle and came to the place where he had killed the mutated magic tiger before. The marching ant king has detected several dangerous auras deep in the jungle. I think they should be from level 5 beasts. Of course, we cannot rule out the possibility that they could be level 6 beasts. Su Qin was very careful. Although in this kind of trial secret realm, releasing a 5th order behemoth is already the limit, but who knows if there will be any unexpected changes in the process. It is not impossible for a 5th level behemoth with extraordinary talent to break through to a 6th level behemoth during this period. It's always good to be cautious. Task 4 and Task 5 are to kill 10 and 100 level 5 beasts respectively. But in fact, as long as I hunt a level 5 beast, the number of hunts will increase by 1 on the task column of Task 4 and Task 5. In other words, I only need to hunt 100 beasts to complete both Tasks 4 and 5. Rounding it off, it means I don't have to do Task 4, or I can get the reward by killing at least 10 heads in Task 5. I'm stuck with a system bug, and I'm getting it for free. It's good to get Hor for free. I, Su Qin, like to get Hor for free. Thinking of this, Su Qin felt happy. Life is great when you can get something for free. Deep in the dense forest, this is where the 5th level behemoth rests. Of course, these 5th level behemoths are not lone rangers. Each 5th level behemoth has a considerable number of 4th level and 3rd level behemoths guarding its territory. This means that Su Qin cannot concentrate on dealing with the 5th level behemoth, and the difficulty of the mission soars. Chapter 55: The Tough Golden Armored Cave Spider. After going 10 kilometers deeper into the territory of the mutant magic tiger, Su Che encountered the second 5th level behemoth. A big golden spider. Golden Armored Cave Spider. Why another spider? I encountered a black-striped ghost-faced spider before, and now I encounter a golden armored cave spider. Could it be that I have a conflict with spiders in my fate? Su Qin couldn't help but feel a little suspicious. After all, although Su Qin himself believes in science, he also has a respectful attitude towards metaphysics, and is not an absolute atheist. Especially in this world of gods and ghosts, Su Qin believed in metaphysics even more firmly. Su Qin was still thinking about life, but the golden armored cave spider now just wanted to swallow Su Qin into its stomach for a good meal. Although Su Qin has only a few pounds of flesh on his body, a fly, no matter how small it is still flesh. He roared and rushed towards Su Qin. The golden cave spider is not like ordinary spiders. The golden armored cave spider generally does not actively weave a web and wait for prey to come to it. Instead, it prefers to take the initiative and rely on its strong physical fitness to hunt prey. Its hunting habits are similar to those of lions, jackals, tigers, leopards, and other animals. It is considered an outlier among spiders. However, although it is unusual, the benefits of this habit cannot be denied. Other spiders live in people's homes, and food comes from the sky. Whether they can get a meal depends entirely on luck, so it is common for them to go hungry for 9 meals out of 3 days. The golden cave spider will not do that. Active hunting is a bit more difficult, but at least you won't go hungry. There is no such thing as going hungry for 9 meals in 3 days for the golden armored cave spider. The 5th level golden armored cave spider is very fast. If it's not fast, it will go hungry. In the blink of an eye, it had arrived close, with its pair of large claws on its front limbs raised high, ready to attack. But Su Qin is not an ordinary prey. Although it is not as physically fit as the golden armored cave spider, it is still no problem to dodge it. With a flash he dodged an attack from the golden armored cave spider. But the golden armored cave spider is not a vegetarian. When the first attack failed, he changed his tactics immediately. The big turtle that was about to chop down changed its posture and started to slash horizontally. Shit, this giant spider knows kung fu. Su Chen's eyelids jumped, and a shield appeared in front of him, blocking the powerful blow. But the golden armored cave spider is very powerful. The shield only saved Su Chen from fatal injuries, but it could not completely protect him. After all, the golden armored cave spider in front of him was also a 5th level behemoth. Su Chen was knocked into the air along with his shield. It glided in the air for dozens of meters before crashing into a tree and stopping. A mouthful of blood spurted out. Su Chen covered his chest, which was hit, and his face turned green. Oh, I was careless. I didn't expect this spider to be so powerful. The golden armored cave spider almost took Su Chen's life with just one attack, which made Su Chen never dare to underestimate any giant beast again. Although his beast master was very powerful, he could kill even a 5th-tier elite beast in seconds. However, his body is fragile and he can also be killed instantly by a 5th-level beast. Not to mention the 5th level, a 4th-level beast can kill me in seconds. The golden armored cave spider succeeded in one strike. It did not hesitate at all. Seeing that Su Chen was still able to move, it jumped up and was about to launch a fatal attack on Su Chen. Stone Beast Rock Shield. Small Flame, Soul Shock, Explosive Arrow. Su Chen endured the pain, released the stone beast and the little flame, and gave direct instructions. A thick stone wall rose from the ground and protected Su Chen firmly inside. The golden armored cave spider's claws slashed on the stone wall, directly chipping off half a layer. But it did offset the attack of the golden armored cave spider. Before the golden armored cave spider could continue its attack, Little Flame's soul attack had already arrived. Although the 5th-level behemoths are powerful, they are not very proficient in the way of souls, and their soul defenses are generally weak. The Little Flame's soul attack easily penetrated the golden armored cave spider's soul forbidden area. The body of the golden armored cave spider immediately fell into a state of stiffness, even worse than that mutant magic tiger. The mutant magic tiger was invaded by the soul, and although it was in a very miserable state, it did not fall into a state of stiffness. It seems that bugs are bugs, and there is a reason why they don't have a high IQ. 6 blazing explosive arrows followed closely behind, all hitting the back of the golden armored cave spider. However, the entire body of the golden armored cave spider is covered with thick golden armor. Although the explosive arrows were powerful, they did not break the defense. It is really like much thunder but little rain. Su Chen looked at the shiny back of the golden armored cave spider and immediately realized that not only did it fail to break through the defense, it even failed to break through the spiritual energy barrier. You really can't underestimate any behemoth. I said they were all level 5 behemoths, so why are you so weak in attack? It turns out you focused all your efforts on defense, no wonder. Su Chen smiled bitterly. The golden armored cave spider was attacked, and although nothing happened, its consciousness was briefly restored, and its body gradually came out of its rigid state. Although Little Flame's soul attack was still going on, the soul state of the golden armored cave spider, which was in an enraged state, was abnormally active, causing the effect of the soul attack to drop sharply. Su Chen finally figured it out at this time. The soul shock skill was mainly used for sneak attacks. Once the effect has taken place, if the subsequent enemies are attacked and fall into an angry state, the effect of soul shock will not be so effective. But it depends on the situation. The 5th-level behemoth is already very powerful, and Little Flame is fighting a cross-level battle, so it's good to have such an effect. If it was between enemies of the same level, Su Chen estimated that the Little Flame's soul shock could control the enemy until death. Boom! 2 explosive missiles hit the golden armored cave spider directly in the face. Although it did not break through the defense, the powerful impact caused the golden armored cave spider to retreat a few steps. Explosive missile is a skill that Little Flame acquires after he advances to Fire Wizard. After all, what wizard/mage doesn't know how to cast a fireball? Although the explosive missile does not have the penetrating power of the explosive arrow, its explosive power is much stronger than that of the explosive arrow. Su Chen thought that these 2 explosive missiles would work. I didn't expect that this big spider is harder than a turtle shell. Alas, it's a pity that I can't bring any auxiliary tools to this exam. I didn't bring my psychic armor-piercing gun, otherwise I would have shot you in the face. Suchin felt a little regretful. That psychic armor-piercing gun is a good thing. I remember that the 5th-level elite black water snake was blown to pieces by a cannon, but now I have encountered such an iron turtle and have no chance to use it. The golden armored cave spider came to its senses and rushed towards Suchin despite the pain in its soul. 2 pairs of giant turtles danced majestically in the air. Suchin could only release the rock shield while fleeing in a panic. Damn it, if I can't beat you to death, I'll burn you to death, Suchin said fiercely. Chapter 56 Dangerous Swamp. The surrounding air temperature rises rapidly. A series of fire rains fell from the sky. The surroundings suddenly turned into a sea of fire. Although Little Flame's fiery rain is a group attack skill, it is quite powerful. Once it is formed, the high temperature can burn mountains and boil seas, and it can melt gold and fossils. This is why Suchin asked the small flame to control its intensity, otherwise the entire forest would have been burned down. Wildfires are no joke. You won't be able to escape them when they happen. The scorching rain of fire fell on the body of the golden armored cave spider, making a sizzling sound. The high temperature of the fire rain is dissolving the spiritual barrier on the surface of the golden armored cave spider's body. Once the spiritual energy barrier is melted through, the rain of fire can directly hit the body of the golden armored cave spider. Even now, the golden armored cave spider is not feeling well. It takes some time for the rain of fire to melt through the shell, but the intense high temperature can already make the golden armored cave spider feel uneasy. The high temperature invaded the body, and the golden armored cave spider screamed, squeaking, due to the burning of the high temperature. The body was running around, but there was nothing it could do. The raging flames and rain of fire covered a very large area, and everywhere you looked was a sea of fire. The golden shell on the back of the golden armored cave spider has begun to glow red due to the intense heat. A layer of heat wave appeared on his body. The erosive force of the fire rain was extremely strong, and after a while it melted through the thin spiritual barrier on the body of the golden armored cave spider. The rain of fire began to burn the armor on the back of the golden armored cave spider. The golden armored cave spider, burned by the scorching heat, fell to the ground and twitched all over. Its 8 sharp golden legs waved in the air, making bursts of sounds of breaking through the air. Suchin's brows twitched as he watched. I didn't expect that the legs of this golden armored cave spider were so sharp and powerful that when they were swung, they could even produce an explosive sound in the air. If this weapon were to hit me, I would probably be broken into 2 pieces immediately, and die beyond all possibility of death. Bang! 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 There was a sound of beans popping. This is the sound of the armor on the back of the golden cave spider losing its toughness and starting to become brittle and crack under the high temperature. Everyone knows that spiders are insects. Unlike humans, insect skeletons are located outside the body. So the crackling and exploding golden armored boulder spider's exoskeleton. The exoskeleton is connected to the flesh. The exoskeleton exploded, and the flesh and blood inside was naturally torn apart. With every explosion, a lot of green liquid would splash onto the ground, making a sizzling sound due to the scorching heat. At this time, the golden armored cave spider had completely lost its ability to resist. It fell to the ground and twitched, its 8 legs waving irregularly, but not as fast as before. Suchin felt sorry for what he saw. He simply wanted to kill the giant spider, not because he had any habit of killing it cruelly. On the contrary, Suchin was very disgusted by it. All things have spirits, but they are in different camps, so there are conflicts. When bloodshed is unavoidable, letting the enemy die without pain is a form of mercy. Little Flame, understand it! Suchin turned his head away, unable to bear to look at it. Little Flame nodded, raised his hand and shot a few explosive arrows, directly hitting the vulnerable parts of the golden armored cave spider's body, in an attempt to kill it with one blow. Boom! 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 After the explosion, the golden armored cave spider fell into a pool of blood, wailing and unable to move. From the feedback from the small flame, the golden armored cave spider's soul fluctuations had dissipated, and it was indeed dead. After digging out the crystal core, Suchin ordered the stone beast to launch an earth frequency shock to bury the big guy on the spot. Hey! I, Suchin, am kind-hearted and can't stand seeing these things. Suchin shook his head and set off again. In the following hunting trips, there were no more encounters like the golden armored cave spider. After all, only a few have skin as thick as the golden armored cave spider. Otherwise, if every 5th level behemoth put on such a show, Suchin would probably be depressed to death. Then find a place to confess your sins. Otherwise, I'm really afraid that one day when I'm walking on the road at night, a brick will fall from the sky and give me a reincarnation package. Soon, Suchin killed 10 level 5 beasts, and no accidents occurred during the process. However, these 5th level behemoths are surrounded by some 4th and 3rd level behemoths as bodyguards, making it difficult to kill them. However, since killing the 4th level behemoth can complete task 3, Suchin did not complain too much. I secretly hope there will be more 4th order behemoths. Otherwise, it would take an unknown time to complete task 3. There are 5 tasks, and the rewards are all good. Suchin doesn't want to miss any of them. The best thing is to get them all. With the help of a little flame, the hunting speed is very fast. The stone beast is a bit disappointing. It is a shield warrior, responsible for taking damage in the front row, so it is understandable that its attack power is a bit weak. After completing task 4, Suchin also received the reward for task 4, which was 10 times the low-grade spirit stone. Link sure is a good thing. In the fantasy world, this is a panacea and it is needed everywhere. You rely on it for cultivation, you rely on it to drive formations, and even it is the currency for buying and selling things. Of course, there is no such thing as spirit stones in this world, so they cannot be used as currency. But only a fool would trade this thing. Of course, the good thing called spiritual stone should be used for one's own cultivation. Improving your strength is the key. Because Suchin had practiced the golden body dominant body art. As soon as he got the spirit stone, he could instantly feel the surging spiritual power in it. A trace of spiritual energy entered the body, and suddenly a wave of cool feeling swept through the body, and it felt like every cell in the body was filled with joy. How to describe it? Cool! Suchin had only this one thought. This spirit stone is really a good thing. It's only a low-grade one, but it has such a great effect. I wonder how powerful the middle-grade spirit stones and high-grade spirit stones above the low-grade ones will be. Suchin looked at the small piece of stone in his hand, which was emitting purple spiritual energy, and sighed in his heart. I think it will take me a long time to absorb this spiritual stone. 10 spiritual stones will take me a long time to cultivate. But the more spiritual stones the better. I'll just need to send some spiritual stones to me when I can refresh the tasks. Suchin was looking forward to it. After putting away the spirit stone, Suchin continued on his way. At this time, Suchin had already gone deep into the jungle, and the place in front of him was no longer a jungle, but a swamp. Suchin's face showed full of energy. Everyone knows that the swamp is full of dangers. Not to mention the swamps in this world, even on Earth in the previous life where there was no supernatural power, the swamps were extremely dangerous. Poisonous insects, anteaters, and toxins in the air are not fatal. What's more, this is an extraordinary world, and the danger level of the swamp is rising sharply. Just now, a strange snake hiding in the mud suddenly jumped up and attacked Suchin in the face. If Suchin hadn't reacted quickly, he would have been injured. Chapter 57 Poisonous Toad. Damn, there are so many weird snakes. Suchin casually stepped on and killed a strange snake that was trying to attack him. This is already the 5th one. The shoes were covered in a mixture of mud and blood. The swamp is difficult to walk in, and Suchin has to be careful at all times, for fear of missing a step and falling into the swamp. Getting stuck in a swamp is no joke. Being unable to move is no big deal. Relying on your own physical fitness, it is not difficult to slowly get out of trouble. The main thing is that once you are stuck in the swamp, your body cannot move, and you become a sitting duck. Who knows how many strange snakes like this are buried under this swamp? If they suddenly jump up and take a bite of them, they will be enough to fill you up. Suchin estimated that these strange snakes were not only able to jump in the air, but were also highly poisonous. Don't ask Suchin why he knew this. Just look at the fangs in this strange snake's mouth and you will understand. My goodness, each fang is probably about 5 or 6 centimeters long. This strange snake is only about 10 centimeters long. It's really all teeth below the head. As I was walking, there was suddenly a pop sound. It seems like I stepped on something to death. Suchin felt the touch from the soles of his feet and lowered his head to observe. A dead toad that had been crushed. Well, it's normal to have toads in the swamp. It's just that this toad's blood is a little abnormal. Oh my God, it stinks! Suchin quickly covered his mouth and nose and ran to the side. This dead toad is also poisonous. The poison is hidden in the blood and the concentration is quite high. It can be said that 1 tube of blood is half a tube of poison. After it dies, the blood in its body will evaporate from the body, vaporize directly when it meets the air, and then float in the air. In the absence of wind, this vaporized toxin can remain in the air for a long time. Basically, we have to wait for it to rain in this area to wash away the toxins and the air can return to normal. This toad venom contains very strong neurotoxins. If you smell it in excessive amounts, it will cause respiratory failure and lead to death from suffocation. After death, the body is buried directly in the swamp and becomes the nutrient of the swamp. There is no nourishment more nutritious than blood and flesh. After figuring this out, Suchin looked around to see if there were any exposed skulls in the swamp. It doesn't have to be human, wild animals are also fine. But Suchin was disappointed. He didn't find any skulls, not even any larger skeletons. The only corpses around were the 5 strange snakes, and the dead toad under his feet. Shit, the toad is gone. In the moment that Suchin was stunned, the toad on the ground had disappeared, leaving only a layer of skin-like thing lying on the ground. If you look carefully, you can still see the shape of the toad. After a while, the toad skin-like trace gradually disappeared from Suchin's sight. Only a toad-sized hole and Suchin's footprints remained on the ground. It's really a swamp where people are eaten without leaving any bones. Suchin frowned. The toad was eaten alive by the swamp. Suchin now felt more and more that there was something strange about this swamp. An ordinary secret trial realm actually has such a strange swamp. Is it intentional, or even people outside don't know about it? Suchin shook his head. Some things are destined to have no answers. Now Suchin has no choice but to move forward. According to the pheromone perception of the marching ant king, there is a big fish ahead. Suchin wants to kill it quickly and leave this damn place. The longer I stay in this place, the creepier it becomes. Suchin couldn't help but get goosebumps on his back. Suchin carefully identified the mud under his feet and walked forward step by step. Along the way, we were attacked by several strange snakes and several swamp toads were trampled to death. Suchin felt that these swamp toads were like landmines. And it's a poison gas mine. They will not take the initiative to attack, but will quietly bury their bodies in the shallows of the swamp, silently waiting for the destined person. If one is not careful, one might step on a toad to death and the poison gas mine would be triggered. The blood evaporates and turns into a neurotoxin that can kill people. At first, when one was stepped on to death, the neurotoxin did not take effect quickly. As more and more toads are stepped on to death, the neurotoxins in the air become more and more concentrated. The body inhales excessive amounts of neurotoxins, and the respiratory system begins to become paralyzed. My lungs felt stuffy and I tried to breathe in fresh air in big gulps, but there was no fresh air in the air. It was filled with deadly poison. The harder he tried to breathe, the more severe the toxin attack became. He then suffocated to death and fell painfully on the swamp, becoming the swamp's nutrients. The appearance of such a forbidden place of death in the novice area of the secret trial realm is simply an overkill. Suchin guessed that the big guys outside were sure that no candidates would come here, so they allowed this place to exist. Otherwise, with this place being so cruel and ruthless, the big guys outside would have taken over this land long ago. But it's okay. It's so dangerous here. I am probably the first person to arrive here. No one can compete with me. Even if others come here, they will be scared away by the horrible environment. If someone is stubborn enough to take the risk and go in, I guess there will be no one left by now. Suchin thought to himself. Not everyone can be as fully prepared as Suchin. Not only do they wear gas masks, but they also have marching ant kings who can keep track of the surrounding situation at all times. Otherwise, when Suchin saw such a strange place, he would feel uneasy and turn around and leave. After walking for a long time, Suchin didn't know how far he had gone. According to the feedback from the army ant king, the big guy should be nearby. How come there is no trace of him yet? Suchin asked curiously. At this time, the marching ant king sent feedback again, and Suchin understood. Unexpectedly, the guy was not Voldemort, lying there motionless, but wandering around in the swamp. What kind of beast can move freely in the muddy swamp? It can't be a fish, right? But fish need to be in water. Can it swim in the swamp? Suchin was secretly guessing in his heart. After killing a few more strange snakes, Suchin stopped at one place. There is a round hole in the swamp ahead, which looks very new, as if it was just dug out. The marching ant king reported that the big guy was right below here. He had appeared at this cave entrance before and was covered with pheromones. But his position was not fixed, and he was wandering around. And judging from the movements of that big guy, it seems that there is a well-connected passageway under the swamp, which should have been drilled out by that big guy using his body. Wow, it can even dig a hole. Could it be a loach? Suchin smiled. Chapter 58, The King of Go Under the Swamp. Although he was laughing, Suchin was in a dilemma at this moment. I don't know how to drill a hole. How can I do this? The swamp is the territory of this strange creature, and Suchin has no advantage fighting on its home turf. Now we can only think of a way to bring the things from below up. Hey, I hope this method works. Suchin summoned out a small flame and bombarded the ground with it. Suchin himself hid far away. There's no way. The army ant king also said that the big guys below can dig holes, so there should be tunnels connecting all directions below. The swamp was soft to begin with, so it was already good enough for Suchin to walk on it. If the small flames continued to explode and destroyed the supporting structure underneath the swamp, causing a depression in the ground, Suchin himself would probably be buried inside. Good man, the real owner hasn't even been seen yet. Is it okay to kill yourself first? That won't work. So Suchin could only run far away to avoid being affected. Sure enough, Suchin's idea was right. The small flame is comparable to a mobile defense tower or a humanoid self-propelled artillery, and its firepower output capability is amazing. After a few Chibaku Tensei and Tenkara Hokage blasts, the ground in the swamp could no longer withstand the damage and began to collapse on a large scale. Suchin looked at the collapsed ground and hurriedly ran away to hide further away. It would have been fine if it hadn't collapsed, but once it collapsed, a large circular pit with a diameter of nearly 100 meters was created. There are countless creatures gathered in this large circular pit. Everything was peaceful at first, but because the small flames made too much noise, they were all blown out at once. Wow! Suchin looked over carefully and saw countless strange snakes and toads jumping and rolling in the mud. In addition to old acquaintances like the strange snake and toad, Suchin also saw many unfamiliar figures. That's a fish! Suchin was a little uncertain. In his previous life, Suchin had indeed seen a kind of fish that lived in the soil and a fish that could climb trees in the Animal Encyclopedia. These fish have evolved special organs that allow them to survive for a long time, even out of water. There is another kind of fish whose habitat is extremely water scarce. So a function evolved. In the season with abundant water, the body is in normal condition. But once there is less water or lack of water, it will enter a strange hibernation mode. This dormant mode allows them to survive out of water for a long time without dying. When the rainy season comes, they will revive from the soil again and crawl out of it. Suchin didn't know whether the fish in this pit had similar functions. But this is a world of high-level martial arts, so the appearance of some powerful things is understandable, and Suchin can understand it. In addition to fish, Suchin also saw many strange-looking and bizarre insects. These insects are quite big. The smallest one is as big as a fist. I really don't know what he grew up eating. In addition, Suchin actually saw crayfish. Red shell, red big pincers, red tentacles. This crayfish is really big, comparable to the big lobsters in the deep sea. It just doesn't look good. It looks like it has been exposed to nuclear radiation. Its whole body is mutated, with countless small feet growing densely packed on it, and 2 pairs of large pincers, which means it has 4 pincers. The 2 large claws on top are relatively wide and thick, so I guess there must be a lot of meat inside. The 2 large pincers below are relatively slender and contain relatively less meat. 2 large pliers and 2 small pliers. The upper pliers should be used as a shield for defense, while the lower 2 large pliers should be used as weapons for attack. Well, it's evolved perfectly. It's just a little ugly, otherwise I would have caught one to try. As for now, oh, I really can't eat it. Suchin shook his head and forced the thoughts out of his mind. Don't think too much, it will make you feel sick. A Chibaku Tensei from Little Flame blasted out a bunch of weird-looking creatures, but until now, the real owner has not shown up. Judging from the diameter of the dark hole, the owner's body could not be small. It should be at least the same size as the black water snake in the troll forest, or even bigger. But how come such a big thing is still nowhere to be found? Suchin narrowed his eyes and carefully observed the surrounding environment. Now the marching ant king can no longer provide accurate information. Because although the big guy was covered with pheromones, the amount was very small. Then he was moving underground, and a lot of the pheromones on his body were scratched and worn away along the way. It is estimated that they have all been worn away now. Without the feedback of pheromones, the marching ant king naturally cannot accurately locate itself. Fortunately, Suchin doesn't need precise positioning for the time being. That big guy must be hiding underground now. He can't run away. The problem now is to find a way to get it out. Suchin had obviously underestimated the patience of this big guy before. It was so damn good at hiding. His hometown has been demolished, but he still hasn't shown up. What a coward. Suchin thought, if you don't show up, I will continue to dismantle it. He wanted to see if this big guy was really that good at hiding. So Little Flame began an inhumane carpet bombing in the swamp. Wherever the shells passed, mud and water splashed. Everywhere you look, there are potholes. Suchin was not satisfied yet, so he summoned the stone beast. He did not use any other skills, but only used the earth frequency vibration. Suddenly, the swamp was like boiling water, surging continuously. This 3-acre field looked as if it had been plowed over and was completely unrecognizable. All of a sudden, Suchin killed countless strange snakes, toads, ugly fish, and radioactive crayfish. The points on the watch are also rising rapidly. But Suchin no longer cares about points. With my current points, there will be absolutely no problem for me to go to college. Suchin now has only one idea, which is to complete the task, receive the reward, and start a soaring life from now on. Finally, under Suchin's carpet bombing, the big guy underground couldn't bear it anymore. The ground trembled, as if something big was about to come out. Suchin's face lit up with joy, and he was happy in his heart. You little brat, you want to fight me? In terms of character, I am your ancestor. Although he seemed very happy on the surface, he was still very cautious inside. The guy this time was different from the ones he hunted before. The monsters before couldn't burrow into the ground, so 1v1 was no problem. Now that this guy can dig underground, he must have many tricks up his sleeve. I can't let him capsize in the gutter. Before Suchin could think about it, the big guy finally surfaced. Good job. This is a loach. This loach has become a spirit. Suchin sighed. Chapter 59 Swamp Riot. An extremely large black loach emerged from the center of the collapsed pit. The part of the loach that is exposed above the ground is as high as 15 meters, and the thickest part of its body is 8 meters in diameter. With this thickness, it is thicker than the diameter of most old trees. The loach has 4 eyes on its head. The dead fish eyes staring at Suchin made him feel creepy. The big loach has several tentacles on its face. The 9 in the middle are the longest, with the longest being 3 meters long. They are located in the middle, 1 on each side. The shortest is 2 meters long, located below the long beard, and also has 1 strand on each side. As for the pair of whiskers on top of the long beard, Suchin estimated that they were about 2 meters and 80 centimeters long. The belly of the big loach is white. So this is a black and white loach. The black and white are clearly separated, without any blending of colors. The most terrifying thing is the fins on both sides of the giant loach. It is indeed worthy of being a 5th-level behemoth. These fins have evolved into hands. You can refer to the fat catfish in the animation, The Adventures of Little Carp, for its approximate appearance. At this time, the big loach looked down at Suchin with angry eyes. Feeling the invisible pressure on him, Suchin forced a smile. Hi. How are you? Have you eaten? If not, why don't we sit down and eat something together? Chirp. The only response to Suchin was the angry roar of the big loach. Hey, what are you calling me? If it really doesn't work, we can take a photo together. As he spoke, Suchin took out a digital camera and took an intimate photo of himself and the big loach. When I pressed the shutter button, the flash on the digital camera lit up. The dazzling light shone out, and the big loach's eyes obviously couldn't adapt to such strong light, and were dazzled. Then the big loach's anger value reached max. He was directly enraged. The half-body buried in the ground suddenly jumped out, swung its tail like a scorpion, and swept towards Suchin. Fuck, you have no moral principles. You actually attacked me by surprise. Suchin felt the strong wind coming from behind him, and without thinking, he quickly put the digital camera into the beast-taming bracelet. Then he leaned forward and dodged the powerful sweep of the big loach. This thing is not cheap, Suchin spent a lot of money on it. If it breaks, Suchin will be heartbroken. Pooh! Suchin spat out the mud in his mouth and his face turned black. Apparently, the mud in this swamp doesn't taste good and is quite intoxicating. Okay. You forced me to do this, Suchin said angrily. The big loach didn't understand what Suchin was saying at all. It only knew that the attack just now was unsuccessful. Then it turned around, fell on the swamp, and rushed towards Suchin quickly. How to describe this scene? Suchin felt like he was standing on a railroad track, and a tall, big, shiny black train was speeding towards him. Grass! Seeing the big loach rushing towards him, Suchin quickly dodged to the side. Otherwise, if he was hit hard, Suchin would probably die on the spot. Little flame, stone beast, what are you waiting for? Kill him for me. While dodging, Suchin did not forget to issue orders. Suchin was really angry. My attitude is so nice, yet you dare to take action against me. I really give you face. In fact, if Suchin hadn't insisted on pulling the big loach to take a photo, Little Flame would have taken action as soon as the big loach emerged from the ground. The small flame is very powerful, and the big loach only looks intimidating, but in essence it is nothing. And after all, loaches are also aquatic creatures, and their skin needs to be kept moist at all times. Look, the few rockets fired by Little Flame not only broke the spiritual barrier on the surface, but also evaporated the mucus on the surface of the big loach's skin. Ha! This is really fun. The big loach realized something was wrong, and chirped twice, then lowered its head and tried to escape into the ground, otherwise it would lose its life. Suchin became anxious when he saw the big loach's move. Hurry up, rock beast. Don't let it burrow into the ground, or we won't be able to catch it. Roar! The rock beast also reacted quickly. He leaped up to the big loach and gave it a ground frequency shock right at its face, which made the big loach, which wanted to escape underground, stiff. The Little Flame also gave an assist and released the soul shock. The soul of the big loach was invaded, and it immediately stopped drilling into the ground. But it seems that the big loach has a higher mental attribute. Its eyes were cloudy for a while and then became clear. Damn it, having 4 eyes is amazing! Suchin also saw it. The big loach looked around when he woke up, and when he found that he was not underground, he immediately realized that his escape plan had failed. And there was a burning pain on his back. It was obvious that the red thing flying in the air was still attacking him. Then he turned around and looked at Suchin. Both pairs of eyes were filled with resentment. It's all this kid's fault. These 2 weird guys were also summoned by Suchin. This guy must be killed. The big loach thought angrily inwardly. Suchin felt his back crawling under the gaze of the big loach. Fuck, I ate your rice and you looked at me so viciously. I'll draw a circle and curse you. Suchin was not willing to be outdone and glared back. If you have the guts, come and hit me. You can't even beat my Little Flame, let me see how you get away. However, Suchin was still naive. The big loach can't escape. It doesn't matter, I can still get help. Then a strange sound came out of the big loach's mouth. The sound waves were so moving that they spread over a radius of 18 miles. Su Chen's heart skipped a beat. Oh no, this old bastard is going to use his ultimate move. Sure enough, the next second, the entire swamp seemed to be boiling. The earth is moving. Unknown rats, snakes, insects, and ants crawled out from under the swamp, making Su Chen's scalp tingle. Wow, do you have to be so disgusting? Su Chen's trypophobia was acting up. The scene in front of him gave him goosebumps all over his body, and he felt so nauseous that he wanted to vomit. Dense pits appeared on the swamp, and rats, snakes, insects, and ants crawled out of the pits and headed straight for Su Chen. Su Chen is now at a point where he has no ground to stand on. There's nowhere to run even if I want to. There's no other choice but to go ahead with it. He put on a gas mask, took out a dagger in his right hand, and was ready for battle. Suddenly, a strange snake's sudden attack sounded the clarion call for this charge. Su Chen's heart tightened, his pupils shrank, and he swung his right hand out, quickly and efficiently getting rid of the strange snake. But the death of one strange snake doesn't matter, because there are thousands and millions of strange snakes following suit. In addition, a lot of densely packed, disgusting-looking insects emerged from the ground, ready to attack Su Chen's lower body. God knows how many monsters have been brewing underground in this swamp over the years. Su Chen couldn't deal with it, so he had to let Xiao Huamiao help and set fire to it. Chapter 60, The Burning Swamp. Oh no! It wouldn't matter if he didn't set the fire, but setting it would cause a big trouble. I don't know if Su Chen forgot because he was forced into a corner, or if he simply didn't know why a swamp is called a swamp. Swamps produce large amounts of methane. And biogas is a flammable gas. No one knows how many years the swamp here has existed, and how much methane has accumulated in the air. As soon as the small flame was lit, the methane in the air was directly ignited. Boom! A huge explosion sounded. Su Chen was blown away by the flash explosion and then fell heavily to the ground. Puff! Su Chen spat out a mouthful of blood. His whole body was in tatters. There were multiple explosion injuries and burns on the body. My chest was burning with pain, and I guess I had internal injuries. I didn't know how many ribs were broken. Su Chen felt that he had a severe headache, and his ears had become deaf. He could not hear any sound from the outside world and could only hear a series of buzzing sounds in his ears. My eyes became blurry and I couldn't see the outside world clearly. All I could see was bright white light. Maybe it's a second, maybe it's a long time. Su Chen finally came back to his senses from his numb state. The body gradually warmed up, as if surrounded by flames. Indeed, Su Chen was now surrounded by flames. This fire set the entire swamp on fire. The muddy swampland swept by the scorching flames began to heat up, dry out, and then harden into blocks. Fortunately, the little flame is made of fire element, so it is not afraid of fire at all. On the contrary, this kind of flame environment actually gave a boost to the small flame, and its power doubled directly. Seeing his master being blown away by the flames, the little flame decisively put a flame barrier on Su Chen, using fire to overcome fire, so that Su Chen would not be burned by the high temperature of the flames. Su Chen is no longer in danger for the time being. But this is not a long-term solution. The methane here was ignited and the oxygen in the air was consumed rapidly. Even if Su Chen was not burned to death, he would eventually suffocate to death due to lack of oxygen. Got to find a way to escape. Su Chen really wants to give himself a big pussy now. Am I stupid? Why am I setting fire for no reason? He was a good boy in his previous life until his death, but in this life he became an arsonist. How many years would he be sentenced to if he was caught? I guess he'll spend the rest of his life in jail. With a scream, Su Chen struggled to sit up from the ground. Although setting fire is a very bad habit, Su Chen still wants to say that setting fire is really useful. All those insects that were trying to attack him just now were now helpless and lying on the ground motionless. It was charred black and obviously cooked. What a pity, the pollution here is serious, and it is full of poisonous gas. Those who can survive here are not good people. They have some pollution and toxicity on their bodies and cannot be eaten at all, otherwise Suchin would have to take a few bites. As for the big loach, Suchin did not see its body, so he thought it must have run away. But it doesn't matter, just run away, this one doesn't matter. The most important thing is to save your life. Onto the back of the stone rock beast like a dead pig climbing a tree. Run! Suchin howled and didn't want to move anymore. The action of climbing onto the back of the rock beast just now directly exhausted Suchin's limited physical strength. If it weren't for the little flame pushing him, he might not have been able to get up. Now Suchin felt pain all over his body, and even breathing hurt his throat. There is not much oxygen left in the oxygen tank that comes with the gas mask. Although there was a spare in the beast-taming bracelet, Suchin really didn't have the energy to replace it. It's best not to move. Suchin felt that he had gone too far this time and almost got himself involved. I don't know if I can recover from these injuries. If I can't, I'm afraid I won't be able to complete tasks 5 and 3. This is what Suchin least wants to see. The rewards for task 3 and task 5 are very generous. Whether it is the 100 bodybuilding pills or the heart of the earth veins, they are what Suchin needs right now. The bodybuilding pill can quickly enhance one's physical fitness, and when used in conjunction with the golden body dominant body art, the training effect will be doubled. The heart of the earth veins is an essential item for the stone beast's next evolution. If you can't get it this time, you don't know when it will be refreshed again. If it cannot be refreshed, the growth progress of the stone beast will be stranded. Do I have to rub an earth heart out with my own hands? This is just a joke. Even if Suchin could rub the heart of the earth veins out by hand, it is not something he can do at this stage. It's difficult. Suchin was devastated at this moment. While Suchin was lamenting about life, the stone beast had already carried Suchin for a long distance. Fortunately, the place where Suchin was before was already very deep in the core of the swamp, and he could get out of the swamp by running a long way forward. The edge of the swamp is adjacent to a forest. Because the entire swamp was set on fire, the jungle nearby was also set on fire, and the fire spread along the jungle. Suchin looked at the burned trees along the way and sighed. What a sin! I don't know how long I ran, but just when the oxygen in the gas mask was about to run out, the stone beast stopped. Suchin, who was drowsy lying on the back of the stone beast, now woke up. What's wrong? Did you run away? Roar! The rock beast barked in response. Suchin let the stone beast walk to a big tree. With the support of the little flame, Suchin tremblingly stepped down from the stone beast. The moment his feet touched the ground, Suchin's legs went soft, and he fell to the ground, his back leaning heavily against the tree. Oh! Hiss! Suchin took a breath. He came down too fast, which pulled the wound. In addition, his back hit the tree. Although the injury was not serious, it did cause internal injuries. What's more, Suchin didn't know how many ribs were broken. Every breath is a burden. So it can't withstand bumps and bumps. Leaning against the tree, Suchin closed his eyes and began to regulate his breathing. Then he took out the spirit stone from the beast-taming bracelet and held it in his palm. Then he took a deep breath and started to practice the golden body dominant body technique. Although the golden body tyrant body art is the strongest cultivation method, mainly for killing, it is still a great method in the advanced fantasy plane, and it is not unacceptable to have the function of healing. To practice martial arts, one needs a quiet environment where one cannot be disturbed by anyone. It is not advisable to practice directly in the wild like Suchin did. But the Marching Ant King has just given feedback. The place chosen by the stone beast was quite good, and there was no danger around, so Suchin dared to practice in the wild with peace of mind. Otherwise, no matter how brave Suchin was, he would not risk his life. There was a small river not far from Suchin. The stone beast guardian was acting as a guardian around Suchin, while the little flame went to the river to fetch water. On the way back, I also picked some wild fruits. Seeing that Suchin was practicing, he put his things aside, waited quietly by the side. Chapter 61 Breakthrough to the second level of body forging. The years are unknown in the mountains, and the time is unknown during practice. This statement is very appropriate to describe Suchin now. I don't know how much time passed, but the moon rose and set. Suchin let out a long sigh and woke up from his practice. I felt the injuries on my body and found that they were much better. It was no longer like before when I couldn't move at all and even breathing was a torture, like being tortured. Suchin was a little surprised to see the clear water and wild fruits next to him. Little Flame, you did it? Suchin asked Little Flame. When Little Flame saw Suchin wake up, he immediately came over happily and nodded. I knew it was you. Suchin showed an expression of as expected. This stupid stone beast has only been hatched for a short time. It's good enough that he has IQ, but how could he have EQ? Only Little Flame, his first beast, would have such emotional intelligence, and know to get food for his master. The stone monster expressed that he felt aggrieved. Why do I have such low emotional intelligence? Don't ask. If you asked, you just show your lack of tact. After eating the wild fruits and drinking the dew, Suchin felt like he was alive again. I looked down at my watch and found a lot of unprocessed information. Suchin knew with his toes that this must have been sent by Sister Chi-Chin. I haven't recovered for such a long time, I guess people must be worried to death now. Suchin even suspected that, given by Bingqin's personality, after not contacting him for such a long time, would she come back to find him? Oh my God! That's not possible. Girls always run to dangerous places. What if something happens? If something happens and I get outside, will Uncle Bai beat me to death with his belt? Thinking of this, Suchin shuddered unconsciously and hurriedly clicked on the message to start recovering. After a round of inquiries and repeated assurances, Suchin finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was just as Suchin expected. This girl by Bingqin actually returned the same way. However, the swamp was on fire and the mountain was blocked by the fire, so Bai Bingqin had no way to get through. They had to take a detour. Fortunately, Suchin recovered in time, otherwise Bai Bingqin would have been really worried to death. Suchin could imagine the expression on Bai Bingqin's face when she saw the fire in the forest. I guess his little face turned pale with fright. After Suchin's repeated persuasion, Bai Bingqin finally gave up the idea of joining Suchin and returned along the same route to continue hunting. During the conversation, Suchin also learned that Zhao Shuangxue was quite honest and did not do any tricks. On the contrary, the two of them got along well, so Suchin was relieved. It seems that I have been judging others by my own mean standards. But as the old saying goes, you should not have the intention to harm others, but you should also be on guard against others. Who knows that beneath the friendly appearance lies an evil face? At least Bai Bingqin is fine now. Shaking his head, Suchin looked at the remaining time of the exam. Time is running out, only a day and a half left. If Suchin doesn't rest at night and stays up late, one day can be regarded as 2 days. Hey, hurry up! Suchin looked at the spirit stone in his hand, intending to recover and bring his physical condition to its peak before going hunting again. Sharpening the knife saves the effort of chopping wood. The spiritual energy in the low-grade spirit stone was very abundant. Suchin practiced for a whole night and only consumed a little bit of it. At this rate, one low-grade spirit stone could allow Suchin to practice for a month. Of course, this is just the consumption level under ideal conditions. If Suchin's skills improve and his level rises in the future, the consumption of spirit stones will increase accordingly. After all, energy is conserved. Suchin could still accept this. It happened in a flash, and about an hour had passed. A familiar click sound rang out, echoing in Suchin's ears like the sound of nature. Suchin broke through. From the first level of bodybuilding to the second level of bodybuilding, physical fitness has skyrocketed. If he encountered the same explosion in the swamp again, Suchin was confident that he would not be so embarrassed again. This time, Suchin can be said to have turned a disaster into a blessing. Originally, with Suchin's realm, even if his physical fitness was improved to the peak of the first level of body forging, even with the help of spirit stones to speed up his cultivation, it would still take at least 10 days to half a month to break through. After all, breaking through a realm is not as easy as cabbage, and you can't do it just by wanting to. Every breakthrough is a qualitative leap, which requires thorough preparation and full concentration to be successful. But this time Suchin was seriously injured, and most of the spiritual energy in the spirit stone that entered his body was used to repair his body, and his physical fitness was improved invisibly. The potential has also been increased. Then, after the injuries have mostly recovered, with the help of spiritual energy, breaking through the realm will be a natural process. I don't know if this can be considered an alternative form of destruction followed by construction. After his physical fitness was improved to the second level of bodybuilding, Suchin felt refreshed all over, his waist and legs no longer hurt, and his body was stronger. He could climb to the 20th floor in one breath, carrying 20 kilograms of rice and 10 kilograms of cabbage. Is this power? It's amazing! Suchin stood up and stretched his body, and his bones made crackling sounds. All my injuries have recovered, and I feel even better than before I was injured, Suchin said in surprise. After adapting to his body after the breakthrough, a dangerous light flashed in Suchin's eyes. The knife is already sharpened. Who should I chop first? At night, the moon rises high. Ouch! A wolf howl broke the silence of the night. The leading wolf king led a group of younger brothers and stared at Suchin not far away. At this time, Suchin was holding a wolf head in his hand. The body fell to the side, blood gushing out. This is a second-level moon wolf, a killer at night. Usually at night, it moves in groups led by a wolf king to hunt prey. After the stone beast killed the vanguard wolf, Suchin suddenly became interested and wanted to try out how powerful he was now. As a result, he accidentally used too much force and pinched the wolf's head off. Hey, improving too quickly also has its drawbacks. This strength is hard to control, I need to practice. Suchin looked at the Moonlight Wolf King and his fellow Moonlight Wolf brothers in the distance, grinning. Why don't I just use you to practice? After saying that, Suchin threw the wolf head in his hand, took out a dagger in his right hand, and rushed into the wolf pack like a tiger descending from the mountain. Ouch! The Moonlit Wolf King is quite intelligent. He knows that there is a ruthless villain ahead, and he cannot let things go peacefully. Seeing Suchin rushing over, he immediately gave the order. With a howl, the whole army attacked. That night bursts of screams were heard from the jungle. The smell of blood filled the air. Some giant beasts that were out foraging at night were so frightened by the strong smell of blood that they fled away on the spot. Some weaker animals hid in their nests, not daring to stick their heads out for fear of getting hurt. Chapter 62, on the eve of the end of the exam. The forest was filled with the smell of blood. Ouch! A shrill howl was heard. The huge corpse of the Moonlit Wolf King fell in a pool of blood. There is a small hole on the huge head that allows light to pass through, which was left by the red sun rays from the small flame. After digging out the crystal core of the Moonlight Wolf King, Suchin wiped the blood off his face. His eyes were cold and bloodthirsty, without a trace of emotion, staring coldly into the distance. The 60th one, 30 more to go, Suchin said with deep eyes. Then pack up your things and move on. This night is destined to be a sleepless night. Whether it is for Suchin or the unknown existence in the jungle. The sun rises, and when the first ray of sunlight shines into the jungle, all the life in the jungle breathes a sigh of relief. The killer finally left. The 90th one. Suchin pulled out the bloody dagger with a cold look in his eyes. The dead Fengyinghu on the ground had its pupils wide open and died with its eyes open. He seemed unable to believe that he was killed so easily by the guy in front of him. Ting, Mission 5 has been completed. Rewards are being distributed. Congratulations on completing all the tasks. I hope you can continue to work hard in the future. The sound of the soul golden pearl rang for a moment, and then fell silent again. The heart of the earth vein is in hand. Suchin's cold and bloodthirsty eyes finally regained some spirit. Suchin took out the heart of the earth vein and looked at it carefully. The heart of the geocentric heart is generally like a heart, but it is much larger than an ordinary heart, at least twice the size. It's just that the other hearts are bright red and made of meat. The heart of the earth vein is gray and feels like a piece of stone. There is no texture at all. Hard. But Suchin could also understand. How can such a magical thing be explained by common sense? As long as the stone beast can evolve, that will be enough. After looking at the earth vein heart for a while, Suchin put it away. Up to now, Suchin has completed all the tasks issued by the Soul Golden Pearl perfectly. including the 1004th level behemoths. Suchin also completed it while hunting 5th level behemoths, and obtained 100 bodybuilding pills. With this thing, Suchin believes that his practice will be faster. If there were more tasks and more good things to sign in, Suchin had reason to believe that his golden body dominant body art might be able to break through to a very high level in a short period of time. It's just something you can think about. Cultivation is a slow process and cannot be rushed. Just like laying the foundation, if the foundation is not solid, there is no way a tall building can be built. I looked at the time and it was probably around 8 or 9 in the morning. The examination lasts for 1 week, which is 7 days and 7 nights. So it will end on time at 12 o'clock in the morning tonight. I still have a lot of time, so use it to practice. After making the decision, Suchin found a good location, concentrated his mind and began to practice. On the other side, Bai Bingqin and Zhao Shuangxue were still hunting hard. Because Zhao Shuangxue had Bai Bingqin, a capable partner, her hunting efficiency increased. The current ranking in the points ranking is Suchin first, Bai Bingqin second, and Zhao Shuangxue third. Zhao Shuangxue also figured it out. What's the point of competing for the first place? How can we possibly win with that perverted guy around? Since you can't win the fight, you might as well just lie down. Maintain the advantage, as long as you don't fall out of the top 3. Getting things done all depends on your attitude. If you have a good attitude, nothing can be impossible to accomplish. You see, ever since Zhao Shuangxue let go of her burdens and adjusted her mindset, her wishes have come true and she has not fallen out of the top 3 until now. As for the others, they are all working hard. Especially geniuses like Huwuji and Sang Yuanming. Especially Huwuji, his teeth were almost broken. Why, I am such a genius, but I am still no match for 2 girls and that stupid boy who came out of nowhere. Huwuji was very unconvinced. As the old saying goes, jealousy can make a person look unrecognizable. These words refer to Huwuji, including those geniuses. To be honest, those geniuses are just talented. In the final analysis, they are just vases in a greenhouse. They have never seen any big scenes and their mentality is very unstable. Once encountering setbacks, those with a better mentality may be depressed for a while those with a bad mentality will directly fall into autism and then go to extremes. As the saying goes, it doesn't matter if I can't be as talented as you, but it doesn't matter if I'm more talented than me. If I can kill you, wouldn't I be a genius? Huwuji is most likely holding this thought at this moment. The old man who outside also had a gloomy look on his face at this time. Didn't I take so much trouble to build bridges and pave roads just so that my grandson could shine in this trial and win the reputation of being the first? But now he was snatched away by Suchin, and his grandson not only lost to an unknown boy, but also lost to 2 girls. How shameful! He was simply going to lose all the face of the Hua family. How could old man Hua not be angry? But there's nothing I can do. Old man Hua has already found out, although Suchin is an orphan with no background. However, the daughter of the military commander Bai Tianlong has a very good relationship with him. Suchin also went to their house for dinner. To put it in a literal sense, Suchin is now considered Bai Tianlong's half-nephew. Maybe, Suchin could even become the Bai family's son-in-law. Just based on this relationship, old man Hua had no way to deal with Suchin openly. Of course, it's hard to say in secret. There are so many dirty things in big families. On the surface, everyone seems to be friendly and nice to each other, but who knows how bad they are behind the scenes. Night falls. Suchin woke up from his practice. I stretched myself and felt refreshed. This practice is addictive. Once you get into it, you don't want to stop. No wonder books often say that practice takes forever, and a great master's retreat can take at least 100 years. Suchin couldn't understand it before, but now he deeply understands it. There is nothing more intoxicating than the continuous improvement of one's own strength. I shot a wild rabbit, cleaned it, built a bonfire, and started roasting the rabbit. Turn it over occasionally and sprinkle with seasoning. After the aroma of rabbit meat wafted out, Suchin tore off a rabbit leg and started chewing it. It tastes good. I wonder how Sister Chin Chin is doing. He picked up his watch, edited a message and sent it. After a while, Bai Bingqin also sent a message. The message said that they had stopped hunting and were now quietly waiting for the exam to end. Su Chen nodded. I think the same as you do. After chatting about family matters for a while, Su Chen turned off his watch. I closed my eyes and waited quietly. Chapter 63, Bringing Glory to the School. Woo! 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 The deep sound of the horn spread throughout the entire trial's secret realm. Su Chen, who was resting with his eyes closed, naturally heard it as well. He opened his eyes. Is the exam over? I looked at my watch, and it was exactly 12 o'clock in the morning. Hello, you really didn't waste even a second. Su Chen smiled. The teleportation array is activated. White light flashed from time to time in various places in the trial's secret realm. This is the teleportation array that teleports the candidates in the secret trial realm out. As for how to locate it, of course it depends on the watch on your hand. There is a formation diagram engraved inside the watch, which is connected to the large teleportation formation outside. When the teleportation array is turned on, the small array diagram inside the watch is automatically activated, and then the wearer of the watch is teleported out. So, watches are really important. It will be very troublesome if you lose it in the secret trial realm. When entering, everyone lines up to enter the teleportation array. When leaving, it is not that troublesome as you can just teleport out directly, which saves trouble. Otherwise, the trial's secret realm is so large that the candidates are scattered all over the place. If going out is as troublesome as coming in, then I don't know how much time I will waste just on the journey. And it's easy for people to take advantage of loopholes. Deliberately stay in the secret realm, hunt more giant beasts, and then get points. Obviously, the organizers took this into consideration and did not give any chance at all. All of them were teleported away when the time came, with the interval between them not exceeding 5 minutes. You want to cheat? No way. After a while, white light appeared on Su Chen's body. Oh, I have to go. I really don't want to leave. Su Chen took a lingering look at the secret realm, and then a white light flashed, and Su Chen disappeared in the secret realm and was teleported out. In the central square, teachers from various schools were busy at this time, responsible for gathering the students sent out from each class. The staff on site were also helping to maintain order. The central square was bustling with people at this time, just like a vegetable market. Having just come out of the secret trial realm, everyone has different feelings. When they gathered together and saw acquaintances, their inner emotions could no longer be suppressed and burst out. Hey, you bastard, you came out too! I thought you were dead in there. Get lost. You're the one who died in there. Your whole family died in there. Even if you die, I won't die. How did you do on the test? Hey, SOSO. Me too, I'm rank 98125. Hi, I'm 89125. Fuck, this is also called mediocre. It is more than 10,000 higher than me. Hey brother, it's okay. Rankings don't represent the final result. You and I are both bulls and horses before the final outcome is decided. What the hell? This is terrible. I don't know if I can even be selected by a university with this grade. What's there to be afraid of? University is not the only path I can take. The world is big and I can explore it at will. Wow, you are so ambitious. What is your ranking? Oh, just average, rank 35147. Fuck, get out of here, you fucking pretentious bastard. Hey brother, I'm trying to enlighten you with good intentions, why are you still swearing? Roll. For a while, all kinds of opinions were heard in the central square. Or they would cry and talk about the dangers in the secret realm. Or they would be beaming with joy as they recounted how they displayed their prowess in the secret trial realm. Or maybe it's calm and collected, obviously, the ranking is good, and I want to come here to pose. Teachers in various schools are both happy and sad. The happy teacher was naturally because the student he taught achieved good results, and could go to a good beast taming university. The worried teacher was because the student he taught was so disappointing that he actually survived in the secret trial realm for 7 days. He is afraid to even face danger. It is useless to him even if you give him a chance. Mud is just mud, it can't be used to paste walls. What's more, he was in a low mood and had a frown on his brows. Why? Of course, it was because the student he led had an accident in the secret realm and could never come back. I said it before? Although the trial's secret realm is simple, as long as you are careful and do not provoke beasts or high-level beasts, generally nothing will go wrong. But this is just an ideal state. How can there be no death in the trial? All kinds of situations can happen, and there are some things that even experienced veterans may not be able to accurately predict. It is even more unpredictable for those inexperienced people. Luck is a good thing. If you are lucky, all the evil spirits will feel that you are unlucky and will turn around and run away. If you're unlucky, even drinking cold water will get stuck in your teeth. How can you seek justice for this? Bai Bingqin had already been teleported out at this time, and Zhao Xuanxue was also teleported out with her. He calmed himself down and looked at the lively scene around him. Both women realized that the exam was over. I've seen my team. I'll go over first. Leave me your contact information, and I'll go play with you when the time comes. Zhao Xuanxue had sharp eyes and spotted her team leader and a group of classmates at a glance. Okay. Bai Bingqin did not refuse and nodded. The two women added each other's contact information. Zhao Xuanxue shook her phone and said, "Remember to check the messages." Having said that, Zhao Xuanxue walked towards her team. After seeing Zhao Xuanxue off, Bai Bingqin began to look for the team her class was in. Fortunately, although the scene was chaotic, the assembly locations of each class were arranged in order. Bai Bingqin looked for them one by one in order. Soon she saw her team leader, Yang Ming, and ran over with a smile. Yang Ming also saw Bai Bingqin coming over at this time, and immediately smiled happily. How can I not smile? Bai Bingqin really worked hard and won the second place in this assessment, bringing great honor to the school. When the exam was over, the principal even called to say hello personally. It is said that Yang Ming is a great teacher and a great contributor to the school. One of his students won the championship and the other won the runner-up. The school will not forget Yang Ming's contribution. If nothing unexpected happens, Yang Ming will be the candidate for the next Dean of Education election. In addition, his year-end bonus will be doubled, and he will also receive a big red envelope of 100,000 yuan as a bonus. 100,000 yuan, and it will be deposited into the account immediately. Students win glory, teachers benefit, it's a win-win situation. How could Yang Ming not be happy? Teacher! Bai Bingqin greeted politely. Yang Ming did not put on airs. You're back, our runner-up. You did a great job. This time you made Jianghai No. 1 Middle School proud. I, the teacher, am also benefiting from you. It's all thanks to the teacher's good teaching methods. Bai Bingqin obviously knew how to respond to such a compliment. It would be better to just give the credit to the class teacher Yang Ming. Chapter 64, Long Yan's Attack. Bai Bingqin glanced into the crowd and found that Suqin was not there. Hey, teacher, have you seen Suqin? Bai Bingqin asked. You mean Suqin? I haven't seen him. He probably hasn't come out yet. Yang Ming was deeply impressed by Suqin. When he was in class, Suqin was always at the top of his class, and he respected his teachers very much. Although the talent he awakened was average, Yang Ming still had high hopes for Suqin. As expected, Suqin caught him off guard this time and actually won the first place, which was something Yang Ming could never have imagined. Although Yang Ming has been teaching for many years, he has taught many outstanding students. But it would be good enough to rank in the top 30,000. I didn't expect that this class was so awesome. There was a first and a second place in the class. It really gave Yang Ming a big surprise. Yang Ming was naturally concerned about the great hero, but the teleportation array had been open for such a long time, and he had not seen Suqin yet, so Yang Ming was a little anxious. This can't be that he's lost, right? This is indeed the case. Suqin is really lost. The guild hall was so big that Suqin was a little dizzy when he first came out, and couldn't tell the directions for a moment. After all, boys can never compare to girls in terms of attentiveness. Bai Bingqin had just been teleported out, and although she was a little confused, she was quite meticulous and knew that each class was lined up in order, so she just had to look for them one by one in order. But Suqin couldn't do that. Although Suqin is very powerful in the trial's secret realm, he always makes some mistakes about certain things. At this moment, Su-chin was like a headless fly, wandering around in the guild hall. Su-chin was also depressed. During this period, he asked many people where the gathering place of Jiahai No. 1 middle school was, but the results were either that they didn't know or that they were too busy to pay attention to him. That's right, although Su-chin won the first place, few people knew him at all. So it is normal to be ignored. Only the big guys on the stage recognized Su-chin's face. Alas, there aren't many good people these days. Su-chin helplessly found a chair to rest for a while. I planned to wait until everyone was out and gathered together before looking for my class. Otherwise, with this chaotic scene, who knows when we'll find it. Congratulations! You won first place. Not long after Su-chin sat down, a familiar voice came to his ears. Looking in the direction of the voice, Su-chin saw a familiar face. Long Yuyen! Su-chin said in surprise. Why are you here? Why can't I be here? Long Yuyen lifted her hair, sat down next to Su-chin, and asked with a smile. Well... Su-chin didn't know what to say. Isn't this a military exam? No outsiders are allowed to enter. How did you get in without a student ID? After thinking for a while, Su-chin asked. I'm pretty, and they took pity on me, so they let me in. Long Yuyen lied seriously. Well... Su-chin looked up and down at the girl in front of him. Well, she is indeed beautiful. But being beautiful is not your capital to fool me, Su-chin. Do you think I believe it? Su-chin was confused. Long Yuyen looked at Su-chin carefully and said seriously. Well, I think you believe it. Oh my god, girl, how can you be so ungrateful and just try to climb up the ladder? Well, there's nothing I can do about you. Su-chin shrugged helplessly, looking like he was defeated by you. When Long Yuyen saw her victory in Su-chin's frustrated look, a smile appeared on her lips, and it was a very bright smile. This charming smile made Su-chin stunned on the spot. Hey! Hey! You're drooling, aren't you going to wipe it off? Long Yuyen looked at Su-chin absent-mindedly, and reminded him. Oh! Su-chin came to his senses and quickly wiped it with his hand. Damn, where is the saliva? This girl is not a good person. Su-chin's face was dark. Ha! Seeing that her little trick had succeeded, Long Yuyen smiled even more happily. Stop laughing, is it that funny? Su-chin was speechless. Why does this girl love to laugh so much? She wasn't like this last time. Could it be that she has been possessed? Su-chin thought wickedly. Okay, stop laughing. Seeing that Su-chin was unhappy, Long Yuyen was not an ungrateful person, so she decided to stop while she was ahead. Su-chin. What is it? Su-chin looked at Long Yuyen. What trouble was this guy going to make next? Do you remember our agreement last time? Long Yuyen restrained her smile and looked at Su-chin seriously. Last time? A promise? Su-chin's brain froze for a while, and he was brainstorming. What was the last agreement? How come I Su don't know? Is it a contract of sale? But how could I Su sign something like that? I don't understand and can't figure it out. It seems that I Su have never had any agreement with the girl in front of me. Su-chin thought for a while and said affirmatively. Hey! You won't break your promise! Long Yuyen looked unfriendly. Can you give me some hints? Su-chin really couldn't remember. Okay. If you want a hint, I'll give you one. Remember that stone from last time? Long Yuyen stared at Su-chin's face and eyes. As long as Su-chin dared to lie, Long Yuyen would know it immediately. Ugh! That rock! Su-chin's expression was a little unnatural. I don't know whether I should tell Long Yuyen the truth. After all, that stone has the blood of the Titan. Although for now, the stone rock beast is his own beast, and no one can take it away from him. But it's better to be safe than sorry. If someone finds out and has bad intentions, even if they can't take the beast away, they can still kill me. When the Beastmaster dies, the contracted beast will also die. Although there are special cases, the people are dead, and the special cases have nothing to do with me. Why, are you going to regret it? Long Yuyen spoke in a stern tone, with a hint of hostility in her eyes. No. Su-chin waved his hands quickly. No, then tell me quickly. Long Yuan urged. Then can you keep it a secret? Su Chen asked back. Keep it a secret? Long Yuan's tone was somewhat intriguing. Su Chen, it seems that the stone holds a big secret. Long Yuan teased. I don't know if the secret is big or not, but to me, it's a big secret. So can you keep it a secret? Su Chen's move was just to gain peace of mind. The mouth is on someone else's body. What if she doesn't keep it a secret? Can I sew someone else's mouth shut? It's just that people all have this mentality. It seems like this can give me peace of mind. Okay. I promise you, I'll keep it a secret. I'm not such a big mouth. I want to know just out of curiosity. Long Yuan assured. Chapter 65. Bai Bingqing launches an expedition to question the culprit. Okay, since you can guarantee it, I'm not such a dishonest person. Su Chen nodded. I wonder if you saw me on the screen in the square? Of course. You're so interesting, how can I bear to look away? Long Yuan joked. I mean that. Su Chen said seriously. I saw it. What's wrong? Is there anything wrong? Long Yuan nodded. My beast, the one standing on 4 legs, is called the rock beast. It was transformed from the stone in the museum at that time. What? How is that possible? Long Yuan said in surprise. Are you kidding me? Long Yuan realized that this was impossible, and immediately spoke rudely. Why would I scare you? Besides, even if I wanted to scare you, I could have found a reliable reason. Su Chen spread his hands and showed an expression that said, Believe it or not. When Long Yuan saw Su Chen's expression, she immediately knew that Su Chen was not fooling her. That means what Su Chen said was true, and the stone beast was indeed transformed from that stone. But isn't that stone a dead object? How could a dead thing possibly hatch a beast? Long Yuan couldn't understand. Long Yuan still remembers the scene in the museum vividly. She had looked at the stone carefully, and there was indeed nothing wrong with it. It was just an ordinary stone that could not be more ordinary. Now you tell me that this stone comes alive, who can believe it? After calming down, Long Yuan looked at Su Chen. How did you find out that the stone was extraordinary? Now, this is what I want you to keep secret. That stone contains the blood of the Titans. Su Chen will never stop until he scare the dead. Long Yuan felt that Su Chen's words were like a bolt from the blue that struck her brain nerves. Titan blood, what the hell? Don't be ridiculous. The Titan bloodline has long been extinct. It's something that all the ancient families couldn't get, and you, a little guy, came across it in a museum? I really don't know whether to say you are lucky or we are unlucky. Hey! Su Chen had no choice, because he was the son of luck. It's just so incredible how lucky you are, what can you do? You have no way out, hey, are you angry? To Su Chen's surprise, Long Yuan did not refute him, but sat quietly thinking about something. Su Chen was a little curious and looked at Long Yuan. Do you believe it? Well, I believe it. Long Yuan nodded without looking at Su Chen. Well. Now it was Su Chen's turn to not believe it. Big sister, don't you think this Titan bloodline thing is even more ridiculous than the stone spirit that I just transformed into a rock beast? Su Chen whispered in Long Yuan's ear. Well, that's ridiculous. But it's the truth, isn't it? Long Yuan looked at Su Chen with a calm expression. Looking at Long Yuan's expressionless face, Su Chen felt inexplicably scared. Can you not be so serious? I'm a little scared. Su Chen protected his chest with his hands and hugged himself tightly. Does anyone else know about this? Long Yuan asked. What do you mean? Su Chen felt even more uneasy. Sister, if I say I haven't told anyone, are you planning to kill me to silence me? Hey, you can't be like that. Hey, Titan blood. This is a good thing. Friendship is worthless in front of Titan blood. There was a dangerous light flashing in Long Yuan's eyes. Su Chen regrets it so much now. If he had known that this thing was really that valuable, he would not have said anything. This Long Yuan is obviously not a good person. She really wants to kill herself. Suddenly, the tense atmosphere around them eased and Long Yuan returned to her normal state. Okay, don't worry. I, Long Yuan, am not such a person. Titan blood is indeed precious, but it doesn't belong to everyone who is strong. It depends on fate. Obviously, you have that fate, so you got it. But we don't have this destiny, so we try our best to look for it, but to no avail. Everyone has his own destiny. This thing cannot be forced, Long Yuyan said in a calm tone. Well, Suchin felt strange. Why did Long Yuyan's words sound so familiar? It sounds exactly like what a great monk in the previous life said. Good boy, only those who are destined will know. Is there Buddhism in this world? Big sister, why did you suddenly become so Buddhist? I am not used to it. Suddenly, Long Yuyan turned her head and stared at Suchin. Hey, little brother, I am becoming more and more interested in you. My feeling is right. You are the one with a big secret. Well, Suchin was speechless. You have the big secret, your whole family has the big secret. I, Suchin, am a serious person, how could I have a big secret? Haha, how do you know that? Suchin humbly asked for advice. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. This is a secret that belongs only to women. I call it the sixth sense. Long Yuyan raised her eyebrows and said. Suchin shut up instantly. Damn, this woman has a really strong sixth sense, and is really good at judging people. Suchin had nothing to say. I do have a big secret. In the face of this big secret, Titan blood is nothing. So Suchin would never reveal it. The golden soul bead is something that can definitely subvert the world. It was this thing that made him the son of luck. Without it, he would be nothing. On the contrary, whoever obtains the golden soul bead will be the next son of destiny. How could Suchin give up this identity? Suchin is destined to be the son of destiny. Suchin, why are you here? And who is she? Just as Suchin lowered his head in thought, an angry shout rang out. Suchin was startled. This voice is so familiar to me, how could I not recognize it? Long Yuyan beside her also had a sly smile on her face. Hey, your little girlfriend is here to call you to task. Suchin lowered his head and glared at Long Yuyan fiercely. Then he raised his head and looked at Bai Bingqin with embarrassment. Haha, Sister Qin, you're out too. Come and sit down. Suchin stood up and invited Bai Bingqin to her seat. That's right, please. Why are you here and not returning to the team? Bai Bingqin didn't buy Suchin's trick at all and asked directly. I'm lost. I plan to wait until they are all lined up and the situation is no longer chaotic before I look for our class. Suchin scratched his head and said awkwardly. Oh, you think I would believe it? You would get lost while displaying your divine power in the secret trial realm? Bai Bingqin is a person who doesn't even have punctuation marks. Really, I'm really lost. Suchin's explanation was somewhat weak, but that was the fact. Long Yuyan was gloating on the side. There is always someone better than you. I didn't expect Suchin to be so afraid of Bai Bingqin. Chapter 66, Be Loki. Oh, really? Well, I'll believe it for now. Then who is she? Bai Bingqin looked at Long Yuyan and asked. Don't tell me you don't know and you just met by chance. I want to hear the truth. Bai Bingqin ordered domineeringly. Sister Qin, let me introduce you, this is Long Yuyan. Then, Suchin looked at Long Yuyan again. This is Bai Bingqin, Commander Bai's daughter. Okay, you don't need to introduce her. I recognize her. I also know Commander Bai Tianlong. We were just chatting. Long Yuyan waved her hand. Do you know Commander Bai? It seems that this girl has a rather important background. From the looks of it, she doesn't even take Uncle Bai seriously. What kind of background does she have? Suchin thought to himself. Bai Bingqin also frowned at this moment. When ordinary people hear the name of their father, who dares not to give a good face? This guy is so casual, he must be from a big family. Long Yuyan looked at the two people's expressions and immediately knew what they were thinking. But she doesn't care. Bai Bingqin's expression changed again and then returned to normal. Hello, my name is Bai Bingqin. Bai Bingqin extended her hand towards Long Yuyan. It is not advisable to hit a smiling person, and Long Yuyan certainly would not offend Bai Bingqin. Reach out your hand. Long Yuyan. Now the two women know each other. How do you know her? Bai Bingqin looked at Suchin. It was just an accident. Last time I went to the Paleontological Museum, I accidentally bumped into her, and then we got to know each other, Suchin said lightly. Accident? I think you did it on purpose. You were looking at me while I was walking, right? Bai Bing was immediately unhappy. Also, you actually went to the museum. How come I didn't know about that? Why didn't you tell me? I could have gone with you. Bai Bingqin said angrily. Do I need to report to you when I go to the museum? Of course, Suchin couldn't say this, otherwise Bai Bingqin would make things difficult for him. Long Yuyan was laughing secretly on the side. She didn't expect Suchin to be so embarrassed. Didn't I forget that? Suchin said helplessly. Okay, this won't happen again. Remember to call me next time you go somewhere, Bai Bingqin ordered. Okay. What could Suchin say but to agree? Tools have no dignity, only obedience. Oh, by the way, Sister Qin Qin, are you lost too? Suchin asked curiously. You're lost. I came here to look for you. But you're having a great time chatting with others. Well, my aunt is still angry. Suchin shook his head helplessly. Let's go, what are you still sitting here for? Bai Bingqin pulled Suchin up and left. Suchin staggered due to being pulled, and then looked at Long Yuyan apologetically. Go! Long Yuyan smiled. Looking at the two people's backs as they left, Long Yuyan instantly restrained the smile on her face, her expression as calm as water. Miss, I am interested in this person. An old man in black appeared beside Long Yuyan at some point. And it seemed that the people around him could not see the old man in black who suddenly appeared. This boy is not simple, Long Yuyan said calmly. Oh, can you tell me about it? The old man in black immediately became interested. He has an ancient aura, and I can feel that this ancient aura is very ancient. Long Yuyan did not know that Suchin had Titan blood. This shows that Long Yuyan is still trustworthy. But Long Yuyan didn't lie. There is indeed an ancient aura about Suchin. Titan bloodline is also a kind of ancient bloodline, but Long Yuyan was not talking about this one, but another one. In addition to the aura of Titan bloodline, Suchin also has another ancient aura. Long Yuyan's identity is very special and her talent is extraordinary. The old man in black is very powerful, but he cannot be detected. However, Long Yuyan can sense it easily. There is no other reason, because Long Yuyan's beast-taming origin is also very extraordinary. High-level beast masters can resonate with each other. The beast within Long Yuyan's body obviously sensed the extraordinariness of the beast within Suchin's body, and thus informed Long Yuyan. Oh, is that so? No wonder. The old man in black, whose expression had been calm before, now showed a slight fluctuation. Ancient bloodline, murmured the old man in black. Although the ancient bloodline is not as advanced as the Titan bloodline. But in an era when Titan bloodline has not appeared, ancient bloodline is the rarest. Therefore, a beast master who can contract an ancient bloodline beast will naturally become extraordinary. As long as he doesn't die prematurely in the future, he will definitely become a giant of the human race. Mr. Mu, keep an eye on Suchin. If he has any news, report it to me immediately. You can also give him some help when necessary. Long Yuyan said. Yes. Mu Lao said respectfully. Then it turned into a puff of black smoke and disappeared. It's as if I've never been here before. Long Yuyan also stood up and left. She came here mainly to see Suchin. Now that she knew the answer, there was no need for her to stay any longer. With Bai Bingqin's leadership, Suchin quickly returned to the team. When Yang Ming saw Suchin coming back, his eyes lit up and he greeted Suchin with a smile. When the people in the team saw Suchin coming back, they all had complicated expressions. Who would have thought that his classmate would win first place in the martial arts exam? Suchin didn't care about their looks. After all, with their grades, even if they could eventually go to the beast-taming academy, they wouldn't be in the same school as me, and we would most likely have no intersection in the future. Okay. Yang Ming patted Suchin's shoulder with his big hand, his eyes full of admiration. Well done, you have brought honor to Jianhai No. 1 Middle School. Suchin, you will be a golden signboard of Jianhai No. 1 Middle School in the future. Yang Ming was very happy at this time. It's all thanks to the teacher's good teaching. Yeah, exactly the same words. Bai Bingqin rolled her eyes at Suchin. Hearing this, Yang Ming smiled even more happily and couldn't close his mouth. An hour passed. The teleportation array had been closed long ago. A total of 15 people from Su Chen's class took the exam, but when they gathered, 3 were missing. Needless to say, these 3 people are most likely to stay in the trial's secret realm, and not even their bodies are left behind. As mentioned before, security guards are not omnipotent. Most likely, security guards are just collecting corpses. Among the 3 missing people, one was Lu Hao, who had always been unhappy with Su Chen. Su Chen was also sighing. What's the point of shouting so loudly before if you don't have long to live? I, Su Chen, won't bother with you. There are plenty of people who can take care of you. Look, it's been taken care of by the giant beast. So, don't be too arrogant, be low-key. Chapter 67 by Bingqin's request. Yang Ming was also very sad that there were 3 fewer people in the class. But there is nothing that cannot be done. All we can do now is to comfort the families of the victims. I believe the school will do a good job in handling the aftermath of this incident. After everyone gathered, Yang Zhonghua came to the stage, spoke briefly, and then asked everyone to leave. After leaving the venue, Su Chen and the others returned to their respective residences. Before leaving, the head teacher Yang Ming said that we would take a day off today and return to school tomorrow. Su Chen said he had no objection. This arrangement is quite humane. After all, they had been in the trial's secret realm for a week, and everyone was mentally exhausted at the moment. If we were to arrange for a car to leave now, there would definitely be a lot of complaints. Now we can give you a good rest for a day, and then we can set off again the next day, and no one will complain. Even if some people are dissatisfied, they are only a minority and will not cause any trouble. Su Chen greeted Bai Bingqin, then returned to his room and fell on the bed to rest. Although I had enough rest in the secret realm. But I was so nervous inside that I couldn't rest well at all. It's not as comfortable as it is now. The next day, the bus arrived as scheduled, taking everyone to the train station they came from, taking the high-speed train back to the city, and then everyone went back home to find their mothers. The above statistical results are also out. During this trial and assessment, more than 500 people were left in the secret realm, hundreds of whom were seriously injured and unconscious, but fortunately, the security guards arrived in time and rescued them. Therefore, a total of nearly 1,000 people were reported killed in this trial and assessment. There are nearly 100,000 candidates, hundreds of universities, and thousands of classes. If this ratio is spread out evenly, each class will report a loss of approximately 1 student. There were 3 casualties reported in Su Chen's class, and none of them had even a trace left. This ratio is indeed a bit high. Su Chen even suspected that it was because he was the son of luck. It is said that wherever the son of luck goes, bad things will happen. Bah, what are you thinking? I'm a good boy, how could I possibly bring disaster? It's all their own fault, they were so careless. Su Chen denied himself. I am just a child of luck, not a moving jinx. The day and night drive passed quickly. Continued to get on the bus. This time the bus did not stop at the school, but took everyone home one by one in safe hands. Bai Bingqin originally wanted to take Su Chen to their home, but was politely declined by Su Chen. Bai Bingqin had no choice but to give up. The bus drove to Su Chen's house, waved to Bai Bingqin, and then got off the bus. When I arrived at my doorstep, I took out my key, turned the keyhole, opened the door, changed my shoes, and closed the door. The action is done in one go. Then Su Chen fell headfirst onto the sofa. Too tired. Basically, these 2 days were spent in the car, and my waist was sore, my legs were numb, and my feet were cramping. In a word, I feel uncomfortable everywhere. It felt like my whole body was falling apart. It's a pity that Su Chen doesn't know how to massage and adjust bones, otherwise he would have to learn it himself. As for now, Su Chen just wanted to lie down. After sleeping at home for a day and having something to eat, Su Chen received a call from Bai Bingqin. After answering the phone, Su Chen swallowed the bread in his mouth. Pig, are you awake yet? Bai Bingqin's pleasant voice came from the receiver of the mobile phone. I just got up. What instructions does Sister Chin have? Suchin took a sip of water to moisten his throat. I don't have any instructions. I'm just telling you not to forget to fill out your application online. Remember to fill in Holy Spirit College. Oh. Suchin nodded. If Bai Bingqin hadn't said it, he would have almost forgotten it. This application form needs to be filled in after the exam, and the application must be made online. By the way, do you have time now? Bai Bingqin asked. Yes. The exams are over. That's good. If you have time, come to the martial arts hall. It's the place I took you to last time. I'll wait for you at the door. Good. After saying that, Suchin hung up the phone. He put on his clothes, hailed a taxi at the door, and went straight to the beast-taming martial arts hall. After getting off the car and paying the fare, Suchin saw Bai Bingqin, who had been waiting for a long time. Morning, Sister Chin. Suchin greeted him. What do you want from me? And why do you have to come here? Coming here for the second time, Suchin still felt very shocked. Don't talk too much, just follow me. Bai Bingqin had no intention of explaining and pulled Suchin into the gym. The room has been booked in advance, so there is no need to go through the check-in procedures at the front desk. It's the same room as last time. Bai Bingqin took Suchin and walked in by swiping the card. You can tell me now, right? Suchin broke free from Bai Bingqin's restraints and rubbed his right arm. Bai Bingqin's hands were so strong that she pinched herself until it turned red. Bai Bingqin looked a little hesitant at the moment. Suchin looked puzzled after seeing this. What's wrong, Sister Chin? Why are you so coy? I don't miss you at all. Suchin, I came to you to ask you if you can evolve my beast once. Bai Bingqin, who has always been strong, also felt embarrassed at this moment. That's it. Suchin rolled his eyes. After all this trouble, it's just like that. You should just say no. You made me think something big had happened. Yes, that's it. I know this is your secret, but I will keep it a secret. Bai Bingqin raised her right hand and promised. Suchin rolled his eyes again. Hey, Sister Chin, should I say you are stupid or naive? How can you keep it a secret? Once you do this, you can't hide it from Uncle Bai's eyes. How experienced Bai Tianlong is. The salt you have eaten is salter than the bridge you have walked across. If anything happens to your own daughter, do you think you can hide it from Bai Tianlong? Hi, just tell me whether you will help or not. Bai Bingqin now realized how weak and feeble her promise was. But Bai Tianlong is his father, so he shouldn't say such nonsense. I will help you, of course. Sister Chin, you've already spoken, how could I not help you? Suchin didn't care either. The fact that I can help the beast evolve will be exposed sooner or later, it's just a matter of sooner or later. Now only those close to me know about it. Bai Tianlong might even help me cover it up after he finds out. The later you expose yourself, the better it will be for you. When the day comes when I can no longer hide the truth, maybe I have risen to prominence, and will no longer be afraid of those villains. Ha! I, Suchin, have never been inferior to anyone in my life. This is the self-confidence of the Son of Destiny, commonly known as mysterious self-confidence. Hey, I knew it, Xiaoqinzi, you're the best. Don't worry, my dad will never go out and talk nonsense. If he dares, I will sever the father-daughter relationship with him. Bai Bingqin immediately became happy. Don't! Suchin still hopes that Bai Tianlong can help him. Good man, if you cut off all ties with me, Bai Tianlong will still help me. It would be strange if he doesn't kill me. Chapter 68, A Good Evolutionary Route. Then help me take a look. As she spoke, Bai Bingqin released the Holy Light Beast and the Earth Dragon from the beast-taming bracelet. Suchin looked at the two beasts carefully. This was the first time he had seen the Earth Dragon, but he had never seen it before, so regardless of that for the moment, Suchin set his sights on the Holy Light Beast. Yeah, not bad, not bad. Sister Chin, your food is good. This Holy Light Beast is a lot bigger than the last time I saw it. Suchin commented. That's right. I won't treat my good friend badly. It's just that this guy eats too much. My pocket money is almost gone. Bai Bingqin felt a little pain in her heart. Your pocket money can last for a long time. Didn't he contract another ground dragon? This ground dragon is also a foodie, and the two guys are more greedy than each other. No matter how rich Bai Bingqin is, she can't afford it. Fortunately, she had her father to protect her, otherwise her private money would have been gone long ago. Ah, this? Su Qin curled the corner of his mouth. This Bai Bingqin is a well-known rich woman. Even rich ladies are complaining about being poor, so you can imagine how much these two guys eat. Comparing himself, Su Qin felt that he was extremely lucky. He had contracted 3 beasts in total. Among them, the little flame is an elemental creature that does not need to eat, but it is quite expensive to cultivate. The stone beast is made of stone and has the blood of the Titan. Its internal structure is different from that of ordinary beasts, so it does not need to eat. You only need to spend resources to feed it. The only one who eats is the army ant king. Although it is an ancient creature, it is also a living being of flesh and blood. Maintaining life activities requires energy supply. But how to say it? Although the army ant king needs to eat, it doesn't cost much. It can only be said that insects have a small appetite and are easy to feed. The rations I bought from the beast taming mall last time haven't been finished yet. It saves a lot of money, which makes Su Qin feel very comfortable. Sister Qin Qin, have you ever thought that your beast will be more edible after it evolves? Su Qin said dimly. This was obviously something Bai Bingqin had not expected. It's really expensive to raise a beast. Although eating was a problem, Bai Bingqin didn't worry about it for long. There is nothing to worry about. Compared with the improvement in strength, the weakness of having a big appetite is really nothing. As long as the strength can be improved, the appetite will be increased. Bai Bingqin would sell everything she had to ensure that her beast was well fed. Okay. Su Qin was just joking. I believe Bai Bingqin will not do anything stupid. Walking closer, Su Qin looked at the holy light beast carefully. To be honest, Su Qin had no idea whether this golden soul bead would work on other people's beasts. It would be embarrassing if it doesn't work. The boast has been made and it's hard to take it back. Fortunately, the golden soul bead did not disappoint Su Qin. In just a short while, Su Qin saw a picture of the evolution of the Holy Light Beast. Race, Holy Light Beast. Attribute, Light. Potential level, Holy Glory 9 stars. Bloodline, Ordinary. Level, Level 2, 6 stars. Skills, Holy Light Blast, Holy Light Cross Slash, Holy Light Blessing, Holy Light Shield. Article 1, Holy Light Beast Radiant Beast Aurora Beast Star Beast. Article 2, Holy Light Beast Flash Beast Aurora Spirit Light Saga Angel of Light Holy Light Queen. Article 3, Holy Light Beast Holy Light Little Dragon Beast Holy Light Tyrannosaurus Holy Light Horn Dragon Golden Eye Dragon Light Dragon Bright Dragon King Sun Beast. After seeing the evolution path of Holy Light Beast, Su Qin was shocked. Although there are only 3 evolutionary routes for Holy Light Beast, the last one is quite amazing. It can actually transform into a divine beast. Are there any mythical beasts in this world now? Su Qin didn't know, but he thought there shouldn't be any. Anyway, Su Qin had never heard of it. Since you've watched Holy Light Beast, why not watch Earth Dragon as well? I wonder what Sister Qin Qin's ground dragon will evolve into. Bai Bingqin looked at Su Qin nervously from the side. But Su Qin didn't care at all and turned to look at the ground dragon. The Earth Dragon also looked at Su Qin and exhaled hot air from his nose. Oh, he has quite a temper. This ground dragon is actually shy about strangers. But it doesn't matter, it's not your own baby, so just be polite if you feel shy. Observe this ground dragon carefully. The data and evolution path of the Earth Dragon also came into view. Race, Earth Dragon. Attribute, Earth. Potential level, Crystal 8 stars. Bloodline, Ordinary. Level, Level 2 4 stars. Skills, Earth Dragon Charge, Earth Dragon Shield, Earth Dragon Spikes. Only 3 skills? The potential level is only at the crystal level. The level is okay, it has been upgraded to the 2nd level, but it is not as high as the Holy Light Beast. This is a bit lame. This is because Su Qin's vision is too high. It's crystal level, and it's the 2nd stage, with 3 skills. It would be top-notch if it were put anywhere, and the price is sky-high. Only Bai Bing's biological father, Bai Tianlong, could get such a top-notch item for his daughter. If it were someone else, they would just be dreaming. Let me see the evolutionary route. The first, Earth Dragon Stone Dragon Stone Dragon. Second, Earth Dragon Earth Dragon Earth Dragon King Earth Dragon King. The third one, Earth Dragon Earthquake Dragon One-Horned Ankylosaurus Rhino-Horned Dragon Earth Vein Horned Dragon Earth Dragon Tyrant. Article 4, Earth Dragon Warrior Earth Rock Dragon Rock Mountain Dragon Earth Dragon Rock King Behemoth Lava Controller. Oh, for evolutionary routes, that's fine. Su Qin was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the Earth Dragon, which had not very good talent, actually had 4 evolutionary routes. It's just that the first 2 evolutionary routes don't seem to be very good. You can tell by just looking at the length. The short one is definitely not as good as the long one. If it were Su Qin, he would choose the longest one. Although Dragonite has many evolutionary paths, its ultimate potential cannot compare to that of Digimon. Su Qin can use the Golden Soul Beads to see how powerful these evolutionary paths will be when they reach their peak. All in all, the Earth Dragon is not as good as the Holy Light Beast. Seeing Su Qin nodding and shaking his head, Bai Bing became extremely anxious. Cho Chinzi, what happened? Can you evolve? Hey, don't be impatient. I just want to take a closer look. Su Qin came back to his senses. Did you look carefully? Bai Bingqin stared at Su Qin. I see clearly. Su Qin nodded. How about it? Bai Bingqin grabbed Su Qin's arm with an anxious look on her face. Very good, can eat and sleep, Su Qin blurted out. Su Qin. Bai Bingqin gritted her teeth and slapped Su Qin in the face. Oh, Sister Qin Qin, you are too cruel. Su Qin rubbed his head. Hurry up and tell me. Bai Bingqin looked as if she was going to beat you to death if you didn't tell her. Su Qin was so scared that he quickly confessed the truth. Very good. Your Lightmon and Earth Dragon both have very good evolutionary routes, but generally speaking, Earth Dragon cannot compare to Lightmon. After all, its quality is not as good as Lightmon. There is nothing we can do about it. Su Qin spread his hands. Chapter 69 Preparations Before Evolution. Tell me in detail, Bai Bingqin said seriously. Your Holy Light Beast detected 3 evolutionary routes, while the Earth Dragon detected 4. Wait, didn't you just say that Earth Dragon is worse than Holy Mon? How come Earth Dragon has 1 more route than Holy Mon? Bai Bingqin asked doubtfully. Hey, listen to me. Su Qin rolled his eyes at Bai Bingqin. Okay, go on. Bai Bingqin realized that she was too anxious and interrupted Su Qin. That's right. Although Digimon has 1 more evolutionary path than Digimon, overall, Digimon is inferior to Digimon. There are 3 evolutionary routes for Holy Lightmon. The first one is Holy Lightmon Radiantmon Auroramon Starmon. The second one is Holy Lightmon Flashmon Aurora Spirit Light Saga Angel of Light Holy Light Queen. The third one is Holy Lightmon Holy Light Dracomon Holy Light Tyrannosaurus Holy Light Horn Dragon Golden Eyes Dragon Light Dragon King Sun Divine Beast. There are 4 Earth Dragons. They are Earth Dragon Stone Armor Dragon Stone Armor Dragon, Earth Dragon King Earth Dragon King, Earth Dragon Unicorn Ankylosaurus Rhino Horn Dragon Earth Vein Horn Dragon Earth Dragon Tyrant, Earth Dragon Warrior Earth Rock Ankylosaurus Rocky Mountain Dragon Earth Dragon Rock King Behemoth Lava Controller. Both Holy Beast and Earth Dragon have the longest evolutionary path, but Earth Dragon can only evolve 6 times at most, while Holy Beast can evolve 7 times at most. If we count by number, then the more the better. And if we consider it in practical terms, the final evolution of Holy Lightmon is much stronger than the final form of Earth Dragon. After all, you see, it's the Sun Beast. The name sounds mighty and majestic. Although I don't know if it can eventually evolve into a divine beast, I think it shouldn't be bad. The more Su Qin spoke, the brighter Bai Bingqin's eyes became, and in the end they almost turned into a small light bulb. Su Qin knew that this touched Bai Bingqin's heart. Really? I know that my holy beast is the best. Even if it doesn't evolve into a divine beast in the end, I will be satisfied, Bai Bingqin said with satisfaction. Then Bai Bingqin looked at Su Qin. By the way, How many evolutionary routes does your little flame have? How many times can it evolve? Bai Bingqin is now extremely excited and is eager to know Su Chen's evolutionary path so that she can show off. Su Chen could naturally see it. But Su Chen didn't care. There was nothing that couldn't be said anyway, so it was good to make her happy. As long as you know that you are awesome, that's enough. My little flame has multiple evolutionary routes. I chose one of them. It can evolve about 7 times. Haha, not bad. Your little flame can actually evolve 7 times. Bai Bingqin patted Su Chen's shoulder with her big hand. Damn, that's pretty powerful. If Su Chen had not practiced before, he doubted whether he would have suffered internal injuries from these blows. After showing off for a while, Bai Bingqin suddenly realized something. That's not right. I remember your little flame's initial quality wasn't that good. What's going on? Why is your little flame's quality so much lower than my holy beast's, yet it can evolve the same number of times as my holy beast? Tell me, did you embezzle money? You deliberately didn't tell me the strongest route of my holy beast. Are you trying to hide it? Are you afraid that my holy beast will surpass your little flame? Tell me, is that right? Damn it, good intentions don't get rewarded. Su Chen was really impressed by this woman's imagination. How could she be so bold in thinking like that? I have already explained the evolutionary path in such detail. Why would I keep it to myself? How can I justify this? Finally, after Su Chen's much persuasion, Bai Bingqin finally let Su Chen go. I want to evolve my holy light beast and earth dragon now. How should I do it? Bai Bingqin did not forget the important matter. The purpose of coming here this time is not only to know the evolutionary path of the beasts under his command, but also to make the beasts under his command evolve successfully. It's simple. All you need is the materials. Su Chen straightened his collar, which had just been messed up by Bai Bingqin. Is it that simple? Bai Bingqin couldn't believe it. If a little bit of material is needed to evolve a beast, then even pigs can fly into the sky and beast masters won't be so eager for evolution. Of course it's not that simple. Mainly because not everyone can be like me. Su Chen pointed at himself. You. Are you special? It has 2 eyes and a mouth, and Bai Bingqin couldn't see anything special about it. TSK. The same material, in other people's hands, would just be food for the beast, but in my hands, it can turn decay into magic, allowing the beast to achieve self-sublimation and thus evolve. Do you think I'm special? Su Chen said arrogantly. Well, special. Let's get started. Bai Bingqin didn't feel anything and just wanted her beast to become stronger quickly. The secret trial realm really hit Bai Bingqin hard. We are all mortals, why are you, Su Chen, so strong while I can only watch silently from behind? I don't accept it, I also want to become stronger. What are you starting? Where are the materials? Big sis, where are your materials? Su Chen was speechless. Oh, sorry, I was so excited that I forgot. Bai Bingqin smiled sheepishly. Tell me what materials you need, and I'll have someone send them over right away. Bai Bingqin asked. I advise you to do this kind of thing yourself. I don't trust others to do it. Su Chen looked at Bai Bingqin dimly. 2. Bai Bingqin is not stupid. How can she let someone else do this kind of thing for her? Afterwards, Bai Bingqin took Su Chen to check out of the room and went straight to the beast taming mall. Su Chen knew how expensive the things in the beast taming mall were. But there were so many types of goods, and it didn't take long to gather all the materials needed to evolve the holy beast and the earth dragon. It's so cheap, you're not trying to trick me. Bai Bingqin looked at the materials she had obtained and the money she had spent, feeling a little bit unbelievable. The cost of this evolution was too low. Su Chen rolled his eyes at Bai Bingqin. This is the first evolution, it's a benefit. It won't be so comfortable when you evolve for the second time. Anyway, the further you go, the higher the cost of evolution. Later on, you won't be able to buy those materials even if you have money, you'll have to rely on your luck. Really? I see. Bai Bingqin nodded, not quite understanding. It was Bai Bingqin's first time, so she didn't have deep feelings about it. Su Chen is an old hand, so he naturally has a deep understanding of this. For example, when the little flame evolves into a flame wizard, the wizard map is needed, and the heart of the earth vein is needed for the next stage of evolution of the stone beast. Chapter 70 Holy Light Dragon Beast. This time, Bai Bingqin did not take Suqin to the beast taming gym. There are too many people there, it's unsafe and not confidential. Took Suqin back to his home. This time Suqin did not object. After all, it was serious business, so Suqin was not so pretentious. Today, only Bai Bing's mother Su Qingyan was present at Bai Bing's in-laws' home. As for Uncle Bai Bailong, it seemed that he was busy with military matters. Xiaoqin is here. Have you eaten yet? Bai's mother Su Qingyan saw Suqin coming and greeted him with a smile. Hello, Auntie. Suqin greeted politely. Mom, I'm back. Bai Bing was much more casual. After saying hello, he directly pulled Suqin into his room. Hey, this kid is really becoming more and more disrespectful, Su Qingyan said angrily. Then I just ignored them and went to cook. This is what a virtuous wife is like, she can do both housework and housework. Su Qingyan can be said to be a good wife to Bai Tianlong. After so many years of marriage, Bai Tianlong has never had to worry about the family, and the couple is still very much in love. Sometimes Bai Bing would get goosebumps when she saw her parents being so affectionate, and then she would exaggerate and say, "They are already an old married couple, who are you acting for?" Then Bai Bingqin would be looked down upon by both his parents. I can't stand it. After entering the bedroom, Bai Bingqin couldn't wait to look at Suqin. Her eyes looked as if she wanted to eat Suqin. Sister Qin, don't get excited. I'm scared by the look in your eyes. Suqin hid in the corner like a little lamb. Stop talking nonsense, hurry up, don't force me to do it. Bai Bingqin punched the table with her little pink fist, making things on the table clang. Okay, I'll be right there, don't worry. Suqin picked out all the materials and arranged them accordingly. This one belongs to the Holy Light Beast, and this one belongs to the Earth Dragon. 2 beasts, each with 12 materials. On average, one beast tamer requires 6 kinds of materials, which is a little more than when Little Flame first evolved. Suqin didn't know the reason either. Because Suqin has obtained the Golden Soul Bead, but he still hasn't figured out its origin and is still in a state of groping. Which one comes first? Suqin looked at Bai Bingqin. Let's go with the Holy Light Beast first, Bai Bingqin said without hesitation. Can. It only takes 5 kinds of materials to evolve Holy Beast, which means that it takes 7 kinds of materials to evolve Earth Dragon, which is really a lot. Among the 5 materials required for evolution, the most important material is a crystal core with light attributes, and it must be of the 5th level. This thing is sold at a relatively high price in the market. But Suqin had dug a treasure cave in the troll forest before, and just happened to have this thing in it, plenty of it, so he saved money directly. Money is something that should be saved and spent. Especially in this world of beast control, there are so many places to spend money. You have to save some money. The evolutionary process is crude and simple. Let the Holy Light Beast eat all the materials into its mouth directly, and finally communicate with the Golden Soul Bead in its mind to make it take effect. After all the materials were swallowed by the Holy Light Beast, the exciting, oh no, it should be the scene that Bai Bingqin was looking forward to happened. The Holy Light Beast was wrapped in dazzling white light, making it impossible for people to open their eyes. The dazzling white light passed through the crack in the door and spread outside, even startling Bai's mother who was cooking in the kitchen. What's going on? What are these 2 kids doing in the room? Bai's mother looked at the white light in confusion. Qin, what are you and Xiaoqin doing in there? What's so bright? Oh, it's okay. Xiaoqin and I are doing an experiment. It's okay, Mom. Go ahead and do your work. Bai Bingqin's voice came from inside the room. Only when she heard her daughter's voice did Bai's mother feel relieved. From the sound of my daughter's voice, it didn't sound like anything was wrong. The children are all grown up and have their own little secrets. Mother Bai can't control too much and just let things take their course. So Bai's mother went back to the kitchen and started cooking. What's going on? Nothing will happen, right? Bai Bingqin looked at the Holy Light Beast wrapped in white light with concern. Don't worry. It's okay, it's just a little white light, it's a normal operation. I guarantee that your holy light beast will evolve successfully when the time comes, Suchin said, patting his chest. Hearing this, Bai Bingqing finally felt relieved and looked at the holy light beast that was in the process of evolution with anticipation. I say, Sister Qin Qin, do you want to keep staring at me? Suchin said with a strange look on his face. Well, what else? It's the first evolution, so of course I have to keep a close eye on it. Bai Bingqing nodded. All right. Just keep an eye on it. I'm going to go out and get something to eat. This evolution won't stop for a few hours, so just watch slowly. After saying that, Suchin walked out. What? A few hours? This stinky Chinzi can't speak clearly. I thought he was evolving very quickly. Bai Bingqing looked at Suchin's departing back with an angry look on her face. Then he decisively opened the door and walked out. What a joke! She can stare for more than 10 minutes, but after several hours, her eyes would probably be dry. Wouldn't it be nice to go out and play some games, eat some snacks, and drink some drinks? It was almost noon when Suchin and Bai Bingqing returned. So it's time for lunch now. Seeing Suchin coming out, Bai's mother directly invited him to come over for lunch. Suchin was not polite. After saying thank you, he quickly brought out all the dishes from the kitchen, then filled a bowl of rice and started eating. Suchin, where's mine? Bai Bingqing looked at the dining table and saw that there was no portion for her. You have to be in the pot and serve yourself if you want to eat. Bai's mother came out of the kitchen with food in her hand and said, Snort! Bai Bingqing glared at Suchin fiercely, then went into the kitchen angrily. After dinner, Suchin and Bai Bingqing lay on the sofa and watched TV for a while to digest the food. It was not until the afternoon that Suchin looked at the time and felt that it was about time. After entering the bedroom, the holy light beast was still surrounded by white light. At this time, the holy light beast had been evolving for nearly 5 hours. Suchin felt that it should be about the right time. It had only taken about 3 or 4 hours for his little flame to evolve. Another hour passed, and just when Bai Bingqing was getting impatient, the holy light beast finally responded. The white light dissipated, and a yellow and white creature with a cute appearance, a sharp horn on its head, and standing on 2 feet appeared in front of Suchin and Bai Bingqing. This is the evolved Holly Lightman, now named Holly Light Dragon. It is about 1.5 meters tall, about the same height as Little Flame, but it seems it can't fly. Can only walk on the ground. From this point of view, Holy Light Dragon is not as good as Little Flame. Chapter 71 The Desire of the Soul. Race: Holy Light Dragon Beast. Attribute: Light. Potential level: Holy Glory 9 stars. Bloodline: Ordinary. Level: Level 2, 7 stars. Skills: Holy Light Burst Claw, Holy Light Shield, Furious Cross Slash, Angry Dragon Tail Flick, Holy Light Shockwave, Holy Light Shelter. Oh, 6 skills, epic enhancement. But why is the potential level still not improved? Even the strength level has only increased by 1 star. Is the gap with Little Flame so big? Suchin couldn't understand why there was such a big difference in the same evolution. Is it because he is not his own beast, not his biological son, that he treats him differently? Suchin thought about it and thought it was possible. After all, the golden soul bead is actually inside one's body. And your own beast can establish a connection with your body, so it is understandable that it is stronger. That's the only explanation. Although Suchin had some doubts, Bai Bingqing didn't know. Bai Bingqing was in a very good mood at the moment. She held the Holy Light Dragon Beast and looked at it left and right, refusing to let go no matter what. In other words, Bai Bingqing is the master of the Holy Light Dragon Beast, otherwise the Holy Light Dragon Beast would have to claw Bai Bingqing. Wow, Suchin, you are awesome! You really evolved successfully, and you have gained 2 more skills. Bai Bingqing checked the attributes of Holy Light Dragonmon, and found out intuitively that Holy Light Dragonmon had 2 more skills. Not only are there more skills, but some of the original skills have been directly replaced with more powerful skills. From Suchin's perspective, the upgraded Holy Light Beast has now become a powerful melee beast, taking the melee route, which is different from the route taken by Little Flame. Little Flame is an invincible mage who can destroy the world. In fact, There is no definitive answer as to whether the mage is stronger or the warrior is stronger. Each has its own advantages and disadvantages. Although the mage has high damage and a large range, it consumes a lot of mana and is very fragile. It cannot be approached. Once approached, it becomes a sitting duck and can be slaughtered at will. The warrior has high melee damage and a thick health bar, so he can resist damage, but his weakness is also very obvious. His arms are not long enough. When encountering someone who is flexible in movement and has a lot of displacement, it is difficult to help. But nothing is absolute. Comparing the current Holy Light Dragonmon with Little Flame, it would definitely be killed instantly. Unfortunately, there is really no solution to the Little Flame. Because it is an elemental body, ordinary physical attacks have no effect on the small flame. Only magic can defeat magic. And the small flame consumes very little mana. As mentioned before, without talking about Su Chen's attack buff, CD reduction buff and low mana consumption buff, just talking about the small flame itself, the consumption is very low. When the little flame launches an attack, it does not directly consume the spiritual power in its body, but instead uses the spiritual power in its body to communicate with the fire element in the air to launch the attack. Based on this point alone, the consumption of the little flame is extremely low, not to mention Su Chen's buff and the so-called beast-taming armor mentioned by Bai Bingqin. Of course, Su Chen would not say it out loud to spoil the fun at this time. He is not a fool. He knows how to say the right thing according to the situation. Su Chen has some emotional intelligence. Just let Bai Bingqin be happy alone. After being happy for a while, Bai Bingqin turned her attention to the ground dragon again. Hey, be a good person to the end, send the Buddha to the west, and evolve my ground dragon as well. Bai Bingqin begged with a smile. No, it's too late today. Who knows how long it will take? Let's do it tomorrow. Considering that the evolution time was too long, Su Chen decided to delay it until tomorrow. Bai Bingqin thought about it and nodded in agreement. Okay, tomorrow is tomorrow. Don't leave tonight. Get up early tomorrow and evolve directly. Su Chen nodded and agreed. It's another day of staying at Bai Bingqin's house. Uncle Bai seemed to have something to do, and would not be back for dinner that night. So there were only Bai's mother, her daughter, and Su Chen at home that night. Xiao Chen! Don't leave tonight! Bai's mother asked while eating. Yeah. Su Chen spoke incoherently while eating his rice. That's great! I'll get you a blanket tonight. Bai's mother's eyes lit up. Su Chen didn't come to our house very often, and he stayed there even less often. Bai's mother liked Su Chen from the bottom of her heart. She even wished that Su Chen could live in her home every day. When you heard that Su Chen was going to stay overnight today, do you think Bai's mother wouldn't be happy? Before the meal was finished, Bai's mother hurriedly left the table and went to tidy up the guest room. Su Chen was flattered, but he had no choice but to give up because he couldn't persuade Bai's mother. Humph, my mother treats you better than she treats me. Seeing how nice her mother was to Su Chen, Bai Bingqin felt a little jealous. Hey, how could that be? Aunt Bai was so warm and hospitable back then, how could she not love you, her own daughter? Knowing that Bai Bingqin was being petty, Su Chen did not provoke her. Instead, he went along with what she said and even picked up a piece of food for Bai Bingqin. Bai Bingqin's complexion looked a little better. Look how good I am at dealing with people. At night, Bai Bingqin did not stay in Su Chen's guest room again, but slept in her own bedroom. The main reason was that her Holy Lightmon had evolved and looked very cute. Bai Bingqin couldn't resist the temptation of such a big human-shaped pillow, so she simply abandoned Su Chen and held on to the Holy Light Dragon. Bai Bingqin held Little Dragonmon and chattered all night, turning Little Dragonmon into an emo. Why didn't I realize before that my master is so talkative? His little mouth keeps chattering like a machine gun. Su Chen is still better. Compared with Bai Bingqin, Su Chen is much more serious. At this time, Xiaolongmen was a little bit eager to change a host. Su Chen is a good guy, he looks mature and steady. Our little dragon beast is a dragon beast that can do great things. If you want to do great things, you have to follow a wise leader. Obviously, Su Chen is the wise leader. If Bai Bingqin knew about this, she would beat Su Chen half to death. This stinky pig actually dared to steal my women. He must be tired of living. Suchin next door did not sleep either, but practiced instead. In the past, there were no conditions and no way to practice. I could only work for 3 days and rest for 2 days. Now that we have the conditions, if we don't work hard, how can justice prevail? The main reason is that Suchin is now a little addicted to improving his strength. The spiritual energy flows through one's tendons and veins, making one feel tingling and numb, constantly stimulating one's body cells. One's physical fitness is slowly improving at a speed visible to the naked eye, which is simply irresistible. This is the leap of life. Every living being yearns for a leap in its own life, to break free from the shackles of genes and enter another vast world. This is a desire from the soul, an innate thought of human beings. Just as humans are born longing for the sky. The more you can't get it, the more you desire it. Chapter 72 Dragon Egg. No words were spoken that night. In the blink of an eye, it was the next day. Early in the morning, Bai Bingqin came to Suchen's door and knocked loudly. "Smelly Suchen, get up, the sun is shining on your butt." Bai Bingqin obviously couldn't wait any longer and wanted to evolve the ground dragon quickly. Suchen was awakened by the huge noise and a trace of helplessness appeared on his face. "Fortunately, I stopped practicing early and just meditated with my eyes closed to relax. Otherwise, if something like this happened while he was practicing, Suchen was really afraid that he would go astray. Hey, it seems that I can't just enter the training state casually next time. Otherwise, it will be troublesome if something really happens." Shaking his head, Suchen stood up and opened the door. "I'm here. Stop knocking. I'm almost breaking your door." After opening the door, Bai Bingqin rushed in a very ungraceful manner. "What are you dawdling for? Hurry up, the sooner you evolve, the easier it will be." Bai Bingqin released the earth dragon. "What are you doing? The materials are in your room, I don't have any on me. Besides, it's only what time is it? I haven't even had breakfast yet." Suchen was speechless. "It's just past 5 o'clock. Bai's mother hadn't gotten up yet and breakfast hadn't been made yet, so Suchen was very hungry. Men at this age are in the period of growth and need a lot of nutrition. I would be so hungry if I didn't eat. Didn't you see that Suchen didn't forget to bring a pot when he took the exam? You won't starve to death if you don't eat. Hurry up and evolve. Once you're done, I'll treat you to a feast." Bai Bingqin waved her hand and paid for Suchen's breakfast. "Really? That's a deal." Suchen became interested. With a big picture in mind, I worked extra hard. He ran excitedly to Bai Bingqin's bedroom, picked up the materials, then returned to his own room, fed the materials to the earth dragon one by one, and then communicated with the golden soul bead in his mind to let it start evolving. "Done. Now just wait." The ground dragon has entered a dormant state at this time, which means that evolution has begun. It seems that the state presented by each beast when it evolves is different. For example, the holy light beast is glowing all over, while the Terran is just in a dormant state. Suchen felt that if it was in a sleeping state, then the evolution time should not be short. Of course, this is just Suchen's guess, and it is hard to say whether it is true or not. "Please put the earth dragon into the beast taming bracelet. The earth dragon is not as big as the holy light beast. It is big enough by itself. After evolving, it may be even bigger. This room is too small. I'm afraid it can't fit in." Suchen recalled the appearance of the stone beast after it evolved last time in his home. "Oh my god, I almost poked a hole in the ceiling. Putting it in the beast tamer bracelet won't affect its evolution, right?" Bai Bingqin said worriedly. "It shouldn't have any impact." Suchen shook his head. "To put it simply, the beast taming bracelet is just a huge space for placing the beast tamer. It is essentially no different from a room. So evolving it inside is the same as evolving it outside." Suchen expressed his guess. "All right." Bai Bingqin thought it made sense, so she put the earth dragon back into the beast taming bracelet. Suchen was right. What if the earth dragon became too big to fit in the room after its evolution? So it was better to take it back in advance. "Done! Let's go. My mom hasn't gotten up yet. So there's no breakfast. I'll treat you to a meal outside." Bai Bingqin clapped her hands and said, "That's a good feeling." Suchen's eyes lit up. "Going out to eat is great. I, Sue, love going out to eat the most. After Bai Bingqin left a note for her mother on the table, she took Suchin out. The place that Bai Bingqin took Suchin to was a famous place for the rich people in the area to have morning tea. The decoration is really exquisite, the food is really delicious, and it is really damn expensive. Anyway, Suchin was amazed at the price of the morning tea and ate slowly. I was afraid that Yu Beiji would come and eat the ginseng fruit, which would be a huge loss. After finishing breakfast tea, Suchin wiped his mouth, and Bai Bingqin stood up and went to pay. Suchin didn't say anything like, "I'll pay for it." There's no need for that. There's no need for false politeness between them. It will be the same if you go somewhere else, and then invite them back. After paying and leaving the morning tea shop, the two had no intention of going back and just went shopping outside. To be honest, accompanying Bai Bingqin shopping was the first time for a grown-up girl to ride in a sedan chair. Suchin didn't know what Bai Bingqin was like when she went shopping. I don't know if it's as Suchin heard, just looking without buying is really just pure shopping. Fortunately, it was not what Suchin thought. Bai Bingqin goes shopping with a purpose. She already has an idea in mind. If she sees something she likes, she buys it. If she doesn't like it, she moves on to the next store without any hesitation. There is no need for Suchin to carry the bag or anything like that. There is a beast-taming bracelet. Even more pretentious than Suchin. Suchin also bought a few clothes and pants for himself. These are all necessities, and everything I have is old. They say a new year brings new hope, and the start of school also brings new hope to me. It will be more decent to wear a new set of clothes when school starts than an old set. Everyone buys their own clothes and pays for themselves. I'm just so willful. After shopping for the whole morning, I had a quick lunch at the restaurant. Bai Bingqin sat in her seat, communicating with the beast-taming bracelet with faith, her pretty brows slightly wrinkled. Suchin, why aren't you ready yet? You started evolving at 5 in the morning, and it's already 12 o'clock, 7 hours have passed. Bai Bingqin said in a low voice. I'm not sure how long the evolution will take, but as long as there's nothing wrong with the beast's body, then it's fine. Just wait quietly. Suchin had no idea what to do about this. Suchin had never seen a dragon like the earth dragon that took so long to evolve for the first time. Because of the 3 beasts under his command, Little Flame evolved twice, and the other 2 evolved once each, a total of 4 times, and none of them was as long as the earth dragon. So Suchin didn't quite understand what was going on. But I think it shouldn't be impossible to evolve. Although the origin of the golden soul bead is very mysterious, and Suchin can't figure it out, it is still very reliable when doing things. Since the golden soul bead has been used, there will be absolutely no problem. Now that the evolution time is long, it should be just that the physique, qualifications and potential of each beast are different, so individual evolution will cause different differences. Wait a little longer. At this moment, a cocoon made up of countless white silk threads suddenly appeared around the earth dragon and Bai Bingqin's bracelet, and then the cocoon slowly hardened to form a hard shell. The ground dragon was now wrapped in this hard shell. At this time, the ground dragon miraculously turned into a dragon egg. Chapter 73 Hatching in Progress. In the Bai family yard. Suchin and Bai Bingqin appeared here. Then, under Suchin's gaze, Bai Bingqin carefully placed the dragon egg transformed from the ground dragon on the lawn. Oh my, this is incredible! Your earth dragon is quite good at giving people surprises. Suchin gently stroked the dragon egg. With my fingertips I could faintly feel the slight beating inside the dragon egg. The dragon egg transformed by the ground dragon is quite large, 1.5 meters high, and nearly 2 meters long. Even Suchin had never seen such a big dragon egg in the movies and TV shows in his previous life. I've never seen a dragon egg in my life. Bai Bingqin was also very curious about this dragon egg. Me too. Suchin also chuckled. Quick, take some pictures so we can commemorate this. Uncle Bai may not have seen this thing. Suchin reminded. Oh. Bai Bingqin ran back to the room, and when she came out, she had a professional camera in her hand. He took a lot of photos of Suchin and the dragon egg. Then he handed the camera to Suchin and stood next to the dragon egg. When it comes to photography, Suchin is also professional. After adjusting the camera parameters and aiming it at Bai Bingqin, several beautiful photos appeared on the camera screen. Yeah, not bad, not bad. Bai Bingqin was very satisfied with the photos taken by Su Chen. As expected of this lady, she is really naturally beautiful. Just when the two were having a great time playing with the dragon egg in the yard, the sound of a car was heard at the door, followed by a bang, and the car door was closed. My dad is back! Bai Bingqin suddenly reacted. After a while, Bai Tianlong and Bai Mu came to the backyard and saw the two people in the small yard and the very conspicuous dragon egg at a glance. On the sofa in the living room, Bai Tianlong sat in the main seat, with his mother beside him. Sitting below were Su Chen and Bai Bingqin. Bai Tianlong looked at Su Chen carefully, then looked at his daughter, and then asked, So according to what you said, the dragon egg was transformed from your earth dragon. And Su Chen, you have the ability to make the beast evolve anytime and anywhere, right? Bai Bingqin and Su Chen looked at each other, then nodded at the same time. Seeing that the two did not deny it, Bai Tianlong's eyes were full of complexity, and his thoughts were swirling in his heart, like a raging wave. As for Bai's mother, she didn't have so many thoughts. She just looked at Su Chen and became more and more satisfied. That look was clearly the way a mother-in-law looks at her son-in-law. Su Chen felt uncomfortable seeing this. It was because the aggression in Bai's mother's eyes was too strong and Su Chen couldn't stand it. Fortunately, Bai Bingqin was there to accompany him, otherwise Su Chen would have to dig a crack in the ground and crawl into it to avoid the limelight. Pushing Bai Tianlong, who had a complicated look in his eyes, Bai's mother said, Okay, it's just the evolution of the beast. Why are you taking it so seriously? You've scared the child. It's almost time for dinner. I've already prepared the meal. Wash your hands and come over to eat. Having said that, Bai's mother got up and went into the kitchen. Su Chen and Bai Bingqin looked at each other and decided to run away decisively. Only Bai Tianlong was left sitting on the sofa thinking about life. In the evening, the atmosphere at the dinner table was eerily strange. Bai Bingqin, who is usually carefree and unrestrained, also followed Su Chen's example and ate her meal tonight. Su Chen was still the same as before, not saying a word, eating when there were vegetables and eating when there were rice. Bai Tianlong was also eating absent-mindedly. He was obviously thinking about something and had no interest in eating. The only normal person in the family was Bai's mother, who was inviting everyone to eat. From time to time, he would put some dishes into Su Chen and Bai Bingqin's bowls. There was less wine in Bai Tianlong's cup, so Bai's mother took the initiative to pour more wine into it. In short, it seemed that only Bai's mother was satisfied with this dinner, while the others were like puppets, mechanically following the fixed program set in their minds. Bai Bingqin suddenly spoke, interrupting the weird atmosphere at the dinner table. What's wrong? Asked Bai's mother. Su Chen and Bai Tianlong also turned their eyes to Bai Bingqin. Bai Tianlong's eyes were filled with 7 parts concern and 3 parts inquiry. Su Chen looked at Bai Bingqin and made some guesses. Bai Bingqin felt a little embarrassed by the gazes of the 3 people, and lowered her head and whispered, My ground dragon is about to hatch. Sure enough. Su Chen nodded. It was not beyond his expectations. Bai Tianlong's eyes lit up after hearing this. To be honest, Bai Tianlong has lived for so many years, and as the commander of the military, he must have seen all kinds of storms. He had seen things like evolution many times in his life. But this was the first time he encountered human-guided evolution, so Bai Tianlong became interested. I want to see the difference between accidental evolution and evolution actively guided by humans. Mother Bai also smiled and said, That's good news. If it can hatch, it means your ground dragon has evolved successfully. Come on, take it out and let your father see it. Blue smoke. Bai Tianlong looked at Bai Mu helplessly. Bai's mother covered her mouth and chuckled. Okay, Qin, since it's about to hatch, just take it out and let your father open his eyes. Bai Tianlong is a good man who loves his wife, so he just followed what Bai Mu said. This? Bai Bingqin glanced at Su Chen. Su Chen's eyes looked at the nose, and his nose looked at the heart. It's none of my business. Your dad has spoken, so why are you looking at me? Aren't you just causing me trouble? Sure enough, Bai Tianlong looked at Su Chen with unfriendly eyes. This little bastard is really capable. It has only been a short time, and my precious daughter doesn't even listen to me, her biological father, but listens to you, a bad boy. I still have to look at your mood when doing things. You little bastard, just wait, you'd better not fall into my hands, otherwise I will make you pay for it. Su Chen felt the murderous aura coming from Bai Tianlong and was so frightened that he dared not breathe. He could only lower his head and eat to hide his nervousness. Even though there was nothing in Su Chen's bowl, it was completely empty, cleaner than if it had been licked by a dog. No one knew what Su Chen was picking up. Under the table, Su Chen kicked Bai Bingqin, signaling her to agree quickly, otherwise she would be unable to hold on. Bai Bingqin got the hint and quickly nodded in agreement. In the living room, the extra sofa chairs had been moved away by Bai Tianlong, leaving only the giant dragon egg in the middle. 4 people, 8 pairs of eyes, were all staring at the constantly moving dragon egg. With a click, a crack suddenly appeared on the surface of the dragon egg, and then the crack turned into a fissure. As time went by, the cracks on the dragon egg became larger and larger, and there were more and more cracks. After a while, the dragon egg showed dense cracks like a spider web. Chapter 74, Rotten in the Stomach. After a while, as the cracks on the dragon egg increased, the eggshells began to fall off the dragon egg. Then, a large head popped out of the dragon egg. Then 4 dragon claws stretched out from the broken eggshell. Immediately afterwards, the eggshell was violently torn open by the Earth Dragon, and the evolved Earth Dragon Warrior made a brilliant appearance. The newly hatched Earth Dragon Warriors were covered with a layer of transparent mucus, but fortunately the mucus did not smell bad. Moreover, the surface skin of the Earth Dragon Warrior is also constantly absorbing this layer of mucus on the body surface. Looking at everyone present, the Earth Dragon Warrior shook his head, and then in front of everyone, he ate all the broken dragon egg shells on the ground. As the eggshell entered the Earth Dragon Warrior's stomach, the aura on his body suddenly surged. This opened the eyes of Bai Bingqin, Su Chen and Bai's mother who were present. Only Bai Tianlong nodded, showing an expression that said, as expected. He had heard before that giant dragons would eat the eggshells after hatching. The eggshell of a dragon egg contains enormous energy. By eating the eggshell, the newly hatched dragon can grow rapidly and its strength will increase dramatically. Now it seems that this rumor is not groundless, but is true. As he thought about it, Bai Tianlong developed a strong interest in the Earth Dragon Warrior. At the same time, I looked at my daughter and felt such a blessing. I have lived for most of my life to have the privilege of seeing this scene, but my daughter has only lived for a few years. Her experience is almost catching up with mine. Especially Su Chen. Bai Tianlong looked at Su Chen. There was 3 parts of appreciation, 3 parts of affirmation, 3 parts of curiosity, and 3 parts of complexity in his eyes. Alas, I can only say that human emotions are the most complicated things in the world. Even the most sophisticated instruments in the world cannot measure a person's inner emotions. After eating the eggshells, the Earth Dragon Warrior suddenly grew taller, a head taller than the tallest white dragon present. You have to know that Bai Tianlong was a military man, and his height of 1.9 meters makes him stand out like an iron tower among chickens. Su Chen's height was not considered short, but every time he stood in front of Bai Tianlong, his aura unconsciously became a little shorter. Really, 1.9 meters tall and a wall, anyone who sees it would be scared. Today's Earth Dragon Warrior is taller than Bai Tianlong. With a height of more than 2 meters, Bai Tianlong can only look up at him. The muscles in his body moved, his hind legs lengthened, and the Earth Dragon Warrior stood up in the surprised gaze of everyone. Su Chen looked surprised. I didn't expect that after the ground dragon evolved into a ground dragon warrior, it could actually walk upright like humans. By this calculation, after Sister Qiqin's 2 beasts evolved, they would both be upright dragon human giants. The holy light dragon beast walks upright, and now the Earth Dragon Warrior does the same. It must be said that Bai Bingqin is really lucky. The standing Earth Dragon Warrior was even taller, over 3 meters tall. Fortunately, Bai Tianlong's villa is big enough and the ceiling of the living room is 5 meters high, otherwise it might not be able to accommodate the Earth Dragon Warriors. The Earth Dragon Warrior has muscular body covered with a layer of khaki scales. Each scale is very thick, like steel. The thick tail was dragged behind it, and as it swung, a faint sound of breaking through the air was made. The dark brown eyes were without a trace of emotion, as if looking down upon everything. Only when he looked at Bai Bingqin did the expression in his eyes change slightly. If the white dragon is a wall, then the earth dragon warrior looks like a standing human tank from a distance, giving people a visual impact, unstoppable and indestructible. Wow! Su Chen looked up at the earth dragon warrior, who was more than 3 meters tall, and his neck became sore from looking at it. You're damn tall, you deserve the name of earth dragon warrior. If you were given a sword, you'd look even more like one. Really? That's great. I'll get it a knife when I get home. Bai Bingqin took this sentence to heart. Forget it, it's either fish nor fowl. Su Chen shook his head, not optimistic. I like it, it's none of your business. Bai Bingqin ignored Su Chen and continued to do as she pleased. Okay, it's up to you. Su Chen didn't hesitate anymore. If I give you a knife and you can't use it, you will just put it down obediently. Race, Earth Dragon Warrior. Attribute, Earth. Potential level, Star 8. Bloodline, Ordinary. Level 2, 6 stars. Skills, Earth Dragon Punch, Earth Dragon Shield, Earth Dragon Tail Flick, Rock Transformation, Earth and Earth Torrent. The original 4 skills have become 5 skills. The Earth Dragon Shield has not changed, and the other skills have all been replaced. It looks like it has become a melee fighter, but it is more inclined to defense. From what I've seen, when Sister Qin Xin can contract a third beast, it will have to be a long-range attack type like a mage. I don't know what Sister Qin Xin will choose. Su Chen thought to himself. Here, Su Chen is not the only one with vision, Bai Tianlong can see it as well. As for Bai Bingqin, I don't know whether she has noticed this problem at the moment. It is very likely that he noticed it, but because he was too happy, Su Chen couldn't see it. It is also possible that Bai Bingqin is not aware of it at all. But Su Chen is more inclined to the former. In fact, this is true. Bai Bingqin discovered in the secret realm of trial that there is a huge gap between herself and Su Chen. It's not just the difference in strength, but also in the means of attack. My own beast lacks the ability to attack over a large area. Although the single target attack is very powerful, if there are many behemoths besieging it, the skill will not be enough and it lacks the ability to clear the field in an instant. This situation is very deadly on the battlefield. Bai Bingqin is not the kind of person who does not value her life, so she had a plan in place long ago and invited Su Chen to help her beast evolve. However, for now, the evolution has only enhanced the survivability of the beasts under Bai Bingqin's command, and there is still no large-scale clearing skill. But it doesn't matter. Being able to evolve is a good thing. Bai Bingqin is already very happy. At worst, I can try my best to practice hard and increase my mental strength so that I can contract the third beast as soon as possible. After everyone had admired the charm of the Earth Dragon Warrior, Bai Tianlong asked Bai Bingqin to take it away. At night, Su Chen still lived in Bai Bingqin's house. There have been a lot of things going on these days, so I have to do this. It will probably be difficult to do this in the future. At night, Bai Tianlong did not mention anything about evolution. It was as if this incident had never happened. Su Chen guessed that Uncle Bai must have his own thoughts and intended to keep it a secret for him. That's good. With such a strong backer like Bai Tianlong, we won't be restricted in helping the beasts evolve in the future. In fact, Bai Tianlong really thought so. Is the ability to actively help the beast evolve terrifying? Of course it's scary. But Su Chen is one of us, and as the saying goes, one who is close to the water gets the moon first. Bai Bingqin is a good example. This matter just rotted in my stomach. Chapter 75 Bai's Mother's Attitude. The next morning, Su Chen said goodbye. Bai Bingqin insisted on coming out to see him off, and Su Chen did not refuse. The two walked on the road. Bai Bingqin was in a good mood and hummed a little tune all the way. Su Chen was thinking about the problem. There are still 2 months left before reporting to Holy Spirit College. These 2 months cannot be wasted like this. This is a great opportunity to improve your strength. After I went to the academy, although I also focused on cultivation, I couldn't have such free time. Su Chen thought that the strength of his 3 beasts had almost improved, and now it was time to improve his own strength. It is not enough to just practice hard at home. Golden Body Tyrant Technique is originally a combat technique, born for combat. If it is not used in actual combat, the power of this Golden Body Dominant Body art will be greatly reduced. The exam time has passed, so where else is a good place to gain experience? The answer is the Troll Forest. The behemoths in the Troll Forest are endless and are the best whetstones for battle. Well, it looks like I have to go to the Troll Forest again. Su-Chin looked at Bai Bing-chin, who was in a happy mood and didn't know how to talk to her. The last time, the mission appeared suddenly, and Su-Chin got so excited that he forgot to report it. Don't forget anything you say this time. Why are you looking at me? Is there something on my face? Bai Bing-chin noticed Su-Chin's gaze and asked. This? Su-Chin was a little confused and didn't know how to start. He was afraid that after he told Bai Bing-chin, she would not agree to let him go, or maybe she would also want to go with him, which would then be a headache for him. If it's the first type, then it's easy to deal with. My legs are on my body and you can still control me. Anyway, I have already reported it, so when I disappear, you will know where I went. But if it's the second one, it will be troublesome. Of course, it is best to experience things alone. If there is someone else, the efficiency of the experience will be greatly reduced. Speak! Bai Bing-chin urged. Well, Sister Chin, I may have to go out in a few days, Su-Chin said after thinking for a while. Oh, where are you going? I'll go with you. I'm familiar with this place. There's nothing I don't know. If there is, then you don't know it even more. Bai Bing-chin obviously hasn't understood Su-Chin's meaning yet. Su-Chin was talking about leaving the city, but Bai Bing-chin thought he meant taking a stroll. No, Sister Chin, that's not what I meant. What I meant was that I need to go out of town. Su-Chin waved his hand and explained. Leave the city? Bai Bing-chin stopped and looked at Su-Chin. Is it the Troll Forest? Do you still want to go? Bai Bing-chin said with a serious expression. Well, yes, I have to go. Su-Chin lowered his head and did not dare to look at Bai Bing-chin. Reason? Bai Bing-chin asked. I want to become stronger. Are you not strong enough? You can already fight against a 5th-level monster by yourself. No, I'm not strong enough. It's only the little flame, the rock beast, that's strong. It's not me who is strong. Su-Chin looked at Bai Bing-chin with a firm gaze. Bai Bing-chin looked at Su-Chin in a daze. Su-Chin had never been so tough on himself. Bai Bing-chin softened her heart. Be careful. After saying that, Bai Bing-chin turned around and went back, leaving Su-Chin alone. Su-Chin looked at Bai Bing-chin's departing back, feeling a little helpless, but then his eyes were filled with determination. I am a time traveler and an orphan, different from the natives here. If you don't become stronger, you won't even have the right to survive. Instead of chasing after him, Su-Chin turned around and walked towards his home. At the Bai family villa, Bai Bing-chin returned home with a lost look on her face. What's wrong, Chin? Who made you unhappy? Bai's mother could tell at a glance that her daughter was in a bad mood. But wasn't Su-Chin accompanying his daughter just now? Could it be that the two of them were having a conflict? Bai Tianlong also looked over and asked, Did Su-Chin go home? Bai Bing-chin snorted. Did he make you angry? Bai Tianlong asked again. Bai Bing-chin snorted as usual. Well, now that we know the problem, it's easy to solve. We can just prescribe the right medicine. Then how did he offend you? Tell me and I'll seek justice for you. Bai Tianlong sat down next to Bai Bing-chin and spoke kindly. He's going to the Troll Forest again, Bai Bing-chin said suddenly. Who? Su-Chin? Bai Bing-chin's voice was not loud and Bai Tianlong almost didn't hear it clearly. Bai's mother also sat down at this time. So, you are worried about Xiao-Chun, right? Bai's mother saw it at a glance. Bai Bing-chin didn't say anything, just nodded. Bai Mu and Bai Tianlong looked at each other. No wonder I was in a bad mood, so this is the reason. Did he say why he was going to the Troll Forest? Bai Tianlong asked. He said he wanted to become stronger. Bai Bing-chin repeated Su-Chin's original words. Hey, that's good. Bai Tianlong sat up straight and said with a smile. Oh, Dad! What are you talking about? Do you know how dangerous the troll forest is? The last time Suchin went in, he was lucky to come out. What about you this time? Can Suchin be so lucky every time? Bai Bingqin scolded angrily. Bai Tianlong didn't care when his daughter spoke loudly. So? You want to stop him, you want him not to go, listen to you, and accompany you to eat, drink and have fun in the next 2 months, and live a comfortable life. Of course I thought about it, but when I saw Suchen's eyes, I softened my heart and didn't stop him. Now that I think about it, I feel a little regretful. Bai Bingqin said sullenly. Ha ha, that's the right thing for you to do. Not stopping it is the correct decision. Bai Tianlong said with a smile. But, Bai Bingqin wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Bai Tianlong. No buts. You think the troll forest is dangerous? Is there any place in this world that is not dangerous? Becoming a beast master means you are destined to face danger one day. It's better to be prepared now than for a disaster to happen suddenly. Suchin doesn't want to be a vase in a greenhouse. You shouldn't stop him, but should support him. Going through danger and coming back alive shows that he has guts. Even if he dies, I, Bai Tianlong, will not look down on him, because at least he dared to face danger and take action. He still has guts. Bai Tianlong said in a serious tone. Oh, Dad, what are you talking about? What's the meaning of death and life? How unlucky. Bai Bingqin became angry immediately after hearing this. Okay, Qin, you don't know your dad yet. He was born in a military family, so his words are a little rough, but his words are true. As a woman, I also support Suchen's ideas. If a man doesn't take risks, is he still a man? This time, Bai's mother did not follow Bai Bingqin, but stood on Bai Tianlong's side. Chapter 76 Return to the Troll Forest. Bai Bingqin returned to her room alone in a depressed mood, locked the door, and fell into a state of autism. Bai Tianlong and Bai Mu looked at each other, and just smiled. Hey, it seems my daughter still hasn't thought it through. Bai Tianlong sighed. Do you think everyone is like you? This matter requires an adaptation process. Qiner needs time. Bai's mother rolled her eyes at Bai Tianlong. Hey, Suchin is not a simple boy. He dares to fight and fight. When he went to the troll forest before, I just thought he was a fool. This time he is going again, I have to admire him. He is not greedy for comfort, has an ambitious heart, and has good talent. The future is promising. Bai Tianlong did not hide his admiration for Suchin at all. Yes, Suchin is a really good kid. How nice it would be if he was my child. Bai's mother sighed. Humph, don't think I don't know what you're thinking. You want to recruit Suchin as your son-in-law, right? Bai Tianlong glanced at Bai Mu. I'm happy to do so. If a good boy like Suchin becomes my son-in-law, I'll be extremely happy. Bai's mother looked at Bai Tianlong proudly, and then went about her own business. This kid's mother, really? Bai Tianlong smiled and shook his head. Then he picked up his phone and dialed the number. Soon, the call was connected. Bai Tianlong gave a few instructions to the person on the other end of the phone, and then hung up. Although that's what I said, since my daughter cares about it, I, as an old father, can't just do nothing. Suchen's safety must be guaranteed. Suchin is destined to be a real dragon. Sooner or later he will take off, so there is no need to rush. 2 days later, Suchin made preparations and prepared to set off for the troll forest. The moment he opened the door, Suchin was stunned. Bai Bingqin had been waiting outside for some time. After closing the door, Suchin walked over. Good morning, Sister Qin, why are you here? Can I come and see you off? Bai Bingqin said coquettishly. Sure. Of course. Suchin naturally didn't dare to say anything. I didn't take a taxi, I just walked on the sidewalk. Either of them spoke first. After a long time, Bai Bingqin was the first to break the silence. For you! Bai Bingqin handed Suchin a small square box that looked like a mobile phone. What's this? Suchin held it in his hand and asked curiously. Communicator, a military-enhanced version. It can receive signals even deep in the troll forest. Bai Bingqin's eyes suddenly became serious, and she pointed at Suchen's chest. 1 call a day, report at all times, do you hear me? Otherwise, I won't be able to sleep. After saying this, Bai Bingqin became shy. Ha! Su Chen listened without saying anything, but suddenly laughed, very happily. What are you laughing at? I'm serious. Bai Bingqin became angry and embarrassed. Suddenly, a huge force came, and Bai Bingqin was unexpectedly hugged in Su Chen's arms. She was held in Su Chen's arms in public. After Bai Bingqin came to her senses, her face turned red with shame and she immediately struggled in Su Chen's arms. What are you doing? Let go, let go. Su Chen remained unmoved and ignored Bai Bingqin's struggle. He whispered in Bai Bingqin's ear. Yes, Sister Qin Qin. After saying that, Su Chen let go of Bai Bingqin. After breaking free from the restraints, Bai Bingqin's face turned red with embarrassment. He rolled his eyes at Su Chen and said, Come back early and be safe. Of course, I am very afraid of death, Su Chen said with a smile. Sitting in a taxi, Su Chen looked at Bai Bingqin, who was gradually going away from the window of the back seat. Bai Bingqin was also standing on the side of the road waving her hand, bidding farewell to Su Chen, who was gradually going away. The first time is new, the second time is familiar. Familiar with the route, Su Chen had already bought a train ticket out of the city. Waiting for the bus, checking tickets, and boarding the bus. The train out of the city roared towards the border. A month later, Su Chen came to the border again. Still did not form a team, but chose to move forward alone. Coincidentally, when Su Chen went out for border inspection, he met the soldier who had done the inspection before. I think the soldiers have good memory, and they recognized Su Chen. After all, it was only a month ago. Seeing someone as young as Su Chen going out on adventures alone was really eye-catching and hard to forget. The soldier looked at Su Chen, then looked at his ID, and wanted to say something, but considering his identity, he didn't say it in the end. He saluted and then let go. Su Chen took back his credentials and went deep into the troll forest again. Although it was his second time entering the jungle, Su Chen did not relax and remained vigilant at all times. Letting your guard down in the wild is tantamount to suicide. Su Chen doesn't think that his strength is strong enough to be fearless of any danger. Su Chen came here this time with only one purpose, which was to improve himself. Su Chen is not planning to release the beast this time. He plans to hunt by his own ability. He wants to see how good his physical fitness is. I also want to see if I can try my luck and refresh a few tasks here so that I can get another wave of benefits. However, we have walked all the way deep into the troll forest, but the quest has not been refreshed. As expected, I know I can't just randomly exploit the bug. It seems like it's not that easy to get the soul gold orb. But Su Chen was not discouraged. It is possible that the task will not be refreshed immediately, but will only be refreshed when certain conditions are triggered. For example, during the military examination, the tasks in the trial secret realm are not refreshed at the beginning, but are refreshed after a few days. At that time, Su Chen was already wondering whether he had to meet certain conditions to trigger a new task. As for now, don't think too much about it. The trial is the most important thing. Place the dagger in your right hand. Su Chen found that he particularly liked using a dagger. Maybe it's because the dagger is easy and convenient to use. After practicing at home for 2 days, relying on bodybuilding pills and low-grade spirit stones, Su Chen has successfully broken through to the 3rd level of bodybuilding, and has stabilized himself, without any frivolous situations. This time I came here to test the results of my practice. Whoosh! A small green snake suddenly poked its head out from the treetop like lightning. His mouth opened wide, revealing 2 sharp fangs, and his target was Su Chen's soft neck. Bite! Su Chen made a lightning-fast move, raised the dagger, and just caught the mouth of the little green snake. The dagger and the fang collided, making a crisp sound. Su Chen was amused. It was true that anyone, from any family, dared to stroke the tiger's whiskers. With the sudden force of his right hand, he dragged the dagger along, and the body of the little green snake was cut vertically in half, and then fell to the ground. Su Chen continued to move forward without looking back. It's not even a behemoth, not worth Su Chen's further attention. Chapter 77, Beaten Half to Death. Because he wanted to hone himself, Su Chen did not go deep into the depths of the troll forest, but only patrolled the periphery. The strength of the giant beasts on the periphery is generally around level 1 or 2. With Su Chen's current strength of the 3rd level of body forging, it should not be a problem to deal with them. Bang! A black shadow flew out. It stopped only after crashing into 7 or 8 large trees. Hiss! It doesn't hurt at all. Su Chen held his waist and limped to his feet, holding on to the tree. A 3-meter-tall gorilla in front was staring at Su Chen hungrily. This is a black-backed ape, with a strength of about the 2nd level, a pure power-type giant beast. Even with Su Chen's strength of the 3rd level of the stage body, he still suffered a great loss. Look at Su Chen, he flew so high and far that he almost died. Phew, fortunately I was smart and put on the armor at the last moment, otherwise my life or death would be in danger. Su Chen covered his chest, feeling relieved. Just now, after walking a short distance, Su Chen's sharp eyes spotted a dark shadow standing next to a big tree in front of him, and he immediately moved over cautiously. When I got closer, I found out it was a black-backed monkey. Guessing that his strength was not that high, Su Chen wanted to practice with him, so he took decisive action and launched a surprise attack. The sneak attack was very successful. The punch was so powerful that it hit the black-backed ape directly on the back. The black-backed ape was sitting by the tree enjoying the delicious spicy strips. He took a bite, and it was so tender that it burst with juice, and an expression of enjoyment appeared on his face. As a result, Su Chen launched a surprise attack and almost choked to death on the spicy strips. Turning back, he saw a big black rat daring to attack him. Just set the anger value to max. Turn around and punch him. Su Chen felt the strong wind blowing in his face, and a fist bigger than a casserole was about to hit him. Su Chen thought to himself that he was in trouble. He then remained calm in the face of danger, and at the last moment activated the armor on his chest, covering his entire body before the black-backed ape's fist, which was bigger than a casserole, arrived. Then he crossed his arms to protect his most delicate face. The movements should be fast and the posture should be cool. After getting into the takeoff position, Su Chen used the crow plane move and spiraled into the sky. It's just that Su Chen was ready for takeoff, but not ready for landing. That was a terrible fall. Su Chen flew into the sky and the big tree suffered. Hiss! Hiss! Hey, I, Su Chen, am lucky enough to be alive. Even at this time, Su Chen still didn't forget to tease. Roar! Looking at Su Chen standing up, the black-backed ape roared angrily, threw away the half-eaten spicy strips in his hand, pounded his chest with his fists, and then pounced towards Su Chen with a devastating force. Shit, this is gonna happen! Seeing this scene, Su Chen ran away. A giant over 3 meters tall running at full speed, the impact is, to be honest, like a train rushing towards you. Who can withstand it? So the smart thing to do is to dodge. Snap! The big tree that Su Chen was holding on to was cut in half. The black-backed ape picked it up, swung it in a circle, and smashed it towards Su Chen. Looking at the black shadow above his head, Su Chen could not run forward any further, otherwise he would be smashed into a meat pie. He leaped straight to the side and flew over. Boom! Gravel flew everywhere. The tree weighing several tons fell directly to the ground with a loud bang. No more running away! Su Chen pulled out an alloy sword. In terms of speed, Su Chen had no way of beating the black-backed ape. Besides, this black-backed ape was not stupid. It knew how to pick up big trees as tools to extend its attack distance. Facing such a smart guy, running away is the worst option. Unless you are a very good runner, you are doomed to suffer. While the black-backed ape was trying to smash the tree with all its strength, Su Chen turned around and rushed towards the black-backed ape. He gathered the strength of the sword in his hand, swung it in a circle and chopped at the black-backed ape. There was a huge height difference, so Su Chen didn't expect to kill the ape with one strike, as long as he could restrict the black-backed ape's movements. For example, chop off one of its legs. Roar! The black-backed ape looked at Su Chen rushing towards it and decisively gave up the heavy tree. It jumped back and dodged Su Chen's knife that was going to chop its leg. Grass! Su Chen slashed at the air with his knife and cursed out loud. The black-backed ape kicked up. Su Chen had used all his strength in the previous attack and had no energy left to dodge. A kick hit him right in the chest. Suchin took off again. The black-backed ape looked at Suchin taking off, kicked his feet, and his muscles bulged explosively. Then the black-backed ape flew straight into the sky as if it was on a catapult, flying towards Suchin in the air. Two big hands like palm leaf fans waved towards Suchin. Suchin, flying in the air, caught a glimpse of a dark shadow out of the corner of his eye, and his heart suddenly skipped a beat. Immediately afterwards, an indescribable force was transmitted from the body to the brain nerves. Suchin was like a meat pie, and the black-backed ape's two big hands were like slices of bread. Suchin was sandwiched between two oversized slices of bread. Even with the cushioning of the armor, Suchin's body was still attacked with tremendous force. My mind went blank and my eyes could see nothing. The whole person is in a completely down state. The sword in his hand also slipped out of his hand and fell from the air. The black-backed ape opened its big hands, grabbed Suchin's body, and threw him to the ground. Bang! 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 Suchin fell heavily to the ground like a broken sandbag. A deep furrow was plowed into the ground. Suchin fell into a coma. In confusion, I saw a dark shadow rushing towards me. Then everything went black, and I knew nothing. After a long time, next to a big tree beside the stream, Suchin woke up slowly. Hiss! When he moved his arm, severe pain swept through his body, and Suchin cried out in pain unconsciously. Little Flame nearby heard the noise and hurried over to check, holding a lotus leaf in his hand, which was filled with clear water. When Suchin saw the little flame, he immediately understood that it was the little flame that saved him. It seems that the black-backed ape that beat itself up badly is in great danger. Humph, what a good death! Suchin said happily. After putting away the armor mask, Xiao Huimiao gently handed the lotus leaf to Suchin's mouth. Suchin followed the tip of the lotus leaf and sucked the water droplets inside in small sips. Now Suchin was in so much pain all over that he couldn't move at all. As soon as I moved, I felt a sense of ecstasy all over my body. Suchin couldn't bear it anymore, so he decided not to move. At the same time, he secretly started to practice the golden body dominant body technique in his body. Currently, this technique can only be used as a healing technique to recover from one's injuries. As for using it for fighting, forget it. Didn't you see how badly Suchin was beaten just now? Is this technique really effective? I've already reached the 3rd level of body forging, but I was almost beaten to death by a 2nd-level giant beast. Is this really the top-level technique in the advanced fantasy plane? I hope I'm being cheated. Suchin muttered to himself. Chapter 78 Circular Arena. Suchin spent the entire afternoon leaning against the big tree. The body cannot move, and can only quietly practice the golden body dominant body technique to repair itself. But golden body tyrant technique is ultimately just a practice method, not a method for healing. The healing ability is just incidental. It's still somewhat useful now when you're weak, but when you become stronger in the future, this healing function will be useless. In the past, Suchin could refresh some tasks and get some healing pills, which was quite useful. Things from the fantasy world can probably be considered miracle drugs. Since it is a miracle drug, maybe it will work after taking just one pill, and taking a few more may even lead to better results. Just dream, there is everything in the dream. The most urgent task is to quickly restore mobility. Damn, my butt is numb from sitting. The next morning, Suchin woke up from his sleep. The first thing I saw when I woke up was still the small flame. Little Flame felt like a nanny, taking care of Suchin in every possible way. When you are thirsty, Little Flame will pour you water. When you are hungry, Little Flame will prepare food for you. Well, this jungle vacation is so comfortable. But our Suchin is not a loser. How can he enjoy such comfort? Get up and get moving. After lying down all night, my butt has lost all feeling. Guided by the small flame, Suchin came to yesterday's battlefield. The body of the black-backed ape was unrecognizable, but still vaguely recognizable. It seems that after being killed instantly by Little Flame yesterday, the smell of blood attracted nearby predators. With a height of more than 3 meters, it is a good dinner. Suchin was scared. Fortunately, it was not me who died, Otherwise I would not be able to accept that I would not be able to rest in peace after death, and would be eaten beyond recognition by those predators. After taking a look, Suchin identified the direction and continued moving forward. I can't handle the second level, so I can only practice with the first level. Suchin couldn't understand it. He had already reached the third level of physical training, but why was he still so rubbish? Was it his own problem? Or was it the problem of the training method? In fact, there is no problem with anyone. The only problem is Suchin's wrong thinking. After all, no matter how powerful a martial art is, it still needs to be practiced to a high level. No matter how powerful your martial arts skills are, you have to master them before you can kill a tiger. It would be irresponsible to discuss toxicity without considering the dosage. There is absolutely no problem with the technique. It is a peerless and excellent martial arts method. However, Suchin is just a beginner in this technique and is only at the third level of bodybuilding. Of course, there is a huge gap between him and the second level black-backed ape, who has experienced many battles and grew up in the troll forest since birth. Bodybuilding and body training, as the name suggests, only improve the overall physical fitness of the whole body, which is far from the level of punching a tiger or tearing a giant bear apart with bare hands. Physical training is just the foundation, just like laying the foundation for building a house. Only when the foundation is solid can the house be built later without collapsing. The same is true for cultivation. Only when the foundation is laid firmly can one perfectly break through to the next stage, thereby not causing the foundation to be weak and unable to control this power. After talking about the skills, let's talk about practical experience. It can't be said that Suchin has no actual combat experience now. In fact, it is almost zero. If you simply practice the skills but cannot fully display your strength, then it is just a decoration and a showpiece. The only way to deal with the behemoths in the troll forest is to take it slow, start from the bottom, and challenge yourself bit by bit. The third level of physical forging is pretty good. The average first-level behemoths don't have this kind of physical quality. First, find a first-level behemoth to practice with and gain some practical combat experience. When you have enough practical experience points, your cultivation level will be improved. Even though his strength is not as good as that of the second-level black-backed ape, he can still deal with it if he meets it again. Instead of being like now, almost being beaten to death through a layer of super armor. So shameful. Suchin was not a fool. He walked and thought all the way, and finally he figured out the key to the problem. Since you can't beat the second level, don't worry, start from the first level and take it slow. Suchin still remembered the greenwood wolf pack he encountered when he came to the troll forest before. That is a perfect training object. Thinking back to the beginning, I didn't have the golden body tyrant technique. But I relied on my innate abilities and the feedback from taming beasts to make my physical fitness far superior to that of my peers, so I could fight back and forth with Qing Mu Lang. Ordinary greenwood wolves are no match for him. In a one-on-one fight, Suchin is invincible. What Suchin was thinking about was finding another group of greenwood wolves. Anyway, he now had Little Flame and Stone Rock Beast as bodyguards, so his safety could be guaranteed. When the time comes, let the stone beast build a circle of earth walls around itself as a fighting arena. He separated the Qingmu wolf pack outside and stayed inside, randomly selecting a lucky person to undergo a life and death test. That's right, let's do it! Think and do. Suchin quickly located the position of the Qingmu wolf pack through the marching ant king, and then ran towards the target. It's only about 10 kilometers away. Although being in the jungle affected the speed a little, it didn't matter much. Suchin arrived in half an hour. At this time, the Qingmu wolf pack was gathering together to enjoy a delicious meal. The Wolf King is high above everyone else and enjoys the right to enjoy food and mate first. The entire wolf pack must act according to the instructions of the Wolf King. So a bunch of wolf brothers are flattering and fawning over this leader wolf. In the past, this Qingmu Wolf King would definitely be a wealthy landlord. Damn it! We need to crack down on it severely. Suchin winked at the small flame. The little flame understood. A small rocket landed in the center of the wolf pack. Boom! A flash of intense red light interrupted the Qingmu wolf pack's feeding. In the center of the explosion, there were several charred bodies of Aoki wolves. It's impossible to die anymore. The Qingwu wolf pack watched this scene, then suddenly turned their heads and looked in the direction of Suqin. Suqin didn't intend to hide, but since he was discovered, he just jumped out. It was a provocation, a naked challenge to the wolf pack and to the authority of himself as the Wolf King. This kid has a very bad conscience. Lost conscience. Can't you see we are eating? How are we going to eat if you fire a shell? How can you have the energy to work if you don't have enough food? You will die. This is what the Qingwu Wolf King is thinking at this moment. Suqin seemed to understand the look in Qingwu Wolf King's eyes and read Qingwu Wolf King's thoughts. She stuck out her butt, patted it with her hands, and signaled with her eyes. If you dare, come and bite me. Oh! The Qingwu Wolf King's defense was broken directly. With a roar, the wolves gathered their troops and then rushed towards Suqin. With a loud bang, halfway through the rush, a high wall suddenly rose up from the ground. Unable to dodge, many of the greenwood wolves had no time to break and crashed straight into the high wall. For a moment, screams were heard one after another. This high wall is circular in design. The top is open to the sky and the bottom has a diameter of 15 meters. This caliber is just right and is especially suitable for combat. Chapter 79 by Bingqin Pendant. Suqin asked the stone beast to randomly pick a lucky person and throw him into the circular arena. Suqin had already got ready. Looking at Suqin in front of him, Aoki Lang, who was thrown in with a confused look on his face, reacted quickly. He roared and rushed towards Suqin. Although the greenwood wolf is weak, its speed is not slow at all. Otherwise, Suqin wouldn't have been chased like a grandson by Qing Mulang last time. In the blink of an eye, he rushed forward. Suqin had already taken off his armor at this moment. That set of armor is indeed awesome, but it is not something Suqin can handle at his current stage. It's useless if you don't have enough strength, so just take it off. Now Suqin is fighting Qing Mulang 1v1 with bare hands. With his eyes slightly narrowed and his center of gravity lowered, Suqin looked at the greenwood wolf that was rushing towards him. He dodged sideways and the greenwood wolf rushed past Suqin's body. Seizing the opportunity, Suqin turned around, stretched out his right hand and grabbed the greenwood wolf's tail. Then he exerted force from his waist and pulled the rushing Qing Mulang back, and with a windmill swing of his arms, he swung the Qing Mulang to the ground. Bang! Qing Mulang was hit hard and was seeing stars and feeling dizzy. Without making another move, Suqin quietly waited for Qing Mulang to recover. After a while, Qing Mulang recovered, shook his head and got up from the ground. This time, the look he gave Suqin was no longer the same as before. Instead, it was done with a touch of caution and prudence. It seems that this greenwood wolf is quite intelligent. Know that every failure makes you wiser. But beasts are still beasts after all. It was not very smart, and after a few attempts, the greenwood wolf rushed forward again, howling. After just a few times back and forth, Suqin lost interest. He took out a dagger and killed the other person with one blow. Next, inside, Suqin and Qing Mulang were in a fierce confrontation. Outside, a bunch of greenwood wolves were anxiously running around, circling around the high wall. You know the other party is inside, but you just can't get in, and they can even use your compatriots as a practice. Just tell me if you are angry or not. Anyway, Qingwu Wolf King's lungs are about to explode with anger. At this time, the Qingwu Wolf Pack, led by the Wolf King, had already started playing the human pyramid game. The majestic wolf stands at the bottom and acts as a cornerstone, allowing the other wolves to step on him. By using this method to stack a high tower, you can enter it when it reaches a certain height. After all, the wall is not that high, only 10 meters high. It is not very difficult for the behemoth to climb up. But don't forget, there is also a humanoid automatic cannon on the high wall Little Flame. Whenever I see someone showing up, I'll throw a small spark at them. King Mulang felt pain and couldn't bear the high temperature, so he fell down naturally. The number of wolves has been decreasing over time. The number of corpses increased. After killing wolves for a whole day, Suqin now had quite a bit of experience in dealing with the greenwood wolf. At this point, the Qingwu wolf pack is of little use to Suqin. Tempering, only an opponent who is equal to you or even slightly stronger than you can play a tempering role. For those who are weaker than you, that's not called training, that's called slaughter. It's just like cheating in a game. It feels comfortable while playing, but there is a sense of emptiness after it is over. What did you learn? No. What did you experience? Still no. There is nothing. What's the point of playing this game? After putting the last Greenwood Wolf King into the arena, Suchin only took 2 minutes to deal with this arrogant Greenwood Wolf King. So weak! Both are at the second level of strength. The Qingwu Wolf King is far inferior to the black-backed ape. The former can defeat his opponent with one hand, while the latter can defeat himself with one hand. Oh! How miserable! After digging out all the crystal cores, Suchin caught a rabbit. After quickly finishing his dinner, Suchin left the place. I have to leave. It's almost evening and some powerful nocturnal predators will start to emerge. The bloody smell here is very strong, and the corpses of a wolf pack are piled here. It might attract predators. Suchin was not afraid, but was afraid of trouble, so it was better for him to leave. Find a nice big tree. Suchin climbed up the tree in a few seconds, and after some simple arrangements, this became Suchin's stay for the night. As the sun rose in the east, Suchin began a new round of training. At the same time, in Jiahai City, Bai Bingqin was unwilling to fall behind and did not want to be a vase in a greenhouse. So under Bai Tianlong's guidance, special training began. 2 little guys, oh no, it should be a big guy. A little dragon beast and a ground dragon warrior, both of which had just evolved. Bai Bingqin is not familiar with them and needs to work things out with them. Develop their potential and explore a set of effective tactics. Otherwise, if you can't bring your strength into play, all your evolution will be in vain. It's better to maintain the status quo. Bai Tianlong nodded in satisfaction. After evolving, the little dragon beasts and earth dragon warriors have extremely strong combat power. It has good potential and quality in itself, and after evolution, its combat power far exceeds that of its peers. Bai Tianlong has reason to believe that if it weren't for the evil pervert Suchin, his own precious daughter would be the strongest. I believe that my precious daughter will become the top freshman in Holy Spirit College when she arrives at the college. But now that Suchin is here, his precious daughter has to take second place. But it doesn't matter, Suchin is one of us. Is it necessary to distinguish so clearly what's yours and what's mine? What's yours is mine, and what's mine is still mine. Ha! The more Bai Tianlong thought about it, the happier he became. On the side, after Bai Bingqin struggled to eliminate the last enemy, the battle scene in front of her also disappeared. This is the latest training method. Virtual mock trial. Put on a professional helmet and set your own and the beast's data. Then click to start the battle, and the battle screen will be automatically generated in front. The simulation rate reaches 99.99%, and all physical dynamics simulate real-life scenes, which can definitely provide the best training. Taking off his helmet, Bai Bingqin let out a sigh of relief. The score is close to full marks. But Bai Bingqin couldn't be happy. She knew that these were all fake. No matter how realistic it is still fake. What is fake and can never be true. When I am fighting, I always realize that the scene in front of me is fake. So there is no scruple at all. This way you can't achieve the most ideal state of cultivation at all. Compared with Suchin, I am really terrible. Bai Bingqin felt that Suchin was getting further and further away from her. It turns out that when he was in high school, Suchin was always his little follower and a little pendant on his leg. He will go wherever you point him. Now that Suchin has risen, Bai Bingqin has become just a pendant. Wherever Suchin goes, I will go there. Chapter 80 Delicious Honey. At night, Suchin sat on a tree branch, holding the communicator that Bai Bingqin gave her. Make a call. The phone rang only twice and Bai Bingqin answered it immediately. Hey, Sister Qin, good evening. Have you eaten? Suchin began his daily routine reporting. Today's phone call was particularly long. Suchin keenly felt that Bai Bingqin seemed to have something on her mind. But she kept it to herself and didn't say it out loud, and even a grown man like me couldn't guess it. If you can't guess it, don't guess. It has been a long time since I came out. Calculating the time, it is time to go back. My current strength has reached a bottleneck. If you want to go further, you have to break through to the 4th level of body forging. But don't think about it in the short term. Cultivation is not that simple. You can't make a breakthrough just because you want to. The further you go, the slower the progress. Like in other novels, the protagonist's cultivation is as easy as eating and drinking, and he can break through just by walking. That is simply impossible, so forget it. At least Suchun doesn't have this treatment, so just take a look. There was no conversation that night, and Suchun fell into a deep sleep on the branch. A small flame nearby was silently keeping watch over Suchun. Little Flame is truly a model for great workers. A model of a good secretary. With him around, the big boss Suchun feels particularly comfortable. Oh! A bear roar broke the silence of the forest. A dark shadow rushed out from the bushes in a panic. Following closely behind was a huge black bear. The embarrassed figure was none other than Suchun. In the morning, Suchun took a walk after eating and happened to find a huge beehive hanging on a tree. Suchun recognized that thing. A red fire beehive. The red fire bee is not something interesting. What is interesting is the honey made by the red fire bees in the hive. It is so sweet and delicious, and is said to have the effect of beautifying the skin. It's very expensive in the beast taming mall. Suchun was reluctant to spend that money in vain. Who knows whether it is true or not? But this is different. This is a real red fire beehive. The honey inside is also pure natural, without any additives, a good thing. If it's a good thing, Suchun wants it. The red fire bee is just a first-level behemoth. Suchun has armor, so it poses no threat to Suchun. So, Suchun plucked up his courage and came under the tree. The red fire bees keenly discovered Suchun, the intruder, and immediately moved out in full force. Hey, this is exactly what Suchun wants. Suchun is still having a headache about how to get the red fire bees out of the red fire beehive. This is convenient. When all the red fire bees came out of the hive, Suchun jumped directly onto the tree and took down the huge red fire beehive. Then he put it into the beast taming bracelet. I'll accept it with pleasure. Then Suchun turned around and ran. Damn, when Suchun ran away, the whole bee colony went crazy. Damn it, this kid has no moral principles and actually stole the house directly. This is too much. Call someone directly. So the big black bear was summoned. Red fire bees and giant black bears have a companion relationship. The red fire bees provide honey to the giant black bears, and the giant black bears provide protection to the red fire bees at critical moments. Suchun completely forgot about this. But it doesn't matter. Even if they know, what can I do? I, Suchun, will still steal. The strength of the big black bear behind is quite good, also at the 2nd level. In terms of sensing aura, Suchun felt that it was slightly inferior to that of the black-backed ape. But it is a giant bear after all, so its strength should not be too weak. At least slapping Suchun is like slapping a fly. With 2 powerful generals, Little Flame and Stone Rock Beast, Suchun was not afraid, but at this moment Suchun wanted to escape from the bear's paw with his own strength. Alas, I have to say, sometimes people are just so mean. I have a gun and I can kill you with 1 shot. But I just don't need it. I just want to play and compete with you in martial arts. Then he was killed unexpectedly. Suchun was like this at this moment, so shameless. This is a world of beast taming. You are a beast master, and it is natural for you to use beasts to fight. But you are amazing. You have to resist with your body. If I don't hit you, who else should I hit? When it comes to speed, how can 2 legs beat 4 legs? In the blink of an eye, the big black bear caught up with Suchun. The bear raised its paw, ready to beat Suchun to death. But who is Suchun? Suchun is born in the year of the rat. If he doesn't want to, no one can catch up with him. He slipped his feet and turned sharply on the spot to avoid the slap. Oh! The attack failed and Suchun was able to distance himself from him. The big black bear felt that his intelligence was insulted, so he turned around and chased after it again with a grunt. Suchun in front was looking at the big black bear behind him who refused to give up, cursing in his heart. What's the big deal? It's just a little honey, why are you chasing me for 2 miles? I'm warning you. Don't chase me anymore, or I won't be polite. The big black bear is an animal, so it couldn't understand what Suchin said. I just felt that Suchin kept chattering like a fly, which was extremely annoying. I urgently wanted to slap Suchin to death. Seeing that the big black bear was chasing him more and more vigorously, Suchin immediately became angry. After once again putting some distance between himself and the big black bear, Suchin stopped and took out a psychic hand cannon from his bracelet. I won't pretend anymore. I'm going to show my cards. I'm going to kill you with a gun. Suchin pulled the trigger right at the big black bear's head. Bang! There was a loud bang. The huge recoil caused Suchin's right hand to shake. Fortunately, my strength is different from before, so this recoil is nothing. But the big black bear was in a miserable state. It flew high up and fell heavily. When he fell to the ground, the earth shook. Thump! There was a muffled sound. Blood was flowing from the big black bear's body, but it did not die immediately. Still struggling on the ground. Although Suchin was aiming at the head. But Suchin's shooting skills were too poor, and the big black bear was not honest. While running, its head shook left and right. This caused Suchin's shot to miss the target. It's not my fault, it's the big black bear's fault. Who told it to shake its head when running? If it had been more obedient, it might have suffered less now. Oh, who told me, Suchin, to be a good person? I won't bother with you. Go over there. The big black bear's eyes were full of fear and a hint of pain. I've already said it before. I'm a kind person and I can't stand seeing this kind of scene. I'll help you put an end to your suffering right now. The muzzle is pointed downward. He pulled the trigger again. The loud noise startled the birds in the forest, and they fled in all directions. Looking at the fleeing birds in the sky, Suchin curled his lips and said, "Coward!" Then left the place. The big black bear fell in a pool of blood. That group of red fire bees were destined not to return to their home. It's not known whether the homeless red fire bees can survive the winter. A sense of guilt suddenly arose in Suchin's heart. My conscience is so bad. Chapter 81 Fresh and Tender Free-Range Chicken. Taking out the beehive, Suchin carefully inspected it and shook out all the remaining red fire bees inside. As for the bee pupae inside, just leave them alone. I heard that bee pupae are also a rare delicacy. I don't know if it's true. Anyway, Suchin planned to get some to try. The training ended successfully. Suchin had roughly figured out his way. It was pointless to stay in the troll forest any longer, so he might as well go back early. Outside the troll forest, Suchin returned to the border. Same scene, same convo. The difference is that Bai Tianlong did not follow this time. The only one who came was Bai Bingqin. After getting in the car, Suchin followed Bai Bingqin back home. Bai's mother had already prepared a table full of dishes and was waiting for them. Suchin was quite moved. Bai Bingqin's home is still the best. As soon as I got home, there was a hot meal. It's 1,000 times better than being alone. After cleaning himself, changing his clothes and tidying himself up, Suchin went to the table. Bai Bingqin's whole family is already waiting. During the meal, Bai Tianlong asked Suchin about some of his experiences in the troll forest. Suchin also selectively spoke part of it. For example, Bai Tianlong only thought that Suchin went to the troll forest to train in order to improve the coordination between himself and the beast tamer. But in fact, Suchin never used the beast taming technique to fight, but relied on himself to hunt the giant beasts. But there is no way to say that. Because this action of mine is not in line with the current trend. It's strange that the beast master doesn't drive the beasts to fight, but instead goes into battle to kill the enemy himself. Also, how can you, a beast master with a weak body, be able to fight against the giant beasts? Even if it's just a first-level behemoth, it's not something a mere first-level beast master like you can contend with. There is no way to explain these words. If something cannot be explained, just don't explain it, and just hide it. After dinner, Suchin took out the huge beehive from the beast-taming bracelet. Bai Tianlong's eyelids twitched when he saw such a huge beehive appearing in his home, and he immediately assumed a fighting stance. Uncle, don't be nervous. Don't worry. I've cleaned it all up. I've driven out all the red fire bees inside. Now there's only honey and red fire bee larvae left in the entire hive. Suchin said with a smile. Is this what you got in the troll forest? Bai Tianlong and his family surrounded the huge beehive, looking surprised. What else? Can I make it happen for you out of thin air? Suchin looked very proud. Hey, you are really lucky. You even managed to get the red fire bee's hive. Such a big hive must contain a lot of honey. If you sell it outside, it will start at 1 million, but there is still no demand. Your Aunt Bai has always wanted to try it, but she couldn't bear it because it was too expensive. Bai Tianlong sighed. Yeah, I thought so too. It's very expensive outside, and I don't know if the product is authentic. I just happened to come across it, so I just picked it up. Suchin nodded. Xiaochen, you are really thoughtful. There was a smile on Bai's mother's face. It was obvious that this gift touched her heart. This is the red fire bee's hive. I've only seen it on trees. Like a curious baby, Bai Bingqin stretched out her finger and carefully poked the beehive. It feels quite fun. Hey, Sister Qin Qin, I've only seen this thing on trees. This is also the first time I've seen it alive. Let's quickly get the honey out of it and see if it tastes good. Suchin couldn't wait to try it again. When he came back, Suchin tasted it and found it was indeed delicious. Honey is sweet. The main thing is that it's sweet but not choking or irritating to the throat. The best. Go away, you are just like Xu Beiji eating ginseng fruit, you are going to ruin all the good things. Bai Bingqin rolled her eyes at Suchin. How can I explain this? Suchin frowned. Can't this honey be eaten directly? But it's okay to eat it yourself. Haha, Xiaochen! You don't know this. Qin Qin is right. It would be a waste if we drink the honey brewed by the red fire bees directly. This red fire bee honey is a top-notch tonic. It needs to be paired with other ingredients to bring out the benefits of red fire bee honey. Otherwise, drinking it directly is just a mouthful. Bai's mother explained with a smile. Oh, so that's how it is. Suchin nodded. So honey is a traditional Chinese medicine, just like ginseng. There is no problem in eating it directly, but that would be a waste of good medicinal materials. Mixing it with other things to make medicine, it becomes a great tonic. I understand. It's Suchin who is ignorant. Aunt Bai, if that's what you said, then I did bring back some local specialties from the troll forest. See if you can use them. As he spoke, Suchin took out a lot of plants that he couldn't name from his bracelet. Then he took out 2 live free-range chickens. Suchin recognized this free-range chicken. It was called the 7-colored chicken. Of course, this name was given by Suchin. As for the real name, who knows? Anyway, it tastes really delicious. During the days Suchin stayed in the troll forest, he had to have a bowl of colorful chicken soup every day, otherwise he would feel uncomfortable all over. This chicken is also very delicious. The meat is fresh and tender, and it leaves a lingering fragrance in your mouth after one bite. Good stuff. Where did this chicken come from? Although Bai's mother did not recognize the name of the chicken, as a housewife with many years of experience, she had unique insights into how to distinguish good food from bad, and her vision was quite sharp. You can tell at a glance that this chicken is extraordinary. Burn it, it's very nutritious. Of course, he was caught in the troll forest. This chicken is really good at running. It runs very fast at the slightest sign of trouble. If I hadn't used a little trick, I really wouldn't have been able to catch it. Suchin said proudly. Look at what you can do! You're showing off after catching a chicken. Bai Bingqin rolled her eyes at Suchin. But his mouth unconsciously pursed his saliva. I feel a little greedy. Judging from my mother's attitude, these 2 chickens are obviously good things and should taste delicious when roasted. I just had lunch and now I'm hungry again. Okay, no matter what, Xiaochen, you are thoughtful. Don't leave today. I will show you my cooking skills. Okay. Suchin agreed immediately. Nonsense, why would you open up your heart and soul to me? Isn't it just for a good meal? Suchin would not leave even without Bai's mother's persuasion. It would be a big loss if you leave. TSK, you agreed pretty quickly. I've never seen you so straightforward before. Are you a foodie? Bai Bingqin said with merciless disdain. Tisk, what's wrong with being a foodie? Foodies are blessed. Suqin was thick-skinned and didn't care. Chapter 82, Heading to Holy Spirit College. In the evening, Suqin had another dinner at the Bai family. Bai Mu's craftsmanship is indeed impeccable. Anyway, this colorful chicken is the most delicious one Suqin has ever eaten. Thinking about how I ate in the troll forest, it was such a waste of such good ingredients. After dinner, Suqin felt it was not appropriate to stay any longer, so he said goodbye. This time Bai Bingqin did not try to keep him. After all, there was no reason. But before leaving, Bai Bingqin handed a certificate to Suqin. Give! Suqin took it and asked, What is this? The admission letter from Holy Spirit College. You were not at home these days, so no one signed for the admission letter when it was delivered to your house. After I found out, I signed for you. Bai Bingqin explained. Oh, so that's how it is. Thanks. You're welcome. Bai Bingqin smiled. Do you have time tomorrow? Bai Bingqin asked suddenly. There will be time later, Suqin said after thinking for a while. I do have time until school starts. I have done what I should do, and I have experienced what I should experience. Now all I have to do is practice hard, and I do have time. Okay, then go shopping with me tomorrow. I'm bored to death from all the intensive training these days. Bai Bingqin looked unhappy when she thought about the training these days. Okay. Suqin nodded. Goodbye. Suqin waved and prepared to leave. Goodbye. Watching Suqin leave, Bai Bingqin closed the door with satisfaction. Suqin stayed in the troll forest for almost a month. There is still 1 month left before school starts. During this month, Suqin had only 2 things to do. One was to practice hard, and the other was to accompany Bai Bingqin to eat, drink and have fun. Days like this are really nice. After calming down, the progress of cultivation also increased rapidly. He has already broken through the 4th level of body forging and is now charging towards the 5th level. It is worth mentioning that as Suqin's cultivation level increases, the consumption of spirit stones is also increasing day by day. There are 10 spirit stones in total, and Suqin has already used 1. Most of the 2nd spirit stone had also been consumed at this moment. It's only been a few days. Originally, Suqin estimated that he would consume 1 spirit stone per month. It seems that the spirit stones are not enough now. Spirit stones are okay, the fastest consumed item is the bodybuilding pill. This is really a consumable and is not enough for Suqin to eat. The original 100 pills had been mostly consumed by Suqin, and only a few were left. If there is no new supply of bodybuilding pills, Suqin feels that his cultivation speed will slow down visibly. Suqin was also very sad, but there was nothing he could do, so he had to accept his fate. After all, I'm going to the Holy Spirit College soon. Once there, the opportunities for trials will be much more, and I should be able to refresh the tasks. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye it is time to go to school. Suqin and Bai Bingqin discussed it, and decided to go to Holy Spirit College in advance. Bai Tianlong also nodded and agreed with their ideas. Early in the morning, Bai Tianlong drove and took Bai Mu, Bai Bingqin and Suqin to the train station. The Holy Spirit College is located in Zhihai Province, which is the center of Daxia and has a very important geographical location. Therefore, many bigwigs are stationed in Zhihai Province to guard the safety of Zhihai Province. Zhihai City is very far away from Zhihai Province. Especially after the revival of spiritual energy, the size of the blue star has increased, causing the straight line distance between the 2 places to become farther. It takes nearly 3 days by the fastest train. In fact, flying is faster. Modern aircraft are extremely fast because of the addition of psychic technology. The flying speed easily exceeds 5,000 kilometers per hour. But what can I say? Flying is not very safe, and the air tickets are very expensive, not worth it. Blue Star is not what it used to be. In the past, there was no danger in the sky of the Blue Star, and it was peaceful and quiet. Now on the Blue Planet, there are dangers lurking everywhere in the sky. Many giant flying beasts are circling in the sky. Airplanes flying create a lot of noise, which attracts these flying monsters. Although today's passenger aircraft have been modified, not only do they have max protection capabilities, but they are also equipped with weapon systems. The safety performance is excellent. But what if? There is no absolute security in the world. If something happens, there will be nowhere to run even if you run in the sky. Suchin can't afford to gamble. So I chose the relatively safe train. Suchin is familiar with this thing. He has ridden it several times. It is safe and guaranteed. Under the watchful eyes of Bai Tianlong and Bai's mother Suqinyan, Suchun and Bai Bingqin got on the train. To be honest, the 3-day journey was quite boring. Fortunately, they both chose sleeper berths, so they could sleep when they were bored. 3 days later, the train arrived at the Jinghai Provincial Railway Station on time. After getting off the train, Suchin was finally enlightened. Is this the center of Daxia? It's really spectacular. Suchin looked at the train station and felt that it was very impressive, and it was totally incomparable to the one in Jinghai City, not to mention the other buildings. It is full of strong technological features. Well enough. Bai Bingqin didn't seem that surprised, but rather seemed to be accustomed to it. Have you been here? Suchin was surprised. Nonsense, of course I have been here. Don't forget, my father is the commander and he often has to come here to report on his work. So I come here quite often. Bai Bingqin rolled her eyes at Suchin. No wonder. Suchin suddenly realized. So you are just an old-fashioned person, right? Sure enough, a world where only Suchin was injured was born. In the exit hall of the train station, there were many people holding signs waiting for people. Suchin had sharp eyes and immediately spotted an open space in the exit hall where several tables were placed with a signboard next to the tables. It says Holy Spirit College. Is that the one that's here to pick us up? Suchin pointed there and asked Bai Bingqin. I think so. Go over and ask. Bai Bingqin pulled Suchin over. Hello, classmate. Are you sent by Holy Spirit Academy to welcome the new students? Suchin spoke first. There were 3 people in charge of reception, 1 man and 2 women. The man should be here to take charge of security. Jiang Yihan was sorting out forms with her head down. When she heard someone asking, she quickly raised her head. When I saw Suchin and Bai Bingqin, I was immediately amazed. What a handsome boy! The girl next to him is also very beautiful. The 2 of them look really good together. Jiang Yihan thought to herself. Suchin frowned. What's going on? Why is such a pretty girl suddenly in a daze? So he asked proudly again. Hello, are you here to welcome the new students of Holy Spirit College? Oh, yes. Sorry, I was distracted. Jiang Yihan said apologetically. Are you 2 the freshmen reporting this year? Show us your admission letters. After Jiang Yihan came to her senses, she quickly got back to work. Suchin handed his and Bai Bingqin's admission letters to Jiang Yihan. Suchin, Bai Bingqin. Jiang Yihan carefully looked at their admission letters. When Jiang Yihan saw Suchin's name, she was dumbfounded.